A 3-year contract marriage saw Gu Hansheng decisively opting for divorce. However, the aloof CEO, Xiao Hanjin, consented to the separation yet wished for Gu Hansheng to continue playing the role of her contractual boyfriend, during which he gradually came to terms with his own feelings that in a twist of fate, Gu Hansheng encountered Li Qiya, a gentle, kind-hearted, and fiercely independent young woman. Their brief encounter blossomed into a profound connection, evolving from acquaintance to love. Suddenly, an unexpected daughter, a woman of grace and intellect, intruded upon his life, leaving him bewildered. The presence of these three distinct women infused vibrancy into Gu Hansheng's existence, leading to a flourishing career and prosperous future. Chapter 1. Contract Renewal and Divorce Agreement Within a villa in Zhonghai Mingyuan, Gu Hansheng prepared dinner when Xiao Hanjin summoned him to the living room. Ji Hansheng. Here is the contract renewal agreement for our marriage. Please review it, she instructed. Gu Hansheng merely glanced at the cover before pushing the renewal agreement back toward Xiao Hanjin. Xiao, there's no need. Our agreement expires in a week, and I believe it's time we conclude our marital relationship. Xiao Hanjin's expression hardened, a flicker of anger evident in her demeanor. You don't intend to renew our contract? Or is it that you have another woman? Standing up, Gu Hansheng noted for the first time the displeasure etched on Xiao Hanjin's face as he retrieved a divorce agreement from his room and placed it before her. Xiao Hanjin picked up the divorce document, scanning it line by line, her eyes filled with fury. She had not even mentioned divorce, yet he had broached the topic first. Gu Hansheng, you seem quite prepared. What if I refuse to agree? Xiao, you are decisive and efficient. Our 3 years of collaboration have been pleasant. I trust you wouldn't compel me to stay, he replied, leaving her momentarily speechless. She swiftly changed the subject. Let's eat first. We still have a week. Ji Hansheng made no further insistence. They sat down to dinner, their conversations limited to work-related matters, each absorbed in their own pursuits. Despite spending both day and night together, Gu Hansheng not only fulfilled the role of her husband, but also served as her assistant in both work and daily life, managing household chores within the villa. However, he did hire a cleaner once a week to perform a thorough cleaning, thus alleviating his domestic burdens. As they dined, Xiao Hanjin occasionally cast sidelong glances at Gu Hansheng. Noticing his seemingly relaxed demeanor, she felt a surge of anger. He appeared utterly unperturbed by their impending separation. Setting down her chopsticks, she exclaimed, "What have you prepared? This is inedible." Gu Hansheng sampled each dish, finding no fault in their flavor. He pondered the absurdity of her critique, but kept his thoughts to himself. After all, this contractual marriage came with a generous annual remuneration of 1 million, and he had saved nearly 3 million, with one final payment yet to be received. Which dish is unsatisfactory? I can make something else, he offered. None of it is good, Xiao Hanjin retorted sharply. What would you prefer? I could prepare it for you, or we could dine out instead. Gu Hansheng felt exasperated. Despite her striking beauty, her demeanor was distinctly unapproachable. From the beginning, he understood his position as her domestic and professional assistant, striving to meet her demands, driven primarily by the substantial compensation. Over the past 3 years, he had cleared his family's debts and constructed a new home for his parents, all thanks to Xiao Hanjin. Ji Hansheng. Why are you unwilling to renew? Is it a matter of insufficient compensation? She probed. Xiao, I am now 26. It is time for me to pursue my own life. I cannot remain your pretend husband indefinitely. My parents are eagerly awaiting grandchildren, he replied, leaving her momentarily speechless. What if I were to offer you the role of my wife? Would you reconsider the marriage? She proposed. Can you bear me a son? Gu Hansheng countered directly. Impossible. She decisively rejected. Ji Hansheng was fully aware of her stance. His inquiry served a purpose, and after 3 years of observing her subtle cues, he had become adept at reading her intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached his current position. His previous experiences shaped his understanding of the wealthy. For them, monetary issues were trivial. However, he had earned enough and couldn't afford to remain in this situation forever. He had already secured a new job, awaiting the divorce to commence his new chapter. Xiao, let's part ways amicably. Besides, if you were to marry for real, I wouldn't dare to take that step, he stated. You are a lofty swan, while I am but a lowly toad. "I am utterly unworthy," he added. "Gu Hansheng, you are quite the orator. You typically tread carefully with your words. Has the prospect of divorce emboldened your tongue?" She retorted, "Xiao, I merely state the objective truth. Please do not take offense," he replied as she rose and retreated to her room. Jiyu Hansheng continued his meal, confident that she would agree to the divorce. Her inherent pride and indifference would not allow her to relent, and he deemed himself unworthy of her. Yet, dreams persisted. One could hardly resist the allure of fantasy. In the living room, Gu Hansheng hummed a tune, eagerly anticipating the freedom that lay ahead. He had never experienced love, nor even a kiss, during his impoverished university days. Following graduation, he entered a contractual marriage, which inhibited any romantic pursuits that post-divorce. He envisioned embarking on a passionate romance, far sweeter than those depicted in television dramas or novels. He yearned for a caring and affectionate partner, a rare beauty who would cherish him. After all, he was not lacking in looks, having once been voted the most handsome student at his university. Many seniors and juniors sought to connect with him, yet his financial struggles had stifled any opportunity for romance. With a vision of his future firmly in mind, Gu Hansheng tidied up before making his way to the music room. Inside, a piano and a violin awaited him. Over the past 3 years, he had achieved grade 10 in piano and grade 8 in violin, demonstrating considerable musical talent. As the piano's melody of tomorrow will be better resonated through the villa, Xiao Hanjin, hearing the music, descended the stairs and stood at the door of the music room. Watching Gu Hansheng play, she felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. Jiyu Hansheng, "What are you doing?" "Playing the piano, Xiao. Would you care to join me?" he inquired. Xiao Hanjin, now irate, snapped, "I'm hungry. Go prepare something for me." Understanding her irritation, Gu Hansheng wasted no time and hurried into the kitchen to attend to her needs. Xiao Hanjin sat in the living room, her gaze occasionally darting toward Gu Hansheng, her lips curling in contempt as she muttered, "This scoundrel, is he really so pleased with himself after divorcing me?" Chapter 2. The Wrath of Xiao Hanjin Gu Hansheng soon prepared 2 dishes and a soup, presenting them with a flourish. "Xiao Zong, please enjoy your meal. How could you serve such an unappetizing sight? How am I supposed to eat this?" Gu Hansheng felt a flush of embarrassment. If it weren't for the million, he wouldn't be catering to her whims. "Shall I toss it out and start anew? Wasting food is disgraceful. Do you not know that?" Yes, you're absolutely right, Xiao Zong." Seeing Gu Hansheng's demeanor soften her expression, Xiao Hanjin felt her mood lift slightly. This was their usual dynamic. Gu Hansheng had long since grown accustomed to it. Whatever the boss said was indeed the truth, and he followed her directives without question. When the boss scolded him, he listened. When questioned, he replied with affirmatives. Such was the law of survival in the workplace. Gu Hansheng awaited Xiao Hanjin's next move, observing whether she would eat or not. Jiyu Hansheng, "Finish it. You must not leave any leftovers." "I refuse to eat. I'm already full of anger." Xiao Hanjin was intentionally provoking him, watching as Gu Hansheng, seemingly content, dared to celebrate by playing the piano. Jiyu Hansheng's face contorted in despair as he regarded her. "Xiao Zong, please go rest upstairs. I will finish." "That won't do. I must watch you eat." Gu Hansheng picked up his chopsticks, though he had already eaten to his fill and could hardly manage any more. "I cannot consume so much. Were you not just playing the piano, burning off energy? You can surely manage it, so hurry up." Xiao Hanjin watched Gu Hansheng with keen interest. With a sudden spark of ingenuity, Gu Hansheng replied, "Xiao Zong, how about I heat it up tomorrow morning?" "That wouldn't be wasteful." Xiao Hanjin found herself momentarily lacking a counterargument. Gu Hansheng reflected on his earlier bravado. Before the divorce, he had to tread carefully, lest matters escalate. "Gu Hansheng, how will you explain our divorce to my parents?" "That's simple. We've been together for 3 years, and our feelings have soured. If all else fails, you can simply say I am inadequate. That way, they cannot object." For the sake of that million, Gu Hansheng was prepared to make certain sacrifices. After all, they couldn't go about proclaiming their inadequacies. In truth, they would likely have no further ties. Why concern himself over it? His focus was now solely on money and the impending divorce. "You have certainly made thorough preparations, Gu Hansheng. Alleviating Xiao Zong's burdens is my duty as your assistant." Xiao Hanjin rose, her expression frosty, and ascended the stairs. Gu Hanqing pondered what was troubling Xiao Hanjin. It was merely a divorce, after all. Was she truly so unwilling to part with him? Considering their marriage had been contractual, while he relished the prospect of earning money, he knew he must soon embark on his own path. His personal affairs deserved attention as well. After tidying up and washing up, Gu Hanqing lay in bed, contemplating the week ahead. Soon, he would be free from Xiao Hanjin's presence, ushering in a brighter, clearer future. It was not that Xiao Hanjin was undesirable. Rather, she simply lacked the qualities of a devoted wife, particularly in her inability to provide him with an heir. No amount of wealth could sway him otherwise. She aspired to a life of solitude, but he had no desire to be a monk. Thus far, he had abstained from worldly pleasures. If his friend were to discover this, he would be ridiculed for eternity. For 3 years, he had endured a marriage that felt like mere decoration, consistently rejecting invitations from friends to indulge in merriment, steadfastly preserving his virtue. Indeed, for the sake of that 3 million, he had exercised remarkable restraint. Reflecting on these 3 years, Gu Hansheng felt engulfed in despair, lamenting his fate. Especially whenever he beheld Xiao Hanjin in her delicate lace dresses, showcasing her exquisite collarbones and fair legs. He found himself dreaming of her at night. If this continued, he feared he would be utterly ruined. With such thoughts, he considered his plight truly tragic, almost unbearable. The following day, Gu Hanqing rose early to prepare breakfast for Xiao Hanjin. He reheated the previous night's leftovers, grateful that only 7 days remained before bidding farewell to such a life. Seeing Gu Hansheng consume the remnants, Xiao Hanjin felt a pang of guilt. For 3 years, whatever she instructed him to do, he complied. She had relied on him to manage affairs. Recognizing his remarkable capabilities at one point, she believed Gu Hansheng could independently oversee the company. His growth over 3 years had been nothing short of astonishing. Gu Hansheng, where's my breakfast? Gu Hansheng promptly rushed to the kitchen, bringing forth fried eggs, fruit salad, and unsweetened soybean milk. Xiao Hanjin observed him, realizing that after the divorce, she would lose all of this, yet she could never truly marry Gu Hansheng. What she could offer him was merely financial support. Gu Hansheng devoured his meal swiftly, clearing the leftovers in no time. Xiao Hanjin remained silent, while Gu Hansheng, understanding her mood, tidied up before preparing to retrieve the car from the garage. Having contemplated deeply the previous night, she decided that while the divorce was acceptable, Gu Hansheng must not leave the company. That was her ultimate boundary. Such an assistant was irreplaceable. Ji Hansheng, in certain respects, could even make decisions on her behalf, and on several occasions when he had proposed ideas she initially dismissed, events unfolded just as he had predicted. From that point on, Xiao Hanjin regarded Gu Hansheng's opinions with newfound respect. As Gu Hansheng drove, Xiao Hanjin settled into the back seat, a routine they had maintained for the past 3 years. Gu Hansheng, after the divorce, will you leave the company? Naturally. I cannot remain in your company indefinitely. That's unacceptable. You must not leave. Ji Hansheng calculated his words carefully. With just 7 days remaining, it was wise to avoid provoking Xiao Hanjin. I will consider it. Receiving a job offer from another company that would double his salary was tempting. To forego such an opportunity would be foolish. Moreover, having spent 3 years in her shadow, he could not possibly remain her assistant forever. The thought of that was indeed daunting. He had grown weary of the constant back and forth. What will your next employer offer you? I have no prospective employers. I haven't sought any out. That I'm deeply grateful to Xiao Zong for her immense kindness. How could I possibly resign? Is that truly the case? Of course it is. Gu Hansheng fabricated his words with ease. Should you dare to resign, I will ensure you regret it. Then I shall not. Gu Hansheng acquiesced, plotting his escape for a later time, when Xiao Hanjin would have no choice but to let him go. Gu Hansheng's mind raced with possibilities, preparing for all eventualities. The priority was to finalize the divorce. Subsequent matters could be addressed later. Naturally, if the compensation was sufficient and Xiao Hanjin's demeanor improved, he would not be opposed to remaining, for who would willingly turn their back on financial gain? Ultimately, he bore no animosity toward Xiao Hanjin. Their collaboration had been relatively pleasant. In fact, he owed her a debt of gratitude for her generosity, for without her, he would not have escaped poverty. Gu Hansheng was acutely aware of this. Thus he would assess Xiao Hanjin's terms. He now possessed leverage to negotiate. After 3 years of unwavering service, It was time for him to take a stand. Chapter 3. The remarkable Gu Hansheng. Xiao Hanjin was well aware of Gu Hansheng. His seemingly frivolous demeanor concealed a profound intellect. His capacity for manipulation was considerable. While he would not openly defy her, he could undoubtedly cast aspersions behind her back. This was something she understood all too well. After all, no capable man could remain subordinate for long, particularly when it came to a woman. What kind of wife do you seek, Gu Hansheng? Well, I haven't given it much thought, he would not dare to admit, given that she still held the title of his wife. He was not foolish enough to court misfortune. And what do your parents desire in a daughter-in-law? One with an ample posterior, good for bearing children, he replied with a classic retort that left Xiao Hanjin speechless. Xiao, you must believe me. The elders in our village often say this. Xiao Hanjin chose not to respond. Gu Hansheng was a man of 100 schemes. Intent on silencing her, she began to reassess her perception of him, realizing that after suppressing him for so long, he was now on the brink of liberation, and perhaps deserved his newfound confidence. To her, Gu Hansheng's exterior was acceptable, his capabilities commendable, and she could not help but admire his diligence. Achieving a grade 10 in piano and a grade 8 in violin within 3 years, starting from scratch, left her in awe of his innate talent. Perhaps, once he emerged from this marriage, he would swiftly find the one meant for him. She had no doubt about that. Exceptional individuals shine brilliantly wherever they are. Which was also why Xiao Hanjin hesitated to let Gu Hansheng go. After all, she had invested 3 arduous years in his development. She could not allow her efforts to benefit another. At Yinfeng Group, Gu Hansheng was meticulously organizing his tasks when Xiao Hanjin approached him unawares, prompting him to swiftly change screens. What are you doing, Gu Hansheng? Working, diligently working. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. You wish to leave Yinfeng Group, but that is simply impossible. Even if we divorce, I shall not permit your departure. Xiao, you are my benefactor, and I owe you my gratitude. If you do not allow me to leave, how could I possibly depart? However, I have recently been approached by a headhunter offering me double my current salary. You must understand, I am rather mundane in my desires. It was evident that Gu Hansheng had already secured an alternative opportunity. I shall offer you triple to continue as my assistant. Let us discuss this after our divorce. I have yet to determine my path forward. Tonight, I will be dining with my parents. Very well. Gu Hansheng pondered what schemes Xiao Hanjin was concocting, sensing that she was calculating his every move. Moreover, he had a premonition that the divorce process would not unfold smoothly. He had miscalculated, initiating matters prematurely, and was now burdened with a plethora of complications. Furthermore, returning to her parents' home that evening gave him pause. He wondered what unexpected twists awaited him. At that moment, his secretary approached. Assistant Gu, we are facing problems with our products, and public sentiment is turning against us. After reviewing the situation, Gu Hansheng immediately inquired. Has the company conducted a thorough inspection of the products during production? Immediately convene the marketing, finance, product, quality, and public relations departments for a meeting. I will report to General Xiao. General Xiao, currently, the market is rife with negative evaluations regarding the quality of our products. It is imperative to gather the relevant departments to discuss countermeasures. Xiao Hanjin quickly scrutinized the online discourse, unable to suppress the fury that etched across her face. What are your thoughts? First and foremost, we must ensure that there are no issues with our product quality. Only then can we stand firm. Should our cosmetics indeed possess quality flaws, we would need to initiate a recall and compensate the consumers. The Public Relations Department should promptly release a formal announcement, safeguarding consumer rights, emphasizing that the company will not shirk responsibility and will disclose the results of product inspections. This matter is entrusted to you for full management. Xiao Hanjin stated directly. Gu Hansheng proceeded to the conference room, where the directors of each department had already assembled. He immediately instructed his subordinates to have the finance department calculate the maximum potential losses. The quality department was urged to swiftly assess the quality of the company's products, conducting thorough inspections across all batches, while also sending samples to reputable third-party institutions for verification. The product department was to halt production until the results were available, coordinating with the finance department to assess losses. The public relations department was to issue a statement and monitor the public sentiment. The marketing department was tasked with maintaining relationships with clients, ensuring open communication regarding any issues. Gu Hansheng issued directives, and upon completion, the department heads promptly set about their tasks. Returning to his office, he reported back to Xiao Hanjin. who nodded in approval. "Well done," she remarked. Xiao Hanjin's guidance was indeed commendable. Gu Hanqing had a knack for flattery. Xiao Hanjin merely cast a glance at him, acknowledging her husband's adeptness in handling affairs. "You may return to your duties," she advised, and he promptly exited. Gu Hanqing also had his own office adjacent to Xiao Hanjin's, albeit smaller. He was not typically overwhelmed with work. Rather, his efficiency allowed him to complete tasks swiftly. Xiao Hanjin's secretary often felt that her presence was somewhat superfluous. As assistant, Gu frequently managed matters independently. The directors of various departments within the group held no reservations regarding Gu Hanqing's directives. At this juncture, Gu Hanqing's significance within Yunfeng Group was such that he could, to a certain extent, act as a representative for Xiao Hanjin. As the day drew to a close, the internal inspection results for the products were released, revealing that all sampled batches were in good standing, while 2 third-party evaluations were still pending. The estimated maximum loss exceeded 120 million. Gu Hanqing remained unperturbed. While the figure was substantial, it was not his own money, merely a string of numbers in his role as an employee. Thus, he maintained a calm demeanor, firmly believing in the integrity of the company's products. Upon receiving the final inspection report, Gu Hanqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He promptly instructed the Public Relations Department to issue an announcement and directed the Legal Department to pursue litigation against those defamatory bloggers, holding them accountable for their actions. For major clients, promotional activities can be conducted. After all, they have been anxiously following the Yunfeng Group, and it is only reasonable to offer them some concessions. Xiao Hanjin has consistently refrained from intervening in this matter. She is quite pleased with Gu Hanqing's handling of this crisis, decisive and swift, directing public opinion firmly in favor of the Yunfeng Group. With Gu Hanqing around, she can rest easy. Once the matter was resolved, Xiao Hanjin entered Gu Hanqing's office. "Let us go. My mother is calling to hurry us." Gu Hanqing quickly tidied up before driving Xiao Hanjin back to the Xiao family's old residence, contemplating the various scenarios that might unfold there. Little did he realize that Xiao Hanjin had been scheming against him all along. Chapter 4. A mouthful of nonsense at the Xiao family's old residence. Her parents and grandparents were all present. Every time Gu Hanqing visited, he exerted himself to the utmost, fearing that he might slip up. Fortunately, his acting skills were sufficient. Otherwise, he would have been shown the door long ago, and he would not have earned those few million. After all, while there may be many talented individuals, true patrons are rare. Gu Hanqing warmly greeted his grandparents and parents, maintaining the same enthusiasm as always. "Hansheng, you managed the company's public relations crisis quite well today." "Father, this was all thanks to Hanjin's guidance. I merely followed her instructions." "Father, it was Han Sheng who handled it independently. I believe he is more than capable of assuming the role of executive vice president of the group." Gu Hanqing immediately glanced at Xiao Hanjin, realizing that she had been waiting for him, clearly willing to invest significantly. "Father, I do not consider myself suitable for this position. After all, I am still quite young, and those veterans who have followed you would certainly harbor grievances at my appointment as vice president, which would be detrimental to the stability of the group." Xiao Yunfeng regarded Gu Hansheng with increasing satisfaction. His son-in-law displayed a remarkable perspective and problem-solving ability that rivaled even their seasoned counterparts. "Hansheng is correct. However, I believe the relationship between you two should be made public within the group. There should be no more concealment. This way, Hansheng's dealings within the group will be more legitimate. Also, Hanjin, you are already 28. It is time to consider having children." Gu Hansheng felt his ears prickling. It was not him they were urging. Besides, there were still 7 days left, and this matter seemed destined to remain unrelated to him. "You can handle it as you wish. I have fulfilled my obligations. Your daughter hired me, and I am merely fulfilling my duty. Do not blame me for this. It is only right that one should help those who pay for assistance." "Father, I will discuss this with Han Sheng." "What more is there to discuss? You have been married for 3 years and have kept waiting. Even the flowers have wilted by now. By the way, Han Sheng, where are your parents? Bring them to Zhonghai. We ought to meet. It has been 3 years since we became in-laws, yet we have neither met nor communicated. What kind of situation is this?" "I will ask them." Gu Hanqing dared not mention it. They were entirely unaware of his marriage, and if they found out, he would likely receive a stern reprimand. Now, Gu Hanqing simply wished to extricate himself from this predicament, as it was fraught with pitfalls. With a single misstep, it seemed he would be unable to rise again. Gu Hanqing felt a twinge of concern. It appeared that Xiao Hanjin intended to ensnare him, yet he would not fall for her tricks so easily. Xiao Hanjin cast a glance at Gu Hansheng, her eyes glimmering with a hint of triumph, suggesting she had further plans. Mom, Dad, Hanjin and I are going to call her parents, inquiring when they will come to Zhonghai, Gu Hansheng said, exasperated, as he followed Xiao Hanjin to her room. Xiao Hanjin, are you out of your mind? He exclaimed. Stop with the nonsense and make the call, she insisted. What for? We are about to divorce. Do you understand? Why are you complicating things? Quite simply, I want you to renew our contract. Impossible, Xiao Hanjin. If you wish to become a nun, I have no intention of becoming a monk. You are welcome to seek companionship elsewhere, as long as I remain unaware. Upon hearing this, Gu Hansheng was left speechless. This woman was challenging his worldview. Xiao Hanjin, you truly are unwell. It's merely a divorce, and your current demeanor is rather inappropriate. Besides, we can part amicably. If we cannot remain as a couple, we can at least be friends. This arrangement would benefit us both. I can pursue my career. And as for your parents and grandparents, should you find it difficult to explain, you may place the blame on me. It is a straightforward issue. Yet you are complicating it unnecessarily, which serves no good for anyone. Gu Hansheng, is this truly how you wish to proceed with the divorce? I have said all that needs to be said. It is settled. Gu Hansheng had no desire to prolong the matter. As for Xiao Hanjin, he felt no obligation to concern himself with her future. Over the years, he had refrained from questioning her motives, finding it unnecessary. As his focus remained on fulfilling his contractual obligations and earning his income, Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hansheng, recognizing that he was resolute in his desire for divorce. To persist in this entanglement would indeed be unbecoming. However, she hesitated to agree to his terms, fully aware that once divorced, he would undoubtedly sever ties with Yunfeng Group. She could foresee the repercussions that would follow the dissolution of their marriage. Her parents and grandparents had been won over by Gu Hansheng's impeccable demeanor. Their initial discontent had transformed into fondness, and she had witnessed their tumultuous journey together with keen awareness. It had not been an easy road. Meanwhile, he had never broached the subject of personal feelings, adhering strictly to the principle of business. She had expected him to consent to the renewal, but reality had unfolded contrary to her hopes. Although it was unexpected, it was not entirely surprising. Xiao Hanjin had no justifiable reason to plead for his stay. His priorities were evidently centered around financial matters, devoid of any inquiry into her personal sentiments, not even indirectly. He truly was a model contractual husband. Let us go. You can explain things yourself. Gu Hansheng now understood Xiao Hanjin's stance. Her silence spoke volumes. Mom, Dad, my grandparents. My parents are quite occupied back home and will not be able to come for a while, likely around a month. Ah, I see, that is fine. There is no rush. Let us have dinner first. Gu Hansheng often finds his bowl filled with dishes by his grandparents and mother-in-law, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. He babbles incessantly, leaving them in a daze, and if they were to find out later, he fears he might incur their wrath. After misleading them for 3 years, he truly feels a twinge of guilt. Hansheng, eat more. You've lost weight. Living alone with Han Jin, you have to cook for yourselves? How exhausting. Why don't you move back here? I'll make delicious meals for you every day, his grandmother urged. Grandma, I've actually wanted to move back for quite some time. However, being young, our schedules are rather irregular, and I worry about disturbing you. So it seems best not to intrude, he replied. Ah, I see. Well then, we'll move back next weekend, he declared with a sense of gravity. After all, he would be divorced by Friday, so it wouldn't matter much. Han Jin could just return to live with him. Han Jin kicked Gu Hansheng, exasperated by his lies. You can't deceive me. You really must move back. If nothing unexpected occurs, then I certainly will, he assured her. Yet, without a doubt, the divorce was the most significant unexpected turn. It was a precarious situation he had placed himself in. Gu Hansheng thought that after the divorce, Han Jin would simply return to live with him. Living alone, she wouldn't do any household chores anyway. Returning home would be quite convenient. Han Jin kicked him again, while their elders watched with smiles, seemingly reinforcing the authenticity of their marital bond. Chapter 5. The importance the Xiao family places on relationships. Hansheng, it's getting late. You should stay here tonight. There is no need to go back. After dinner, accompany me for a game of chess, said the elder Xiao. Of course, Grandpa. But let us establish the rules first. Once a piece is placed, there is no regret. If you lose, I expect a portion of that tea you have, he proposed. And if you lose? Then I shall play another game with you. How does that sound? You cheeky rascal. You think you can win simply with your words. empty-handed, yet taking advantage of me. The elder chuckled, appreciating the young man's wit. He hadn't misjudged him. He was astute in social matters and remarkably intelligent. Over the past 3 years, he had mastered Go, the piano, and the violin. A truly prodigious talent. Such a descendant would be difficult to find even with a lantern. In the realm of Go, his skills surpassed those of someone who had played for decades, as he consistently outperformed the elder by a point or two. Mastery of Go signifies a profound understanding and foresight, qualities that are invaluable in business, where one does not panic over minor gains or losses, but instead prioritizes long-term benefits. As they played, Han Jin entered the study with a platter of fruit. She stood by, observing, possessing a rudimentary understanding of the game, capable of deciphering the chessboard. The elder took the white pieces, while Gu Hansheng played with black, allowing the elder to make the first move. The elder chuckled. Hansheng, you must exert your utmost strength. There shall be no concessions. For your tea leaves? I too must give my all, Gu Hansheng replied with a smile. As the game progressed towards its conclusion, the elder's pace slowed, his brow furrowing deeper, in stark contrast to Gu Hansheng's relaxed demeanor. After a few more moves, the elder conceded defeat. Hansheng, you little rascal, were you deliberately holding back before? Is it my tea leaves that have drawn out your prowess? Gu Hansheng replied. Recently, I've been playing against skilled opponents and have learned a few things, naturally becoming somewhat more formidable. Admittedly, I was not so skilled in the past and often lost. The elder was not easily swayed by the boy's words. Go choose your tea leaves. Take whichever you desire, he instructed. Gu Hansheng eagerly dashed off. The study was left with just the grandfather and grandson. Han Jin, Hansheng, do not underestimate him. That lad is quite impressive. Our Yunfeng group will undoubtedly thrive under his leadership, so do not be careless. I never anticipated his rapid growth. The pace is astounding. Han Jin, I am not pressuring you, but children are the most vital bond in a marriage. Even if you divorce, he will still assist Yunfeng in the future. Xiao Hanjin pondered, feeling somewhat powerless. She recognized her grandfather's wisdom, yet Gu Hansheng had blocked her path, leaving only divorce as an option. She could not sacrifice herself for the Yunfeng group, nor could she fulfill Gu Hansheng's desires. With Gu Hansheng's keen insight, he had already surmised much, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Nevertheless, she believed that the Yunfeng group could flourish under her stewardship. After the chess game concluded, Xiao Hanjin and Gu Hansheng returned to their room. At her parents' home, they shared the same room, with Gu Hansheng sleeping on the floor. Naturally, he wished to sleep on the bed, but lacked the courage to act on his desires. Xiao Hanjin reclined against the headboard, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Hansheng. If we divorce, will you still assist me? She asked, awaiting his response. However, all she received was the sound of his faint breathing. Gu Hansheng had fallen asleep. Anger surged within her as she watched him, seemingly unfazed, leaving her to deal with the aftermath. She had barely rested since yesterday due to this matter. If Gu Hansheng continued like this, she would not proceed with the divorce. She wanted to see how he would cope. With this thought, she angrily lay down to sleep, resolute that if he did not agree to her terms regarding the divorce, he could forget about it. Both Xiao Hanjin and Gu Hansheng understood this, but she was now somewhat being unreasonable. The following morning, Gu Hansheng awoke early, a habit cultivated over years. In the past, he would work late into the night while attending school, returning by 11, and rising early to study. After graduation, Gu Hansheng became an assistant to Xiao Hanjin, preparing breakfast daily. Dressed and ready, he descended the stairs to find the old man practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard, a customary routine for him. Grandfather, would you teach me a few moves? I wish to learn from you, Gu Hansheng inquired. Hansheng, why are you up so early? Nowadays, the youth sleep late and rise late. You truly resemble us older folks. Besides, you have been married to Han Jin for 3 years. Why haven't your habits aligned? Are you hiding something from me? Gu Hansheng pondered, realizing that experience often trumps youth. Grandfather, I typically rise a bit earlier than Han Jin. I retired early last night after a game of chess. I was simply exhausted from the day prior. He exchanged a knowing glance with the old man, who burst into hearty laughter. You rascal, you must strive harder so that I may hold my great-grandchild soon. I am indeed trying my best. Perhaps I should take Han Jin for a checkup. There might be an issue. The old man chuckled. You should get checked as well. Grandfather, I am a man. How could I possibly have issues? Gu Hansheng replied earnestly. If you are trying so hard, how come there are no results? If it's not Han Jin's fault, then it must be yours. Gu Hansheng internally scoffed, thinking, Naturally, it's your granddaughter's issue. We haven't even touched. Yet how could she be pregnant? Grandfather, you have a point. We should both get checked, aiming to ensure you may hold your great-grandchild soon. Gu Hansheng decided to go along with their wishes, saying whatever pleased them, as it bore no consequence to him. He was merely fulfilling his duties as an employee. Grandfather, may I ask you a question? As a poor lad from an incongruous background, are you truly willing to entrust Hanjin to me? You rascal. Are you trying to test me? I dare not. I speak the truth. I feel unworthy of Hanjin. Listen here. You are feigning ignorance while holding the truth. You've already bought a ticket to this journey. If you didn't intend to proceed, you shouldn't have purchased it at all. Gu Hansheng chuckled in response. Indeed, the grandfather and grandson shared a hearty laugh in the courtyard. Gu Hansheng contemplated that soon he would no longer be merely the son-in-law. He was compelled to maintain this facade for the sake of survival, as he had signed a contract that bound him to these obligations. Xiao Hanjin awoke and stood by the window, observing her grandfather and Gu Hansheng. She fell into deep thought, realizing that once the deception was unveiled, a tempest would ensue. Gu Hansheng would undoubtedly flee, leaving her to face the aftermath alone. Frustration washed over her as she considered why he had to perform so well. Now she found herself in a predicament. Chapter 6. The New Agreement. Divorce is settled. Yunfeng Group. Xiao Hanjin summoned Gu Hansheng to her office. Gu Hansheng, take a look at this agreement. Gu Hansheng accepted the document and began to read it meticulously. Miss Xiao, this seems inappropriate. Pretending to be your husband to appease your family? 1 million a year. Think it over carefully. Additionally, it must include a clause stating that the male party has the right to terminate this agreement at any time, and the female party shall not retain him for any reason. Xiao Hanjin gazed at Gu Hansheng, realizing that he was no longer the same man he had been 3 years prior. Back then, he was impoverished and somewhat constrained, his astonishment at her words palpable, almost incredulous, tinged with an eagerness that was hard to conceal. Yet now, he seemed to wield control over all matters, having worked diligently throughout the years, with her bearing witness to his transformation. Xiao, what expression is that? He asked. We shall proceed as you suggested. But one stipulation, should you terminate before a year is complete, there will be no compensation for this year. Agreed, but once the truth comes to light, I will take my leave without hesitation, and you must handle the ensuing mess. You must remain with Yunfeng Group. That's acceptable, but if my situation becomes compromised, I will not be restrained. Furthermore, my salary must increase, as I could easily earn double elsewhere. Understood. If you start dating, you must inform me immediately so I can prepare accordingly. Agreed, but you cannot interfere with my personal life. Of course, I shall not meddle in your romantic affairs. The termination of our agreement cannot be abrupt. I require some time to manage my affairs. Understood, but you must not disclose our previous marital status. Especially since I have begun seeing someone. I cannot afford for that to jeopardize my new relationship. Thus, they engaged in a negotiation, and after much back and forth, they reached an accord. Xiao Hanjin felt exasperated, realizing that she was now at a distinct disadvantage, completely at Gu Hansheng's mercy. Xiao, let us finalize the terms we just discussed, he concluded. Gu Hansheng, do you truly believe I want to pursue a divorce? Divorce isn't necessary. As long as you fulfill your duties as a spouse, it simplifies matters for me, acquiring a wife without any cost. And a beautiful one at that. My family's ancestral grave would surely be pleased. He added, by the way, should you decide to play the rogue, I will. Xiao Hanjin was rendered speechless with indignation as Gu Hansheng sauntered out of her office. He intended to descend to a nearby cafe to procure a cup of coffee. After all these years, he had only been working without the promised balance of leisure. Now, he felt like a liberated serf singing songs of freedom. Upon entering the cafe, he noted that it had only been a few days since his last visit. A new waitress, adorned with black-framed glasses, caught his attention. Xiao, the usual? Yes, Sister Xiao, just as before. Have we a new recruit? A part-time university student, she replied. Gu Hansheng's gaze fell upon the young woman, who was dressed simply in a short-sleeved top and loose jeans, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Exuding a distinctly student-like aura, complemented by her large black glasses. A fleeting glance revealed her beauty, prompting him to redirect his attention while waiting for his coffee. Sister Xiao inquired, when will Yunfeng Group begin recruiting? My brother graduates next year. I'm not certain, but I'll inquire. Thank you, Xiao. It's no trouble. But do note that Yunfeng Group has high standards. Your brother will need to put in the effort. After collecting 3 cups of coffee, one for Xiao Hanjin, one for himself, and one for his secretary, He Qian. Gu Hansheng ascended once more. After Gu Hansheng departed, the young lady beside Sister Xiao inquired, Sister Xiao? How did you come to know this young Gu? His attire is quite remarkable. Ah, this young Gu once worked part-time at our cafe, albeit at a different branch. For over a year. He later graduated from Zhonghai University and joined Yinfeng Group. How impressive. This young Gu has held numerous positions and has ascended step by step from the grassroots. He has truly made a name for himself. Sister Xiao, since you are so familiar with him, does he have a girlfriend? He claims he does not. However, a handsome young man like him is surely pursued by many. So do not get your hopes up. By the way, Chioya, you have just a year left until graduation, right? Are you planning to start job hunting? Yes. I am waiting for the autumn recruitment. Are you interested in joining Yinfeng Group? The young man you just met is from there. I could put in a good word for you. Thank you, Sister Xiao, but I would prefer not to trouble anyone. I believe he won't have trouble finding a job. Gu Hansheng approached, carrying coffee. Hijia, coffee for you. Gu Hansheng, you are too generous, always bringing me coffee. Hijia, if I were to leave, would you be deprived of coffee? Are you truly aspiring to become an executive? Would you actually leave? How do you know I aim to be an executive? That is a well-known secret. Your abilities are evident. You cannot remain an assistant forever. You are destined to take on a significant role, at the very least a vice president. Am I really that formidable? Absolutely. Every time I witness your commanding presence, I am filled with admiration. Alas, I already have a boyfriend. Otherwise, I would certainly pursue you. Then I could lead a life of luxury. There is still time. You could break up with your boyfriend. That is out of the question. My boyfriend and I have been together for 8 years. Hijia, if you have been together for 8 years without marriage, doesn't that raise some concerns? That is not possible. Gu Hansheng merely smiled. I shall deliver coffee to President Xiao now. Entering Xiao Hanjin's office, Gu Hansheng announced, coffee. Place it here. This is the newly drafted contract. Please review it and sign if all is in order. Gu Hansheng accepted the contract, scrutinizing it line by line, confirming there were no issues. With a bold flourish, he signed his name beautifully. President Xiao, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Otherwise, shall we proceed with the divorce tomorrow? Are you in such a hurry? Now that the new contract is signed, a few days earlier or later for the divorce matters little. It will not affect anything. By the way, after the divorce, I will need to move out. Who said you must move out? You can continue living in my home. Gu Hansheng did not refuse. The priority now was to secure the divorce certificate. That was of utmost importance. Once divorced, he would move out. 3 years of being a caretaker had been ample. It was time to embrace a new chapter in life. Gu Hansheng, what occupies your thoughts? I find myself reminiscing about the moments we shared over the past 3 years. As we approach divorce, I feel a twinge of reluctance. Really? Of course it is true. Then let us not proceed with the divorce. That is not feasible. Nostalgia is one thing, yet we must not dwell in the past, but rather look toward the future. Zaya Hanjin understood Gu Hansheng's sentiments, yet divorce was inevitable. Let us visit the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Chapter 7. Obtaining the Divorce Certificate. Very well. Gu Hansheng felt a secret joy within, although he had anticipated this outcome. He was acutely aware that Zaya Hanjin would not relinquish her pride nor bear him a son. Thus, this conclusion was foreordained. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Gu Hansheng drove Zaya Hanjin to the Civil Affairs Bureau. As they alighted from the car, Zaya Hanjin hesitated while Gu Hansheng felt a thrill of excitement. However, he promptly noticed her uncertainty. Xiao, if you are to be my wife, then we should return home now. Let us go. Zaya Hanjin entered the bureau first, and Gu Hansheng quickly followed. Their property agreements had already been signed, and the divorce process proceeded effortlessly. As he watched the official seal being stamped, he received the divorce certificate, marking the dawn of his newfound freedom. Upon exiting the bureau, Gu Hansheng declared, Zaya Hanjin, I am taking a day off and will not be returning to the office. At this address, Zaya Hanjin furrowed her brow. Gu Hansheng, what do you call me? Zaya Hanjin, what is the matter? We are in an equal relationship now. You change your demeanor so swiftly. It is acceptable. You may drive yourself to the office. I intend to rest today and celebrate, and I shall not return tonight. After 3 years of servitude, spanning 1,090 days and nights, he finally belonged to himself. Gu Hansheng, do not forget that we signed a contract. We did, but does that prohibit me from taking a leave? I am free now. Finally free. Observing Gu Hansheng's demeanor, Zaya Hanjin was incensed. You are not permitted to take leave. Return to the office with me. Holding the divorce certificate, Gu Hansheng replied, Xiao, We are merely superior and subordinate now, and also partners, so I shall do as I please. Furthermore, I must formally inform you that I intend to move out. Xia Hanjin immediately retorted, No, you cannot move out. My parents occasionally visit our home. If you leave, it will raise suspicions. Xia Hanjin, if I do not move out, how can I pursue a romantic relationship? How can I court women? A taxi came to a halt before Gu Hansheng, who threw the car keys to Xia Hanjin and got into the vehicle. Xia Hanjin stood there, powerless against him, watching as he departed. She suddenly realized that she had fallen into Gu Hansheng's trap. It seemed this rascal had never taken the contract seriously. He wished to end it at his convenience. And it was likely he had long desired to escape from Yinfeng Group. An idea began to form in her mind. She moved back to her parents' house, eager to see how he would refuse. Xiao Hanjin did not go to the office. Instead, she headed straight home, determined to keep an eye on Gu Hansheng, who might very well decide to leave at any moment. As Xiao Hanjin drove home, she found Gu Hansheng packing his belongings, preparing to flee. What are you doing, Gu Hansheng? She inquired. Packing up to move, what else? He replied. Perfect, then we can stay at my parents' house, she insisted. You can go if you wish. I won't be joining you. If we get found out, that will be your problem, he retorted. Do you not possess any sense of contractual obligation? Our agreement is quite clear. You are supposed to help me deal with my family, she pressed. Xiao Dajia, this is where I draw the line. I have deceived your parents and grandparents for 3 years, betraying my conscience. I cannot continue this charade. By the way, transfer that 1 million to me promptly. It is my due. If you push me, I will leave Yinfeng Group as well. Xiao Hanjin was left speechless upon hearing this. She had finally realized that Gu Hansheng had ensnared her. He had already determined that there would be no genuine relationship between them and was certain they would divorce. The subsequent contracts were of no concern to him. She had been outsmarted by Gu Hansheng. You truly are a scoundrel, she exclaimed. Gu Hansheng swiftly finished packing, leaving behind the exquisite suits Xiao Hanjin had bought for him. He took only his own belongings and slipped away, leaving Xiao Hanjin in a daze, not even having time to react before he exited the villa. Regret began to seep into Xiao Hanjin. Gu Hansheng was indeed cunning. Gu Hansheng arrived at the apartment he had rented. In truth, he had been planning to buy a property. With just under 3 million in hand, he could manage the down payment, but the monthly mortgage would be around 20 to 30,000, which posed a significant strain. With Xiao Hanjin, the affluent benefactor, no longer in the picture, his income was bound to decline. Thus, he opted to rent for the time being, a move that afforded him both opportunity and safety. He had secured a 2-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of 6,000. He could not afford to deprive himself entirely. His current assistant position brought in over 30,000 a month. Previously, while residing in Xiao Hanjin's home, she had covered all expenses, leaving him little to spend. Nevertheless, his income over the past 3 years had been decent, allowing him to experience a life of luxury. Tailored suits worth hundreds of thousands, watches worth millions, and luxury cars. It was indeed difficult to let go of such indulgences, having been immersed in them countless times, yet ultimately, it was merely an unattainable dream. He remained vigilant, aware that he was a university graduate from a rural background, and that only through hard work could he carve out his own path. Over the course of 3 years, he had learned the skills and hobbies of the affluent, yet most importantly, he had honed his professional abilities. Gu Hansheng held a sense of gratitude towards Xiao Hanjin. Perhaps one day he would repay her kindness. However, he was resolute in not entangling himself further in marriage or emotional ties with her. He sought to turn a new page in his life, bidding farewell to the past. He yearned for a love that was pure and genuine. He envisioned walking down the aisle with the one he cherished, starting a family. Xiao Hanjin sat alone in the vast, empty living room. Gu Hansheng, please make me a cup of coffee, she instinctively uttered. But she quickly realized that Gu Hansheng had already departed. A profound emptiness engulfed her. She had divorced him. And now this grand villa was devoid of life, but for herself. At that moment, rain began to cascade from the heavens, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Alone, with the lights illuminating the room, each thunderclap sent a tremor through her heart, evoking a tinge of fear. The loneliness weighed heavily upon her as she curled up on the sofa. She contemplated calling Gu Hansheng, yet words eluded her. She did not seek his solace. Deep down, she understood that Gu Hansheng felt no affection for her. She was merely a boss, a client to him. He had never inquired about her personal feelings, which was telling enough. He was, at best, a friend. What would she say if she called him? Would he rush back to keep her company? Clearly, That was an impossibility. Xiao Hanjin understood him, and he understood her in turn. Nevertheless, a sense of desolation washed over her. Ultimately, she was destined to be alone. She was uncertain of what she was holding on to, perhaps believing she would never encounter another man like Gu Hansheng, one who would comply with her every whim, even to the point of indulging in unreasonable requests. Chapter 8. The Sea King brothers in his car. Gu Hansheng gazed out at the torrential rain, the sky ablaze with lightning. His thoughts wandered back to Xiao Hanjin, prompting him to send her a message. During a thunderstorm, simply cover your ears. Xiao Hanjin, upon receiving the text, found herself momentarily disoriented, realizing she might have erred gravely. His presence or absence made such a significant difference in her emotions. Rising from her seat, she ventured into his room. The pristine space greeted her, with designer suits neatly hung in the closet, some even untouched. Overwhelmed, she felt her composure slip. Gu Hansheng was indeed a cad. Regret washed over her for not heeding her grandfather's advice, yet everything had unfolded so abruptly. The sensation of sudden loss left her feeling adrift. Retreating to her own room, she sought to evade these thoughts. Currently, her feelings towards Gu Hansheng were rife with dissatisfaction. Tomorrow, when she saw him, she resolved to confront him decisively. Meanwhile, Gu Hansheng, in his rental car, glanced out the window and spotted a girl from the cafe distributing flyers at the subway station entrance. Her clothes were damp, her hair clinging to her face. Even in the face of rejection, she continued her efforts. Observing this resilient young woman, he pondered the challenges she must face. If not for unspoken family struggles, she would not be enduring such a part-time job on a rainy day. He averted his gaze, his mind flooded with memories of his own arduous journey. If he faced such trials, surely she did as well. Life demands more than mere diligence. It requires opportunities as well. Only by seizing these opportunities can one truly attain success. Thus, Gu Hansheng pondered whether he could offer her a chance. Whether she could grasp it would depend on her own fortune. He placed a call to the director of the Human Resources Department. Mr. Wu, I would like to inquire about the company's recruitment schedule. Are there any part-time positions available? Assistant Gu, is someone introducing a candidate to the company? Could you simply inform me if there are any openings? If convenient, please arrange for someone. Assistant Gu, such trivial matters can be handled directly. Have her come to me, and I will make the arrangements, though the salary will not be substantial. Let us say 6,000 a month. I will cover the shortfall. Who is this person that you are so invested in? It's merely a stranger I have yet to meet. I will provide you with her contact information later. But please do not mention that I referred her. Mr. Wu immediately understood. Rest assured, Assistant Gu, I will take care of this matter for you. Gu Hansheng was not driven by an overabundance of compassion. He too had traversed a difficult path. Thus, he empathized with those in challenging circumstances. Having a benefactor during tough times is an extraordinary stroke of luck, and he had been fortunate enough to receive such assistance. Therefore, he felt compelled to extend a helping hand, as this support might illuminate a path forward for someone struggling through a difficult phase. He had not allowed himself to relax over the years, unwilling to forego any opportunity. Consequently, the demands of Xiao Hanjin seemed trivial. Once, when he had only a few dozen yuan to his name, he could not afford to work part-time, let alone eat. This was a time of profound hardship for him. Xiao Hanjin's arrival during that period was akin to a ray of light, a catalyst for his success, a benefactor in his life. His gratitude towards her was genuine. His requests were merely for the sake of his own autonomy. He could be a friend, but the role of a caretaker was one he could not fulfill indefinitely. Gu Hansheng sat at home, feeling at ease. He had initially intended to leave Yunfeng Group, but now he was willing to stay a bit longer, especially since his salary had increased. However, he desired a change in position, as being an assistant meant daily encounters with Xiao Hanjin, which felt somewhat uncomfortable. Gu Hansheng prepared some food at home and invited a friend over. In truth, he had only one close friend, a fellow who came from a well-off family but had a penchant for revelry, unable to count the number of girlfriends he had on both hands. A genuine scoundrel. Gu Hansheng maintained a good relationship with him, as this friend frequently treated him during their university days and had even lent him money for his parents' medical expenses. Zhou Wenhao arrived with 2 bottles of white liquor. You moved, you rascal, but I have no idea where you've been living for the past 3 years. Upon entering, Zhou Wenhao exclaimed, Gu Hansheng, did you get kicked to the curb by a wealthy woman? Do I resemble such a person? Gu Hansheng retorted, who can support me? I am a person of unwavering integrity, unable to be swayed by poverty or coerced by power. You, with your incessant chatter, would eagerly play the sycophant if the price were right. Where have you been residing for the past 3 years? To this day, I remain oblivious. And you dare assert that your conscience is clear? Leave. I have just moved into a new home. Are you here to congratulate me or to belittle me? Speak the truth. Have you been under the patronage of a wealthy woman for 3 years? How is that possible? I see you are thriving now. While I concede your capabilities, this rapid ascent raises my suspicions. Pray tell, how much have you profited? Nonsense. I earn my living through my exceptional work ethic, and nothing else. You are hardly honest. I would believe you only if pigs could fly. Furthermore, why have you suddenly changed your residence? Is your lease up? Such matters can be settled by a contract. Have you no serious thoughts in your head? I am constantly surrounded by trivial affairs of men and women. You are a sage, while I am but a commoner. How about I take you out for some fun today? No, no, I shall not be led astray by you. Zhou Wenhao burst into laughter. Rest assured, I will introduce you to someone truly delightful. Will you join? I shall not go. Besides, I have no interest in those superficial beauties. Zhou Wenhao laughed heartily, knowing he would eventually coax his friend into it, despite his pretense of seriousness. You truly won't go? They are all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. You will regret not attending. Will you eat? If not, then be gone. If I were your father, I would surely break your legs for being such a scoundrel. By the way, my mother has arranged a marriage for me. This woman is truly eccentric. I am at a loss for words. Oh, there is a woman who can leave our esteemed Zhou speechless. Do tell me more. She said she would marry me, but I must not touch her. I can have my fun outside, and she won't mind, as long as I don't bring anyone home. Gu Hanxing burst into laughter upon hearing this, thinking to himself that this woman has some tricks up her sleeve. Zhou, are you developing feelings for her? Am I to develop feelings for someone whom I can only admire from afar? What use is a wife if I cannot even touch her? To be treated like a deity? The two sat together, eating and drinking, when Gu Hanxing remarked, You, my friend, should not waste her time. You are a notorious playboy. And even marriage will not tame you. Chapter 9. The wealthy and generous Xiao Hanjin. I say, my friend, after all these years, you Haven T even found a girlfriend. Are you unwell? You are the one who is unwell. Do you not desire women at all? How do you manage? Nonsense. I speak only the truth. Share your thoughts with me. Do you think all men are like you? Even if one possesses lofty morals, one must seek companionship. Your circumstances are not lacking. Hurry and find someone. Would you like me to introduce you to someone? No need, I can find it myself. Besides, the women you suggested are hardly suitable. I have no interest in them. I desire to marry a respectable girl, while those others are merely for amusement, each pursuing their own needs. Money for them, pleasure for us. Stop rambling. Tell me about your partner. What's the situation? If you're married, you should temper that roguish nature of yours and heed your wife's words. We've only met once. My mother's colleague's daughter, said to be a suitable match, appears quite proper. Gu Hanxing chuckled, suggesting, why not just marry yourself? Having played the field enough? Alas, let us not dwell on it. Let us drink, for speaking too much only brings sorrow. Gu Hanxing remained silent. One having just escaped the confines of a relationship, the other seemingly on the verge of entering one. One finds liberation, while the other approaches captivity. He was aware of the plight of the Haozi, love unreciprocated, ultimately leading to indulgence. He occasionally offered words of advice, but never pressed too hard. The two clinked glasses. Their faces flushed after several rounds. If I had accompanied her back then, perhaps she wouldn't have. 2 years had passed, yet the pain lingered within him. Haozi, let bygones be bygones. It's time for you to embrace a new life. But she occupies my thoughts. I cannot forget her. As Zhou Wenhao spoke, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Xin Yue watches over you from above. She wouldn't want to see you in this state, nor witness your self-destruction. Zhou Wenhao wept silently. Gu Hanxing could only observe, fully aware of his brother's suffering. Haozi would only confide in him. Zhou Wenhao sought solace in alcohol and fleeting pleasures. Gu Hanxing understood this all too well. Thus, he seldom offered counsel, as he could vividly feel the weight of such anguish. They continued to drink in silence, finding solace within the bottle. Suddenly, Gu Hanxing's phone rang at an inopportune moment. Gu Hanxing, no taking leave tomorrow. You are expected at work. Understood. Wait. Are you drinking? What business is it of yours? Gu Hanxing abruptly ended the call, unwilling to let Xiao Hanjin spoil the moment. Although slightly inebriated, Zhou Wenhao discerned that the voice on the other end was that of a woman. Who is it that calls you so late? My boss. Zhou Wenhao gazed at Gu Hanxing, trying to glean some insight. Yet Gu Hanxing remained composed. "How's he? Is there something amiss between you and your boss?" "There's nothing of the sort. I'm merely drinking, disregarding these trivial matters." They continued drinking, half of the second bottle of liquor consumed. Both men succumbed to intoxication, slumped beside the table in deep slumber. The following morning at 10, Xiao Hanjin awaited Gu Hanxing in his office. Yet he was still nowhere to be seen. She refrained from calling him, wanting to see when he would arrive at the company. As 11 approached, Gu Hanxing finally made his appearance, noticing Xiao Hanjin in his office. "You remember to come to the company? Are you just in time for lunch?" "Mr. Xiao, I apologize for last night. I had a bit too much to drink and overslept this morning." Xiao Hanjin's expression darkened. Ever since Gu Hanxing's divorce, he had begun to indulge himself. "Where did you drink?" "Mr. Xiao, that is a personal matter. Your concern seems rather excessive. We are currently in a superior-subordinate relationship." Xiao Hanjin gazed at Gu Hanxing, unable to suppress her discontent. "You are late today. Your salary will be docked." "Fine, deduct it. By the way, transfer that 1 million to my account." Xiao Hanjin fixed her gaze on Gu Hanxing. "You must fulfill our new contract before I can do that." "Mr. Xiao, this seems rather inappropriate." Gu Hanxing, "What is inappropriate about it? If you desire the money, then you must convincingly play the role of my boyfriend." "Mr. Xiao, if you withhold payment and I inadvertently let something slip, do not blame me." "Gu Hanxing, I dare you." "Mr. Xiao, I am one to adhere to contracts. If you go back on your word, I cannot be held accountable. By the way, Mr. Xiao, I would like a change of position. Given our current relationship, I believe we should maintain some distance." Xiao Hanjin was immediately incensed. Gu Hanxing was employing a series of ploys, completely eluding her control since his divorce. "No. If you leave, who will handle my assistant's duties?" "Mr. Xiao, secretary he would suffice. You could nurture him. Alternatively, if you demote me to a vice president position, I could simply coast along, of course, with my salary remaining intact. This way, I could comfortably stay at the company and continue to serve." Gu Hanxing, "Your fantasies are rather grand. A position change is out of the question." Xiao Hanjin decisively rejected him, handing over the supplemental agreement for his role as boyfriend. "What is this? A supplemental agreement?" Gu Hanxing glanced over it, finding numerous inequitable clauses. "Mr. Xiao, look at these terms. The male must unconditionally obey the female's commands and be available at all times. Should the male seek a girlfriend, prior notification is required. Sign it, and you'll receive 2 million a year. That 1 million will be transferred immediately." Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxing feigned contemplation. He was no longer young, and such excellence was beyond his grasp. Besides, he would eventually be exposed. "Mr. Xiao, I'm afraid I cannot sign this agreement. 3 million a year. This is not merely a question of money. 5 million. This truly is not about the money. 10 million. Gu Hanxing showed a slight flicker of interest, but refrained from rushing to a decision, wishing to see if the offer could be further increased. "Gu Hanxing, you have 30 seconds to consider. If you do not sign, then so be it." With that, she reclaimed the contract. "This is an important matter. I believe it deserves thorough consideration. I shall keep the agreement for now and study it carefully." Xiao Hanjin recognized that this rascal was merely waiting for the price to be right. She was confident he would eventually sign. "I expect your response by noon." With that, Xiao Hanjin departed. Gu Hanxing picked up the agreement, pondering it repeatedly. "Currently, I do not possess a girlfriend, and the pretense of having one, namely Xiao Hanjin, must be terminated at my discretion. Moreover, the financial settlement should be timely. It is unacceptable to toil for half a year without receiving a single cent. A sum of 10 million is indeed substantial. With a year's effort, one could acquire a house, a car, and all the necessary luxuries. To forego this opportunity would be foolish, and I am no fool." Chapter 10. A glance across, Gu Hanxing entered Xiao Hanjin's office, holding the agreement. Xiao Hanjin felt a sense of triumph. As long as the funds were adequately provided, Gu Hanxing would undoubtedly acquiesce. "President Xiao, the agreement is fundamentally sound, but I have 2 minor requests," Gu Hanxing stated. Xiao Hanjin furrowed her brow, suspecting Gu Hanxing had ulterior motives. "What are your requests?" "First, the male party shall possess the right to terminate the contract at any time. The contract shall be renewed every 6 months or annually. Second, the payment method should reflect the actual time worked if it is less than a year. That is unacceptable." Xiao Hanjin resolutely denied the first request, as it was akin to purchasing a knife to be held to her own throat. "President Xiao, I cannot agree to that. I must consider my future. Currently, I am single and can dedicate myself entirely to you. However, if I were to enter a relationship, that would no longer be feasible. Furthermore, I cannot labor for half a year without compensation. That would be a significant loss, would you not agree? I believe my conditions are reasonable. A chill enveloped Xiao Hanjin's expression. She was not inclined to consent. You must add a clause stating that the termination requires mutual agreement. Thus, two astute individuals engaged in this negotiation. Gu Hanxing contemplated the 10 million. To refuse would indeed be unwise. A year's work equates to a decade of effort in a high-ranking position, earning far less. Although he possessed 4 million, the pressure of a mortgage down payment was considerable. With that 10 million, all his problems would be resolved, leaving no justification for refusal. President Xiao, I wish to reside independently. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, I cannot be summoned at will. You have no objections to this, I presume? Xiao Hanjin found this request reasonable. What if my parents visit? I can attend to them as needed. They cannot stay indefinitely. I will manage the explanation for you. For the sake of the 10 million. Gu Hanxing was willing to comply, albeit he would not permit Xiao Hanjin to engage in reckless behavior. Very well, I agree. I will draft the agreement shortly. Please sign it when ready. Xiao Hanjin had already devised her counter-strategy in her mind. Once Gu Hanxing exited Xiao Hanjin's office, he proceeded directly to the office of the HR director, where he relayed instructions for the staff to find Li Qiuyue at the cafe, ascertain her field of study, and arrange an internship position for her. Wu Hanling understood immediately. Assistant Gu, who is that person to you? It's nothing, just a favor. I'll treat you to a meal later. Wu Hanling promptly organized for the HR manager to go. At the cafe, Li Qiuya was tidying up her desk when Wang Ning, the human resources manager of Yinfeng Group, approached her. Hello, I am Wang Ning, the HR manager at Yinfeng Group. Li Qiuya was taken aback, her disbelief evident as she regarded Wang with suspicion. Having worked in HR for many years, Wang could easily discern the girl's apprehension. Upon closer inspection, she noted that Li Qiuya was quite refined and attractive. With a bit of embellishment, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Wang began to understand that someone had likely recognized this gem, though she was uncertain of who it might be. Please, do not be nervous. What is your major? Wang inquired. Our company is currently recruiting interns, and a colleague noticed you, believing you would be a good fit. May I have a moment of your time to discuss this? Li Qiuya, still skeptical, thought it too good to be true. Wang presented her identification badge, which gradually assuaged Li Qiuya's doubts, though she remained cautious. What is your name? Wang asked. Li Qiuya, a senior at Zhonghai University, majoring in finance, she replied, her voice gentle yet somewhat restrained. Would you like to intern at Yinfeng Group? Li Qiuya had previously submitted resumes that had seemingly vanished into thin air, and she felt uneasy about this unexpected offer. I may not be able to come to the office every day. Would that be acceptable? Come in first, and you can discuss the specifics with the head of the finance department, Wang suggested. Li Qiuya pondered who might have assisted her. She felt uncertain and inclined to decline. Manager Wang, my intention was to refuse. I do not wish to owe anyone anything, and if someone has ulterior motives, I would be walking into a trap. Ms. Li, I assure you, Yinfeng Group is a legitimate company, free from workplace undercurrents. You need not worry. You are about to graduate. If you perform well during your internship, there is a possibility of securing a permanent position with a salary exceeding 12,000 after graduation. Manager Wang, may I inquire who is assisting me? To be honest, I do not know either. This was arranged by my superior, Wang replied. Li Qiuya felt perplexed, as she had not interacted with anyone lately, leaving her to wonder who might be helping her. She hesitated to make a decision. Ms. Li, if you are concerned, I can take you to Yinfeng Group for a visit. What do you think? No, thank you. I need to think it over. May I respond to you later? Wang, now somewhat anxious about fulfilling her superior's request, was aware that failing to secure the arrangement would reflect poorly on her. Let us exchange WeChat contacts. Should you decide, inform me at your earliest convenience, and I will assist you with the onboarding process. Thank you, Manager Wang. Li Qiuya escorted Wang to the door. At that moment, Xiao Jia approached and asked, Qiuya, who was that person? The HR manager of Yinfeng Group, Li Qiuya replied. Xiao Jia, surprised, asked, the HR manager of Yinfeng Group? How do you know her? I don't know her. She came to invite me to intern at Yinfeng Group. After listening, Sister Xiao was truly astonished and remarked, Qiuya, what are you hesitating for? Yinfeng Group is a leading enterprise in Zhonghai. You now have an opportunity to join. This is an opportunity that should not be missed. Far superior to your part-time job at the cafe. Li Chuya had been pondering who might be assisting her. The thought eluded her comprehension. At that moment, Gu Hanxing entered the cafe. Their eyes met, and both quickly averted their gaze. Sister Xiao, as usual. By the way, regarding your inquiry, I have inquired. Yinfeng Group will be conducting a recruitment presentation at Zhonghai University this autumn. Thank you, Xiao Gu. It was a mere trifle. Li Chuya stole a glance at Gu Hanxing. Finding nothing particularly remarkable about him, Gu Hanxing sat down, awaiting his coffee, his gaze also falling upon Li Chuya, who again caught his eye. She swiftly diverted her gaze, contemplating whether he might be the one assisting her. After retrieving his coffee, Gu Hanxing departed the cafe, leaving Li Chuya gazing at his retreating figure, her mind awash with questions. Chapter 11. You must recognize your position. Li Chuya was consumed with thoughts about whether she should accept the opportunity at Yinfeng Group, her heart torn in deliberation. After much contemplation, she ultimately agreed to go, as the internship promised a higher salary. She sent a message to Wang Ning, who instantly brightened at the prospect of fulfilling a task assigned by her superior. Without delay, she hurried down to the cafe. Miss Li, shall I take you for a tour of Yinfeng Group? She proposed. I haven't finished my part-time job today, but I will arrive early tomorrow to wait for you at the entrance. That works. Just call me when you arrive. Wang Ning then handed her a business card. Li Chuya regarded Wang Ning with curiosity. It was the HR manager personally coming to escort her, yet she remained unaware of who had been looking after her. As the workday drew to a close, Xiao Hanjin arrived at Gu Hanxing's office and said, "Accompany me to my parents' house tonight." Gu Hanxing inquired, "Didn't we just visit a couple of days ago? Why go again?" Xiao Hanjin had decided to stay at her parents' house, ensuring Gu Hanxing was always within her sight. "My mother wants us to have dinner." Gu Hanxing looked at Xiao Hanjin, sensing a hint of being ensnared. "Xiao Hanjin, you don't intend to live at your parents' house indefinitely, do you?" Xiao Hanjin replied nonchalantly, "Living in the same room with you every day? Don't be absurd." Gu Hanxing considered that perhaps it was not so unreasonable. Sharing a room every day could indeed present numerous inconveniences, and he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, easily swayed by temptation. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. Noticing Gu Hanxing's lack of concern, Xiao Hanjin planned to ensure he thoroughly enjoyed life once they arrived home. After work, it was still Gu Hanxing who drove, but this time, Xiao Hanjin did not sit in the back seat. Instead, she occupied the front passenger seat. This surprised Gu Hanxing, leaving him curious about her intentions. Upon arrival at the Xiao family residence, Xiao Hanjin exited the vehicle, and Gu Hanxing followed her inside. A family watched in surprise as Xiao Hanjin summoned her grandparents and parents, declaring, "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad. Hanxing and I have decided to live at home from now on." Gu Hanxing immediately turned to Xiao Hanjin. His expression calm, yet his mind seethed with disdain. This woman certainly harbors ill intentions. Is there truly any freedom left? The four elders beamed with joy at her announcement. Gu Hanxing, wearing a forced smile, felt turmoil within. He pulled Xiao Hanjin back into their room and said, "Xiao Hanjin, are you out of your mind? Are you really going to trap me like this? Gu Hanxing, you won't be living with me. In such a large villa, if I live alone, I fear the thunder. Naturally, I must return home." According to their agreement, he was obliged to cooperate. "You wouldn't dare to renege on this, would you?" Gu Hanxing thought to himself, incredulous. "Xiao Hanjin, you truly have no reservations. Aren't you afraid of us sharing a room every day and something occurring? Do you dare?" Gu Fuxing felt utterly speechless, finding the situation even more unbearable than during their marriage. Now, at her parents' house, he worked as her assistant during the day, and after work, he acted alongside her in performances, all while sharing a room at night, living like a monk. Every hour of the 24 was a trial. "Xiao Hanjin, I terminate the agreement. I will not earn that money." "I disagree." "You can agree or disagree. I will not serve you anymore." Gu Hanxing, think carefully, 1 million. Even if you earn it over 5 years, you may not manage to make that much. Gu Hanxing, who had just been resolute, found his body betraying him and halted in his tracks. Xiao Hanjin, satisfied with his reaction, was not surprised. "Transfer 100,000 to me." Moments later, Gu Hanxing received a notification on his phone confirming the transaction. For the sake of 10 million, he endured. With a forced smile, Gu Hanxing descended the stairs to amuse the elders once more. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanjin felt triumphant. She would not relinquish control over Gu Hanxing. Their relationship could be prolonged day by day. As night fell, Gu Hanxing made a request. "Xiao Hanjin, since we're living here daily, I cannot sleep on the hard floor every night. It will ruin my bones. We ought to take turns sleeping. No, you absolutely cannot sleep in my bed. Gu Hanxing was rendered speechless. Xiao Hanjin, I am your partner. Is this how you treat me? Gu Hanxing, I am your employer. Having spent so much money, I cannot endure even a slight grievance. You need to recognize your position. Do you understand? Fine, I will recognize my position. Gu Hanxing said nothing further and lay down on the floor, refusing to accept this fate. He needed a plan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A fool does not seize a good bargain. He would enlist the help of his former in-laws. Otherwise, he would be condemned to sleep on the floor for a year. Xiao Hanjin glanced at Gu Hanxing, a victorious smile gracing her lips. Li Qiuya had just returned home. Mom, I'm back. Why so late? Li Qiuya rented a dilapidated old house in Zhonghai, which was quite distant from her part-time job. Every outing required an hour and a half, compelling her to catch the last subway and ride several kilometers on her bicycle. Her mother, who was wheelchair-bound, had no one to care for her in their hometown, so Li Qiuya had brought her to Zhonghai. She also had a younger sister, still in middle school, who excelled academically. Li Qiuya needed to earn money for her tuition, rent, her sister's schooling, and the family's living expenses. The pressure of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month forced her to work part-time daily, leaving her no time to rest. Mom, today a company offered me an internship with good benefits. Really? Yes, I'll start working there tomorrow, right next to the cafe where I work part-time. Hearing this brought great joy to her mother, who had endured hardships for so many years. Qiuya, make sure to focus on your job and try to avoid part-time work if possible. Don't tire yourself out. It's fine, Mom. Each time she returned home, her sister was already asleep, as it was often 11 or 12 at night. However, Li Qiuya would always check on her sister, as she rose earlier than her. The siblings rarely saw each other or had the chance to converse. Watching her sister peacefully slumbering, Li Qiuya thought that once she started at Yinfeng Group, she could return home earlier. Qiuya, you should buy yourself a nice outfit for the internship. You can't dress so casually for a big company. Her wardrobe contained only a few decent clothes, mostly student attire. But it's just an internship, and who knows how long it will last. Let's see how things go. A decent outfit costs at least 200 or 300 yuan. I'll reassess after I start, considering it's just a temporary position. Although her mother felt concerned, she reassured her, saying, my daughter is so outstanding. She will surely stand out. Li Qiuya smiled and replied, I believe so too. Mom, you should rest early and not wait up for me. Watching her daughter struggle, her mother felt a pang of heartache. She couldn't feel at ease unless she saw her return. Chapter 12. Li Qiuya's sixth. Since the following morning, Li Qiuya arrived early at the lobby of Yinfeng Group, where she settled onto a sofa. Wang Ning came just before work, and upon seeing Li Qiuya, immediately recognized her due to her distinctive appearance. Jeans, a t-shirt, black-framed glasses, and a slender figure standing nearly at 1.7 meters tall. Li Qiuya followed Wang Ning to the office and filled out a resume. After a quick photo, her ID badge was produced, and Wang Ning then led her to the finance department. The finance manager, Zhao Jingyi, looked at Li Qiuya with some confusion, as she hadn't heard of any new recruits for the finance department. Zhao Jingyi pulled Wang Ning aside to inquire, Wang Ning, what does this girl signify? The higher-ups arranged for an intern. Please ensure someone guides her well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi asked, who from above? I am uncertain. As an intern, you simply need to guide her well. Zhao Jingyi nodded and could only return. Qiuya, this is Manager Zhao Jingyi. She will arrange your specific tasks. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me. Zhao Jingyi escorted Li Qiuya to her office. Li Qiuya, Manager Zhao, do you have any relatives within the company? No. Zhao Jingyi scrutinized Li Qiuya closely. She was indeed quite attractive, though her black-framed glasses obscured her features. Her attire did not suggest that she was related to anyone of significant stature. However, Wang Ning had insisted otherwise, so it seemed implausible to dismiss. Zhao Jingyi assigned her a workspace and appointed a female employee, Yuan Mei, to assist Li Qiuya. After whispering a few instructions, she returned. Yuan Mei looked at Li Qiuya and inquired, are you from the finance department? Li Qiuya nodded. You can organize financial reports, right? You're capable of financial calculations? Li Qiuya replied, I can, though it may take a bit longer. She was not very proficient with computer operations, having rarely used one due to not owning a personal computer. Yuan Mei handed Li Qiuya a financial report to review and recalculate. Li Qiuya quickly immersed herself in her work, occasionally stealing glances at her, noting that her professional capabilities were commendable. Meanwhile, Gu Hanxing received a call from the HR director. confirming that the new hire had arrived. He did not pay it much mind. Whether she could seize the opportunity was entirely up to her. The public sentiment from days prior had already turned favorable, and the company's sales had surged dramatically. This was a chance. The Yunfeng Group had gained even greater recognition, with more women becoming aware of its cosmetic brand. Gu Hanxing found his work relatively manageable. He addressed his tasks, organized his notes, and proceeded to report to Xiao Hanjin's office. President Xiao, this is the sales data following the public relations crisis, which has skyrocketed by 120. Not bad, Xiao Hanjin replied. This is the production department's expansion report, along with the RD department's funding approval, accompanied by my recommendations for your review. As Gu Hanxing briefed Xiao Hanjin, she remarked, "Leave it with me for now." After placing the documents down, he intended to exit. Gu Hanxing, do not entertain any ulterior motives. Be honest, in that way you will secure your remuneration. Xiao Hanjin, are you attempting to manipulate me with such words? You were the one who first plotted against me, Gu Hanxing retorted. What I possess is my own right. Your current actions may push me to resign at any moment. Neither party yielded, as Gu Hanxing aimed to assert himself against Xiao Hanjin. After all, a significant sum was at stake, and he felt compelled to find ways for his circumstances to improve. The notion of sharing a bed was, in fact, rather simple, albeit somewhat underhanded. What if a spark truly ignited? Would Xiao Hanjin belong to him, and by extension, the Xiao family? Gu Hanxing was startled by this thought. Was he not repaying kindness with malice? Xiao Hanjin fixed her gaze on Gu Hanxing, realizing that this scoundrel was now resorting to threats, using his refusal to cooperate as leverage against her. Yet, she found herself unable to sever ties with him. A twinge of regret washed over her for impulsively opting for divorce. Had she acted with more forethought, she could have seized the upper hand. In the current state of their relationship, she felt compelled to comply with his whims. Gu Hanxing, all you need to do is behave as you did before, and nothing would change. Why must you create unnecessary complications? Look, I desire a personal life. I want to find a girlfriend. You may not want a man, but I am interested in women, Gu Hanxing bluntly stated. He knew Xiao Hanjin all too well. If it were not for financial motives, he wouldn't wish to serve her even for a moment longer. Being under her watch 24 hours a day was hardly a life worth living. None of you men are worth a dime, are you? She retorted. What about your father and grandfather? Are they any better? Xiao Hanjin was momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Hanxing, uninterested in banter, simply walked away. It was ironic that despite earning more money, he felt increasingly constrained, unable to endure any form of grievance. How pretentious. Yet, his circumstances had undeniably changed. He had begun to indulge himself. Sitting in his office, Gu Hanxing pondered his situation. He mused that perhaps it was time to seek a girlfriend. Developing a relationship would naturally take months. However, over the past few years, he had refrained from dating anyone at work and had little time to pursue romance outside of it. What was he to do? Besides a brief window at noon, he was utterly occupied. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Xiao Hanjin was evidently intent on preventing him from finding a girlfriend. Did she harbor feelings for him? That was inconceivable, absolutely implausible. During lunchtime, Gu Hanxing and He Qian headed to the company cafeteria. Upon entering the elevator, they encountered Yuan Mei and Li Qiuyun. Gu Hanxing merely glanced at them before averting his gaze. Assistant Gu, why don't you have a girlfriend? He Qian suddenly inquired. How about you introduce one to me? I haven't met anyone I fancy. Sure, what kind are you looking for? He replied thoughtfully. Someone gentle, kind, beautiful, and understanding. After speaking, he glanced back at Li Qiuyun, who immediately lowered her head. The other occupants of the elevator overheard, amused by the boldness of this favored assistant in making such demands in front of Xiao Hanjin. He Qian chuckled. Your criteria aren't too high. And yet you still lack a partner? I do, he admitted. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Li Qiuyun asked Yuan Mei, who was that man in the elevator just now? That's Assistant Gu to President Xiao, a favored figure in her eyes. He represents her interests within the company to a certain extent. Don't be fooled by his youth. He is quite formidable. He recently resolved a crisis concerning public relations for the company, and his quick thinking has reportedly led to a surge in sales. Such an exceptional man is undoubtedly a valuable prospect. If I weren't married, I would definitely pursue him. Qiuyun, do you have any thoughts? Li Qiuya shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, hastily declining. Yet, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Gu Hanxing. She always sensed that he harbored some feelings towards her, and inexplicably, This perception intensified whenever she caught him looking in her direction. Chapter 13. The complexities of Xiao Hanjin in the company cafeteria. Gu Hanxing had barely queued for long when Xiao Hanjin approached, dressed in a professional women's suit. Her hair cascaded smoothly, exuding an impressive aura. Everyone made way for her as she approached Gu Hanxing, who stepped aside to allow her passage. All eyes turned towards them, including Li Qiuya's. Mei Jie, is that the esteemed general manager Xiao? Indeed. Li Qiuya's gaze shifted to Gu Hanxing, observing how he offered his space to Xiao Hanjin, a sight that elicited a suppressed laugh from her. Assistant Gu, why didn't you call me for lunch? My apologies, I assumed you wouldn't come to the cafeteria. Am I a deity? Do I not require sustenance? Gu Hanxing found himself speechless. With so many onlookers, he felt it inappropriate to let Xiao Hanjin lose face. After they had both collected their meals, they found a seat, with He Qian discreetly distancing herself, leaving Xiao Hanjin in solitude. After all, she was known in the company for her uncompromising stance. If one did not perform, one would be dismissed. Previously, she had terminated several managers and directors due to company issues. Gu Hanxing, your attitude towards me is rather ungracious. I am paying you handsomely, yet you treat me with such disregard. Dear lady, we are partners. I require my own space and time. Otherwise, how am I to seek a partner? Gu Hanxing, you must report to me before undertaking any activities, including seeking a girlfriend. Xiao Hanjin, what are you implying? Why should I report to you? Surrounding colleagues occasionally glanced at the exchange between Xiao Hanjin and Gu Hanxing, noting her displeasure. They were in awe of Gu Hanxing, who managed to remain unscathed even when provoking the ire of the formidable general manager. If you refuse to report, then be prepared for the consequences. With that, she rose abruptly, unable to eat another bite. Gu Hanxing surveyed the room, realizing that nearly every gaze was fixed upon him. He had unwittingly become the center of attention, continuing to eat unperturbed by the scrutiny. Whispers floated around the cafeteria. Assistant Gu is truly favored by the general manager, remaining unfazed even in such a situation. Indeed, how is that possible? Could he be a live-in son-in-law? Unlikely, unlikely. The general manager could never take a liking to him. Yuan Mei and Li Qiuya also took note of the scene. Qiuya, did you see that? He is the darling of the general manager, provoking her ire yet remaining so nonchalant. Truly enviable. Li Qiuya glanced at Gu Hanxing, and by chance, he raised his head to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked for a moment before both returned to their meals. Xiao Hanjin, seething, returned to her office, increasingly dissatisfied with Gu Hanxing's demeanor. She had invested her resources, yet felt profoundly uncomfortable. How could she not be angry? She entered Gu Hanxing's office with a sullen expression, having concealed her emotions in the cafeteria moments prior. Before long, Gu Hanxing returned with the takeout meal, making his way directly to Xiao Hanjin's office. He knocked and entered, only to discover she was absent. He casually placed the food on her desk and returned to his own office, intending to rest for a while. Upon entering, he saw Xiao Hanjin seated in his chair, gazing at him. Xiao Hanjin, are you unwell? Why do you persistently cling to me? What have I done to offend you? Gu Hanxing initiated, taking the lead. Xiao Hanjin was momentarily taken aback by his aggressive tone. Gu Hanxing, what does the contract stipulate? Pretending to be my boyfriend entails certain obligations. What obligations? Just as previously outlined in the contract. Impossible. Either settle the payment, or I'm out. 1.5 days, 41,000. I'll round it down to 40,000. Xiao Hanjin was both amused and infuriated, realizing this scoundrel earned 27,000 a day, yet had such an attitude. Gu Hanxing, you dream too much. The contract cannot be terminated without my consent. It is clearly documented. I'm hungry. Go buy me lunch. I refuse. Leave at once. I need my afternoon break. In the past, the dual constraints of the contract and marriage had kept him in check. Now, despite the lucrative pay, he was adamant about not enduring such indignities as the primary party, while Xiao Hanjin remained the secondary. Without a hint of hesitation, he pushed her out of the office. Xiao Hanjin found herself outside, bewildered, while Secretary He Qian observed in astonishment at Gu's audacity. Pretending to be unfazed, she returned to her office. Upon seeing the meal on her desk, a smile immediately brightened her face, though her thoughts were laced with curses. Gu Hanxing, you scoundrel, I shall make you pay for this. Since our divorce, you've become insufferable, constantly opposing me. Opening the takeout box, she found her favorite dishes. Xiao Hanjin's emotions were tumultuous. She was uncertain why she felt this way. After all, Gu Hanxing hadn't behaved inappropriately. Why did she feel so unsettled? As she pondered while eating, she concluded that Gu Hansheng was breaking free from her control. Xiao Hanjin recognized this as the crux of the matter, yet it was an inevitability. Why did she feel the need to dominate him? Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Such a notion was utterly implausible, and she swiftly dismissed it. As she continued to eat, she set down her chopsticks in frustration, recalling Gu Hansheng's presence and feeling anger rise within her. Recently, nothing had brought her satisfaction or comfort. Resolute, she decided that she must teach him a lesson after work. At the end of the day, Gu Hansheng drove with Xiao Hanjin in the passenger seat. Xiao Hanjin, speak your mind. Doesn't tea holding it in bother you? Gu Hansheng, you've changed since the divorce. Of course, Miss Xiao. A married man feels like he's under a tight spell. Now that I'm single, shouldn't I be free to express myself? What is difficult to understand? If it weren't for the money, do you think I'd still take your job? Allow me to clarify. At home, I shall cooperate with you. At the office, I am merely your assistant, and beyond that, you have no authority over me. Gu Hansheng, listen to your own words. I have invested significantly more. Yet the quality of service I receive has diminished. Do you find that reasonable? Xiao Hanjin, as the head of the corporation, surely you understand the dynamics between the primary and secondary parties. You were once the primary party. Now, I assume that role and will articulate my demands. Do you comprehend? Now, kindly leave my presence. Gu Hansheng abruptly slammed the brakes. Are you unwell? Did you not see the red light? Xiao Hanjin was utterly speechless, realizing she had fallen into Gu Hansheng's trap. Therefore, if you adhere to my directives, we shall coexist peacefully. Xiao Hanjin was so infuriated that she felt as though a thorn was lodged in her throat. Had she known, she would never have pursued a divorce. He would not have dared to treat her this way. The current scenario revealed her underestimation of Gu Hansheng, who had channeled all his cunning into his own affairs. Gu Hansheng glanced at Xiao Hanjin, pondering that this woman might be scheming against him, compelling him to tread carefully and avoid becoming ensnared in her machinations. Chapter 14. You may leave. Upon their return home, the housekeeper was preparing dinner. Gu Hansheng found himself at leisure, relieved from household chores and cooking, feeling rather like a young master. This sensation was quite pleasant, save for the irritation caused by Xiao Hanjin. The elder was practicing calligraphy, and Gu Hansheng approached to observe. He praised, "Grandfather, your calligraphy possesses strength and grandeur. It is truly remarkable. Hansheng, why not write a few characters for me to see?" "Grandfather, I am not proficient. I have never attempted it." "Give it a try." Gu Hansheng took the brush and wrote 4 characters on the hard surface. The elder understood instantly. Although the writing was not exemplary, the sentiment was conveyed. "Are you here to report my behavior? I have said nothing to suggest that. Grandfather, do not misinterpret my intentions." The elder laughed heartily. "Very well, I comprehend." At that moment, Xiao Hanjin entered, drawn by the elder's jovial laughter. "Grandfather, what brings you such mirth?" The elder pointed to the calligraphy, and she quickly grasped the situation. "You clever Gu Hansheng, have you come to lodge a complaint and express your dissatisfaction?" Gu Hansheng, step forward. Gu Hansheng looked toward the elder, who remained silent. "What is your intent? Have you come to the elder to report on me?" "I have said nothing. Grandfather merely invited me to try my hand at writing, and I obliged." "Gu Hansheng, you have channeled all your cunning against me, and you shall continue to sleep on the floor," Xiao Hanjin declared loudly. "This is a disaster. Everything is ruined. The elder is utterly useless. I had hoped he would mediate, but now, should the matter arise at the dinner table, it will be my own fault." Xiao Hanjin's adaptability is indeed remarkable. However, he is not one to concede easily. Let's wait and see. Upon returning to the study, Gu Hansheng was met with the delighted visage of the elder. "Grandfather, it appears you spent quite a few nights on the floor in your youth, did you not?" "Not at all. Unlike you, I do not fear my wife," he retorted. "Is that so? I shall inquire with grandmother shortly and have her recount your illustrious exploits from your younger days. A little flattery suffices. Simply admit your faults. Whatever your wife says is always right. Recognizing this truth is all that is needed." It was now Gu Hansheng's turn to chuckle. "Grandfather, I shall soon demonstrate something to you." The elder's curiosity was piqued. When dinner was served, Gu Hansheng shrugged and let out a sigh. Everyone turned to him, and Xiao's mother inquired, "Hansheng, what troubles you?" "Mother, sleeping on the floor last night has left me sore all over." Zhao's mother immediately turned to Xiao Hanjin, exclaiming, "Hanjin, what is the meaning of this? You shall sleep on the floor tonight. If you dare occupy the bed, just wait and see how I will deal with you." The elder shot a glance at Gu Hansheng, realizing the young lad was boldly reporting the matter. Xiao Hanjin glared at Gu Hanxing. Why are you glaring at him, Hanjin? What has Hanxing done wrong? You allowed him to sleep on the floor? You've become quite capable, haven't you? As the company president, you treat your husband as though he were an underling. Hanxing, if she dares to make you sleep on the floor again, tell me, and I shall handle it. Mother, please do not blame Hanjin. This is entirely my fault. Hanjin, do you see this? Those present were well aware of Gu Hanxing's intentions. The young man was quite clever. Xiao Hanjin nodded, internally cursing Gu Hanxing 1,000 times over. This rascal is truly crafty, daring to put on a show at the dinner table. The elder's smile never wavered, nor did Zhao's father's, and Gu Hanxing could tell they were like-minded individuals. Yet, they were too timid to complain to their daughter. Gu Hanxing, on the other hand, was unrestrained, as Xiao Hanjin was not his wife. He could act as he pleased. Grandmother, observing Gu Hanxing, remarked, Hanxing, shortly I shall have a private conversation with Hanjin, ensuring you will not have to sleep on the floor again. Thank you, grandmother. Gu Hanxing exchanged a knowing glance with the elder, his face beaming with satisfaction. Xiao Hanjin, furious, returned to her room, awaiting Gu Hanxing. Yet, after a lengthy wait, he did not appear. Instead, her mother arrived. Zhao's mother glanced at the washboard on the floor and immediately understood Xiao Hanjin's intentions. Hanjin, get down on your knees. Just then, Gu Hanxing appeared before Zhao's mother. He had anticipated Xiao Hanjin's actions and had brought her mother along for a little exploration. As expected, Gu Hanxing then said, Mother, let it go. This is Hanjin's first offense. Should she repeat such behavior, you may discipline her then. Please return and rest well. Hanxing, let her sleep on the floor tonight. Very well. As Xiao Mu departed, Xiao Hanjin glared at Gu Hanxing and scolded, Gu Hanxing, you scoundrel, how dare you report me? Gu Hanxing retorted, Xiao Hanjin, continue this way, and I won't hold back. I'll call your mother back to discipline you. You can handle it yourself. Xiao Hanjin's voice trembled with anger. You shall sleep on the floor tonight, while I take the bed. Gu Hanxing, undeterred, strode towards the bed. Gu Hanxing, this is my bed. You are forbidden from sleeping there. Why can't I sleep? He challenged, preparing to lie down. Gu Hanxing, Xiao Hanjin shouted furiously. Had the room not been soundproof, others would surely have rushed in. What is the matter? Xiao Hanjin's face darkened as she glared at him. I told you. You cannot sleep on my bed. Observing her furious demeanor, Gu Hanxing decided to relent. He took out a mat and laid down on the floor. His intention was merely to assert his independence without provoking her further. Seeing Gu Hanxing sprawled on the floor, Xiao Hanjin kicked him and ordered, Get out. He glanced at her but chose to remain silent and exited without protest. For Gu Hanxing, her command held little weight. If she wanted him gone, he would leave. After ensuring the elders had retired for the night, he departed. Xiao Hanjin stood by the window, watching Gu Hanxing leave in his pajamas, her expression unchanging and cold. As he walked away, he felt no wrongdoing. Their lives had never truly intertwined. This confrontation only served to sour his mood further. He planned to submit his resignation tomorrow, embracing a future of freedom. Though the allure of $1 million was tempting, he could no longer endure such a life. A gentleman earns wealth through rightful means, he mused. Believing he had upheld his principles, let Xiao Hanjin dance to her own tune. If her family found out, he would apologize, and they could hardly blame him. Gu Hanxing pondered why he should concern himself with their affairs. While he felt a twinge of guilt, it was ultimately of little consequence to him. Chapter 15. Pursuing an apology. Having left the Xiao family residence, Gu Hanxing exited the villa clad in his pajamas. The security guard, recognizing him as someone often seen returning with the esteemed Xiao, regarded him with a mocking gaze, sensing he had been cast out. Gu Hanxing paid no mind to their disdain. He awaited a car at the entrance, yearning for the comfort of his own home, free from the need to placate anyone. As he sat in the car, gazing out the window, he resolved it was time to part ways with Yunfeng Group. He intended to rely on his true abilities to earn a living, planning to submit his resignation the following day, vowing never to serve again, regardless of the circumstances. After Gu Hanxing departed, Xiao Hanjin suddenly realized her actions had been excessive, prompting her to hastily drive after him. Xiao Hanjin watched helplessly as Gu Hanxing got into the car. Despite Gu Hanxing noticing her presence, he showed no hesitation, instructing the driver to depart promptly. The driver, observing Gu Hanxing's attire, surmised that this young man had likely been expelled from somewhere. Xiao Hanjin waited for the security personnel to lift the barrier, her urgency causing her to hastily pursue him. The two vehicles moved side by side, and Xiao Hanjin commanded her car to halt. Gu Hansheng, however, advised, "Brother, there's no need to pay attention, just drive on." Noticing Gu Hansheng's reluctance to stop, she accelerated and abruptly braked in front of his vehicle, startling the driver, who broke into a sweat. Both Xiao Hanjin and the driver exited their cars. She opened the rear door and stated, "Gu Hansheng, step out. We need to talk." Gu Hansheng decided to comply, preferring to clarify matters now rather than face them at the office the following day. He instructed the driver to leave first, settling the fare himself before stepping onto the roadside. The driver, captivated by Xiao Hanjin's beauty, could hardly tear his gaze away from her. Gu Hansheng stood by the curb, awaiting her to park properly. Once she did, she commanded, "Get in the car. What is there to discuss?" "Return with me," she insisted. "I'm sorry, but our agreement ends here, and I will not return to Yunfeng Group." Xiao Hanjin was momentarily taken aback, her words faltering in a flustered manner. "You shouldn't be so hasty. I apologize." "Xiao Hanjin, I see no reason to continue. Our conflicts will only deepen, and even if I persist. What about a year from now? Think it over. I cannot let my family know about this." "Sister, how long can you maintain such a lie? A year, 2 years? Or perhaps if I were to disappear, you could manage it for a lifetime. I won't inquire into your secrets, but returning is out of the question. I'll offer you more money." "More money? How much?" "I'll add 5 million. How does that sound?" Gu Hansheng couldn't help but chuckle, surprised by his perceived value. Yet, he was not interested in profit. His anger flared at Xiao Hanjin's words. "This isn't about money. Find someone else. I'm leaving." "Gu Hansheng, you cannot leave. Return with me. I want to take that 10 million. From now on, we will go our separate ways. As for your family elders, that's for you to manage. I will no longer accommodate." Xiao Hanjin grew anxious, shouting, "Gu Hansheng, what do you want me to do?" "Sister, how can you let me go? I will leave sooner or later. I need my own life. I cannot revolve around you indefinitely. If you need money, I can provide it. Life is more than just making money. It encompasses living, relationships, and freedom. Of course, I am grateful for your generosity over the years. I appreciate your nurturing." Xiao Hanjin gazed at Gu Hansheng, who seemed resolute in his decision to leave. "Can you not delay your departure? If you leave, how am I to explain this to my parents? I could tell them I went on a business trip and mysteriously vanished abroad. You can concoct any excuse you like. I am leaving now." Gu Hansheng took out his phone, preparing to summon a taxi home. "Where are you going?" "Allow me to accompany you." "No need. You may go." Xiao Hanjin had no intention of departing with him. "If you don't return with me, then I shall follow you wherever you go." Seeing that Gu Hansheng was unyielding, Xiao Hanjin decided to adopt a softer approach. "Sister, what do you truly wish for? Come back with me." At that moment, a car pulled up beside them, and someone inside whistled at Xiao Hanjin. "Beautiful lady, if he doesn't want you, I do. Care to come with me?" Xiao Hanjin coldly retorted, "Get lost." The 3 men in the car, intrigued by her defiance, stepped out, emboldened by the fact that only Gu Hansheng was present. Xiao Hanjin exhibited no fear, while Gu Hansheng made no move to intervene. Xiao Hanjin had trained in Taekwondo, reportedly at an advanced level, though her prowess remained uncertain. "Miss, you're quite fierce. What if we choose not to leave?" At this point, Gu Hansheng interjected, "You should leave quickly, lest you humiliate yourselves." One of the ruffians attempted to reach out and provoke Xiao Hanjin. A swift slap landed on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. "Gu Hansheng, are you merely going to watch? You possess an 8th level Taekwondo proficiency. I've never trained. Are you still a man?" "Of course. However, you are formidable enough that I need not intervene." The 3 ruffians hesitated upon hearing this, and ultimately decided to flee, their pride wounded. One of them shouted defiantly, "What of an 8th level Taekwondo practitioner? I specialize in dealing with trained fighters." The 3 exchanged glances and simultaneously attempted to subdue Xiao Hanjin, who swiftly dispatched them with a few kicks. Gu Hansheng was not surprised. He had trained with her before and knew she could easily handle a few thugs. Seeing their defeat, the ruffians hastily retreated. Gu Hansheng mocked them, "Don't run. Shall we try again? Gu Hansheng, come with me. If I don't, I shall strike you as well." Gu Hansheng, undeterred, replied, "I am not like those ruffians who would be frightened away by you. I am leaving." "Gu Hansheng, what do you wish me to do?" "Sister, can you not let me go?" The 2 found themselves in a standoff, one unwilling to relent while the other sought to escape. However, the earlier tension had somewhat dissipated. "Gu Hansheng, what is your intention?" "It is impossible for me to let you leave." "Xiao Hanjin, you are an astute individual. Honesty is your only path forward, and it will save you unnecessary expenses. Even if I confess, my parents will still pressure me into marriage, which is not a sight I wish to behold. Then find someone else and marry again. You, Gu Hanqing, do you think of me as someone so easily swayed? You harbor no desire to marry. Thus, seeking a long-term arrangement should suffice. We could remarry. And for every year, I would grant you 10 million. Consider how long you wish to remain my spouse. Zaya Hanjin, I shall reiterate, this is utterly unfeasible. Should you persist in this manner, I am prepared to depart Zhonghai. Do you dare? Chapter 16. Zaya Hanjin's compromise. Gu Hanqing listened intently to the menacing words, his demeanor turning grave. Zaya Hanjin, I can leave at any moment. Finding a job is trivial for me. If you continue to be aggressive, I can simply walk away. Zaya Hanjin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She was at a loss for how to proceed. Let us part ways here and become friends moving forward. Thank you for these 3 years. As Gu Hanqing turned to leave, Zaya Hanjin watched his retreating figure grow increasingly distant. He hailed a taxi, and on his journey back, he spotted Li Qiya, who was now interning, earning 6,000 a month, ample for her needs. Why was she still working so tirelessly? Having departed from Yunfeng Group, Gu Hanqing felt compelled to check on matters. Zaya Hanjin trailed behind in her car until he entered his residential complex. Gu Hanqing, having noticed her vehicle, chose not to acknowledge her, confident that Zaya Hanjin would ultimately make the right decision. He had no intention of leaving Zhonghai. Inside her car, Zaya Hanjin was equally uncertain about her next steps, having unwittingly fallen into Gu Hanqing's trap. She realized she possessed no leverage. In a few days, when her family inquired, how would she explain the situation? She could already envision the ensuing complications. Tomorrow, she intended to investigate Gu Hanqing's residence. Though she was unsure how to justify it to her family, she lamented that she should never have initiated the divorce. Now, regret was a futile sentiment. Seething with anger, she resolved to approach Gu Hanqing the next day, softening her stance. Surely, he would not refuse to assist her. Gu Hanqing stood in his high-rise, gazing down at Zaya Hanjin's vehicle, still parked below. He was well aware that Zaya Hanjin would not relent easily, yet he could not comprehend why she did not seek a man she truly favored to marry. No one could draw near to him. He had discerned this shortly after their initial encounters. He drew the curtains, knowing that he would eventually have to take this step. He understood that, regardless of circumstances, he could not sustain this for an entire year. Parting sooner would be beneficial for both parties. The following morning, Zaya Hanjin was in the office, noting that Gu Hanqing had not reported for work, indicating that he might not return. Yet, around 11 o'clock, Gu Hanqing arrived to collect a few personal belongings. Zaya Hanjin promptly entered his office, declaring, "You are not permitted to leave. I do not agree to your resignation. Shao, whether you agree or not, I must ultimately depart. Separating sooner is in everyone's best interest. This is something you understand better than I." Zaya Hanjin had hardly slept the previous night, contemplating every possibility, yet only one path remained clear. Gu Hanqing, if I truly marry you, will you promise not to leave? Gu Hanqing seemed to hear a dreamlike whisper. Shao Hanjin, what did you say? You truly wish to marry me? Yes, Shao Hanjin replied with a newfound determination. Gu Hanqing dismissed it as a mere jest, continuing to pack his belongings. Gu Hanqing, did you hear my words? I did, but what of it? Just because you wish to marry me, does that mean I must wed you? Do not push your luck, Gu Hanqing. I have already compromised to this extent. Shao Hanjin, do you love me? No. Shao Hanjin answered decisively. I do not love you either. Given that we do not cherish one another, what reason do we have to marry? In my youth, I was willing to sacrifice for monetary gain, but now as we approach 30, I seek a pure love, to wed the woman I desire. You are not the one I cherish. Hence, I will certainly not remarry you. Shao Hanjin gazed at Gu Hanqing, seizing his cardboard box. I have stated it clearly. You cannot leave. If you go, I cannot manage the aftermath alone. The two stood tense, neither willing to yield, seemingly ensnared in a stalemate. At that moment, Gu Hanqing's phone rang. He moved to the window to take the call. Hasheng, your aunt and Li Rong have set off for Zhonghai. Please ensure you accompany them for their enrollment. All right, I will inquire about their arrival time and meet them at the train station. Have you found a girlfriend recently? Not yet, but I intend to start searching and will inform you as soon as I have news. Do not deceive me. How could I, beloved mother? I would never mislead you. I shall find a gentle, beautiful, virtuous, and filial daughter-in-law. Gu mother, hearing this, was overjoyed on the other end of the line. Then do put in the effort. Do not leave me waiting for years with empty promises. Rest assured, I will not keep you waiting for years. Xiao Hanjin, overhearing part of the conversation, wore an expression of irritation. Gentle, virtuous, filial, and beautiful. The latter two might apply. But does your mother not prefer a woman with childbearing potential? Xiao Hanjin, do you have no shame eavesdropping on someone else's call? Gu Hansheng, holding his belongings, prepared to leave, but Xiao Hanjin blocked his path at the door. What more do you want from me? Do you truly desire me to bear your child? Gu Hansheng regarded Xiao Hanjin, skeptical that she would acquiesce to such a request. Even sharing her bed would likely lead to his expulsion. Her words were merely idle talk. Xiao Hanjin, do you not think you are compromising too quickly? Are you unclear, or am I the one mistaken? Moreover, I will only bear a child with the one I love. Between us, there is no romantic bond. What else is there to discuss? Then grant us an opportunity. If you leave now, how can we cultivate any romantic feelings? Gu Hansheng would certainly not heed her words, after all these years. Her current actions were merely a temporary compromise to retain her own interests. Or perhaps, she simply could not find a suitable substitute to accompany her in this charade. Do you truly wish to cultivate this? He inquired. Of course, she replied. Gu Hansheng then made an outrageous request. Then, kiss me first. Xiao Hanjin was momentarily taken aback. Her face flushed with indignation, yet Gu Hansheng remained unwavering, and they locked eyes in silence. Gu Hansheng was fully aware that Xiao Hanjin would never acquiesce. At that moment, Xiao Hanjin found herself grappling with her own thoughts. They maintained this intense gaze for nearly 5 minutes. If you want tea, then step aside. I'm leaving, Gu Hansheng declared. Wait. The suddenness of her words startled him. Could it be that Xiao Hanjin genuinely intended to kiss him? Could you bend down a bit? A peck on the cheek will suffice, she directly asked. I can do that, but if you dare to run away or leave Yinfeng Group afterward, I will make you regret it, Gu Hansheng retorted, skeptical of her resolve. He returned to the sofa, waiting for her response. Come on, he urged. Xiao Hanjin approached quickly, almost without hesitation, leaning in towards his face. As the moment of contact drew near, she faltered, unable to follow through. Gu Hansheng had anticipated this outcome and stood to leave, as he needed to head to the high-speed train station. Gu Hansheng, wait. If it's too much, don't force it. We know each other well enough. Fine, I'm leaving. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Hanjin grasped his arm, her face a portrait of grievance as she implored, What do you want from me? Gu Hansheng glanced at her, bemused by her sense of victimhood. Sister, why do you feel wronged? I haven't said anything. Gu Hansheng, do you have no conscience? How have I treated you these past 3 years? Fairly well, he conceded. But that doesn't mean I can continue as before. Receiving a divorce certificate signifies the end of our relationship. Meeting your family now would be utterly inappropriate. Such matters should be disclosed promptly. I've assisted you once, twice. Can I continue indefinitely? But you can't just abandon Yinfeng Group. I've nurtured you for 3 years, and you haven't contributed anything to the company. Running away now seems rather unscrupulous. Gu Hansheng replied straightforwardly. Then arrange a new position for me within the company. I refuse to remain your assistant. Moreover, your family matters are for you to handle. I won't be involved. With that, Gu Hansheng set down his belongings, preparing to venture out to purchase a vehicle, as his lack of transportation had become quite inconvenient. Where are you going? Taking a leave today. I'll return once you've arranged my position. Gu Hansheng descended the stairs and encountered Li Qiya in the elevator. Upon seeing him, she instinctively took a step back. She still wore her black-framed glasses and a simple t-shirt with jeans, her attire as unpretentious as ever. In the elevator, there were only the two of them when Gu Hansheng suddenly inquired, What is your name? Taken aback by the unexpected question, Li Qiya hesitated before responding. I am Li Qiya. I am Gu Hansheng, he replied. I know you are President Zhao's assistant. Li Qiya was unsure why those words had escaped her lips. Just then, the elevator arrived at her floor, and she promptly exited, while Gu Hansheng muttered to himself, Am I truly that intimidating? He found himself perplexed. However, he did not dwell on it. Glancing at the time, he realized that the high-speed train station was still a distance away. On his way, he purchased a few snacks to tide him over. Upon reaching the station's exit, he learned of their arrival. His aunt had a close relationship with their family, having lent him the tuition for his first year of university, which filled him with heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, when they came to Zhonghai, it was imperative for Gu Hansheng to welcome them properly. When his aunt and cousin Lirong emerged, Gu Hansheng greeted them with a beaming smile. Aunt, Lirong, Hansheng, cousin. They replied, Welcome to Zhonghai. With 2 days until registration, and tomorrow being the weekend, I shall take you both to explore and enjoy whatever you desire. Gu Hanxing led them to a 4-star hotel conveniently located near the Bund. He had considered a 5-star establishment, but knowing his aunt's penchant for lecturing, he opted for something more modest, as the price difference would surely provoke her. Upon entering the hotel and learning that the rate for a night was over 400, his aunt Gu Fangxiu pulled him aside. Hashing, this is far too expensive. Aunt, this is actually quite affordable. Trust me, I have earned well over the years. I will cover all your expenses during your stay, including Li Rong's. This afternoon, I will gift her a laptop. Really? She asked in disbelief. Of course. Choose whichever model you prefer, he assured her. Gu Fangxiu, slightly irked, spoke once they reached their room. Hansheng, I know you have earned money, but we must be frugal. You have yet to buy a house or marry. Aunt, do not worry. This does not break the bank. At this moment, son Lirong interjected, Mom, let's not dwell on this. Brother knows what he is doing. Aunt, listen to Lirong. Just enjoy yourself. It won't cost much, Gu Hanxing encouraged. After setting down their luggage, he took them to a nearby Western restaurant. It was Gu Fangxiu's first visit to such an upscale place, and she grasped Gu Hanxing's arm, saying, This must be quite expensive. Not at all, Aunt. Just enjoy your meal without concerning yourself with the cost. Sun Lirong also found herself in awe, as it was her first time dining in such an elegant establishment, where most patrons were impeccably dressed. Gu Hansheng had considered these nuances. He believed in the principle of repaying kindness with abundance. Thus, he wished to treat them to a taste of the finer things in life. As they settled at their table, they felt the disdainful glares from nearby diners. Gu Hanxing observed their pretentious demeanor and thought to himself that they truly lacked any semblance of decorum. Gu Hansheng presented a menu to Li Rong, inquiring about her culinary preferences. With practiced ease, he ordered a medium-rare steak, foie gras, salad, shrimp salad, and a pasta dish. Upon glancing at the prices, Sun Li Rong was taken aback, as the meal cost thousands. Overwhelmed, she hesitated to order, casting a timid glance at Gu Hansheng. Feel free to order whatever you desire, he encouraged. Yet, she remained hesitant, prompting Gu Hansheng to add a pork chop to their order, ensuring all three would share the same dish. Gu Fangxiu observed the expensive selection and was well aware of her nephew's habits. Whenever he returned home, he either provided financial support or brought back an abundance of gifts. No matter what she said, the neighbors were envious. And news of her accomplished nephew had spread far and wide, becoming a source of pride for the Gu family and herself. Where are your aunt and uncle? She inquired. They are busy and couldn't accompany Li Rong to university, Gu Hansheng replied with a hint of regret, as he appreciated his uncle's honesty and kindness. If you face any difficulties, please let me know, he offered. Everything is well at home, she reassured him. Occasionally, onlookers cast disdainful glances their way, but Gu Hansheng met their stares with a fierce gaze, causing them to avert their eyes. As the Western cuisine was served, the two women, already famished, began to eat. It was their first experience with Western dining, and Gu Hansheng patiently instructed them on the proper use of utensils and dining etiquette. Li Rong, focus on your studies at university. Once you graduate, I will help you secure a good job, and then we can bring aunt and uncle over to stay in Zhonghai. What do you think? He proposed. That sounds great. It's my plan as well. I'll study hard and call you if I need anything, she responded. Gu Fangxiu observed her nephew and inquired, Hansheng, with the housing prices in Zhonghai being so high, when do you plan to buy a house? I think I'll wait a bit longer. I'm not in a relationship yet. It can wait until I find someone, he replied. That's wise. Save your earnings and don't spend frivolously. Buying a house and marrying will require substantial funds, she advised. What if I marry a woman from a wealthy family who gifts me a house and a car? That would certainly make things easier, Gu Hansheng joked. Gu Fangxiu laughed in response. Well, let us see if you have that kind of luck. At that moment, a stunningly dressed woman with an exquisite appearance approached. Gu Hansheng immediately stood to greet her. Hello, Ms. He. I didn't expect to see you here. Have you made a decision regarding the job? When can I expect to start? He asked. Apologies, Ms. He. It may take some time before I can confirm my employment with your esteemed company. I will provide you with a definite answer soon, Gu Hansheng said. I hope I won't have to wait too long, she replied. Waiter, please put this meal on my tab, Ms. He instructed before departing. As Gu Hansheng took his seat, he remarked, this meal is covered. We don't need to spend anything. Hansheng, who was that woman? Li Rong inquired. I interviewed with the owner of her company, he explained. Are you considering a job change? His cousin asked. Nothing is decided yet, he replied. Hasten and partake in your meal. For shortly, I shall take you to explore the mall and procure some practical items. Sun Lirong was quite elated. Gu Hanxing had consistently encouraged her over the years, often bestowing upon her pocket money, typically amounts ranging from 500 to 1,000, all unbeknownst to her parents. Brother, how can such an expensive Western meal be so unpalatable? Indeed, we country folk often find it unappetizing. They all laughed in unison. Gu Hanxing remarked, having tasted it. We need not return here again. After their meal, Gu Hanxing led them to the mall, purchasing a laptop for Lirong and clothing for her aunt. They also strolled along the Bund, where Gu Hanxing cheerfully declared, in a couple of years, I shall bring my parents to Zhonghai so they can truly relish the pleasures of modern urban life. Yes, your parents have toiled their entire lives. It is only in these last few years that they can afford some leisure. Thanks to your success, they agreed. Gu Hanxing recognized that he owed a debt of gratitude to Xiao Hanjin. Had it not been for her, his family might still be in the same predicament as before. Thus, he felt the need to contribute and create value for the company. As the evening approached, the trio concluded their shopping and enjoyed a meal together. Gu Hanxing then escorted them back to their hotel before returning home. Later that afternoon, he received a call from Xiao Hanjin, who expressed her desire to take on the role of deputy director of the marketing department, aiming to expand the company's market. Gu Hanxing did not respond immediately, choosing to ponder the proposition. Alone at home, he received another call, this time from his mother. Hanxing, why haven't you returned home? Mother, my cousin has come to Zhonghai for university, and I am showing her around. Well then, she might as well stay with us. No need. She will report to school tomorrow. Since she is studying in Zhonghai, bring her home this weekend so we can meet. If there is an opportunity, I will certainly introduce you. Gu Hanxing regretted his candor, realizing he had landed himself in a predicament. One lie inevitably leads to an entanglement of others. And it was truly exasperating. Xiao Hanjin, not returning to the old residence, instead retreated to her villa at Mingyuan, curling up in her bed. She felt a sense of disarray throughout the day and resorted to morally coercing Gu Hanxing, believing it to be her only means of retaining him. Whenever she closed her eyes, it was Gu Hanxing she envisioned. She had previously thought that once he left Yunfeng Group, he would not return, and she was acutely aware that he had likely secured another position. Recognizing her subordinate status, she understood she must yield to Gu Hanxing. His only redeeming quality was his sense of gratitude. Xiao Hanjin was keenly aware that to ensure Gu Hanxing's unwavering commitment to Yunfeng Group, and to her, there was but one path. She must inspire him to love her. Beyond this, there was no alternative. She needed to elicit his pursuit and affection, and under the present circumstances, that seemed utterly impossible. The only way forward was to transform into the person he admired, for only then might he be moved. Contemplating these matters, Xiao Hanjin felt a throbbing headache. Undoubtedly, he was a talent. If his parents and grandparents were to learn of the divorce, the household would descend into chaos. At this moment, Xiao Hanjin resolved firmly. She called Gu Hanxing and inquired, Are you dissatisfied with the position of deputy director of the marketing department? Gu Hanxing replied, There is nothing amiss. Once I complete my tasks, I shall return to the company to discuss performance expectations. I shall depart Yunfeng when those expectations are met. How does that sound? Gu Hanxing, do you truly wish to leave Yunfeng Group? Do not forget, without Yunfeng, there would be no you today. I am aware of that, which is why I pledged to create value for Yunfeng Group. The personnel in the marketing department must adhere entirely to my directives. As for Manager Qian, he need not concern himself with matters pertaining to me. I shall be accountable for the marketing department. If I fail to meet expectations, I will accept a reassignment. If I succeed, I will leave Yunfeng. Do you agree, Director Xiao? Listening to his words, it was clear he intended to depart, and he was confident in his ability to expand the market. We can discuss the details once you return to work, Xiao Hanjin conceded. She had no doubts regarding Gu Hanxing's capabilities, but the longer he remained at Yunfeng Group, the more advantageous it would be for both the company and herself. Granting her ample time. Director Xiao, why did you call me? Was it merely to inquire about my thoughts? What is the matter? Is that so unacceptable? As long as I can create value for the company, I have no qualms about my position. Is there anything else? Xiao Hanjin found herself at a loss for words in response to Gu Hanxing's remarks. She quietly ended the call, momentarily uncertain of what to say. She could sense a cold undertone in his voice, as if, after this exchange, he wished to sever all ties with her. A flicker of anxiety surged within Xiao Hanjin, as if her failure to take the initiative would leave her with no options. This predicament was self-inflicted, pushing herself into a corner. Once a harmonious couple, they now felt like strangers. Xiao Hanjin truly wished for a remedy for regret. She would gladly spend money on a bottle if it existed. The contract had been signed well, yet she insisted on residing in the old house, leading to this predicament. How had every step led her to such a dead end? At home, Gu Hanxing was genuinely upset. He had not anticipated that Xiao Hanjin would resort to moral coercion. Since she had broached the topic, he considered it an act of gratitude. What did it matter if it was a year or two early? Gu Hanxing's true thoughts regarding Xiao Hanjin's mention of a romantic relationship were merely to listen. Having cohabited under the same roof for 3 years, aside from sleeping, they spent most of their time together. Yet, there was no real connection. He could not believe that upon his departure, Xiao Hanjin would suddenly profess her feelings for him. What she sought was merely a tool to comply with her family's expectations. He did not consider himself ungrateful. He felt he had earned his salary and compensation justly. At the age of 26, he has tirelessly labored for the betterment of his family's life, ensuring that they now enjoy a life free from financial worries, which he deems an accomplishment. However, he now aspires to establish his own company, to carve out a realm that belongs solely to him, rather than continuously revolving around Xiao Hanjin at Yunfeng Group. Chapter 19. A chance encounter with Li Qiya. Gu Hanxing accompanied his aunt and Li Rong to Zhonghai University of Finance. Son Li Rong, brimming with excitement, was thrilled to attend this prestigious 211 university, the second-best finance institution in the country. He encouraged her to study diligently, promising that once he embarks on his entrepreneurial journey, she would have a position in his company. As Gu Hanxing walked through the campus, he was surrounded by youthful faces. Recalling his own university days spent in the relentless pursuit of survival, leaving little room for leisurely enjoyment. His time was consumed by studies and part-time jobs. Li Rong, focus on your studies. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I will take care of it, he advised. Son Li Rong, with her ponytail, possessed a natural beauty reminiscent of the Gu family lineage, despite her simplicity. Gu Hanxing's father, once a striking young man, now bore the marks of time and toil. Should you find a boyfriend, let me know. I will vet him for you, he continued. Upon hearing the mention of boyfriends, Gu Fangxiu immediately interjected, no dating in college. Wait until you graduate. Concentrate on your studies and take your brother as a role model. Gu Hanxing beamed at her words. Mom, I understand. I won't seek anyone out. In fact, it's better not to. After graduation, I will encounter many outstanding young men. At that moment, he said to his aunt, Aunt, please refrain from further comments. I will keep an eye on Li Rong. After registering, he escorted Li Rong to the dormitory and decided to wait downstairs. From a distance, he noticed a familiar figure approaching, Li Qiya. He was genuinely puzzled by the frequency of their encounters. Could it be fate? Li Qiya, having spotted Gu Hanxing, was also there to accompany her cousin to school. Their eyes met again, and she wondered why she kept running into him and how he came to be at Zhonghai University of Finance. As Gu Hanxing observed them ascend the stairs, Li Qiya's cousin, Zhou Han, inquired, Sister, do you know that guy? Li Qiya replied, He is a senior executive at my company. We've crossed paths a couple of times. Sister, he's quite handsome. You're beautiful, yet you always wear those black-rimmed glasses despite not being nearsighted. I think he might be interested in you. Stop talking nonsense, she retorted. Sister, I'm not joking. Think about it properly, Zhou Han chuckled. Li Qiya had never been in a relationship and was uncertain about her feelings. It just seemed that she often encountered Gu Hanxing. He was so exceptional, yet she bore the weight of caring for her disabled mother and younger sister, rendering her unprepared for romance as a student. She possesses an inexplicable intuition that Gu Hanxing facilitated her employment at Yunfeng Group. She wishes to confirm this, yet no one seems to be aware of the matter, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Moreover, during their last encounter in the elevator, he unexpectedly inquired about her name, which struck her as rather unusual. Li Qiya's mind was filled with questions. However, she was quite certain that this individual had no connection to her life. Gu Hanxing was waiting downstairs for his aunt and Li Rong. He was acutely aware that his aunt would be departing Zhonghai that afternoon, and their financial situation was somewhat strained. Gu Hanxing knew that even if he offered her money, she would likely refuse it. Thus, he resolved to give her a bit more during holidays and to show extra care towards his cousin. This way, it would be difficult for his aunt to decline his gestures. Gu Hanxing accompanied them to the cafeteria to sample the culinary delights of Zhongsai University, which was renowned for its dining offerings. It had been some time since he last visited Zhongda, and he felt a sense of nostalgia for its meals. Gu Hansheng and Li Rong queued to get their food. Li Rong, why didn't your father come to see you off to school? My dad sprained his ankle and is resting at home. Why didn't you tell me? Is it serious? Mom didn't allow it. It should heal in about a month. Has he been to the hospital for a checkup? Yes, there's nothing major. Gu Hansheng felt relieved and said, Li Rong, your living expenses are covered by your cousin, so there's no need to ask your mother for money. I'll give you 2,000 a month. And if you need anything special, just let me know. Also, don't rush into learning how to wear makeup. Wait until you graduate. And I'll give you a nice set of cosmetics then. Thank you, brother. Remember, don't mention this to your mother. She always tries to avoid troubling me. I understand. She mentioned it on the way. You don't have to listen to your mother on this. You only have me as your brother. If I don't take care of you, who will? Sun Lirong felt delighted listening to this. She had always looked up to Gu Hansheng as a role model, although she often found herself falling short of his excellence. Gu Hansheng selected 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, as did his aunt. Just as they settled down, Gu Hansheng noticed Li Qias entering the cafeteria. Sun Lirong remarked, Brother, that beautiful girl with the black-framed glasses is the sister of my classmate and roommate. And she attends the same university as us, Zhonghai University, and is in her 4th year this year. You figured that out in such a short time? Gu Fangxiu interjected. Let us eat. Sun Lirong had no choice but to fall silent. Occasionally, Gu Hansheng cast glances at Li Qias, inexplicably drawn to her presence. Sun Lirong, perceptive as ever, noticed Gu Hansheng's wandering gaze and said, Brother, what are you looking at? I'm just trying to find the school supermarket. I want to buy something for your mother to eat on the way. Aunt, let me buy your high-speed train ticket. It'll be quicker. I've already purchased the ticket. The high-speed train is quite expensive. Every penny saved counts. Gu Hansheng felt a twinge of discomfort as he listened, fully aware that returning home on a hard seat would entail a grueling 15-hour journey. Aunt, allow me to purchase the ticket. This is a trifling expense for us. Hansheng, your aunt is cognizant of your newfound financial success, but you have yet to establish a family or acquire a home, both of which demand considerable resources. You must exercise prudence. Moreover, you have already spent a substantial sum on that computer for Li Rong. Gu Hansheng anticipated this response and chose not to argue further. After dining, he proceeded to the school's convenience store, where he filled a large bag with provisions. Inside, he discreetly placed a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. To him, this amount was negligible, yet for his father, who earned 200 to 300 yuan a day, it represented nearly 2 months of labor. He refrained from offering more, knowing that his aunt would likely criticize him for it. Thus he opted to contribute modestly. He asked Li Rong to remain at school while he escorted his aunt to the train station. Before their parting, he said, Aunt, you are my only aunt. If there are difficulties at home, do not conceal them from me. Your nephew is currently in a position to earn, so please do not feel embarrassed about accepting help. I owe much of my progress to you and uncle. His aunt acknowledged, I see you have thrived. Once you settle down and purchase a house, I will graciously accept whatever you wish to give. Agreed, Gu Hansheng replied, handing her the bag of food, watching her as she entered the station. Chapter 20. The aggrieved Xiaohanjin. Gu Hansheng refrained from keeping his aunt for a few more days. Knowing that his uncle was alone at home and that retaining them was not feasible, he aspired to bring them both to Zhonghai in the future, which served as a continual motivation for his diligent efforts to earn. Sometimes, his drive was not solely for himself, but for his family. On Monday, Gu Hansheng arrived punctually at the office. He intended to clarify matters and avoid any further ambiguities, which would benefit all parties involved. Xiaohanjin arrived at the company and first inquired about Secretary He. Has Assistant Gu come in yet? He just arrived and is in his office, Secretary He replied, noting that Xiao seemed displeased with Gu for his absence 2 days the previous week. Xiaohanjin chose not to comment and retreated to her office, confident that Gu Hansheng would soon visit her. Gu Hansheng emerged to ask Secretary He, has Xiao arrived? She just entered her office. Thank you. He proceeded directly to Xiaohanjin's office, knocking before entering. As Xiaohanjin barely settled into her chair, Gu Hansheng arrived. A hint of trepidation crossed her face at the sight of him. He took a seat directly across from her desk. Xiao, let us discuss matters. Currently, the group's sales performance stands at 30 billion. If I can increase this by 30% within a year, will you allow me to leave? Gu Hansheng, is it your desire to sever ties with me? Xiao, let us focus on the facts. We need not engage in superfluous discussions. I am determined to part ways with Yinfeng Group. 50%. The profit must also increase by 50%. Xiaohanjin articulated this figure directly, wishing to retain Gu Hanxing within Yunfeng Group and allow herself some time. Currently, the group's annual growth is less than 8%. Achieving 50% will require several years. Naturally, it must be accomplished within a year. President Xiao, your demands are excessively stringent. You are intentionally making this difficult for me. If this persists, I may be compelled to resign. Gu Hanxing, why do you wish to leave Yunfeng Group? Have I treated you poorly? President Xiao, repeatedly asking such questions bears no significance. Very well, let us proceed as you propose, aiming for a 30% increase. However, I require authority over the marketing department and access to the resources of the group. Agreed. Should any issues arise, you may approach me at any time for support. Good. Please issue a notice under your name. Once that is done, I shall commence work in the marketing department. After Gu Hanxing spoke, he left Xiao Hanjin's office without delay. Xiao Hanjin felt an urge to say something, yet the words remained unspoken. She sensed the anger in Gu Hanxing's tone. However, she truly felt out of options. Could she really bear a child for him? That was beyond her capabilities. As soon as Gu Hanxing departed, Xiao Hanjin's phone rang. Hanjin, have you and Hanxing had a quarrel? No. Then why not return home with him tonight? Let me discuss it with him. Is Hanxing unwilling? I shall call him. I will speak to him first. If he refuses, you may call. All right. Hanjin, you and Hanxing have been together for 3 years. You must be aware of how he treats you. He is always compliant, never counts the cost, and serves as your assistant at the company. A woman must learn to be humble, gentle, and charming. Mom, I understand. I'm busy now, so I will hang up. Sitting in her office, Xiao Hanjin realized she had complicated matters considerably. After grappling with her thoughts for a moment, she steeled herself and made her way to Gu Hanxing's office. Hanxing, could you return to the old residence with me tonight? I have no time. I am busy. My mother wants us to come back. Is there an issue? Perhaps she is concerned since we haven't returned in several days. Gu Hanxing regarded Xiao Hanjin and directly stated, if we return tonight, let us discuss the divorce. If you shift the blame onto me, consider it my final assistance to you. That is unacceptable. We cannot discuss divorce, or my parents will scold me severely. President Xiao, they will inevitably learn of this matter. Can you conceal it for a moment, yet hide it for a lifetime? Then marry me, and I shall grant you shares in the group. We can cultivate our feelings, and once affection develops, we will become a true couple. Xiao Hanjin, have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend what you are saying? I certainly do. I merely ask if you dare to accept. I regret to say, I do not dare, nor am I interested. Then what must transpire for you to agree? Having compromised so much for you, why do you still possess such an attitude? Xiao Hanjin, if you claim we have no feelings for one another, am I not merely wasting my time? Moreover, you are not even my type. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin was truly infuriated to the point of feeling faint. Gu Fuxing, what do you wish to achieve? I desire nothing. Our current relationship is strictly professional, a mere superior-subordinate dynamic. Therefore, I no longer wish to involve myself in your familial matters. How am I to explain this? Your current demeanor complicates things, Xiao Hanjin replied, her tone laced with grievance. Gu Hanxing was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Hanjin's expression and tone seemed as if she were the one being oppressed. Xiao, I will accompany you, and I shall take the initiative to address the situation, assuming all responsibility upon myself. Will that suffice? No. After the divorce, you would only bully me. Sister, what more do you expect from me? Do you want me to continue playing this charade with you? I truly cannot manage that. Besides, divorce is not a catastrophic event. If you are criticized, so be it. Your parents and grandparents, what more can they possibly do to you? Furthermore, after the divorce, you will be free to seek someone better, someone more suitable. Gu Hanxing, you are truly a scoundrel. With that, she stormed out of Gu Hanxing's office, swiftly sending a message to her mother, stating that Gu Hanxing had matters to attend to and would not be returning home. Gu Hanxing found the entire situation bewildering. What was the issue with confessing about the divorce? He did not understand why she was seeking his sympathy. Was this truly the Xiao Hanjin he once knew? His impression of her was beginning to shift. Yet, Gu Hanxing chose not to dwell on these thoughts. Whatever Xiao Hanjin chose to do was of no concern to him. He settled in his office, determined to delve deeper into the market department's recent developments, as he only grasped the general situation. There were numerous details he needed to comprehend firsthand, prompting him to rise and head towards the market department when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he recognized it was Xiao Hanjin attempting to create obstacles. Auntie, why are you calling me? Auntie. Hanxing, did you just call me Auntie? Upon hearing this term of address, Zhao's mother immediately reacted and confronted Gu Hanxing. Gu Hanxing had done so intentionally. "Mother, I was merely jesting. I truly have matters to attend to tonight. I have dinner plans with a college friend, so I cannot come home." "Hansheng, did you have a quarrel with Hanjin? If she has wronged you, just tell me, and I shall reprimand her." "Mother, let her explain herself. I prefer not to intervene." Zhao's mother quickly realized that the issue seemed rather serious. "Hansheng, if you feel wronged, I will seek justice for you. I will call Hanjin right away." With that, Zhao's mother ended the call. Gu Hanxing aimed for Xiao Hanjin to clarify matters herself, thus alleviating his responsibility. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanjin was still sulking in her office when her mother called back so swiftly. "Xiao Hanjin, what on earth have you done?" "Hansheng just called me Andy." Xiao Hanjin was taken aback. What on earth had that scoundrel Gu Hanxing said? How could she possibly know? She had done nothing wrong. Tentatively, Xiao Hanjin inquired. "Gu Hanxing sent me to ask you, do you still wish to keep this from me? You'd better confess honestly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin realized that Gu Hanxing was indeed forcing her to disclose the truth. "There is truly nothing to reveal, I assure you." "Then you shall bring Hanxing home tonight." "Very well." Xiao Hanjin readily agreed, and promptly dashed to Gu Hanxing's office. To her surprise, he was not present, prompting her to question Secretary He. "Where has Gu Hanxing gone?" "He went downstairs. As for where exactly, I cannot say." Xiao Hanjin surmised that Gu Hanxing was deliberately evading her. This rascal was indeed employing all his tricks against her. She decided to wait in Gu Hanxing's office for his return. Meanwhile, Gu Hanxing entered the office of Zhou Yunpeng, the director of the marketing department. Zhou Yunpeng, upon seeing Gu Hanxing, immediately stood up and complimented him. "Assistant Gu, what brings you to the marketing department?" "Director Zhou, I am soon to be your subordinate. President Xiao has assigned me to the marketing department as deputy general manager." Zhou Yunpeng's heart sank at this revelation, realizing that President Xiao was dissatisfied with the marketing department. "Assistant Gu, is President Xiao expressing discontent with our department by sending you here to oversee us?" "Director Zhou, to speak candidly, I am here to enhance our performance and require your utmost cooperation, even if it means putting you in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunpeng grasped the implication. He was to be supplanted. But why would the assistant of President Xiao abandon his role to endure this hardship? Though perplexed, Zhou Yunpeng dared not voice his thoughts, instead forcing a smile. "Assistant Gu, are you here to gain experience and then ascend?" "Something like that, so fret not. I want to usurp your position. While I am in the marketing department, you may consider yourself a hands-off manager. I will shoulder any issues that arise." Zhou Yunpeng comprehended the subtlety, though he remained curious as to why one would forsake a comfortable assistant position for such a challenge. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Xiao Hanjin strode in. "Gu Hanxing, come with me." Gu Hanxing understood that Xiao Hanjin was seeking to confront him. He had intended to hide, yet she had pursued him relentlessly. The marketing and finance departments were adjacent, and upon Xiao Hanjin's entrance, the office staff straightened in their seats. As Gu Hanxing followed Xiao Hanjin upstairs, her icy demeanor instilled fear in the employees, rendering them mute. Li Qiya noticed Xiao Hanjin and Gu Hanxing as well. Hastily bowing her head in respect, Gu Hanxing glanced at Li Qiya, pondering the uncanny coincidence of encountering her wherever he went. In the elevator, with just the two of them, Xiao Hanjin directly questioned, "Gu Hanxing, did you refer to my mother as any?" "Yes, it was an accidental slip." "Was it truly an accident or a deliberate act?" "How do you wish for me to respond?" "I suspect it was intentional. Tonight, you will accompany me back to the old residence." "Have you decided to come clean?" "You still intend to act as my husband. Now, we are headed to a certain place." "Where to?" "Have you brought your ID?" "What do you intend to do?" Gu Hanxing gazed at Xiao Hanjin, momentarily perplexed by her intentions. The elevator descended rather than ascended. Upon reaching the entrance, a car awaited them. Gu Hanxing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Xiao Hanjin, where exactly are you headed? If you don't clarify, I want to accompany you. Fulfill your desires." Gu Hanxing fixed his gaze upon her. "Do you require my ID for a hotel reservation?" "That is absolutely out of the question. My only desire is to keep my distance from you. Please be more explicit." "The Civil Affairs Bureau," Xiao Hanjin replied succinctly. "In that case, I shall not go. I do not love you. Why would I marry you? Once wed, what is mine becomes yours, and you need not strive any further. What do you think? Though your words stir some interest in me, I cannot marry a blockhead, especially one I can only look at but not touch. That would make me a monk." Xiao Hanjin felt an overwhelming frustration. "Then you may pursue me. If I am moved, I will naturally agree. Gu Hanxing was left speechless. The two stood at the entrance, engaged in conversation for a considerable time, while the receptionist observed from a distance, murmuring, "Assistant Gu is truly impressive. President Xiao speaks to him continuously, yet I wonder what they discuss." Xiao Hanjin, I do not fancy you. Are you truly suggesting that you would pursue me for family wealth? Would you genuinely provide that? How about this, President Xiao? I offer you a chance. Pursue me, and if I am moved, we can discuss the rest. After all, I am still at Yunfeng Group. Gu Hanxing understood that Xiao Hanjin would not stoop to such indignity. Then you must accompany me back to the old residence. If you wish to pursue me, it cannot be done at the company. You must avoid any grand displays or unnecessary antics. Let us not make it common knowledge. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Xiao Hanjin needed Gu Hanxing to cooperate without causing any disturbances. Otherwise, her parents would undoubtedly express their discontent. She realized she was rather naive. Gu Hanxing, being so cunning, had already plotted extensively, leaving her feeling outmaneuvered. Even money could not resolve the matter. Xiao Hanjin needed to devise a strategy to gain the upper hand, yet he had no apparent weaknesses. They would discuss it further upon returning to the old residence that evening. Xiao Hanjin and Gu Hanxing returned to the office. Tonight, you shall keep your mouth shut. We shall not utter a single word regarding our divorce, understood? For now, I am merely accompanying you. Refrain from rushing to your parents at every turn. I feel guilty deceiving them daily. Gu Hanxing, you spoke so beautifully during our wedding. Now, post-divorce, you readily express such sentiments. Xiao Hanjin, without a status, it is indeed different. When married, it is not deception, it is legally recognized. Though our union is contractual, the marriage itself is genuine. Now, we share no relationship, which is starkly deceptive. Moreover, your parents and grandparents have treated me with such kindness, I cannot bear to deceive them. Since you do not wish for them to feel sorrowful, a reconciliation between us would suffice. Xia Hanjin, there are countless good men in this world. Do not linger solely upon this one tree. The elders favor you, and thus I have no choice but to select you. After finally freeing myself from the shackles, I shall not easily bind myself again, unless it be for love. I must make it unequivocally clear, unless I develop feelings for you, the prospect of remarriage remains impossible. Chapter 22. Transfer to the marketing department. Xia Hanjin had never pursued any man, and it was inconceivable for her to lower herself to chase Gu Hanxing. She could only say, "Please attend to your work. Your appointment will be finalized shortly." Gu Hanxing tidied up his belongings and made his way directly to the marketing department with his personal effects. The employees of the finance and marketing departments observed him carrying a box downstairs, and he proceeded straight to Zhou Yunpeng's office, stating, "General Manager Zhou, I apologize for the interruption. Could you arrange a workstation for me?" "In the office, I will have someone assign you a space," Zhou replied. "No need. Just allocate me a workstation alongside the marketing team," Gu added. "I do not require a separate office. By the way, please introduce me to all the managers." Before long, the company's official announcement was released, leaving the marketing team astonished. Whispers circulated. Was Assistant Gu being demoted? He was to assume full responsibility for all marketing operations, reporting directly to the president. This essentially rendered General Manager Zhou powerless, as perceived by the marketing staff. As Zhou Yunpeng introduced Gu to each marketing manager, Gu Hanxing interjected. "For the upcoming year, I expect all managers to cooperate fully. Please compile the sales figures, promotions, and market development plans from the past 3 years for my review." The managers glanced at Zhou Yunpeng, who confirmed, "All directives will follow President Gu's guidance." The managers exchanged puzzled looks, questioning whether General Manager Zhou had been sidelined. "Thank you all. I will be in the marketing department for no more than a year. I appreciate your cooperation," Gu Hanxing remarked, before moving to a shared workspace. All eyes were on him, silent with astonishment. Gu settled into an empty seat by the window, leaving everyone speechless. The head of the marketing department was now seated here. As Gu surveyed the room, he noted that everyone was diligently focused on their tasks. Meanwhile, several managers remained in Zhou Yunpeng's office. "General Manager, Gu Hanxing's sudden arrival has completely overshadowed you," one manager commented. "He claims he is here merely for a year to enhance his credentials. Given his close ties with President Xiao and his elevated position, it is implausible that he is merely a minor deputy here. Does this imply President Xiao's dissatisfaction with our marketing department? Should we be concerned that you might be dismissed by her?" Zhou Yunpeng remained silent, contemplating this very possibility. It is simply not logical for Gu Hansheng to come and directly take over the marketing department. Rather, he seems to believe that he is here to gain experience and achieve some results in order to ascend to the position of vice president. This is the mindset of Zhou Yunpeng. He will not interfere. Instead, he intends to fully cooperate with General Manager Gu's directives. He will follow whatever instructions Gu Hansheng provides. Once Gu Hansheng was prepared, Xiao Hanjin made her entrance. Upon seeing Gu Hansheng seated in the communal office area, she strode directly to his desk, prompting everyone to rise, Gu Hansheng included. "General Manager Xiao, what brings you here?" he inquired, displaying courtesy towards her. At this moment, Zhou Yunpeng and several managers hurried over. "General Manager, Gu Hansheng has a purpose for coming to the marketing department. He aims to elevate sales by 30% within a year. You all must lend him your full support. His words are my words." This revelation stirred considerable excitement, confirming Gu Hansheng's favored status in front of General Manager Xiao. "Thank you, General Manager Xiao," Gu Hansheng replied. "Why are you working here instead of in an independent office?" she asked. "It's no trouble. Achieving this 30% goal will be quite challenging, so I want to share in the trials with the marketing team," he explained. "Very well, General Manager Gu. I look forward to your good news," she concluded, expressing her support before departing. After her exit, the others hesitated to speak, recognizing Gu Hansheng's esteemed position with General Manager Xiao. "Everyone, please continue with your tasks. Managers, please arrange for the data I require," he instructed. They all promptly agreed, fully aware that Gu Hansheng was poised to make swift decisions. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Hansheng received the requested materials and began to examine them meticulously, furrowing his brow slightly. Over the years, the marketing department's promotional expenses had steadily increased by 10%, while market sales had only risen by 8%. This year's budget for promotional expenses was set at 60 million, which accounted for 2% of sales revenue, a relatively reasonable figure. However, boosting sales by 30% was undeniably a formidable challenge. Gu Hansheng recognized that he needed to make informed decisions, necessitating a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Yet, he had another matter to address. He retrieved his phone and called He Xinyu. "I apologize, but I am unable to visit your company at this time." He Xinyu expressed surprise, having offered quite favorable terms. However, she promptly inquired, "Is it that you are dissatisfied with the conditions I provided?" "Not at all. It is primarily due to General Manager Xiao's mentorship. I must dedicate some time to Yunfeng Group to contribute value," he clarified. "You are indeed a person who values gratitude. May I inquire what kind of value you aim to create?" she asked. "To increase the sales figures for the group," he replied. Upon hearing this, He Xinyu became quite curious. "So, does this mean that if you succeed, you will be leaving Yunfeng?" "Most likely," he admitted. "General Manager, should you decide to leave, Fengxin would welcome you with open arms." "Thank you, but I must express my apologies. You have already treated me to a meal. I have long anticipated Mr. Gu's joining our company, yet now he has declined. Might I be treated to a meal?" "I am at your disposal, Mr. He. At any time. Shall we arrange it for tonight?" Mr. Gu Hansheng appeared somewhat conflicted and replied, "Would tomorrow evening be acceptable? I have prior engagements this evening. However, I am unavailable tomorrow. Whenever you find the time, please do let me know. I would be pleased to host you for dinner as an apology." Mr. Gu Hansheng felt a touch of embarrassment, recalling that his interview at the Fengxin Group had gone remarkably well, with commendable terms offered. His refusal now felt rather awkward, especially after requesting a meal from her. "Very well, it is settled then." He Xinyu held Mr. Gu Hansheng in high regard as well. After all, during the interview, he had spoken eloquently and exhibited a lofty perspective. She even believed he could manage a corporate conglomerate. As the assistant to Xiao Hanjin of Yunfeng Group, should he resign, she would naturally seek to recruit someone so exceptional. Initially, she thought the matter was virtually assured. Yet now, with Mr. Gu's unexpected refusal, Xiao Hanjin's influence became evident. Nonetheless, she resolved to meet him tomorrow for a more in-depth discussion. If it were merely a matter of boosting sales performance, she might lend her assistance, thereby expediting Mr. Gu's transition under her wing. "Thank you, Mr. He. Mr. Gu, we can discuss matters further over dinner." He Xinyu ended the call, surprised by Mr. Gu's rejection of her olive branch, which only intensified her interest in him. Chapter 23. "Mr. Gu, are you the one assisting me?" Mr. Gu Hansheng was equally struck by the allure of He Xinyu, a stark contrast to the aloof and somewhat unapproachable Xiao Hanjin. Spending his days in the presence of Xiao Hanjin and secretary he left little room for interaction with other women. His sinew exuded femininity, her age uncertain. Yet she undeniably possessed a captivating charm that eclipsed Xiao Hanjin's. Glancing at the time, it was indeed time for dinner. However, upon returning to his desk, he found that the marketing department staff had already rushed to the cafeteria, as had the finance team. Only Li Qiuya remained busy at her desk. As he passed by her workspace, he inquired, "Li Qiuya, are you not joining us for dinner?" "I will be going," she replied. "Then let us go," he said. Li Qiuya was taken aback to find Mr. Gu waiting for her, and she felt a surge of nervousness. Aware that he held the power to influence her position within the company, she quickly rose, but just as she did, Mr. Gu began to walk away. Confused, she felt compelled to pursue him with a question. "Mr. Gu, was it you who arranged my internship at Yunfeng Group?" Mr. Gu turned to glance at Li Qiuya and responded, "I do not believe we have previously met. How could I have arranged your placement at Yunfeng Group? Furthermore, we are not well acquainted. Why would you assume I was responsible for your internship?" Li Qiuya was left speechless, lowering her gaze, and refrained from pressing the matter further. Gu Hanxing gazed at Li Qiuya, who still donned her student attire, rendering her somewhat out of place amidst the tailored suits of the office. Understanding the harsh realities of life, Gu Hanxing felt no discomfort. He remarked, "The Yunfeng Group is difficult to enter. Apply yourself diligently." "All right," Li Qiuya replied, creating some distance between them. Though Gu Hanxing did not acknowledge it, she possessed an instinct that he had facilitated her entry into the Yunfeng Group. He was the only one she had a real connection with, and she had heard that he was also an alumnus of Zhongda University. Only he would extend a helping hand. Being from the finance department, she had perused the intern's salaries, which seldom exceeded 4,000, yet her own was 6,000. A clear deviation from the norm. This prompted her to muster the courage to seek confirmation from Gu Hanxing, though he denied it. Gu Hanxing made his way to the cafeteria alone, and as he entered, Xiao Hanjin arrived shortly thereafter. She approached him, yet he continued to allow her to proceed ahead. The employees had grown accustomed to his manner. Silence enveloped them, given the presence of others around. After collecting their meals, they sat down, and Xiao Hanjin scanned the vicinity. "I told my mother you would return with me tonight." "Understood. Let's eat," Gu Hanxing replied. Xiao Hanjin regarded him with a hint of irritation, despite her support. He offered no words of gratitude. At that moment, Li Qiuya passed by with a tray, heading directly to Yuan Mei's table. Xiao Hanjin glanced at Li Qiuya, observing her youthful appearance, but chose not to dwell on it. Gu Hanxing, with his head bowed over his meal, received a piece of meat from Xiao Hanjin's bowl. He quickly reacted, glancing at the people around them. "Xiao Hanjin, why are you serving me? There are so many people here. Didn't you ask me to pursue you? Isn't this a manifestation of affection? Dear sister, are you out of your mind? You really ought to spend some time online learning. You've never seen a pig run, have you?" At that juncture, Gu Hanxing's phone rang. "Howsy, what's up? Planning a drinking session tonight? I'll take you to a bar for some fun." "You rascal. Aren't you on a blind date? Is it going well? What do you think? Perhaps you should just settle. If this one doesn't work out, there will be another. Your parents won't let you slide." "I've been thinking the same. Thus I consider meeting someone to get acquainted." "Howsy, are you genuinely preparing for marriage?" Gu Hanxing understood that Howsie's casual relationships would not lead to introductions. "I've relented, let it be. My parents incessantly nag me. It's utterly exhausting." "Congratulations then. I have some commitments these nights and cannot get away. Let us dine together the night after tomorrow. Would you prefer home-cooked or dining out?" "Let's south go with your place. You cook, and I'll bring the drinks. We can enjoy a drink together. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for your wife to join us?" "It's nothing. We're brothers. Why get caught up in such trivialities?" "All right then. Do you have any plans for tomorrow evening? And what about dining with your friends? May I join?" "Mr. Xiao, I shall accompany you to your old residence tonight. Thereafter, I have personal matters to attend to, so there's no need for you to intrude." "Who is that rat? You need not concern yourself with that." Gu Hanxing should have avoided Xiao Hanjin earlier. "Is one of your friends getting married? And where do you currently reside? Please provide me with the address." "Mr. Xiao, this is a personal matter. I would not divulge it even if you asked." Xiao Hanjin's expression darkened. Gu Hanxing was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, leaving her uncertain about her own course of action. She suppressed her irritation and ate in silence. Observing Xiao Hanjin's demeanor, Gu Hanxing couldn't help but chuckle. Even she could find herself in a predicament. In the afternoon, Gu Hanxing remained inactive, perusing detailed documents from the marketing department. The employees, witnessing Gu Hanxing's stillness throughout the afternoon, were intimidated into silence, engrossed in their work. The atmosphere was stifling on the first day. If he lingered longer, how would they cope? Gu Hanxing had long discerned the employees' pretense, yet they dared not speak. This sense of pressure was precisely what he desired. When the time came for him to assign tasks, they would be compelled to obey. Midway, Gu Hanxing summoned the managers to clarify several intricate issues, leaving them in a sweat. Manager Yang, why has the sales volume in this marketing region diminished instead of increasing? There is a local cosmetic brand in this province. Although it lacks nationwide recognition, it enjoys significant popularity locally. Our market share has continually been encroached upon. Shall we simply watch as it is devoured? Mr. Gu, we previously reported this to Mr. Zhou. I have some data I will send you shortly for your review. Upon examining the documents, Gu Hanxing found detailed information on the competing company, which was founded by individuals with disabilities, focusing on employing those with work capabilities. Understood. You may all return to your tasks. Gu Hanxing scrutinized the data, initially anticipating other explanations. This reasoning was irrefutable. If he were to aggressively suppress Shushu Cosmetics Company, would Infone Group not be mired in scandal? Such a development would be a grave blow to the brand's reputation. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, a brilliant idea that would significantly enhance brand visibility and market share, propelling Infone Group to new heights. Sometimes, one can find a solution without much effort. A smile spread across Gu Hanxing's face. Chapter 24. Some rejoice while others grieve. Gu Hanxing rose and made his way to Xiao Hanjin's office. Upon seeing him arrive so early, Xiao Hanjin glanced at the time, noting that there were still a few minutes before the end of the workday. Shall we leave? Wait a moment. Are you familiar with Shushu Cosmetics Company? Yes, I am. That was a matter from 2 or 3 years ago. Why do you ask? Did you have no intention at that time? They are essentially a poverty alleviation enterprise, and we can still engage in price wars against them. I instructed the marketing department to disregard the sales figures from that province. Did you never consider acquiring that company? It's a business founded by disabled individuals. Would you truly have the audacity to pursue an acquisition? You are indeed lacking foresight. Let me clarify. We are not here to acquire them. Instead, we are looking to invest and subsequently offer assistance. This presents an opportunity to promote both brands or allow our company's products to be manufactured by them, ensuring stringent quality control. This scenario epitomizes a win-win situation, enhancing our company's brand recognition. Just consider the implications. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin's eyes brightened with realization. How did I not think of that? Gu Hanxing, you truly possess insight. In that case, you shall represent the company in this endeavor. Very well, I understand. I require detailed information regarding this company and its operational status. Please arrange for someone to gather this information thoroughly. Moreover, should this endeavor succeed, it would undoubtedly lead to explosive growth in our sales figures. Gu Hanxing, as far as I know, this company has been operating at a loss, which likely explains why no other companies have intervened over the years. In fact, some may have continuously encroached upon their market space. So, does this imply that President Xiao is indeed a benevolent figure? I will provide the information you requested in a couple of days, allowing you ample time for consideration. Once this matter concludes, sales expectations will swiftly escalate. I hope President Xiao remains true to her word. No need for your reminders. Just ensure you deliver results first. Xiao Hanjin was taken aback by Gu Hanxing's rapid formulation of a solution. She increasingly felt that divorce was not the answer, and time was growing short. She had little left for herself. Reflecting on this now made her feel a sense of urgency. She truly found herself in a precarious situation, with perhaps only a few months remaining. Gu Hanxing was genuinely a versatile talent, excelling in various domains, and she was uncertain how he managed it all. Let us return to the old residence. Gu Hanxing was aware that his departure from Yunfeng Group was imminent, and he believed Xiao Hanjin shared this realization. In the underground parking lot, today Xiao Hanjin did not allow Gu Hanxing to drive. She took the wheel herself. She understood the company might soon ascend to a new level, yet she felt no joy in it. Gu Hanxing remained silent, having spent 3 years beside Xiao Hanjin. He could naturally sense her emotional shifts. Gu Hanxing, what are your future plans? President Xiao, I have just joined the marketing department. Why inquire about this now? Why do you wish to leave Yunfeng Group so desperately? Is my presence truly so unbearable for you? Not at all. You are beautiful and kind-hearted. It's simply that we are divorced, and I wish to sever all ties. I am eager to embark on a new journey in life. Xiao Hanjin cast a glance at Gu Hanxing, but chose not to speak further. The The car made its way toward the old residence, and it was Gu Hanqing's first time sitting in the passenger seat. Yet now, he increasingly appreciated the beauty of freedom. Previously constrained by a contractual marriage, he found himself compelled to comply. Should he reach an agreement with Xu Shu this time, he would be liberated from any ties to the Yunfeng group and the Xiao family. His cultivation by Xiao Hanjin would thus be repaid. Gu Hanqing felt a surge of joy. After all, this time he could pursue his desires freely and meticulously plan his life. He needed to change companies. Perhaps he would secure a position akin to that of a high-ranking official, allowing him to earn a substantial income. In the future, he might even venture into entrepreneurship and become a boss. But for now, his financial situation relegated him to being an employee. While working for anyone is essentially the same. At the Yunfeng Group, Xiao Hanjin had far too much influence and numerous family obligations to manage. This was an overwhelming burden for him. With frequent visits to the Xiao family's ancestral home, leaving little time to even pursue a romantic relationship. He couldn't continue to entertain Xiao Hanjin indefinitely. At 26, he needed to contemplate significant life decisions, especially as his friends were settling down, while he remained unaware of where his partner might be. However, the image of Li Qiwei suddenly flashed in his mind, startling Gu Hanqing, who promptly shook his head to dispel the thought. Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hanqing's demeanor. "Are you unwell?" she inquired. "No, I'm perfectly fine," he replied. They fell into silence once more. Before his friend's wedding, Gu Hanqing wished to have an earnest conversation with him. He understood that his friend had not yet moved on from the past, and such a hasty leap into marriage would be irresponsible for both parties. Although Gu Hanqing had jestingly encouraged him to proceed, he realized that helping his friend emerge from his past was no trivial matter. Marriage was not a panacea. Particularly concerning was the fact that his friend was marrying someone with whom there was no mutual affection, and he dreaded the prospect of his brother's story ending in tragedy. Xiao Hanjin noticed Gu Hanqing seemed lost in thought. She longed to inquire but hesitated, knowing that even if she did, he would remain reticent. Moreover, aside from him, her knowledge of his life was limited, and she rarely saw him with friends. The car came to a halt at the entrance of the villa. Gu Hanqing alighted, and upon hearing the vehicle, Zhao's mother emerged, her heart lifting at the sight of him. "Mom," he greeted. "Hanqing, you're here. When you called me Auntie, I was startled. I thought something was amiss with you and Hanjin," she responded. Gu Hanqing no longer felt as composed as before, since his last departure from this place. A sense of estrangement had crept into his heart, rendering even the term parents awkward on his tongue, for he felt he had no rightful place here. "No, it's just that you should educate Hanjin. She is always picking on me," he said. "It's all right. If she mistreats you, just tell me, and I'll set her straight," she assured him. "Thank you, Mom." Gu Hanqing forced a smile, feeling that entering the house was far less welcoming than before. Upon entering, after greeting the elders, he settled onto the sofa in the living room, sipping tea. Zhao's mother sensed something unusual, and Xiao Hanjin felt the same. She whispered, "Gu Hanqing, if you continue like this, my parents and grandparents will notice that something is amiss. I am trying my best to adjust, but it is indeed not as it used to be. What has transpired between you and Hanjin? Just a few days ago, everything seemed fine. Grandfather, grandmother, we have always been doing well," Gu Hanqing replied. "I heard your cousin has come to Zhonghai for university?" "Yes," she answered. "Did her parents not accompany her? You ought to invite them over for a meal." "Grandfather, my aunt is from the countryside and is not accustomed to the big city. After dropping off my cousin, she returned immediately, as my uncle suffered a minor injury and she hurried back to care for him." The elders turned their gaze towards Xiao Hanjin, who was completely unaware of the situation. "Hanjin, have you met Hanqing's aunt or cousin?" I haven't met them. Hanqing did not inform me." Xiao Hanjin felt a sudden wave of anxiety and confusion. Immediately, she regretted her words. The expressions of the elders shifted upon hearing this, and they realized that there seemed to be an issue between the two. Zhao's mother said, "Hanqing, when will your cousin be free to come over for dinner?" "Perhaps after military training is over. We can arrange a time then," Gu Hanqing replied honestly. Chapter 25. We are already divorced, mother. My aunt has a tight schedule this time, so I did not mention it to Hanjin. "I see. Your parents are coming to Zhonghai next month. We should meet then. It is essential for them to meet you. They have always lived in the countryside and have not received much education. For them to raise such an outstanding son like you is already quite remarkable." Gu Hanqing smiled and then looked at Xiao Hanjin. Although she wore a smile, her heart was heavy with concern. She now realized that her mother had begun to suspect something, and the truth was on the verge of revelation. Zhao's mother prepared a meal featuring Gu Hanxing's favorite dishes. In truth, Gu Hanxing did not have any particular favorites, having endured hardships since childhood. He was not picky with food. As Gu Hanxing sat at the dining table, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. He attempted to change the subject by saying, "Father, the company is preparing to acquire a business." "Oh, which company?" "A cosmetics company established by individuals with disabilities. Most of the employees are also disabled. Hanjin and I discussed this. It would greatly enhance our company's public recognition and image. The enterprise may not turn a profit, but it would serve as our contribution to society, achieving multiple benefits." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng immediately understood Gu Hanxing's intent. This was more effective than any advertisement. He increasingly admired Gu Hanxing and found him satisfactory in every aspect. The only concern was that after 3 years of marriage, his daughter had yet to conceive. Despite numerous discussions, there was still no progress. "Hanxing, you shall be responsible for this acquisition. Hanjin entrusted me to lead this matter to completion." Gu Hanxing's words lightened the atmosphere at the dining table slightly. Gu's mother wore a grave expression, her mind dwelling on past events. Increasingly convinced that the relationship between the two was far from normal, unlike that of a typical couple, she decided to inspect her daughter's room, only to find that not a single strand of Hanxing's hair lay upon her daughter's pillow. Furthermore, Hanxing had consistently evaded meetings with his parents. She resolved to have a candid conversation with her daughter. Should her daughter continue to deny the truth, she would compel Hanxing to call his parents in her presence. She was determined to uncover the reality of the situation. After dinner, Zhao's mother summoned Xiao Hanjin to her room. "Xiao Hanjin, what exactly is going on between you and Hanxing? Have you two separated already? Where is your marriage certificate? Show it to me." Xiao Hanjin replied, "Mother, how could I possibly carry the marriage certificate with me? It's stored at my residence." "Very well, tomorrow I shall visit your place," her mother stated. "Mother, what is troubling you?" "Hanxing and I are perfectly fine," Xiao Hanjin insisted. Zhao's mother retorted, "I see that you are merely stubborn. If I do not see your marriage certificate tomorrow, you shall face my wrath." A sense of panic washed over Xiao Hanjin. She was acutely aware that the truth was on the verge of being revealed. Zhao's mother promptly exited the room, believing that as long as the marriage certificate remained in existence, there was no significant issue. Her greatest fear was that the couple had already divorced. Gu Hanxing had initially intended to leave, but he was halted by Xiao Hanjin. They returned to the room. "Gu Hanxing, my mother wishes to see our marriage certificate. What shall we do now? You could either have someone forge a document to deceive your mother, or simply tell the truth. They will find out sooner or later," he suggested. "Gu Hanxing, how do we explain this to my mother?" she queried. "What do you expect me to do?" He retorted, "Why not accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to exchange the divorce certificate for a marriage certificate?" she proposed. "Xiao Hanjin, have you lost your senses? I believe you should be honest with your family. There is no need for this constant entanglement. If you cannot express it, I shall speak on your behalf." "Absolutely not," Xiao Hanjin firmly rejected. "Then devise your own solution. I must take my leave." "Gu Hanxing, what am I to do if you abandon me here? If you leave, my mother will undoubtedly find out by morning." In the room of Zhao's father and mother, Xiao Yunfeng suddenly straightened upon hearing, "Old Xiao, it seems that Hanjin and Hanxing might be divorced." "Impossible," he replied immediately. "How could Hanxing and Hanjin be divorced? They seem to be doing well together." He continued, "Hanxing refers to me as auntie, and they have been married for 3 years. We have yet to meet our in-laws. Can you tolerate a man who has been his wife's assistant for 3 years? And are you not aware of our daughter's temperament? I have pondered this all day, and the more I think about it, the more it feels off. You must be overthinking it. I believe they are quite happy together." "As they are still in the same room," she countered. "Now that you mention it, I am even more suspicious. That pillow on the bed, not a single short hair is on it. Does that seem normal?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng instantly declared, "Then let us go and investigate at once." The elderly couple arrived at the door, knocked twice, and entered directly, finding Gu Hanxing preparing a makeshift bed. Upon seeing this, anger welled up on their faces. "Xiao Hanjin, explain yourself," commanded her mother. "Mom and Dad, this is no need for you to speak. Let Xiao Hanjin explain," her mother interrupted, her face flushed with fury. Xiao Hanjin met her parents' gazes in silence. "Old Xiao, look at what I have to say. It seems everything has a trace," the father remarked. "Hanxing, have you been pretending with Xiao Hanjin all these years? Aren't you tired?" "Auntie, this." The term auntie solidified the understanding that their marital bond had dissolved. Xiao Hanjin's mother, now visibly upset, demanded, "Hanxing, Tell us what is truly happening between you two. Gu Hanxing glanced at Xiao Hanjin, knowing the truth was unavoidable. Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry, but Xiao Hanjin and I are already divorced. The mere mention of divorce left her parents in shock. Hanxing, weren't you two doing well? Why the sudden split? You must clarify this. Gu Hanxing hesitated, standing in silence. Her mother, infuriated, insisted, Xiao Hanjin, you speak. I didn't want a divorce. It was Hanxing who insisted on it, she stammered. Gu Hanxing glanced at Xiao Hanjin, who was looking down, seemingly fearful. Uncle, Auntie, I apologize. But I have fallen in love with another woman, which necessitated the divorce. Impossible, Hanxing, it cannot be your fault. Do you think we are so easily deceived? Auntie, I truly am not lying. I have someone else. Then call that woman to come and pick you up immediately. The moment she arrives, I will let you go. Gu Hanxing felt trapped, knowing there were hardly any female contacts in his phone. No matter who he called, it would be futile. Xiao Hanjin, who had been quiet, finally spoke. Mom, it's not Hanxing's fault. Let him go. He is not going anywhere until I get to the bottom of this. Gu Hanxing understood he could not escape. Chapter 26. Experience over youth. Xiao Hanjin, speak quickly, my patience is limited. Gu Hanxing and I are merely in a sham marriage. I paid him to be my husband for 3 years, and now that the term is complete, we are divorcing. Hearing this, her mother's face was ablaze with fury. Hanxing, is this true? 3 years. How much did Xiao Hanjin pay you? 3 million. 3 million for 3 years? Tomorrow, you will remarry Xiao Hanjin, and I will grant you 15% of my shares. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxing recognized that 15% of the Yunfeng Group was worth at least 3 billion. Auntie, you know I am merely an impostor. I do not deserve such generosity. Besides, there are no romantic feelings between Xiao Hanjin and me. Therefore, I must take my leave. Wait, Hanxing, since this is a charade, you might as well play the part for a lifetime. Tomorrow, head to the Civil Affairs Bureau and retrieve the marriage certificate. I shall personally escort you. Hanxing, once you obtain the certificate, my shares will be immediately transferred to you. Auntie, I apologize, but this is not merely a matter of money. My relationship with Mr. Xiao is strictly professional, a matter of employment and hierarchy. I am merely fulfilling a trust. Then allow me to hire you now. Marry my daughter. Mrs. Xiao was incensed. Gu Hanxing was rendered speechless, after considering himself a son-in-law for 3 years. How could he not be furious at such deception? Hanxing, why are you silent? Is my offer insufficient? Gu Hanxing dared not speak. He had never encountered such fierceness from his mother-in-law. Xiao Hanjin turned to Gu Hanxing and said, if it is a matter of remarrying, I have no objections. The three of them fixed their gaze upon Gu Hanxing, who replied, Auntie, ordinarily this would be a fortuitous windfall, and I would have no reason to refuse. However, there are no feelings between Mr. Xiao and me. Even if we obtain the marriage certificate, divorce would inevitably follow. Feelings can be nurtured over time after marriage. And since there is no contractual obligation for a remarriage, Xiao Hanjin is your wife and must fulfill her duties as such. If she hesitates or resists, inform me, and I shall deal with her. Auntie, I cannot give you an answer at this moment. I have just divorced, and what further reservations do you have? The child will carry your surname, and the Yunfeng Group will be under your command. Mrs. Xiao stated with authority. Faced with such a stance, Gu Hanxing found himself at a loss for words. Auntie, may I have some time to consider? Hanxing, how long do you need to consider? Just tonight. I expect a response by morning. Mrs. Xiao declared resolutely. She then turned to Xiao Hanjin and inquired, Xiao Hanjin, do you have any objections to what I have said? I have no objections, Xiao Hanjin quickly affirmed, realizing her mother's views closely mirrored her own. Once the elderly couple exited the room, Xiao Yunfeng observed his wife's performance. Although he was vexed by their antics, he believed that their remarriage would render such matters trivial. As for the shares, as a son-in-law, they were naturally his to give. Old Xiao, what do you think? Wan Ning, you did well. That young man, Hanxing, has boundless potential. I trust him to manage the company in the future. Mrs. Xiao expressed a slight concern. I fear that Hanxing may remain indifferent, as he possesses a profound intellect. In his eyes, Xiao Hanjin may hold little allure. After 3 years under one roof, nothing transpired. So, you believe he may not agree to remarry? The probability is low. My intention in doing this was twofold, to express our stance, and to further evaluate that young man, Hanxing. Xiao Yunfeng chuckled, suspecting that Gu Hanxing would indeed refuse. In the room, only Xiao Hanjin and Gu Hanxing remained. Gu Hanxing made a makeshift bed on the floor and lay down, reflecting on the earlier events. Realizing that experience often prevails, Xiao Hanjin sat on the bed, glancing at Gu Hansheng on the floor. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, Gu Hansheng, what are your thoughts? Your mother is truly formidable. May I inquire about your thoughts? Would you consider remarrying me? No. Why not? There is no love between us. I refuse to marry for financial gain. I now possess the capability to earn, and I firmly believe I can achieve financial independence. Xiao Hanjin, shouldn't you also seek the love that belongs to you? Now that you are divorced, you are free to find a man you truly like and marry him. That is the path to happiness. Xiao Hanjin fell silent. She had just received Gu Hansheng's response, and for a moment, she felt a sense of disorientation, her heart still laden with a hint of sorrow. Gu Hansheng, do you feel nothing for me? I am unworthy and dare not entertain such feelings. Besides, you are my superior. Let us set aside that matter. Do you harbor no feelings for me as a person? Xiao Zong, your beauty is undeniable. It would be abnormal for me not to feel something. However, your personality does not align with my preferences. Moreover, the disparity between us is quite significant. Could we not give it a try, perhaps discuss it further? Xiao Zong, you do not fit my ideal type. The thought of dating or marrying you, to be frank, is quite daunting. Xiao Hanjin responded, if you marry me, you need not struggle. Yunfeng Group will be yours in the future. Gu Hansheng merely smiled, fully aware that marrying Xiao Hanjin would indeed bring numerous advantages. At Yunfeng Group, if he wished, he could have a say. Yet, to do so at the expense of his own marriage was inconceivable, unless he truly loved her. He realized he no longer needed to compromise. He was confident that his future would be bright, and that earning money was not an insurmountable challenge for him. Marrying Xiao Hanjin now would mean sacrificing his freedom. He had never even experienced love before being tied to marriage, which he found unacceptable. Though Xiao Hanjin's words unsettled him, he chose not to voice his discomfort. There is no need. Perhaps one day I will establish my own company, potentially larger than Yunfeng Group. After I complete the acquisition of Shushu Company, I will formally depart from Yunfeng. Why? What have I done wrong? It's not that. I wish to rely on my own abilities to earn, not to be dependent. Gu Hansheng understood the feeling of being beholden to others. Even if they treated you well and granted you shares, it was merely a reflection of your worth. Nothing comes without a price. The more one receives, the greater the demands placed upon them, and one's life becomes indelibly marked by the Xiao family. You have proven your capabilities at Yunfeng Group. Everything you possess is a result of your own merit. That may be true, but I possess a certain male pride that makes it difficult for me to accept or compromise. Xiao Hanjin now understood that if she wished for Gu Hansheng to marry her, she must inspire him to fall in love with her. As a novice in matters of romance, she was uncertain how to approach him. Was she truly expected to pursue him? Chapter 27. A heartfelt tear. Xiao Hanjin realized it was time for her to make a change, especially before he ultimately left Yunfeng Group. Their chances of meeting would dwindle increasingly, and without the constraints of a contract, he would encounter more and more women. Who could foresee when he might become involved with one of them, leaving her with no hope? She had to seize the fleeting time while he was still at the company and strive to win his affection. Gu Hansheng, you may take the bed. I shall sleep on the floor. No need, just for tonight, I can manage. Xiao Hanjin lay by the window, gazing at Gu Hansheng. Did he truly have no thoughts about her? Did she possess no allure in his eyes? She was certain of rejection come morning, and she could not escape the impending reproach. She regretted agreeing to the divorce. Had she known this would be the outcome, it would have been better to confess earlier. As long as they remained married, everything would be manageable. A pretense could be sustained more swiftly. Now, with him on the verge of leaving, she found herself compelled to pursue him, lest she face her parents' disapproval. Truly, she had only succeeded in digging her own grave. At that moment, Gu Hansheng's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Hexinu, the restaurant we visited last time, tomorrow evening at 7. Gu Hansheng replied, no problem, President He. Xiao Hanjin inquired, Gu Hansheng, you want to just run off tomorrow morning, will you? How could I? If I were to flee, I would do so now. What purpose would waiting until tomorrow serve? I relish sleeping on the floor. Then let us switch. No need. Ever since that last outburst, Gu Hansheng understood that in Xiao Hanjin's perception, he was always looked down upon. There was no notion of true equality. This included her parents and grandparents. Their favor towards him, albeit genuine, was a result of his own efforts. Entering the upper echelons of society was no simple feat. Each interaction was laden with the weight of self-interest. Had he been utterly worthless, he would have been cast aside long ago. Such is the reality of the world. I'm going to sleep. Turn off the light. Gu Hansheng wasted no words and simply closed his eyes. He had much to attend to in the coming days. Observing Gu Hansheng's indifference, Xiao Hanjin felt a tumult of emotions. She had never experienced such a sensation before. Lying in bed, she soon heard his rhythmic breathing. He had drifted off, while she lay there, restless. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her. Not everything could be resolved with money. The next morning, before dawn, Gu Hansheng rose and stealthily departed. Xiao Hanjin did not call out to him. She understood his stance. His departure signified rejection. He had no reason to remain. He deserved his own life. Unable to conjure a reason to make him stay, she could only watch him leave helplessly. Standing by the window, she observed Gu Hansheng as he exited. Just before stepping out, he glanced up at her window, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Before he averted his gaze and turned away, Xiao Hanjin stood at the window for a long while, her eyes fixed on the iron gate, until dawn broke. In the morning, her mother knocked and entered, finding Xiao Hanjin at the window. "Where's Hansheng?" "He is gone." Zhao's mother is a discerning woman. She inquired, "What did you discuss last night?" He clearly expressed his unwillingness. "Xiao Hanjin, look at the consequences of your actions. Now you are divorced, and Hansheng no longer desires you. Are you content to watch him leave? Are you pleased?" "Mother, what can I do?" Xiao Hanjin felt a twinge of grievance. "What should I do? You ask me. But the more aloof you were, the more desperate your situation will become. You have lost a wonderful husband through your own doing. A man like Hansheng is rare, and now you have chosen divorce. It is truly foolish. He would refuse even billions in assets. Just wait until he marries another woman. Then you will see how you will weep." Zhao's mother grew increasingly irate, fully aware that this was the outcome. Yet she felt frustrated. In her eyes, Hansheng was handsome, filial, capable, emotionally intelligent, and grateful. A husband like him is hard to find. It is indeed foolishness of the highest order. She regretted not recognizing the situation sooner. Now it was genuinely difficult. Moreover, after leaving the Yunfeng group, other women are not naive. Any woman with discernment will surely pursue him. Xiao Hanjin, you must cast aside your aloofness, abandon your pride, and employ your means to win Hansheng back. Do you hear me? Seeing Xiao Hanjin remain silent, she exclaimed, "Xiao Hanjin, have you lost your voice? I understand. But no matter what I say, Gu Hansheng does not respond. What good is talk if you do not take concrete action? Can he still be interested in you? You have no other choice but to cling to him desperately." Xiao Hanjin felt a surge of anger at her words. "What can I do? Am I really so undesirable that I cannot live without Gu Hansheng? Xiao Hanjin, you may be stubborn, but if you cannot win him back, then leave. In my eyes, I only acknowledge Hansheng as my son-in-law. Whoever wishes to pursue him may do so. I will not chase after him. Then you may leave." Zhao's mother exclaimed in exasperation. Xiao Hanjin felt tears welling up. She was putting in effort, but that scoundrel Gu Hansheng refused to engage. "You feel wronged? When Hansheng was serving you, did you ever consider that? 3 years, 3 million. You really had the audacity to take the marriage certificate. He is your husband. Yet you never thought to treat him well, always demanding this and that from him. You are truly something." Zhao's mother reflected on how she had failed to see through it all before. Hansheng was exceptionally charming, always making her happy during his visits. It seemed all of this was for that 3 million, a necessity he had to endure. Glaring at Xiao Hanjin, she felt a surge of anger. Had she been informed earlier, she would have had countless ways to ensure they remained together. Now, however, she felt powerless. The resolution lay solely with Xiao Hanjin. For others could only offer limited assistance. Moreover, Hansheng was astute. He could likely see through her intentions. While she still had some influence over him, the timing was certainly not right. "Are you still living with Hansheng?" "No, he moved out a few days ago." "Where did he go?" "I don't know." "Knowing nothing. Yet you still wish to win Hansheng back? What are you thinking about all day? Reflect on what you should do." Zhao's mother, frustrated, chose to leave. Lamenting the squandered potential, Xiao Hanjin sat alone in her room, having previously held back tears, now feeling the weight of her emotions spill forth. She was lost and powerless, uncertain of her next steps, cursing Gu Hansheng for his callousness. Chapter 28. The proactive Xiao Hanjin. Gu Hansheng returned home early, tidied up a bit, and decided to take a short nap. His former mother-in-law was formidable. If he stayed longer, he would likely be pressured into marriage, a scenario he wished to avoid to prevent any awkwardness with his elders. Xiao Hanjin had also arrived at the office early, seated in her workspace, feeling agitated as thoughts of Gu Hansheng consumed her. With Gu Hanxing being impervious to her advances, how could she possibly pursue him? When Secretary He arrived at work, Xiao Hanjin deliberately summoned her to the office. Secretary He, may I ask you something? If you care about a man, would you take the initiative to pursue him? If you like him, there's nothing wrong with being proactive. And how should one pursue? Of course, one must cater to his preferences, engage in what he enjoys, and transform oneself into someone he finds appealing. Then, everything will follow naturally. What is the initial step? Men are relatively simple. They desire little more than respect, care, trust, companionship, and intimacy. Xiao Hanjin pondered this, then replied, "You may return to your tasks." Although Secretary He was puzzled by the inquiry, her mind was rife with questions. Could it be that President Xiao has developed feelings for someone who might be fortunate enough to win her affection? Could it be Assistant Gu, whom she seems reluctant to part with since his transfer to the marketing department? Perhaps she should inquire with Gu Hanxing. Upon returning to the office, Gu Hanxing settled into work, determined to fulfill his promise to Xiao Hanjin. He awaited her investigative report. For only once he was well informed could he engage in discussions with Shushu Company regarding collaboration. Gu Hanxing continued to review documents without attending meetings or engaging in conversations, maintaining the status quo in the marketing department. He stood to head to the pantry for a cup of coffee, only to encounter Li Qiuya. "Mr. Gu. Oh, it's you. How is work going?" "Not bad. Sister May has been guiding me." "Are you still in university?" "Yes, I'm in my senior year." "Which university?" Gu Hanxing feigned ignorance. "Zhonghai University." Gu Hanxing smiled. "What a coincidence. I graduated from Zhonghai University as well." "Are you studying accounting?" "Yes." Li Qiuya was taken aback to learn that Gu Hanxing was also an alumnus of Zhonghai University. "Mr. Gu, what year are you in?" "I should have graduated a year ago." "Mr. Gu, you are truly remarkable. You became the marketing director in just 4 years. With enough effort, you too can achieve it." Li Qiuya had heard from Yuan Mei about Gu Hanxing, who is the assistant to General Xiao and exceptionally capable. All the department directors heed his words. For some unknown reason, he has now been assigned to the marketing department as the deputy director, which seems like a demotion. As Li Qiuya observed Gu Hanxing, she felt he was truly exceptional, exuding a refreshing aura. "Am I really capable?" Li Qiuya retorted. Gu Hanxing chuckled. "That might be somewhat challenging, after all. I consider it a stroke of luck, coupled with a bit of ability." Li Qiuya found his words amusing. "You have a lovely smile. Try to smile more often. Challenges are always present, but the future will be brighter." His words brought warmth to Li Qiuya, who felt as if he had aided her in securing her position at the company. "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Holding her coffee, Li Qiuya departed. While Gu Hanxing saw a reflection of his past in her, offering assistance within his means could be a significant boost for her. Upon returning to her desk, Yuan Mei inquired, "Do you know Mr. Gu?" "Not really. We've just crossed paths a few times." "What did you discuss?" "We exchanged a few words, Mr. Gu graduated from the same university as I did." "Qiuya, could it be that Mr. Gu has taken a liking to you? If that were the case, you would surely prosper in the future." "No way. I've heard that Mr. Gu is single and highly valued by General Xiao. Within 2 years, he will undoubtedly rise to a vice presidential level. This was what our manager privately told us. Furthermore, Mr. Gu comes from humble beginnings. Having worked his way up from the countryside, he spent 3 years as General Zhao's assistant, previously commanding the directors of various departments, which is quite impressive." As Gu Hanxing passed by them, Yuan Mei observed him, noting his striking handsomeness. At that moment, Xiao Hanjin approached from a distance, causing everyone to hastily return to their work. She directly approached Gu Hanxing. "Come with me. I need to discuss something with you. Go find General Zhou and arrange for him an independent office so that Mr. Gu can move in." An employee, suddenly called upon, quickly stood up. Gu Hanxing followed Xiao Hanjin to her office, and throughout the journey, she remained silent, making it awkward for him to speak. Once in the elevator, Xiao Hanjin stated, "Gu Hanxing, let us date." Gu Hanxing was taken aback, staring at Xiao Hanjin for a considerable time, noticing her seemingly normal demeanor. "Have you lost your mind? You want to date me?" "You heard me correctly." Gu Hanxing laughed. "I think you would be better off going on a blind date to find a suitable partner." "Gu Hanxing, I am serious. Let us have dinner together tonight." "I'm busy. I have plans." "With a man or a woman? You're prying too much. Do you have anything else? If not, I need to get back to work." "What work?" "Come with me to the office." Xiao Hanjin surmised that Gu Hanxing undoubtedly had an engagement with a woman that evening. At the company, Gu Hanxing would certainly maintain a facade of respect, given his position as the boss, thus he could only accompany her to his office. As they entered, Secretary He observed them with keen interest, noting a peculiar detail. Previously, Xiao always led the way, but now they walked side by side, with Gu Hansheng permitted to enter the office first. Secretary He felt as if she had stumbled upon a juicy secret. Gu Hansheng had seemingly won over the boss, and she was quite exhilarated. Eager to inquire how he achieved such a feat upon entering, Gu Hansheng immediately inquired, Xiao, do you have any business to discuss? What are your plans for this evening? Xiao Hanjin directly questioned him. That is a personal matter, unrelated to work. No matter how many times you ask, I shall not divulge it. She regarded Gu Hansheng with a hint of irritation, though she managed to suppress it. What is it about me that you find so off-putting? You are quite admirable. It's simply that you are not my type. Without even discussing it, how can you deem me unsuitable? He retorted. Because I have come to realize that I might have developed feelings for another woman. And who might that be? In due time, you may have the opportunity to meet her. I don't believe you. How can you be in a relationship when you spend every day with me? If you wish to dismiss me, at least fabricate a more plausible excuse. Believe it or not, what was the purpose of summoning me here if not to work? Am I to cease all duties? I am your boss. Your role today is to sit here and keep me company, Xiao Hanjin replied, her displeasure evident. She felt belittled, yet he maintained his indifferent demeanor. Chapter 29. Am I gentle? Gu Hansheng, what more do you want from me? Observing Xiao Hanjin's plight, Gu Hansheng remarked, Xiao, you are a beauty in the business world of Zhonghai, pursued by numerous admirers. Gu Hansheng, can you bear to see your ex-wife wed to another man? That is not genuine. Have you even obtained the marriage certificate? Were we not legally wed? Gu Hansheng found himself at a loss for words. Am I to expect you to remain devoted to me for life? Then marry me, and I shall be yours forever. Gu Hansheng regarded the assertive Xiao Hanjin, pondering the extent of her desperation. Xiao Hanjin, this seems rather exaggerated. You are extraordinary, while I am merely an ordinary man, desiring a simple life with a wife and children, devoid of grand ambitions. Gu Hansheng, do you genuinely consider yourself ordinary? At 26, you could have been a vice president. Yet you chose to leave. Xiao, that was only due to your influence. I am not as remarkable as you claim. Gu Hansheng, there is no need for false modesty. Regardless, I shall not let you go. Gu Hansheng understood that his words would bear no weight. It was evident that her family had imposed pressure upon her, leading to such a humble demeanor. He had never dared to imagine that the lofty Xiao Hanjin would plead with such earnestness to marry him. Xiao Hanjin, you must heed your heart and not succumb to the pressures of your parents by marrying someone you deem suitable yet do not love. Such a decision would inflict pain upon both you and your future spouse. Do not act impulsively. Take the time to reflect deeply. I shall take my leave now. As Xiao Hanjin absorbed Gu Hansheng's words, she began to grasp the reason behind his rejection. She spoke, Gu Hansheng, I have contemplated this thoroughly. I am acutely aware of my own feelings. I am not being coerced by my parents. I genuinely wish to pursue a romantic relationship with you. Gu Hansheng halted in his tracks, and at that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Upon seeing Secretary He enter, he swiftly made his exit. Feeling quite out of place, Secretary He placed the documents she had processed on the desk before promptly leaving. She quickly caught up with Gu Hansheng. Assistant Gu, are you and General Manager Xiao together? If you're going to say that, I might as well inform General Manager Xiao later. No, wait. Gu Hansheng, do you know what General Manager Xiao mentioned to me this morning? What did she say? She asked me how to pursue a man. I was utterly astonished. Throughout all these years, I have never seen her take an interest in any man, except for you. You must be imagining things. How could she possibly like me? I find it highly plausible. Just look at you, handsome and talented. If I were single, I would undoubtedly pursue you. Enough of that. I am not your boss. And your flattery will not earn you a raise. Now, back to work. General Manager Xiao is not in the best of moods, so be mindful. At that moment, the landline on Secretary He's desk rang. She dashed back, her curiosity piqued. Come in. He Qian felt a jolt of apprehension. She was in a foul mood and feared a reprimand, so she hurried over. Secretary He, I have a question for you. How can one make him feel that you have feelings for him? Secretary He's mind buzzed. General Manager Xiao was undoubtedly smitten. You must consider his perspective, show him care, and allow him to sense your sincerity. Actions speak louder than words, and men place greater importance on this. Oh, and in your relationship, who pursued whom? He pursued me. However, it is quite easy for a woman to chase a man, especially a refined and beautiful woman like General Manager Xiao. When she is gentle and virtuous, no man can resist. Really? General Manager Xiao, absolutely. A satisfied smile graced Xiao Hanjin's lips. Very well, you may return to your duties. He Qian now held considerable confidence that it was indeed Gu Hanxing. How remarkable that he dared to reject General Manager Xiao and even move to the marketing department to evade her. Everything suddenly made sense, and she was determined to savor this revelation. Sitting in her office, Xiao Hanjin reflected on the concept of being gentle and virtuous, a notion that felt somewhat distant yet not entirely unattainable. It was merely inconvenient in the workplace. Gu Hansheng returned to the marketing department, his belongings already packed and relocated to an independent office. He did not say much. To be honest, he felt somewhat uncomfortable working here. During his time as an assistant, he had fewer responsibilities, allowing him ample time to learn a great deal. The office was impeccably clean, and the marketing department staff would still come by. Gu Hansheng was seated in his office when a WeChat request from He Xinu suddenly appeared on his phone. He accepted it without hesitation. With some leisure time on his hands, Gu Hansheng perused He Xinu's moments, which primarily showcased her daughter. The girl was truly exquisite, and Gu Hansheng felt a twinge of envy, imagining a future where he would also have a daughter, a child who would call him dad and shower him with affection. How blissful that would be. Gu Hansheng lingered on He Xinu's moments for quite a while, genuinely envious. He Xinu, in turn, glanced at Gu Hansheng's moments, which, apart from a few graduation photos, were rather sparse. It was indeed rather simple. Moreover, she did not take the initiative to message him. He was truly a straightforward and uncomplicated man. Mr. Gu, we are dining together tonight. You haven't forgotten, have you? Ms. I will certainly arrive on time. Gu Hansheng checked the time, preparing to head out for dinner. Just then, Xiao Hanjin reappeared in his office. Come with me. Mr. Xiao, you can't just drop by like this. So many colleagues are watching. Are you out of your mind? You are my assistant. What is the problem? I came to find you. Do you have an objection? Come, let's go upstairs. What do you want? I am on my way to the cafeteria. I ordered food. Come upstairs to eat with me. I don't want to. You can eat by yourself. His secretary is already suspicious. I want to go. If you refuse, I will make an official announcement. If you do that, I will immediately leave Yunfeng. After all, I've already discussed the Shushu Cosmetics Company matter with you. It would be the same no matter who takes the reins. Then come up with me. You can bring your share down to eat. That should suffice. Gu Hansheng nodded and followed him upstairs, only to discover that Xiao Hanjin had ordered takeout that could not be easily transported. You should just eat here and then go back down. Gu Hansheng found himself at a loss for words. Since he was already there, he might as well eat. The two sat down, and Gu Hansheng picked up his meal and began to eat, while Xiao Hanjin constantly served him dishes. Xiao Hanjin, you're going a bit overboard. Didn't you do the same at my parents' house? That's different. It was to portray a harmonious couple. Enough. You don't need to serve me anymore. Xiao Hanjin spoke softly. Gu Hansheng, am I gentle now? Gu Hansheng nearly choked with laughter, which he could not contain. Xiao Hanjin's expression instantly turned cold, and she retorted, Gu Hansheng, what are you laughing at? Chapter 30. He Xinu has a daughter. No, Xiao Hanjin, gentleness is not a trait you possess. Don't force it. Xiao Hanjin, armed with her chopsticks, insisted on serving Gu Hansheng until there was no room left. She had truly mustered her courage, only to be mocked by Gu Hansheng, which understandably angered her. Gu Hansheng gazed at Xiao Hanjin and remarked, Xiao Hanjin, you are simply yourself. Those who love you will embrace all your imperfections. Just remain true to yourself. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hanjin felt a surge of frustration and retorted, Gu Hansheng, hurry and eat, or you'll end up bursting. Observing her demeanor, Gu Hansheng, with a bowl of rice in hand, contemplated making a discreet exit, for this place was ill-suited for lingering. Where do you think you're going? What can I possibly do to you? Finish eating before you leave, she snapped, reflecting on her earlier discomfort. Gu Hansheng took a few bites, added a morsel of vegetables to his plate, and then swiftly made his escape. As Xiao Hanjin watched his retreating figure, a laugh escaped her lips. She realized how absurd she was being. What was the point of all this? While waiting for the elevator, Gu Hansheng encountered He Qian. Brother Sheng, I'm curious. How did you manage to win over our notoriously icy CEO, Xiao? He Jia, are you out of your mind? Do you truly think I could win her over? This meal was personally arranged by her. Just look at her demeanor. I can hardly describe it. Wherever she goes, her aura silences all, except for you. He Jia, stop with the wild conjectures. My relationship with Xiao is strictly that of colleagues, and I am about to leave Yunfeng Group. I doubt it will extend beyond 2 months. Is that true? You're leaving Yinfeng Group? Have these past years been in vain? How could CEO Xiao possibly allow you to depart? Thus, refrain from making baseless assumptions. This matter should not be spoken of lightly. He Qian scrutinized Gu Hanqing, sensing his sincerity. I'm leaving now. As she watched him go, He Qian grew increasingly convinced that CEO Xiao would never let someone as extraordinary as him slip away. He would undoubtedly excel in managing the group, perhaps even ascend to greater heights. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanjin remained in her office, having barely touched her meal. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she recalled the earlier incident, she feared that Gu Hanqing might mock her for eternity. It was indeed quite mortifying. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Hanjin refrained from coming down, likely too ashamed to face the possibility of further ridicule. As the end of the workday approached, Gu Hanqing decided to leave early, taking a taxi directly to the restaurant. Scheduled for 6:30, the journey would take approximately half an hour. On the top floor, Xiao Hanjin happened to catch sight of Gu Hanqing departing in a taxi. She considered following him, but ultimately restrained herself, thinking that if she meddled too much, it would only backfire. Thus, she resolved to wait. With Gu Hanqing's character, he wouldn't be in such a rush to find a partner. Upon arriving at the Western restaurant, Gu Hanqing was surprised to find He Xinyu already present. The hostess escorted him to a private booth, revealing He Xinyu dressed in a professional suit, complemented by a strapless top that exuded the charm of a mature woman. Manager He, I apologize for my tardiness. General Manager Gu, you're not late. I've just arrived. Please, take a seat. Gu Hanqing promptly handed the menu to He Xinyu, stating, Manager He, please feel free to order. Then I shan't be modest, she replied. He Xinyu ordered steak, salad, foie gras, and a fine red wine. Gu Hanqing, on the other hand, opted for everything except the salad, adding a staple dish instead. Is your daughter the one in your social circle, Mr. He? Indeed. Your daughter is truly beautiful. I find myself quite envious. Does Mr. Gu have a significant other? Not at the moment. There's no rush. I will wait until after marriage to have a daughter. Do men generally prefer daughters? Not necessarily, but I personally favor daughters. He Xinyu gazed at Gu Hanqing, lost in thought, as if something had just dawned on her. She felt a tinge of disbelief that such a coincidence could exist in the world. Gu Hanqing noticed her unusual demeanor. Mr. He, is something amiss? Not at all. Mr. Gu, have you truly considered joining the Fengxin Group? Not for now. Yinfeng Group has been good to me, and I must remain there for a while longer. Mr. Gu is genuinely grateful. Xiao Hanjin must have an excellent assistant. I owe my progress to Director Xiao's guidance, so I have reservations about leaving. This request came from Director Xiao, and I find it difficult to refuse. I understand. Once you depart from Yinfeng Group, would you contemplate joining Fengxin Group? If no better opportunities arise, I would certainly consider it. I eagerly anticipate your joining. I shall do my utmost. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out. I would be happy to help within my means. Gu Hanqing was somewhat puzzled by He Xinyu's implication, as they had only met 3 times. Nevertheless, he smiled and responded, Thank you, Mr. He. The private room was small, with the two seated across from one another. He Xinyu scrutinized Gu Hanqing, increasingly convinced of their resemblance, while he seemed oblivious to it. Indeed, she found it somewhat astonishing. Mr. He, do you believe there's something amiss with my appearance? Not at all. I simply find you quite handsome. I recall that Director Xiao is still single, correct? Mr. Gu, coming from a rural background, I feel unworthy. Besides, I wouldn't dare to aspire. Given your looks and talents, it is rather surprising that you remain single. I've been preoccupied with work and earning money, and with the housing prices in Zhonghai being quite exorbitant. Once you join Fengxin Group, the company can arrange accommodations for you. Thank you, Mr. He. Mr. Gu, what type of woman do you prefer? I could introduce you to someone. I haven't given it much thought. I believe in letting fate take its course. If I meet someone, I'll just go with it, Gu Hanqing replied with a smile. He Xinyu also smiled faintly. She was uncertain of her own feelings at that moment. Initially, she hadn't considered that direction, but the mention of children jolted her memory. Mr. He, how old is your child? 4 years old. You must feel quite fortunate to have such a beautiful daughter. Indeed, it brings a great deal of happiness. Reflecting on her daughter's incessant inquiries about her father's whereabouts, she felt a profound sense of guilt, often resorting to lies. As the Western cuisine was served, Gu Hanqing poured a glass of red wine for He Xinyu, as well as for himself. Lifting his glass, he said, Thank you for your understanding, Miss He. No, just don't let me down, she replied. I shall do my utmost, Gu Hanqing chuckled, subsequently downing his drink in one go. He Xinyu followed suit. also finishing her glass. Feel free, Miss He. It's nothing. I have a decent tolerance for alcohol. How about you, Mr. Gu? I rarely indulge in alcohol and have little socializing, hence my tolerance is rather poor. What? As assistant to Xiao Hanjin, she doesn't take you out for social events? She has little in the way of social engagements, so there is no need for drinking. He Xinyu smiled silently, her mind devising a plan, uncertain if he would agree. Chapter 31. Awakening feelings. As they dined and conversed, He Xinyu contemplated creating an opportunity for them to meet. If he truly cherished her daughter, perhaps he could become a father figure. She was uncertain whether Gu Hanxing would consent, but this could resolve matters amicably. After their meal, Gu Hanxing intended to settle the bill, but He Xinyu interjected, "This restaurant belongs to a friend of mine. There is no need for you to pay. But I initially invited you, and now you're treating me. I feel quite embarrassed. As someone in a salaried position, a meal here would consume your entire month's salary, which is rather extravagant. Save your earnings for a home instead." She then deftly shifted the topic. "Mr. Gu, where do you reside? Shall I escort you home?" "No need. I can take a taxi. You should return home early. Your daughter is waiting for you. Then I shall take my leave." As she sat in the car, He Xinyu reflected on Gu Hanxing's demeanor, feeling quite pleased. His gaze held no trace of greed or desire. She still intended to recruit Gu Hanxing into the Fengxin group, believing it would simplify matters. Upon returning home, Gu Hanxing pondered over He Xinyu, feeling that her kindness was rather excessive. Even if she sought to recruit him, such efforts seemed unnecessary. After all, a woman of her caliber, with a successful career and family, should harbor no intentions towards him. Why dwell on such thoughts? He mused, reminding himself that he would not be joining the Fengxin group anytime soon. Xiao Hanjin lay in bed, feeling weary yet unable to sleep, her thoughts lingering on Gu Hanxing's evening rendezvous. She genuinely worried that he might be taken away from her, leaving her with no time to react. Eventually, she drifted into a hazy slumber. Meanwhile, He Xinyu returned home to find her daughter still awake. Observing her obedient and understanding child, she felt a deep-seated guilt for not providing her with a complete family. "Mommy, will you sleep with me?" her daughter asked. "After I finish washing up, I will come and keep you company." He Xinyu cleansed the scent of alcohol from her body and lay beside her daughter, sharing stories to soothe her. "Mother, when will father return?" "Soon, in a few months. Once he finishes his work, he will be back." He Xinxin's face lit up with joy, her eyes brimming with anticipation. He Xinyu gazed at her daughter and gently caressed her small face. "Xinxin, let us wait for your father together." "Okay." The mother and daughter lay on the bed, both smiles radiating warmth. Gu Hanxing felt a twinge of anxiety at work. It was as though he were stepping onto a gallows. He found himself somewhat apprehensive of Xiao Hanjin's enthusiasm. The stark contrast was jarring. After 3 years of being accustomed to her cold elegance and decisive demeanor, this sudden shift left him disoriented. Seated in his office, Gu Hanxing dialed a number. "Mouse, are you sure you'll bring your fiancé tonight? It's been ages since I've tasted your cooking. Only you have the privilege. Not everyone gets to enjoy my culinary skills. Then it seems I must trouble you. What kind of wine do you prefer? I'll bring a couple of bottles, and we shall indulge ourselves tonight. Let us see, what do you fancy? Is there anything your fiancé dislikes?" "Not that I know of, but I'll inquire and let you know via WeChat." "All right, that is settled." Gu Hanxing wished for his brother's happiness, yet he understood that it required a woman capable of soothing the wounds within his heart. He hung up, realizing that with his brother soon to wed, he too should seek a partner. Gu Hanxing's desk was adjacent to Li Qia's, separated only by a narrow aisle. Had the curtain not been drawn, they could easily see one another. As he raised his gaze, he found Li Qia's seemingly engrossed in her work. Sensing someone observing her, Li Qia's looked up at Gu Hanxing, who quickly averted his gaze. However, the fleeting moment in which she turned her head left him entranced, stirring a flutter of emotions within him. Unable to resist, he glanced back at Li Qia's, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. As Gu Hanxing resumed his review of documents in the office, he realized that the crucial investigative materials had yet to be delivered by Xiao Hanjin. Once this matter was resolved, he intended to draw a definitive conclusion to his dealings with Yunfeng Group. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance at Li Qia's outside, contemplating the arrangements he ought to make for her before his departure, ensuring that she would not be left without support once he exited Yunfeng Group. While he firmly believed in her ability to perform her duties well, life was often fraught with unexpected turns. An impulse to understand her better surged within him, a desire to learn about her family's circumstances. He resolved to visit her home when time allowed. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. It was Xiao Hanjin. President Xiao, the information regarding Shushu Company has arrived. Please come and retrieve it yourself. Perhaps you could send Secretary He down. I'd rather not come up. Gu Hanxing, am I truly that intimidating? Hurry up and come. After pondering for a moment, Gu Hanxing realized that if he chose not to ascend, she might still come down, and such a commotion seemed unnecessary. Thus, he decided to make his way up. Gu Hanxing, Secretary, he was watching him. Mr. Gu, back again? Your visits to the office are more frequent than mine as a secretary. Xiao Zong summoned me. How could I not come? Gu Hanxing did not engage in further conversation with He Qian and directly knocked on the door to Xiao Hanjin's office. Xiao Zong, here are the documents. Please review them and prepare a proposal for me, along with a preliminary estimate of the funds required for the acquisition. All right. Gu Hanxing was about to take his leave when Xiao Hanjin called out. Wait, Gu Hanxing, who did you go out with last night? Just a friend. Was it a male or female? A female, why? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin's expression dimmed, confirming her earlier suspicions. Why do you ask these questions? I need to go now? Are you really so impatient to leave? Not at all. I just fear you might be like yesterday. I can barely handle it. The mention of the previous day's events made her blush with embarrassment. You mustn't bring up yesterday again. I will accompany you to your home tonight. I want to meet your friend. That's not convenient. What? Am I unpresentable? No, it's just that this gathering is rather private, and your presence would be inappropriate. Xiao Hanjin furrowed her brow, perceiving that he was treating her like an outsider. Gu Hanxing, you are truly insufferable. Honestly, if my friend were not coming, I wouldn't mind you joining. But this event is crucial, and your presence would necessitate many explanations. My friends are quite nosy. Fine, then I want to go. Just give me your address. I'll share it next time. You really can't interfere in tonight's gathering. Seeing Gu Hanxing's serious demeanor, she reluctantly nodded. Xiao Hanjin resolved to follow him after work. Over the past 3 years, she had never met his friends, and she could afford to arrive a little late. But she was determined to see them. Chapter 32. Love at First Sight. Gu Hanxing continued to review the documents from Shushu Company. The company's sales had been growing slowly each year, with high operational costs, resulting in annual losses. It was remarkable that the owner had managed to sustain the business for so long, having likely incurred losses of 10 to 20 million over the years. Gu Hanxing couldn't help but marvel at the dichotomy in entrepreneurship. Some pursue profit at any cost, ruthlessly exploiting others, while others are driven by ideals and convictions. This company had generated approximately 30 million in sales annually over the past 3 years, with average yearly losses around 2 million after accounting for employee wages. The owner's vision was truly commendable. Though they had not met, Gu Hanxing wished to have a conversation. As he assessed the company, he estimated that 50 million would suffice for acquisition. However, he harbored other plans. After completing the evaluation report, he sent it directly to Xiao Hanjin and then left for the day, intending to leave early to visit the market for groceries. As he needed ample time to prepare, Xiao Hanjin, upon receiving Gu Hanxing's report, hurried downstairs immediately. Indeed, he was preparing to leave work, slipping away without even a word, prompting her to hasten to the parking lot. In a flurry, she followed Gu Hanxing's car, observing him enter the supermarket. With sunglasses perched upon her face, she awaited him not far from the entrance, trailing him to his residential complex, which, while not distant from the office, bore the marks of age, a 6-story building devoid of an elevator. The underground parking was also non-existent, forcing her to park haphazardly within the premises. As Gu Hanxing ascended the stairs, Xiao Hanjin followed suit, casting a glance at his home before descending. Now, she remained in her car, waiting diligently until nearly 7 o'clock, when a male and female duo emerged and entered the building. Xiao Hanjin recognized them as Gu Hanxing's acquaintances. Gu Hanxing was busy in the kitchen when he heard a knock at the door. He promptly opened it, inviting them in with urgency. Come in quickly. Here are some disposable slippers. Make do with them. Gu, why did you choose such a dilapidated neighborhood? Gu Hanxing poured 2 glasses of water and replied, Howzy, do introduce us. He assessed the newcomer, noting her exquisite attire, a knee-length dress that suggested she hailed from wealth, yet she seemed somewhat aloof. Yun Mingxi, he introduced, a university classmate and roommate of Howzy. Please, have some water. He mentioned you would be dropping by today. Since I am on good terms with Howzy, no need for formality. Feel free to help yourselves. There are 2 dishes left. I'll have them ready shortly. Howzy, please take the finished dishes out. Zhou Yunhao entered the kitchen. Gu, how is it going? This is a match introduced by my mother. You should be the one asking, as long as you're satisfied. That's what matters. Hurry and serve the dishes. Zhou Yunhao took the dishes out, while Yun Mingxi surveyed Gu Hanqing's modest abode. Surprised to see Zhou Yunhao busy at the table. Initially, she had been reluctant to come, but Zhou Yunhao's directness had compelled her. If you don't come, the engagement is off. Out of pressure and curiosity about the brother of the notorious Sea King Zhou Yunhao, she acquiesced. From the moment she entered the complex, she felt taken aback. His friend resided in such a place. Was this not where ordinary people lived? How could a scion of wealth have such close ties with classmates from humble origins? Zhou Yunhao remained in the kitchen, while Gu Hanqing urged him to keep Yun Mingxi company. What is your first impression? Pretty, she replied. That's it. Zhou Yunhao exclaimed in surprise. What more should I say? I've hardly spoken a few words. What else could I possibly comment on? Should I fabricate something? Hurry and open the red wine. Let it breathe. Zhou Yunhao exited the kitchen, equipped with his own tools to uncork the wine. An awkward silence ensued between him and Yun Mingxi. Yun Mingxi, may I ask why you can't smile? I'm genuinely curious. If you're so unwilling, why must you marry me? Because my elders insist. Then, since you find yourself in this predicament, adopt a proper demeanor and refrain from appearing so condescending. This is my brother's home. As Gu Hanqing brought out the dishes, he noticed that the atmosphere between the two seemed rather tense. Rats, it's time to eat. Miss Yun, please join us. Yun Mingxi appeared somewhat displeased, yet she still rose to her feet. Gu Hanqing had prepared 6 dishes and a soup. Miss Yun, do sample my culinary skills. Rats, dig in. Zhou Yunhao was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Shengzi, your cooking has improved, he exclaimed. What have you been up to these past few years? Surely you're not playing the caretaker? I hear your boss is a stunning beauty. As her assistant, don't you have any thoughts on that? Me, a mere pauper, dare not entertain such notions about my superior? I am genuinely curious as to whom you could possibly fancy. Gu Hanqing noted that Yun Mingxi had yet to touch her food. Miss Yun, please eat. There's no need to be polite. Yun Mingxi took a bite and found the flavor quite delightful, nodding in approval, though she remained silent and listened attentively. Recently, there's a girl I might be interested in, Zhou Yunhao said, instantly intrigued. Who is she? When will you introduce her to me? There's no need to rush. We haven't even begun to know each other. Is she still studying? Goodness, Shengzi, you're quite the rascal. At 26, you're eyeing an 18-year-old? How audacious. Don't be ridiculous. She graduates in a year, all right? Gu Hanqing, you're several years her senior. Are you not ashamed? What of it? I'm quite pleased with myself. How did you even meet? Which school does she attend? She is also from Zhongda. A junior? Pray tell how you came to know her. After all these years, it seems this iron tree may finally blossom. We crossed paths a few times by chance, but we hardly know each other. I only know her name and little else. Shengzi, this is love at first sight. I assent it. The more you speak, the more intrigued I become. What kind of girl could possibly captivate you so? Yun Mingxi, listening to their conversation, felt a growing curiosity about their relationship, particularly as Gu Hanqing seemed rather extraordinary. Once I win her over, I'll bring you to meet her. Honestly, I'm eager to see her now. Just as they were deeply engrossed in conversation, a knock sounded at the door. Gu Hanqing frowned, fearing it might be Xiao Hanjin. Open the door, he said, and indeed, it was her. What brings you here? I have guests. Do come another time. Xiao Hanjin pushed past Gu Hanqing without changing her shoes and walked straight in, approaching Zhou Yunhao and Yun Mingxi. Xiao Hanjin, Gu Hanqing's boss. Zhou Yunhao glanced at Gu Hanqing, a smile spreading across his face. Shengzi, this is my fiancé, Yun Mingxi. Gu Hanqing was somewhat speechless at her abrupt entrance. Yun Mingxi recognized that Xiao Hanjin shared a unique bond with Gu Hanqing. Xiao Hanjin observed the two, noting their seemingly well-off backgrounds and the caliber of friends Gu Hanqing had. Chapter 33. The fierce Xiao Hanjin. Once Xiao Hanjin arrived, the atmosphere turned decidedly somber. Mr. Xiao, let us speak frankly. I hope you do not take offense. There is no need to call me Mr. Xiao. We are not at the office. You may simply use my name. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunhao immediately understood. Xiao Hanjin, have you taken a liking to our Shengzi? Indeed, Xiao Hanjin readily admitted. Her candid admission momentarily stunned Zhou Yunhao. Mr. Xiao has discerning taste. My brother excels in every regard. Thank you for the compliment. But I hope I am not intruding upon your gathering, Gu Hanqing remarked, slightly uneasy, as he tugged at Xiao Hanjin's sleeve. Zhou Yunhao, how can I win him over? Zhou Yunhao had encountered boldness before, Yet he had never witnessed such audacity. This delightful surprise has come in droves. My brother is somewhat late to the game in this regard. I only have one strategy, a bold approach, Zhou Yunhao chuckled. Xiao Hanjin smiled in response, finding Zhou Yunhao rather intriguing. He was not taking the bait. Zhou Yunhao erupted into laughter, glancing at Gu Hansheng. Shengzi, you are quite the unromantic. Even the beautiful Ms. Xiao is making advances, yet you remain oblivious? Gu Hansheng interjected, enough of that, let us eat. Ms. Xiao, you must make an effort, otherwise my brother will belong to someone else, Zhou Yunhao teased. Xiao Hanjin, being perceptive, quickly grasped Zhou Yunhao's implication. She turned to Gu Hansheng and probed. Have you truly been hiding a girlfriend from me? Zhou Yunhao stifled a laugh, contemplating whether his brother would have a good life if he married Xiao Hanjin. He would undoubtedly be kept in line. Beautiful Ms. Xiao, you currently hold a significant advantage. I am fully behind you. Gu Hansheng, just answer me, Xiao Hanjin pressed. Answer what? It's my freedom to seek a partner, Gu Hansheng retorted, visibly agitated. Am I not good enough? Why seek another woman? What can I not provide you? Zhou Yunhao and Yun Mingxi were merely spectators, finding the unfolding drama more captivating than any film. Zhou Yunhao observed Gu Hansheng, realizing that for 3 years he had been completely under Xiao Hanjin's influence. It was no wonder he had been so silent. Were they perhaps living together? Let us eat. We can discuss this later. My friend is coming over, he said. Zhou Yunhao, Miss Yun, I hope you don't mind. Not at all, you carry on. We will enjoy our meal, they replied. Zhou Yunhao savored his food and drink, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. He had long suspected that his brother's romantic misfortunes stemmed from this very dilemma. Gu Hansheng remained silent, focused solely on his meal. Yun Mingxi observed the two, impressed by how effortlessly Xiao Hanjin had rendered Gu Hansheng speechless with just a few words. Xiao Hanjin picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, offering Gu Hansheng a glass. He poured her a glass of red wine. Raising her glass, Xiao Hanjin said, Zhou Yunhao, Miss Yun, I apologize for the commotion. No worries. I find it quite entertaining. I have never seen Shengzi so earnest. I have high hopes for you, Zhou Yunhao replied with a smile. Let us connect on WeChat. There are matters I would like to consult you about. Certainly, I wholeheartedly support you. I dare say, no one understands him better than I do. Feel free to inquire. I shall divulge everything. Thank you. With that, Xiao Hanjin drained his glass of red wine. Zhou Yunhao could discern that Xiao Hanjin was truly sincere. All right, beautiful Xiao. I stand by you. He raised his glass in a toast. Gu Hansheng promptly kicked Zhou Yunhao under the table. Zhou Yunhao paid it no mind and continued, My brother, if you intend to make a move, do so swiftly. Otherwise, you might find someone else has taken the lead, and then you shall regret it. He did not wish to engage with me. He preferred to distance himself. Zhou Yunhao chuckled, Let's eat first. I will offer you some advice later that will surely prove beneficial. Xiao Hanjin took out his phone to add him on WeChat. Gu Hansheng was left speechless. He had yet to attend to serious matters, and Xiao Hanjin insisted on interjecting. As Gu Hansheng and Yun Mingxi dined, Yun Mingxi excused herself from the table after a while. Gu Hansheng stood to pour her a cup of tea. He then sat down and asked, Miss Yun, may I pose a question? Do you truly wish to marry the rat? I do not desire it. My family is pressuring me to wed him. In that case, I believe it would be best for you to refrain from marrying him. The rat is not suitable for you. You would find great anguish in the future. Even after marriage, he would continue his hedonistic ways. But I have no choice. Could you persuade Zhou Yunhao to reject this union? That would be ideal. Honestly, the rat is a good person. You simply do not understand him yet. And if you are unwilling to understand him, then your marriage would hold little meaning. I merely suggest this. The choice ultimately rests with you. Thank you. Gu Hansheng returned to the dining table. Rat, I must ask you, do you genuinely wish to marry Yun Mingxi? For me, it matters not whom I marry. Since my mother favors her, I shall proceed with it. Marriage is a significant matter. Rat, you must contemplate it carefully. If I have considered it, then so be it. Gu Hansheng observed that Zhou Yunhao had made his decision. For him, his affection had dissipated along with her, and rekindling it would be no simple task. Enough about me. When shall you two invite me to celebrate your wedding? As long as Gu Hansheng is willing, we can obtain our marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Beautiful Xiao, I have unwavering faith in you. Even if the rat has other women around him, they will never be your rivals. In a palace drama, you would undoubtedly be the rightful queen. Zhou Yunhao, are you suggesting that Gu Hansheng should establish a harem? Not at all. It merely indicates your prowess and unassailable position. Hearing this, Xiao Hanjin felt a surge of joy. Gu Hansheng then urged them to leave, saying, "Rat, we have eaten enough. It's time for you to go. Miss Yun is waiting there. Please be courteous to her and show some gentlemanly demeanor." Understood. Gu Hansheng escorted them to the door. Xiao Hanjin sat in the living room, meticulously surveying the two-bedroom apartment. "Gu Hansheng, I shall move in to live with you." "Xiao Hanjin, are you ever going to stop?" Gu Hansheng shouted at her, and she looked genuinely aggrieved, saying, "What have I done to deserve this treatment from you? I had important matters to discuss today with the rat and his partner, and you completely disrupted that. You want to persuade them not to get married. What does that have to do with me? Besides, have you succeeded in convincing them? The two are already emotionally distant. And Zhou Yunhao has made up his mind. What more can you say? You are meddling too much. Just go away. I've been drinking, so I can't leave. I will stay here tonight." "Xiao Hanjin, there's a mirror. Go take a look at yourself and see if you are still the same person you once were," she remarked with a defiant expression. "I have fallen into your trap, and you are intentionally provoking me to divorce. Gu Hansheng, why don't you give it a try? Is that not acceptable?" Gu Hansheng's mind conjured the image of Li Qiuya. He wanted to firmly refuse Xiao Hanjin, but knew that refusal would be futile. He understood her too well. "Then let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, then you must concede." Xiao Hanjin, displeased by his words, retorted, "Why wouldn't it work for me?" Chapter 34. Being a scoundrel is quite nice if I have never liked you. Then it can only be. Am I beautiful? Beautiful? Do I have a good figure? Curvaceous and appealing. Then why don't you like me? Is there something wrong with you? Never mind. I can't explain it to you. I'll take you home. Gu Hansheng, didn't you agree to give it a try with me? Indeed. Then it is only reasonable that I move in. This is the only way we can cultivate our feelings. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. Then you may stay in that room. Gu Hansheng, if you want to return with me, let us stay at Mingyuan Villa instead. The conditions here are rather lacking. I'm not going back. Then that's settled. It's fine to stay here. Which room shall I take? Gu Hansheng pointed to a room. Xiao Hanjin walked over, glanced inside, and remarked, "That room is completely empty. I'll sleep in your room, and also, get me 2 pieces of clean clothing. I need to take a shower." "I don't have any of your clothes. You must have a white shirt." Gu Hansheng was speechless. He had seen her in lace camisoles and plunging necklines before, and the allure was indeed overwhelming. Since Xiao Hanjin was willing to go that far, he naturally wouldn't refuse her. However, he firmly believed that she would not be able to handle it. Gu Hansheng found a white shirt and handed it to Xiao Hanjin. Curious to see what she would do next, he sat in the living room while she was in the bathroom. She had never done this before. After her shower, she emerged wearing his shirt, which barely covered her thighs, revealing her long, fair legs before him. Gu Hansheng gazed at her and smiled, saying, "This is quite nice. Your legs are beautiful. Are you feeling excited? If you're not excited, you can't be a man. Do you want to touch? Any man would want to, right? Marry me, and you can touch as you please. How does that sound?" Gu Hansheng was not a fool. He chuckled and remarked, "Relationships begin as friends, evolve into lovers, and culminate in marriage. There ought to be no secrets between lovers, so let us test the waters." He rose and approached, prepared to make a daring move. "If I touch, then I shall be your boyfriend. If you wish to touch, then go ahead." Gu Hansheng was acutely aware that Xiao Hanjin would not easily yield to temptation. "Hurry back to your room. Do not stand here and entice me. Gu Hansheng, please dry my hair for me." "And what else? What do you mean? Am I to become your boyfriend simply by having you dry my hair? You can do it yourself." Xiao Hanjin replied, "I merely need your assistance to dry my hair. It is too damp, and how can I sleep like this?" At that moment, Gu Hansheng, filled with youthful vigor, feared that a moment of impulse might lead him to leap forward. The consequence of such an action would be a proposal to marry her, a prospect he lacked the courage to entertain, even if she were the most exceptional and ethereal woman. Xiao Hanjin took his hand and led him into the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, Gu Hansheng diligently dried her hair, while she watched him in the reflection, his handsome and earnest demeanor causing her heart to race. He avoided gazing at the mirror too often. The sweet fragrance enveloped him, stirring his heart. He wished to finish quickly and make his exit. As the hairdryer ceased, Xiao Hanjin unexpectedly turned around, their eyes locking in a moment dense with unspoken tension. Gu Hansheng contemplated setting down the dryer and leaving, but Xiao Hanjin discerned his intentions. "Gu Hansheng, do you feel nothing for me? My heart is racing. My heartbeat is quite calm." With that, he swiftly exited the room, watching him flee in a fluster. She sensed she had discovered his weakness. Indeed, no man could withstand the allure of beauty. as long as they remained under the same roof. She was confident she would win him over. Gu Hanxing sat in the living room, pouring himself a glass of water and drinking deeply. He thought to himself, this cannot continue. Xia Hanjin is truly fearless. Xia Hanjin glanced at him from the living room, a smile illuminating her face. Back in her room, she recalled the earlier scene, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. It was indeed a bit shameful. It was her first time behaving so in front of a man. In truth, she had struggled for several minutes while putting on that shirt. Perhaps if she were more proactive in her marriage, the situation would not have reached such a point where she was engaging in such humiliating behavior. Meanwhile, Gu Hanxing lay on the sofa, regretting his acquiescence to Xia Hanjin's presence in his home. His thoughts wandered to Li Qiuya, feeling a kinship with her. They shared similar experiences and a common struggle for life. He had planned to take action, pursuing his own preferences while rejecting Xia Hanjin's advances. It is simple enough to refuse her. It will not affect me, he mused, finding solace in his reasoning. Zhou Yunhao sent a message on WeChat, inquiring about how to handle his junior schoolmate. I pursue the girl I like, and she pursues hers. Does it matter? He questioned. You scold me for being a beast, yet you are hardly different. Do you wish to straddle two boats? What do you mean? I am simply chasing the girl I admire. What of it? I have no intention of being with Xiao Hanjin. Goodness, Zhou, I truly underestimated you. You are even more despicable than I thought. Yet perhaps being a bit callous is advantageous, as it lessens the chance of being hurt. How am I despicable? I don't like Xiao Hanjin. I certainly can't just marry her. Zhou, I am genuinely curious about your junior schoolmate. Is she truly more attractive than Xiao Hanjin? About the same, I suppose. Does she come from a better family than Xiao Hanjin? Perhaps not. Her circumstances might be similar to mine during university. Zhou, even with your eyes closed, you should know whom to choose. It is undoubtedly the beautiful Xiao. You need not strive any further. You don't understand. If I truly marry her, will I still have my freedom? Zhou Yunhao comprehended what Gu Hanxing implied. In the realm of the affluent, what one gains is often proportional to what one sacrifices. It was evident that Hanxing had endured considerable hardship over the past 3 years. His abilities and character had been acknowledged. Otherwise, how could a company owner have taken notice of him? He was acutely aware of the trials his brother had faced along the way. Thus, choosing Xiao Hanjin would be the optimal solution, allowing him to forego 2 decades of toil, perhaps even a lifetime. The preceding days had been sufficiently arduous. Marrying a wife would provide everything he needed. So there ought to be no hesitation. Zhou, why can't you conquer her? Make Xiao Hanjin heed your commands? What are you thinking? I served as her assistant for 3 years. I know her well. Is an assistant akin to a husband? Think carefully. I, for one, support your choice of Xiao Hanjin. That junior schoolmate could serve as a mistress. Do you not comprehend this? Get lost. Do you truly see me as a scoundrel? Hanxing, being a scoundrel has its merits. One is solely responsible for oneself. As for women, simply provide them with what they desire. He added with a laugh. Chapter 35. You've seen everything. Gu Hanxing pondered the words of the rat, which seemed to possess some validity. No. Why do I still find the rat-ass scoundrel remarks reasonable? I must be bewitched. Gu Hanxing set his phone aside and retired for the night, feeling that such thoughts were rather alarming. In the morning, Gu Hanxing awoke. After washing up and glancing at the time, he realized it was time to go to work. Noticing that Xiao Hanjin had yet to rise, he knocked on the door, but received no response. He hurriedly pushed the door open, seeing Xiao Hanjin still lying in bed. He approached to rouse her, and after calling her name several times, she finally opened her eyes. Gu Hanxing touched Xiao Hanjin's forehead, finding it quite hot. He quickly pulled back the blanket, intending to carry her to the hospital. Before him appeared her snow-white legs and delicate lace underwear. Gu Hanxing hastily covered her with the blanket and searched for her trousers. Xiao Hanjin, can you not put on your own pants? Xiao Hanjin was drifting in and out of consciousness, and Gu Hanxing, disregarding everything else, pulled back the covers and attempted to dress her in pants. His hands seemed somewhat clumsy, inadvertently brushing against her sensitive areas. With one arm lifting Xiao Hanjin, he managed to dress her with the other. Once she was properly attired, Gu Hanxing carried her to the hospital. In the emergency room, the doctor examined Xiao Hanjin, discovering a high fever of 39.5 degrees Celsius, and 4 drip was administered, leaving her in a dazed state, while Gu Hanxing occasionally checked her forehead. Halfway through the 4, Xiao Hanjin regained some awareness, glanced at Gu Hanxing, and soon realized she was in a hospital. Her immediate concern was to check whether she was wearing pants. Gu Hanxing, caught off guard, hurriedly averted his gaze, pretending to be oblivious. Xiao Hanjin was no fool. In a somewhat weakened voice, she asked, Gu Hansheng, did you put my pants on? You did it yourself? He replied without hesitation. Did you not see me? She queried. I didn't see anything. You dressed yourself. I wasn't looking, Gu Hansheng adamantly denied, unwilling to invite trouble. Gu Hansheng, don't deny it. I was unconscious. How could I put on my pants? You have to take responsibility for what you saw. I didn't see anything. Faced with Gu Hansheng's stubbornness, Xiao Hanjin was rendered speechless. Are my thighs fair? Quite fair, he admitted. And yet you claim not to have looked? You were standing in front of me last night, and I had nothing to hide. Were they soft? She pressed. Quite soft, Gu Hansheng blurted out. Gu Hansheng, you dressed me in my pants. Have you taken advantage of me? You've seen me completely exposed and even touched me. Xiao Hanjin, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I helped you put on your pants. Otherwise, you would have come to the hospital in the nude. I don't care. You must take responsibility. Observing Xiao Hanjin's expression, Gu Hansheng remarked, what is there to see? You, Gu Hansheng, took advantage of me and now you refuse to take responsibility. What responsibility? Would you like me to touch you again? Xiao Hanjin was so exasperated that she could hardly stand him. Here she was, being embraced and touched by him. And he had this attitude. Gu Hansheng, equally irked, contemplated leaving but held back. Abandoning her in the hospital was not in his character. Xiao Hanjin, I plan to go to Guangxing tomorrow to discuss acquisition matters. Gu Hansheng, I'm lying in a hospital bed, still burning with fever, and you want to discuss work? Fine, you win. I won't say anything further. As Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hansheng's demeanor, she felt a twinge of regret for being overly aggressive. After a moment of hesitation, she tugged at the hem of his shirt. Hansheng, I'm sorry. You're right about everything. I shouldn't apologize. Once the four is finished, I'll take you home. And then? What do you mean and then? Aren't you going to take care of me at home? I'll call the housekeeper to look after you. Absolutely not. My mother will scold me again. Hansheng, why don't you want to marry me? Xiao Hanjin, we have known each other for 3 years. Aside from our moments of slumber, we have been inseparable during all other times. I consider myself quite familiar with you, though you may not know me as well. When you initially approached me with the proposition of a faux marriage, I was elated to hear a figure of 1 million a year. In these 3 years, I have earned quite a bit, and it felt like a stroke of fortune. Over this period, I have learned and grown tremendously. To gain is to give, an immutable truth throughout the ages. I am unsure if your changes stem from your aunt's pressures or something else. There has been a significant transformation in you. Yet I firmly believe that fundamental aspects of a person cannot be altered in a short span. Moreover, my life encompasses more than mere wealth, truth be told. I have been earning since my high school graduation, and for the past 8 years, I have tirelessly endeavored to improve my family's circumstances without pause. In marrying you, I feel as though I have entered a new realm, and while I am aware that marrying you means bringing home a golden opportunity, many presume that I need not strive any longer. On the contrary, I may find myself compelled to continuously prove my worth and surpass your expectations. Should I falter? What consequences would I face? You know the answer as well as I do. This is the first time Xiao Hanjin has heard Gu Hansheng speak so profoundly. She does not interrupt, but listens intently. Although I currently possess little wealth, securing a job with a decent salary is within reach. And finding a suitable partner for marriage presents the possibility of starting my own venture. It is as simple as that. Furthermore, there has never truly been any affection between us. We both recognize our positions clearly. President Xiao, now that you have calmed down, do you believe you love me? I feel a flicker of attraction. Yet, what I feel seems to be the extent of it. How could I marry you solely for your wealth or beauty? Do you think such a foundation could endure? I am not one to enjoy being at another's mercy, though, for the sake of survival, one must sometimes bow their head under the eaves. That is a last resort. Thus, within the confines of our contract, I shall fulfill my responsibilities and earn my keep. Do not expect me to excel in every regard. Everyone wears a mask, presenting only their favorable side. What you see is merely a facade. Xiao Hanjin was rendered speechless by this revelation. Do you understand now? She nodded, finally grasping Gu Hansheng's truest sentiments. She still wished to pose a question. Are you really indifferent towards me? I am, after all, a normal man, who could remain unmoved by beauty and the allure of wealth. If I were to succumb, would I be doomed for life? Would you allow me to escape? You likely hope I would remain as obedient as I once was. Therefore, we are not suited for one another. Why must you put me in such a predicament? Gu Hansheng had expressed all he intended to convey. Xiao Hanjin, being a clever woman, naturally comprehended his words. Gu Hansheng, why did you agree to give this a try last night? Merely to try, which signifies little. Perhaps, after some time, you will leave without me needing to say anything. Xiao Hanjin gazed at Gu Hansheng, who exuded an air of remarkable calmness, having seemingly discerned many truths. Gu Hansheng, if I could wholeheartedly be with you, would you consider it earnestly? She pondered. Yet, she confided, truth be told, you are not my ideal type. This admission left Xiao Hanjin feeling somewhat dejected, even a touch pained, as she sensed Gu Hansheng's departure was imminent. Gu Hansheng, you need not bear any responsibility. Would you indulge in a romance with me? Of course. One would be a fool to pass up such an opportunity, he retorted. Chapter 36. The inappropriateness of intimacy. Gu Hansheng, is there a hint of insincerity in your demeanor? She queried. After all, who would refuse meat delivered to their doorstep? Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hansheng's rather roguish disposition. His decision appeared to be one made after careful consideration. Yet she had initially believed it merely an excuse. She had thought that by being more ardent, he would naturally come around. But now the challenge had escalated significantly. Moreover, she was increasingly convinced of Gu Hansheng's boundless potential, and she realized she might not encounter another man capable of igniting her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she jolted back to reality, nearly falling into his trap once more. Gu Hansheng, I believe we are quite compatible. You have never regarded me as a wife, only as a boss. Once married, I know your nature would compel you to comply with my wishes. Furthermore, she added, in being with me, you would have the freedom to pursue any ambitions within the Yunfeng group. No one would impede your endeavors. Given your capabilities, targeting me would be well within your reach. Gu Hansheng, I firmly believe you would make a splendid husband, so you might as well resign yourself to that fate. Gu Hansheng refrained from responding further. As the four-drip concluded, Xiao Hanjin felt somewhat revitalized. Illness notwithstanding, her mind remained astute. Gu Hansheng gently touched her forehead. The fever seemed to have subsided, offering him a measure of relief. Xiao Hanjin then looked at Gu Hansheng, feeling an extraordinary warmth and joy within her heart. Let us leave. Your fever has subsided, and I shall escort you home. You may carry me, she suggested. I prefer to walk. Propriety dictates a certain distance between the sexes. You have seen, touched, and embraced me. What propriety remains? She retorted. Xiao Hanjin, are you willing to forsake all sense of decorum? If you have abandoned me, what need do I have for dignity? Gu Hansheng found himself utterly bewildered by her audacity. She truly seemed ready to cast aside all reservations. He did not indulge her whims, but simply stood up and walked away. Xiao Hanjin, feeling slightly exasperated by Gu Hansheng's lack of romantic understanding, rose and accompanied him as they exited the hospital. As Gu Hansheng escorted her back to the Mingyuan villa, she lamented, such a grand residence, yet you dwell here alone. It seems rather unfortunate. Gu Hansheng, why not move back in? I think it is best to refrain. You should tidy up. I shall return first. Gu Hansheng, are you truly leaving me behind? The fever has subsided, and I have matters to attend to. Tomorrow, I need to visit Guanqing. Please have someone from the company arrange a meeting with Boss Shu for the day after tomorrow. I will accompany you. What is your purpose there? Why can't I go? Gu Hansheng was well aware of Xiao Hanjin's intentions, yet he flatly refused. I can handle the negotiations myself. Your presence might disrupt the process. I never claimed I would negotiate. I can serve as your assistant, merely observing from the sidelines. It will not interfere with you. This matter is settled. You are the boss, and your word is final. However, let it be known beforehand that during this negotiation, you shall not voice your opinions. I will have the final say. Very well. After Gu Hansheng concluded, he prepared to leave. Where are you going? I have matters to attend to. I will come by in the evening. You should rest at home, and contact me if anything arises. As Gu Hansheng departed, Xiao Hanjin felt a tenderness akin to water, something beyond her capability, yet she could acquiesce to his wishes, which was still manageable. Gu Hansheng called the HR director to request a file on Li Qiya. Upon discovering her address, he was quite surprised to find it nearly 30 kilometers from her workplace. Daily commutes via public transport consumed over an hour. He took a taxi to Li Qiya's residence, an aging house where he observed a middle-aged woman, her features bearing the marks of time and her hair flecked with gray, seated in the yard. Noting her resemblance to Li Qiya, he understood immediately. Gu Hansheng stepped inside. Good day, Andy. May I trouble you for a glass of water? The aunt struggled to rise, preparing to fetch him some water. Please, do sit. I can serve myself. Gu Hansheng poured himself a glass and took a seat beside Li Qiya's mother. Are you home alone? My eldest daughter has gone to work, and the youngest is at school. What about your husband? He passed away 10 years ago after falling ill. Gu Hanxing felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. He had anticipated her life to be more challenging than his own. How do you manage meals, being unable to move about, with your daughters away? My eldest prepares breakfast. I simply warm it up for lunch, and my youngest cooks dinner in the evening. As she spoke, a look of guilt washed over her face. She felt her daughter Li Qiya bore too heavy a burden. Gu Hanxing pondered how he might assist them discreetly given the circumstances. What does your daughter do for work? Isn't it quite taxing? Young man, what is your profession? I am currently the head of a department at a small company. Li Qiya's mother regarded Gu Hanxing with a smile, asking, how old are you? 26. I came here to attend to some matters nearby, and couldn't find a convenience store, so I stopped by for a drink. Such a young man, yet so accomplished. Perhaps a bit of luck is involved. What does your daughter do? She is still a student, interning at a large company. That is impressive. But isn't it quite exhausting? Indeed, she is busy all day and cannot rest on weekends. As her mother, I feel I am a burden to her. Auntie, your words are misguided. There is no burden to speak of. You are her mother, her closest kin, and as long as you remain at home, she is still with you. The difficulties you face are merely transient. Young man, you possess a way with words. Are you married? Not yet. Has your family been pressing you? They have been incessantly encouraging me, yet I have not encountered the right person for marriage. Li Qiya's mother gazed at Gu Hanxing with a smile. Auntie, what happened to your leg? The bones have deteriorated, causing me great pain while walking. Auntie, I have connections at a hospital. Would you like to seek treatment? I have been there before. The treatment is exorbitantly expensive, and my daughter has worked tirelessly over the years to support our family, which is quite challenging. I do not wish to add to her burdens. Gu Hanxing, listening to her words, was acutely aware of the difficulties faced. He found himself at a loss for solutions and wondered if Li Qiya would accept a direct loan from him. A girl like her might suspect ulterior motives. Annie, you must believe that all hardships shall pass. Before coming, Gu Hanxing had withdrawn a modest sum of cash, 2,000 yuan to be precise. Auntie, this is a small token of my goodwill. Please use it to purchase some study supplies for the children. Young man, this is unacceptable. It's nothing, Auntie. You rest. I shall take my leave. Gu Hanxing hurriedly departed, but soon turned back, worried she might fall. A glance through the door revealed her discreetly wiping away tears. Empathizing with her plight, he felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. Chapter 37. Son-in-law or adopted son. After leaving, Gu Hanxing arrived at the office. Upon entering his department, he spotted Li Qiya diligently working from afar. Approaching her, he said, Please come to my office for a moment. Li Qiya, taken aback, wondered why the manager had summoned her. Yuan Mei, nearby, also overheard, curious about Gu's intentions. With a hint of trepidation, Li Qiya followed Gu Hanxing into his office. After closing the door, Gu instructed her to take a seat and handed her a bank card. This card contains 500,000. The password is 6 zeros. This is a loan for your mother's medical treatment. Li Qiya stared at Gu Hanxing, brimming with questions and confusion. Take it. This is for you to borrow and must be repaid in the future. Manager, how do you know about my family's situation? You need not concern yourself with how I know. Just take it. Use it for your mother's treatment, and do not overburden yourself with part-time work. Focus on your responsibilities at Yunfeng Group and your studies. If the funds fall short, you may approach me again. Li Qiya was at a loss for words. Her defenses crumbled, and tears welled in her eyes. After all your hard work, allow yourself to rest. Use this money for your mother's treatment and prioritize your education. Do not rush to repay me. Thank you. Manager, Gu Hanxing pressed the bank card into Li Qiya's hand and offered her a tissue. Wipe away your tears. Life will not always be so bitter. Focus on working, studying, and living well. Allow me to write you an IOU. No need for that. Dry your tears and step outside. As Li Qiya removed her black-framed glasses, her naturally beautiful face instantly appeared before him, embodying the epitome of beauty in his eyes. Li Qiya now realized that her entry into Yunfeng Group was also thanks to his assistance. She gazed at Gu Hanxing with a gentle expression. His commanding tone stemmed from a concern that she might not accept his help. After securely placing her bank card away, she ventured out, filled with gratitude and an indescribable emotion. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Hanxing had altered the course of her life. Li Qiya composed herself and returned to her workstation. Yuan Mei immediately inquired, Qiya, why did President Gu summon you? He asked me to bring him a cup of coffee. Is that all? Yes. Yuan Mei found it intriguing, especially since Chuya had suddenly been transferred to the finance department. Such a move surely required some backing. Furthermore, President Gu's sudden request piqued her curiosity. Chuya, do you already know President Gu? Sister Mei, I did not know him before. I was unaware of who he was until you mentioned his name. Could it be that President Gu has taken a liking to you? Li Chuya felt flustered. Sister Mei, how could someone as exceptional as him possibly be interested in me? Yuan Mei pondered this as well. A man of President Gu's caliber would not settle for anything less than a similarly accomplished woman. Not to mention that Li Chuya was still quite young and had yet to graduate from university. Li Chuya too was perplexed, contemplating why Gu Hansheng would aid her. Could it be that he genuinely liked her? She found that notion hard to believe. Yet, how could he possibly be aware of her family circumstances? This left her utterly baffled. After spending some time in the office, Gu Hansheng headed to Mingyuan Villa. At that moment, his phone rang. Gu Hansheng, have you completed your tasks? Why aren't you back yet? I'm on my way. I'll return after buying some groceries. Upon hearing this response, Xiao Hanjin felt a surge of happiness. That evening, after work, Li Chuya returned home with some delicious treats. Her mother immediately called her over to discuss the events of the day. Mom, what does he look like? Li's mother described Gu Hansheng's appearance, stirring ripples of emotion within her heart. Mom, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup on Saturday. I have money now. Chuya, where did you get the money? The person from earlier lent it to me, 500,000. Li's mother was astonished. Who is this young man? Why would he do that? You must find out. He is neither kin nor acquaintance. Is he harboring ulterior motives? Mom, his name is Gu Hansheng. He is a high-ranking leader in our company. He is quite kind. And I believe my joining Yunfeng Group was his arrangement. Li's mother was somewhat taken aback, but felt reassured by the impression Gu Hansheng made. She now believes that this young man must have feelings for her daughter. Otherwise, what would motivate his actions? Chuya, what are your impressions of Xiao Gu? I haven't interacted much with him, but I sense he possesses admirable qualities. Li Chuya is uncertain about her own feelings. She merely perceives him as exceptional, feeling unworthy of him. Upon hearing this, Li's mother advised, take your time, there is no need to rush. You are both still young. After returning to the Mingyuan Villa, Gu Hansheng busied himself in the kitchen, while Xiao Hanjin was eager to ascertain what he had been occupied with that afternoon. Gu Hansheng, what were you up to this afternoon? Just having your meal. I left right after. Gu Hansheng, are you really going to leave me like this? I am a patient. Xiao Hanjin, aren't you feeling better? You could go back to your parents' house. Such a large villa, living alone feels rather desolate. Just then, the doorbell rang. Gu Hansheng answered the door, and upon seeing him, Zhao's mother beamed with delight. Hansheng, have you moved back? Xiao Zong has a fever. I'm here to take care of her. Hansheng, don't be so distant just because of a divorce. Also, you are a man. Be a bit more assertive. No matter how aloof she appears, she is still your woman at home. Auntie, this is still. I prefer you to call me Mom. You have done so for 3 years. I dislike being addressed as Annie now. Currently, Hanjin and I are merely colleagues. So what? Does your relationship with her affect our bond? Or do you think I am inadequate? Gu Hansheng truly felt the pressure. No matter how he responded, it seemed unsatisfactory. Mom, let's eat together. That's more like it. If you two truly cannot become a couple, I will gladly adopt you as my godson. That would be delightful. Xiao Hanjin listened to their conversation, recognizing her mother's formidable nature. Mom, what brings you here? I came to see if you were being foolish, her mother retorted bluntly. Hansheng, what a coincidence to meet you here. I plan to visit you at the company tomorrow. Here is the share transfer agreement. Please sign it. Gu Hansheng was taken aback. Mom, I can't accept this. Hansheng, since you call me Mom, you should accept it. This is a gift from me to you. Auntie, I truly cannot accept this. Is it because of this foolish girl? Ignore her. If you end up with her, you will be my son-in-law. If not, you will still be my godson. Why are you hesitant to be my godson? Gu Hansheng felt trapped in her mother's scheme, unable to escape. Chapter 38. Wholeheartedly good to him, Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hansheng, knowing he was contemplating how to decline. Mom, if you give this to me, can I dispose of it as I please? Of course. Hanjin, sign it. And I will give this to you. The mother and daughter were momentarily taken aback. Gu Hansheng was indeed clever. Xiao Hanjin was not naive either. Why are you giving this to me? You must provide a reason that I can accept. This is a gift from my mom to her son-in-law or godson. Gu Hansheng chuckled. This is a gift for my future wife, or perhaps an elder sister. He directly kicked the ball to Xiao Hanjin. But I do not wish to be your sister. I only desire to be your wife. Zhao's mother gazed at her foolish daughter, who, thankfully, was not entirely foolish. Gu Hansheng found himself at a loss for words and then remarked, "Mom, please hold on to this for me. There should be a proper ceremony if it is to be given, at the very least a wedding or a formal acknowledgement, don't you think?" Zhao's mother was truly taken aback. This young man was remarkably quick-witted. "All right, I shall keep it safe for a while, but I cannot hold it indefinitely." Xiao Hanjin did not expect Gu Hansheng to be so cunning, using all his cleverness for his own benefit. She insisted on serving him more food. "Eat. You should have more." Gu Hansheng immediately raised his bowl and distanced himself, saying, "I can serve myself. There is no need for you to do it." Zhao's mother observed Gu Hansheng with increasing satisfaction. If only her daughter had communicated earlier, this situation would have been much simpler. The marriage would undoubtedly have been secured. And now all the initiative lay with Hansheng. The path ahead was indeed fraught with challenges. At that moment, Zhao's mother inquired, "Hansheng, are you planning to leave Yunfeng Group?" "Yes, I wish to explore opportunities at other companies." "Have you found a new position yet?" "Not yet. I have yet to deal with the acquisition by Shushu Company. I will wait until that matter is resolved before I depart. I am not worried about finding work." "Hansheng, I do not want you to leave Yunfeng Group. I wish to venture out. If I struggle, I can always return." Zhao's mother looked at Gu Hansheng, sensing his determination to leave Yunfeng. "Hansheng, once the acquisition concludes, what if I make you the vice president of Yunfeng Group? Would that persuade you to stay?" "Mom, I used to chase after money, but now I seek a more liberated existence. Regular hours, enjoying skewers with friends in the afternoon, perhaps a drink or two." "You should not think that way. But that is indeed how I feel. I worked hard for money, though I never had much. Now my life is sufficient. In a couple of years, I plan to buy a home in Zhonghai and find a girlfriend to marry. That is the most authentic version of myself that I have shared with Han Jin as well. To be honest, I have felt quite weary over the years and wish to unwind." As Zhao's mother listened to Gu Hansheng's thoughts, she understood his perspective but found herself at a loss for words of persuasion. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Hanjin once Hansheng departed. Her foolish daughter would truly have little opportunity left. At that moment, Gu Hansheng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and excused himself to answer the call. It was from his aunt. "Aunt, why are you calling me so late?" "Hansheng, why are you still sending me money? Isn't Uncle injured? You should buy something delicious for Uncle to help him recover. You always do this. Did Lirong tell you?" "It's not her fault. I pressed her for the information. Take what your nephew has given you. Consider it my way of expressing filial piety." Gu Fanxiu did not engage in any disputes. "Hansheng, Lirong, you must refrain from frequently providing her with money. In the bustling metropolis of Zhonghai, there are numerous temptations, and fostering a lavish spending habit would be unwise." "Aunt, I am aware, you can rest assured." "Very well, as you strive alone in the outside world. Be sure to pay attention to your health, and do not allow work to consume your every moment. Hurry and find a girlfriend. Your parents are quite anxious." "Certainly. I shall make an effort. You must prepare a generous red envelope. You must bring it home. I assure you, your aunt will prepare a substantial red envelope for you. I am eagerly awaiting it." Gu Hansheng ended the call and prepared to leave. "Mother, Hanjin, I must take my leave. I have a business trip to Guangqing tomorrow to discuss acquisition matters with Xu Shu. I will have the driver take you home. I still need to speak with Hanjin." "No need. I can take a taxi home." Gu Hansheng departed. Zhao's mother turned to Xiao Hanjin and asked, "What will you do now?" "I am uncertain. I have tried numerous methods, yet none have proven effective." "What methods? Share them with me." "Beauty traps, and the allure of a gentle abode, among others. With your personality, would you be capable of such tactics?" "I fear Hansheng will only mock you. Indeed, he is exceedingly vexing. Having been with you for 3 years, how could he not know your true nature? Remember, as long as you are sincere in your affection for him, the means are inconsequential. It is his perception of your heartfelt intentions that matters. I plan to accompany him to Guangqing. I am aware he will soon depart, and I intend to move in with him. Precisely, whatever he chooses to pursue. Simply support him. Silly girl, do not concern yourself with appearances. Focus on winning Hansheng's heart. Prepare yourself. I will escort you to Hansheng's residence." Xiao Hanjin hurriedly began to pack her belongings, fully cognizant that if she did not act, Gu Hansheng's departure from Yunfeng Group would sever their connection entirely. En route, Zhao's mother added, "Hanjin, do not apply your corporate strategies to Hansheng. You must recognize he is your partner, not merely your employee." "Understood." Just as Gu Hansheng arrived home, Xiao Hanjin appeared at the doorstep, suitcase in hand. "What brings you here?" Han Sheng, will you not invite me in for a moment? Mother, please come inside. Han Sheng, is this your own home? It is rented. Han Sheng, let me purchase a place for you. Mother, truly, there is no need. Should I have such a necessity, I will inform you. Zhao's mother chuckled, understanding that she could not impose her wishes. If he accepted her offer, they would proceed, and if not, it would be well enough as long as her intentions were clear. Gu Hansheng poured 2 cups of water, surveying his surroundings. While the conditions were somewhat lacking, this was indeed the truest reflection of his current life. She said nothing, believing that her foolish daughter must persevere and not abandon this endeavor after just a few days. Xiao Hanjin escorted her mother downstairs, who cautioned her, if you choose to live here, you must commit wholeheartedly. Do not waver. Han Xing's promise to let you stay is an opportunity not to be squandered. Don't be foolish. Mother, I am well aware of that. I certainly cannot afford to miss this chance. Remember my words. Treat him with utmost sincerity. Only then did Zhao's mother leave with a sense of relief, as her greatest wish was for Han Sheng to remain her son-in-law. Despite everything, she had always believed that a man like Han Sheng was truly commendable, raised well by his parents. Chapter 39. You are my father. Xiao Hanjin ascended the stairs to find Gu Hansheng seated in the living room. She settled beside him, intending to wrap her arm around his. Han Sheng, from now on, you will have the final say in this household and the company. What do you think? This is my home. Naturally, I will make the decisions. Now go rest. Have you arranged for the flight tickets? I have. Excellent. Then rest well. Xiao Hanjin returned to her room, while Gu Hansheng reclined on the sofa, drifting into slumber. At 11 o'clock that night, Gu Hansheng's phone rang, an incoming call from He Xinyu. President He, why are you still awake at this hour? Gu Hansheng, I am currently at the hospital. Could you please watch over my daughter at my home? Glancing at the time, he replied, I can only make it by 9 in the morning, as I have a business trip tomorrow with a flight at 11. All right, I will send you the address and the door code via WeChat. Though slightly taken aback, Gu Hansheng consented, reassured by how much trust He Xinyu placed in him. He took a taxi to He Xinyu's villa complex, a series of grand residences nestled in the mountains, offering excellent privacy. After calling He Xinyu, the security guard permitted him entry. Inputting the door code, he entered, facing several layers of security measures. Uncertain of which room belonged to her daughter, he began his search on the 2nd floor, opening doors one by one. In one room, upon opening the door, he heard the sound of a little girl crying. He turned on the light and approached. He Xinxin, with tear-filled eyes, fixed her gaze upon him. Slowly, Gu Hansheng walked closer. Daddy. The familiarity of the term escaped her lips instinctively. Gu Hansheng was taken aback by her calling him daddy. What is your name? He Xinxin. Xinxin, I am not your father. You may call me uncle. No, you are my father. He Xinxin opened her arms, signaling for Gu Hansheng to embrace her. He lifted her into his arms and said, Xinxin, shall we go to sleep? Daddy, why have you only just come back to see Xinxin? Gu Hansheng observed that she appeared to have been crying for quite some time. Looking at the child before him, he inquired, Where is your father? You are my father. Gu Hansheng was utterly bewildered. He had no girlfriend, let alone a daughter. Moreover, he had never met He Xinyu prior to this encounter. Listen, Daddy, she called out. A beautiful and lovely daughter has unexpectedly appeared. It feels delightful. Would you lull me to sleep, Daddy? I want you to hold me while I drift off. The room appeared to belong to He Xinyu, and sleeping in her bed felt rather inappropriate to Gu Hansheng. He found himself in a bit of a predicament. In that moment, He Xinxin sat by the edge of the bed, yet she steadfastly refused to lay down, insisting that unless he joined her, she would not sleep. Gu Hansheng, unable to resist her plea, eventually lay down. A delightful fragrance enveloped him as He Xinxin gazed intently at him, her small hand clutching his arm, fearful that he might vanish. Daddy, do you not like Xinxin? She asked innocently. How could that be? Daddy has always cherished you, he reassured her. Then why don't you come to see me more often? Gu Hansheng was filled with confusion. There were no family photographs in the room. Was he really a single parent? What did it mean for her to summon him to care for the child? Daddy is busy with work, he replied. You're lying. She retorted. Daddy truly is busy, Xinxin. Now let us get some sleep, shall we? I don't want to sleep. I want to watch Daddy. Or else you'll disappear again. I promise, Daddy will stay right here with you tonight. Really? Indeed. He Xinxin extended her little pinky and declared, Pinky swear. If Daddy lies, he is a little dog. Gu Hansheng mirrored her gesture, and her face lit up with genuine joy as he watched her drift off to sleep. He contemplated getting up, yet her hand remained firmly gripping him. Fearing that he might disturb her, he resigned himself to her embrace. After a while, fatigue overtook him, and he too succumbed to slumber. In the morning, while Gu Hanxing still slept, He Xinyu entered the room. Seeing both of them peacefully resting, she quietly left. At that moment, Gu Hanxing's phone rang, waking them both. "Where are you going?" she inquired. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly 8. "Please pack my bags, bringing 2 sets of clothes. We'll meet at the airport." "Where are you now?" "I'm with Haozi. We were drinking together last night." "Really? If you don't believe me, just ask Haozi." Gu Hanxing fabricated this story to avoid complications. "Daddy, why are you lying?" He Xinyu's voice, though faint, carried an innocent curiosity. "All right, I'll see you at the airport." Hastily, Gu Hanxing got out of bed, eager to check if He Xinyu had returned, as he needed to leave for the airport soon. "Xinxin, wake up. Go see if mommy is back." He Xinxin cheerfully got out of bed and ran downstairs, spotting her mother seated on the sofa. "Mommy, Daddy is back," she exclaimed. After a quick wash, Gu Hanxing hurried downstairs. "I'm leaving now." "Daddy, are you going again?" "Daddy has a business trip today. I'll play with you when I return." He Xinxin pouted, her face displaying displeasure. "Hansheng, you go about your business." "Daddy, don't leave." Gu Hanxing gently reassured her. "I will be away on a business trip for just 3 days, and then I will return." "Really?" "Of course, I will come back to see you." "All right." Gu Hanxing entrusted He Xinxin to He Xinyu. As he stepped out of the villa, a sense of unease crept over him. Something felt amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Never mind, why dwell on it? He thought, dialing a number. "Haozi, we drank together last night." "Shengzi, where did you disappear to last night? Did you meet that junior? Did you manage to charm her so quickly?" "Nonsense. Just say whatever you want." "All right, I see. Shengzi, your luck with romance seems to be soaring recently. I must admit, I am a tad envious." Enough of that. After hanging up, Zhou Yunhao found himself curious about this junior, who could make his brother forsake a woman like Xiao Hanjin. At Zhonghai Airport, Gu Hanxing arrived close to 10 o'clock. Xiao Hanjin was waiting for him in the hall. As Gu Hanxing approached, she immediately caught a whiff of his fragrance, her expression darkening. "Gu Hanxing, where on earth did you go last night?" "I went drinking." "Do you smell that scent on you?" Gu Hanxing took a whiff, detecting a distinctly feminine aroma. Xiao Hanjin glared at him, feeling betrayed that he had ventured out to seek other women at night. Chapter 40. Unmasking Lies. Gu Fuxing remarked. "Haozi was with a lady for drinks." "Gu Hanxing, did you indulge in debauchery with him?" "I hardly did anything. We merely shared a few drinks." "Hardly anything?" "Indeed. Just drinking and singing. Haozi is about to get married and was feeling down, so he sought my company for a drink." Xiao Hanjin remained skeptical, moving closer to Gu Hanxing to inhale the scent that emanated from him, which had an air of sophistication. "Gu Hanxing, you are deceiving me. That fragrance is clearly beyond what a woman of the night could afford. Haozi is wealthy. The places he frequents are upscale, and naturally, the company reflects that. Hurry and go get your ticket. With such a large suitcase, you'll need to check it in. You haven't clarified what happened last night. It was just drinks, and besides, I'm not swayed. If I'm not tempted, how could those women possibly sway me? If it was merely drinking, why do you carry such a strong scent of perfume?" Xiao Hanjin, stop jumping to conclusions. If there was anything, it would have involved undressing, and that would not leave a fragrance behind. "Gu Hanxing, you truly have no shame." Xiao Hanjin, infuriated, recalled that he had spent the night embracing another woman. She quickly pulled out her phone and called Zhou Yunhao, confronting him. "Zhou Yunhao, did you take Gu Hanxing out for drinks with women last night?" "No, it is quite plain." "Quite plain? Gu Hanxing exudes a fragrance of perfume, and you dare to tell me it is plain?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunhao realized that Shengzi had indeed engaged in dubious activities last night. Who could blame him? After all, they were brothers. "Xiao Mei, I have invited a few charming ladies for drinks. Some physical contact was inevitable, just a little brush, but Shengzi behaved himself, merely indulging in the drinks without so much as touching them." "Them?" Xiao Hanjin was infuriated and retorted, "Zhou Yunhao, do not involve Gu Hanxing in your drinking escapades." With that, she hung up. Gu Hanxing glanced at Xiao Hanjin and urged, "Hurry, select a seat, and collect the tickets." Xiao Hanjin glared at Gu Hanxing, her anger simmering, especially as memories of last night's embrace flooded her mind. They possessed first-class tickets, dragging a single suitcase, their clothes crammed into one. In the waiting area, Gu Hanxing pulled the suitcase, preparing to change into a t-shirt. Xiao Hanjin, however, clutched the suitcase tightly, preventing him from heading to the restroom. "Gu Hanxing, this perfume scent is anything but ordinary. It is a limited edition. Now tell me, what exactly did you do last night? Think as you wish, Gu Hanxing replied nonchalantly, opting not to change. Xiao Hanjin, exasperated, pinched him sharply. Gu Hanxing grimaced in pain, quickly shifting to another seat. Xiao Hanjin's frustration peaked. This rascal must have a woman outside, and he used Zhou Yunhao as a cover. Surely, he must have embraced that woman. A surge of anxiety overwhelmed Xiao Hanjin. When did Gu Hanxing acquire a woman, and why was she kept in the dark? Upon returning from the business trip, since they lived together, she would observe him closely. As they boarded the plane, they sat side by side. Xiao Hanjin glared at Gu Hanxiang, who feigned ignorance, closing his eyes to sleep. Watching him, she thought, this scoundrel deceived her. He must have misbehaved last night. Even if they did not share a bed, they surely were cozy together. Just after the divorce. And already there was another woman. Gu Hanxiang, let me see your phone. What do you want to see? We are merely colleagues, at most friends. Xiao Hanjin sensed something amiss when he refused to show her. A wave of suspicion surged within her. She almost wanted to strike Gu Hanxing. She had already made herself available, yet he sought companionship elsewhere. Anger flared as she kicked him. Stop your baseless conjectures. I did nothing. Believe it or not. Women are truly a hassle, Gu Hanxing thought, weary of explaining. Their cleverness was hardly a virtue. He turned his head to sleep. Meanwhile, He Xinyu cradled her daughter. Seemingly in high spirits today. When Daddy returns from his business trip, will he not leave again? Xin, that is not Daddy. He is an uncle. No, that is Daddy. He Xinyu fell silent, feeling a surge of emotion. Today, Mommy will stay home with you, all right? She had already instructed her secretary to cancel all appointments, ensuring that the household staff had returned to manage everything. They were indeed somewhat perplexed. Last night, Mr. He granted them a holiday, instructing them to return later in the morning. Mom, will Dad be with us all the time when he comes back? He Xinyu found it difficult to respond, as she too was contemplating whether last night's actions were indeed the right choice. It seemed unlikely that their father would live with them. Yet, other children had their parents around every day. Is Dad too busy to be with us? He Xin inquired with a childlike voice. No, he must love you the most. He Xinyu reassured her. Instantly, He Xin's face lit up with joy. She had been eagerly anticipating her father's return. Observing her daughter's happiness brought He Xinyu a sense of delight, yet she feared that Gu Hanxing might find it difficult to agree to this situation. She was also mulling over how to broach the subject with him in a manner that wouldn't provoke a refusal. In Guangxing, upon the airplane's landing, the two hailed a taxi to the hotel. At the front desk, Gu Hanxing requested 2 rooms, while Xiao Hanjin insisted on just one, the presidential suite. Gu Hanxing was concerned, for Xiao Hanjin was persistently questioning him. He had initially hoped to evade her inquiries. To his surprise, her sense of smell was astute, picking up even the faintest sense. He Xinyu, with her elegance and poise, undoubtedly favored high-end fragrances. Yet, truth be told, the scent was indeed quite pleasant. Following Xiao Hanjin into the presidential suite, she wheeled her suitcase inside and promptly tossed Gu Hanxing's clothes before him. Hurry and take a shower. Wash off that unpleasant odor, she urged. Gu Hanxing had longed to change his attire but found himself at a disadvantage. He couldn't wrestle the suitcase from her. Xiao Hanjin was adept at questioning, and Gu Hanxing was notoriously reticent, his lips sealed tight. She settled onto the sofa in the living room, waiting for him to emerge. When Gu Hanxing finally stepped out, now clad in fresh garments, he noticed Xiao Hanjin's unwavering gaze upon him, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Xiao Hanjin approached him, taking his hand and leading him toward her room, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Xiao Hanjin, what are you doing? He asked. Are you seeing another woman? No. Why do you say that? He replied, perplexed. Come into the room. I'll keep you company while you sleep. You must be delirious. I'm not sure I can sleep with you, but you can sleep with other women? With whom have I slept? I haven't been with anyone. I merely assisted a friend. Your mind is filled with nonsensical thoughts. Then why did you conspire with Zhou Yunhao to deceive me? Spending a night on a woman's bed, does that warrant such an uproar? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin's jealousy flared up. Chapter 41. Which woman do you truly favor? You spent a night in another woman's bed. Who is she? Just a casual friend. I was helping to look after her daughter, who insisted on sleeping with me, and I had no choice. Who is that woman? Xiao Hanjin. You are quite meddlesome. That's enough. Don't inquire further. Xiao Hanjin gazed intently at Gu Hanxing. Was it truly necessary to conceal such trivial matters from him? Was that woman beautiful? Is she married? Yes, she is beautiful, and she has children. How does she compare to me? You are more beautiful. Gu Hanxing was truly unwilling to delve further into this topic and hastily redirected the conversation. What time is the appointment with Shushu Company tomorrow? 10 o'clock. Do not evade the subject. Is that woman married? Yes, she is. Only then did Xiao Hanjin smile with satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, Gu Hanxing would never pursue a married woman, especially one with a daughter. Gu Hanxing, do not deceive me. I am not foolish, and I can see through your facade. Furthermore, if you desire companionship, you may seek me out. I am amenable to it. Is it permissible to remain unaccountable? Gu Hanxing, what are you thinking? Never mind. I have yet to decide if I want you as my husband. Xiao Hanjin regarded Gu Hanxing, feeling exasperated. Despite her blatant advances, this rogue refused to reciprocate. She felt burdened by her own feelings. Meanwhile, Li Qia's mother had been admitted to the hospital. She underwent several examinations in the morning and required surgery to replace the necrotic bone. The estimated cost for the procedure was over 300,000. Upon hearing this figure, Li's mother was taken aback. She had never encountered such a sum in her lifetime. This is exorbitant. Qias, perhaps we should return home. Mother, you need not worry about finances. It is sufficient. I am still young, and when I secure employment and earn money in the future, I will repay him. That young man has no ulterior motives, does he? I am concerned. Mother, he does not. He hasn't even asked me to sign an IOU. Li's mother pondered thoughtfully, speaking in their native dialect. Qias, it seems that young man has feelings for you. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths? You must contemplate this carefully. Mother, I understand. You need not fret. Li's mother remained silent. Her daughter was perceptive, and it appeared she indeed harbored feelings for Gu Hanxing. Although he was slightly older than her, he seemed a decent person. If her daughter were not fond of him, she would not consent to the surgery, given that they were receiving his assistance. Qias, you ought to learn more and not trust men too easily. Understood, mother. You focus on the surgery. I will hire a caregiver during the day. Qias will take care of herself at home or come to the hospital after school. We will accompany you in the evening. Very well, you may arrange it as you see fit. Li Qias looked at her mother, realizing that, through her own efforts, she might not achieve her goals for many years. Now that treatment was available, she would soon regain her freedom of movement, and her heart swelled with joy. Regarding Gu Hanxing, she was aware of his affections, yet she felt unworthy of him, for he was so exceptional, shining brightly in Yunfeng Group. She had also inquired at school and discovered that Gu Hanxing had attended the Business Management Institute, where he was quite renowned, consistently ranking first in his class and winning all the national scholarships. Moreover, he came from a humble background and had worked various part-time jobs to support himself. His ascent to his current position is a testament to the considerable effort he has exerted. Li Qiya procured various supplies and provisions to ensure Li's mother was settled. She also needed to find a caregiver, as she was just beginning her internship and taking leave was not ideal. Thus, she aimed to organize all matters today. That evening, Xiao Hanjin took Gu Hanxing to admire the nightscape of Guangqing. As they strolled along the West River, they encountered numerous couples. Xiao Hanjin wished to link arms with Gu Hanxing, but he consistently evaded her attempts, prompting her to grasp his arm directly. Forcing the intimacy, her gaze conveyed a sense of challenge. Gu Hanxing, do you refuse? Fine. If you wish to hold on, then so be it. Xiao Hanjin recognized that she needed to be assertive, perhaps then he might yield a little. After all, she knew she could overpower him, and if he resisted, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Clinging to Gu Hanxing, she inquired, Hanxing, when will your parents come to Zhonghai? They certainly will not come anytime soon. There's no place for them to stay here. They can stay at my place. What are you planning? I'll go fetch your parents and treat them with the utmost respect. What do you think? What is this? As their former daughter-in-law, it's only reasonable that I show them filial piety. You mentioned it was a past relationship, and we are bound by a contract. I merely did it for financial gain. Now, I wish to become your true wife and bear your children. You rejected me just days ago, and now you're so forthcoming. Don't you think that is a bit abrupt? I hadn't recognized my feelings before, now that I have. I cannot let you slip away. What if I were to develop feelings for another woman? What would you do? I would ensure she leaves you. You belong solely to me, Xiao Hanjin, and if I were to fall in love with her reciprocally and wish to marry her, that cannot be. If you were to marry her, what would become of me? Xiao Hanjin declared resolutely. Are you truly developing feelings for that girl? Gu Hanxing inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. It's hard to say. What if one day that becomes reality? Xiao Hanjin halted in her tracks, fixing her gaze upon Gu Hanxing. If that were to happen, I would give you a beating and ensure that girl leaves you. Could you not leave me? Why would I? The man I, Xiao Hanjin, have set my sights upon, I would never relinquish to another woman. Besides, love is inherently selfish. I cannot afford to let go. Gu Hanxing managed a wry smile, having initially wanted to gauge Xiao Hanjin's reaction to his potential relationship with Qiuya. However, he did not anticipate her unwavering tenacity, nor did he wish to concede. If Li Qiuya were to truly become his girlfriend, that would require discussion. He found Xiao Hanjin appealing, her current assertiveness being a marked improvement over her previous aloofness that kept others at bay. Gu Hanxing now felt compelled to reassess his own emotions. Noticing his silence, Xiao Hanjin regarded him intently. She inquired directly, Gu Hansheng, you can't possibly have developed feelings for some woman, can you? Gu Hansheng fell silent, deftly steering the conversation away. The night view of Guangqing is truly enchanting. Gu Hansheng, you still haven't answered my question. Do you really have someone you like? I'm not quite sure. Could it be that you've taken a liking to me? Xiao Hanjin asked with a hint of anticipation. What do you think? Gu Hansheng attempted to extricate himself. Yet Xiao Hanjin clung to him tightly. I believe it's only a matter of time before you fall for me. Gu Hanxing merely smiled faintly. As Xiao Hanjin tightened her grip on his arm, he found it challenging to adjust to her affectionate demeanor. Walking alongside the creek, a gentle breeze tousled Xiao Hanjin's hair. And Gu Hanxing couldn't help but admire her beauty, though he quickly averted his gaze elsewhere. He wished to break free from her hold. But she held on firmly, her expression playfully threatening. Clad in a short skirt that accentuated her long legs and a casual t-shirt, she wrapped herself around Gu Hansheng, who was acutely aware of her soft touch. His heart raced. If this continued, even the gods would struggle to resist. Passers-by occasionally glanced their way. Gu Hansheng, Xiao Hanjin remarked, with a wife like me, you must feel quite proud. Gu Hansheng forcefully attempted to release himself from her grasp when, unexpectedly, Xiao Hanjin stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Quick as lightning, he caught her around the waist. Their eyes locked, and a smile lit up Xiao Hanjin's face. Gu Hansheng promptly adjusted her stance, letting go, but she immediately reattached herself to his arm. Xiao Hanjin, can you behave normally? What do you mean by not normal? Why do you keep holding on to me? Gu Hansheng, are you unable to resist? Shall we remarry and head back to the hotel right now? In your dreams. Xiao Hanjin erupted into laughter at his response, maintaining her hold on him. As they strolled along, they spotted a little girl selling flowers. Xiao Hanjin remarked, Gu Hansheng, it seems you've never given me flowers. Gu Hansheng, aware of her intentions, tried to walk away, but she firmly guided him to the flower-selling girl. He noticed the flowers were all roses, and the little girl looked at them with admiration. Brother, sister, you're both so beautiful. She asked the prettiest sister here. Why don't you buy her a bouquet? Gu Hansheng remained unmoved. If there were carnations, he might have considered it, but roses were out of the question. As Xiao Hanjin observed the situation, she remarked, Sister wants a bouquet. Xiao Hanjin purchased a bouquet, and Gu Hanxing attempted to slip away but was firmly grasped by Xiao Hanjin. The little girl chimed in, Brother, you are so stingy. Gu Hanxing glanced at the girl, who, having sold her flowers, promptly ran off. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin burst into laughter, while the girl glanced back at Gu Hanxing, making a face. Xiao Hanjin's amusement grew, while Gu Hanxing wore a look of exasperation. Suddenly, Xiao Hanjin handed the bouquet to Gu Hanxing, saying, Gu Hanxing, this rose is for you. Gu Hanxing was momentarily taken aback, staring at the rose before him. What is this? Gu Hanxing, is it unacceptable for me to gift you when you haven't given me anything? He protested. But I cannot accept it, he replied. Then just hold on to it for me. Gu Hanxing took the rose, and as he walked a few steps, passers-by couldn't help but glance at him, pondering the sight of a grown man holding a bouquet of roses. Here, take it back. You should hold it yourself, he insisted. Xiao Hanjin replied, Gu Hanxing, this rose you gave me, I truly cherish it. Gu Hanxing was left speechless. Was she really attributing emotional value to herself? Xiao Hanjin, have you lost your mind? What kind of logic is this? The flowers are from you. You bought them. That was my money you used. So this bouquet is indeed a gift from you to me. Gu Hanxing was at a loss. He found it difficult to accept Xiao Hanjin's transformation. Witnessing her joy was astonishing, for in his memory, she had always been cold, resolute, and unyielding, with a hint of ruthlessness. Her current demeanor was a stark contrast to what he knew. Moreover, she was now unabashedly pursuing emotional fulfillment, and Gu Hanxing felt overwhelmed by her proximity. With such a stunning beauty beside him, So intimately close, it was only a matter of time before he succumbed. Gu Hanxing pondered ways to distance himself from Xiao Hanjin. Gu Hanxing, what are you thinking? She asked. Nothing in particular. Are you trying to run away? To distance yourself from me? Gu Hanxing turned to leave. I'm heading back to the hotel to rest. I'm tired. Carry me back. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't be so close? He retorted. I was your wife before, and I will be again. I don't mind you carrying me. I can't. You are too heavy. How did you manage to take me to the hospital then? I carried you on my shoulder, Gu Hanxing replied, exasperated. Then carry me back now. You could also give me a princess carry if you prefer. Isn't it inconvenient for you to wear a short skirt? I'm wearing leggings underneath. It's fine. You can take a look. Gu Hanxing was left speechless. Xiao Hanjin had evidently found his weakness, determined to take the initiative and leave him with no escape. As long as he cannot escape, it is only a matter of time before he is captured. Xiao Hanjin urged Gu Hanxing to crouch down, yet he remained steadfastly upright. With a swift kick, Xiao Hanjin nearly brought Gu Hanxing to his knees, causing him to wince in pain before he finally squatted down. She promptly reclined on his back, her legs still exerting pressure as she awaited the subsiding of her discomfort. Get up, she insisted. I will not get up. You must carry me back, he retorted. Xiao Hanjin wrapped her arms around Gu Hanxing's neck, leaving him with no choice but to comply as he bore her towards the hotel, resting her head on his shoulder. She chuckled. Gu Hanxing, why do you so desperately wish for me not to become your wife? With a tone of righteousness, Gu Hanxing replied, because I am a man of stature. How could I yield under your domineering presence? Indeed, you are a man, the very man that I, Xiao Hanjin, have set my sights upon, a man of great stature, she countered. Gu Hanxing found himself utterly defeated. This woman was now resorting to trickery, feigning ignorance. What could he possibly say? Hanxing, I am marrying you, not the other way around. Not only am I yours, but Yunfeng Group is also yours. Are you truly unmoved by this? As Gu Hanxing loosened his grip, Xiao Hanjin nearly toppled over, clinging tightly to his waist. Gu Hanxing, what are you doing? Get down and walk. With her firmly attached to his back, Gu Hanxing could feel her softness. Quickly get down. No, not unless you promise to be my boyfriend. I cannot do that. Then I shall not get down. Xiao Hanjin, it is not I who stands to lose. I am unafraid. Touch as you wish. You have seen and touched before. I'm just a step away from bearing it all for you. Gu Hanxing pondered. Xiao Hanjin was indeed audacious. He could endure once or twice. But could he withstand 3 or 5 times? He needed to devise a plan to distance himself from her. Chapter 43. Creating opportunities where none exist. Gu Hanxing hoisted Xiao Hanjin's legs once more, with her comfortably resting on his back, appreciating the solidity of his shoulders. She fell silent, feeling an inclination to remain on his back for a lifetime, enveloped in warmth and security. Reflecting on their past under the same roof, she realized how foolish she had been, allowing him to persuade her to bear him a child, yet resolutely rejecting it, only to now shamelessly pursue him. And he still refused her. Xiao Hanjin chuckled softly. Xiao Hanjin, are you feverish? Has your mind been scorched? Shall I take you to the hospital to check if you've lost your senses? It is you who has lost your senses. Gu Hanxing, once this project is settled, you must take me to your hometown. I want tea. The girl I intend to bring home is one I truly cherish. And when do you plan to introduce me to your parents? Gu Hanxing found himself at a loss for words. Arguing with her was futile when she became so brazen. Observing the beads of sweat on his forehead, she offered to wipe his brow. I cannot carry you any longer. You must get down. Very well. Xiao Hanjin descended, fully aware that moderation was key. Gu Hanxing, let us venture to a bar for some drinks. No, why would you, a woman, go to a bar? Have you ever been? I once worked in a bar. It's a mingling of all sorts. Did any women take a liking to you? There were many, indeed. With my looks, if I desired, the money would flow abundantly. Xiao Hanjin chuckled. So, did you ever sell your charm? I wouldn't lower myself to those unrefined women. Xiao Hanjin understood him well. It is still early. Shall we go to the cinema instead? No, I prefer to return and rest. Gu Hanxing, are you inviting me? You wish to share a bed with me. Xiao Hanjin, you have missed your chance. There will be no opportunity again. Gu Hanxing was a man of great self-control, so he would not engage in any indiscreet behavior. Xiao Hanjin contemplated this, realizing he was likely thinking of fleeing after dealing with Xu Shu's affairs. She was quite aware of Gu Hanxing's thoughts. The following morning, Gu Hanxing donned a suit, the attire of his daily work, of average quality, not particularly luxurious, yet exuding an elite aura. While many appeared as mere salesmen in suits, Gu Hansheng resembled a boss. Xiao Hanjin, too, was clad in a women's suit, embodying the mature, authoritative style with both figure and appearance of remarkable quality. Her demeanor was aloof, radiating a powerful presence. As she observed Gu Hansheng adjusting his tie, she interjected, "Gu Hansheng, wait a moment. Allow me to assist you with your tie." He hurriedly finished it himself, and her irritation grew as she approached him. Gu Hansheng, anticipating her to strike, instinctively stepped back. "I want to hit you. Come here. What do you intend to do?" "I have already tied it." Xiao Hanjin stepped closer and unfastened his tie, stating, "Isn't it better left undone? Allow me to assist. If there is no opportunity, create one." Gu Hansheng found her audacity quite bewildering, leaving him at a loss. Xiao Hanjin meticulously tied his tie and remarked, "Gu Hansheng, only I shall assist you with this. Should any other woman attempt to tie your tie, you will be in grave peril." "Xiao Hanjin, I do not require your assistance. I take pleasure in helping you. You are the only man, besides my father, who has ever allowed me to tie a tie for you. Please, I do not wish to bear this honor. Gu Hansheng, if you release it, I will continue to assist." In truth, Gu Hansheng found himself quite powerless against Xiao Hanjin. Previously, he could have simply refused, but her boldness now left him hesitant. Should he flee? She might very well retaliate. He realized that Xiao Hanjin had seized upon his vulnerability. Once Shu Shu's acquisition was finalized, he intended to escape without a care in the world. Two individuals ventured to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. In the past, Gu Hansheng had always prepared the morning meal, which, despite comprising merely fried eggs, multigrain porridge, and fruit salad, still consumed a considerable amount of time. Nowadays, which man manages to prepare breakfast before heading to work and then returns home to make dinner? "Gu Hansheng, what are your parents like? What do they like?" "They like money." "Why do you incessantly inquire about matters that have no bearing on you? Then when I accompany you back to your hometown, would it be inappropriate for me to present them with a bank card? Besides, isn't it customary for the daughter-in-law to bring gifts? Hurry and eat. Why are you so full of questions?" Gu Hansheng was nearly tempted to serve his meal at another table. Xiao Hanjin merely smiled in response. After breakfast, Gu Hansheng and Xiao Hanjin took a taxi to Shushu Cosmetics Company, Limited. They entered smoothly, as the staff escorted them to the conference room. The company's president, leaning on a cane, entered, surprising both Gu Hansheng and Xiao Hanjin. "President Su, Mr. Xiao, I apologize for not greeting you at the door and for making you wait. President Su, we are here to discuss a partnership, so let us forego the formalities. What happened to your leg?" "It's an old ailment that I have suffered for many years," Gu Hansheng remarked. "President Su, to be frank, running this company has not been easy for you. Your firm has faced continuous losses, which we are well aware of." Hearing this, Su Defa felt a twinge of discomfort. The visitors did not seem benevolent. "What do you mean by that, President Gu?" "President Su, as you know, our Yunfeng Group operates within the cosmetics industry. We are here to seek a mutually beneficial partnership. I understand that managing this business is challenging, and our intention is to collaborate without seeking control over Shushu's operations. We aim to invest in Shushu, bringing in professionals to guide production. Additionally, we will deploy a marketing team to enhance Shushu's visibility. I am aware that you hold 95 of the shares. Yunfeng is prepared to acquire 44 for 50 million, allowing you to retain control and maintain your authoritative voice." Su Defa was taken aback. He had not anticipated such generous terms from Yunfeng Group, leaving him momentarily incredulous. "Why are you offering such a deal?" "To speak plainly, President Su, your operation of Shushu resembles that of a charitable enterprise. Our acquisition of Shushu serves to elevate our corporate image while simultaneously enabling you to extend assistance to more individuals with disabilities, achieving a dual objective. Post-acquisition, we will only provide technical guidance and product quality inspections. You may also produce Yunfeng's products. We shall not interfere in Shushu's management. But one condition remains. As long as you preside over Shushu, we will refrain from intervening. However, once you step down, we will take an active role." Listening to this, Su Defa understood Yunfeng Group's intentions. This was a win-win situation, allowing him to expand his enterprise and assist more individuals with disabilities. "President Gu, you are remarkably straightforward. But do you truly trust me this much?" Mr. Su dedicates himself to aiding individuals with disabilities in securing employment, and despite enduring consecutive years of losses, he remains steadfast in his commitment, which commands my deep admiration. The discussions between both parties unfolded harmoniously, culminating in a seamless signing of the contract. Throughout the proceedings, Xiao Hanjin remained silent, attentively listening to the exchange. Mr. Su, the promotional department of Yunfeng Group, will arrive next week, and the funds will be deposited into Shushu Company's account by next Tuesday. Mr. Gu, with the support of Yunfeng Group, Shushu is bound to advance further. On behalf of the 2,000 disabled employees at our company, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Su Defa bowed deeply to Gu Hansheng, who promptly assisted him in rising. Mr. Su, assisting marginalized communities is a responsibility that every enterprise should uphold. It is you who embodies the qualities of an admirable entrepreneur. I firmly believe that under your guidance, Shushu Company will soar to greater heights. Mr. Gu, Mr. Xiao, shall we have lunch together in the company cafeteria? Certainly. We shall not decline your kind invitation. What unfolded next left an indelible imprint on Gu Hansheng's memory, filling him with a profound sense of honor. Chapter 44. Xiao Hanjin, do not regret at noon, Mr. Su escorted Gu Hansheng and Xiao Hanjin to the company cafeteria. The scene that greeted them was bustling, predominantly filled with individuals with disabilities, some in wheelchairs, others with crutches, some limping, and others missing limbs. This poignant tableau profoundly moved both Gu Hansheng and Xiao Hanjin, revealing the essence of a truly vulnerable community. Yet, their faces radiated genuine smiles, which brought Gu Hansheng great solace. If one does not support such a company, what company is worthy of support? Mr. Su, it is our honor to be here. Your vision and perseverance are truly commendable. Oh, it is merely my humble effort to contribute to society in whatever capacity I can. Su Defa guided them to the serving window. Gu Hansheng had no particular preferences, while Xiao Hanjin appeared apprehensive about the unfamiliar fare. To their surprise, the meal was not only plentiful but also diverse. Mr. Su, is the meal free for employees? Given their modest wages, charging for meals would leave them with little to save. Your generosity is commendable, Mr. Su. We could document this in a realistic promotional film. Yet I wonder why you have not done so. I have considered it, but Mr. Gu, I prefer not to elicit sympathy from society through our actions. Mr. Su, I anticipated you would think this way. However, doing good deeds should be recognized by society, and your shining humanity sets a remarkable example for other businesses. Your praise is unwarranted. As the three sat down for their meal, each employee passing by Mr. Su expressed heartfelt gratitude and respect, a testament to the motivation that has fueled his steadfastness over the years. Xiao Hanjin observed quietly, feeling moved. She now believed that Gu Hansheng's decision to allocate millions annually for promotion was indeed worthwhile. Mr. Su, leave the promotional matters to Yunfeng Group. Thank you, Mr. Gu. It is my pleasure. Gu Hansheng found the cafeteria food surprisingly delightful, even superior to that of Yunfeng Group, which made Xiao Hanjin nod in agreement. Mr. Su, your dishes are truly delectable, he remarked. Su Defa chuckled. I hired a master chef to prepare them for you. Kudos to you, Gu Hansheng replied. The attention to detail reflects a company's vision. Gu Hansheng and Su Defa connected well, and Su Defa, after adding Gu Hansheng on WeChat, noted that he had seldom encountered such a remarkable and visionary young man. As Su Defa bid farewell to Gu Hansheng and Xiao Hanjin, he expressed his sincere gratitude. He arranged for a car to take them back to the hotel. Xiao, you haven't spoken a word, Gu Hansheng observed. As I mentioned, I'm here to listen. I won't interfere with your decisions. Gu Hansheng merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Xiao Hanjin increasingly believed her mother's judgment was impeccable, and her own was not lacking either. Abandoning Gu Hansheng was out of the question. As long as they weren't married, she would never let go, determined to keep him close. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Hanjin suggested, Gu Hansheng, let's go watch a movie this afternoon. I need to return to Zhonghai. I have matters to attend to, he replied. That's not acceptable. We're returning the day after tomorrow. We'll enjoy 2 days in Guangqing. I have things to do when I get back. You can enjoy yourself, Gu Hansheng insisted. Are you the boss, or am I? If I want you to stay and accompany me, you will, she asserted. Gu Hansheng wished to conclude his business with Yunfeng Group promptly. What is so fun about Guangqing? You should come here to travel next time. We're heading back to Zhonghai this afternoon. No way. Change into casual clothes right now. We're going to the movies this afternoon. I refuse. Xiao Hanjin marched over and began to unbutton Gu Hansheng's shirt. Startled, he stepped back and exclaimed, What are you doing? If you want tea change, I'll help you. Haven't you helped me put on my pants before? She retorted, advancing toward him. Xiao Hanjin hurriedly took some clothes and entered Gu Hansheng's room, fearing he might escape in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing her enter with the clothes, Gu Hansheng asked, Xiao Hanjin, what are you doing here? Changing my clothes. She replied, beginning to undress right in front of him. Gu Hanxing quickly grasped her wrist. Xiao Hanjin, are you out of your mind? I'm a man, not Lu Xiaohui. Besides, we're not in any relationship. You can change in your own room. Why come here? He pushed her outside, and Xiao Hanjin's face lit up with amusement, knowing he would react this way. After changing in her own room, she rushed back to Gu Hanxing's room only to find he had already left. Immediately, she called him. Gu Hanxing, where did you go? The airport, he replied. Xiao Hanjin felt a surge of frustration. In just 2 minutes, he had vanished. Xiao Hanjin packed her belongings and checked out of her room. She hurried to catch up with Gu Hanxing. However, just as she reached the entrance, Gu Hanxing stood waiting for her. Xiao Hanjin rushed over, saying, If you dare to abandon me again, I won't let you off easily. They departed for the airport. Gu Hanxing took a seat in the car, returning to Zhonghai to change residences. With Xiao Hanjin in her current state, he knew he would eventually succumb to her advances. This signified that he would be coerced into marriage, yet he still harbored feelings for Li Qiya, making it impossible for him to comply. Xiao Hanjin could sense that Gu Hanxing was eager to distance himself from her. Was she putting too much pressure on him? Or did he have another woman in his heart? Despite their time together, he had never been seen engrossed in his phone or sending messages. Gu Hanxing, do you truly wish to flee? Are you so unwilling to be with me? Xiao Hanjin's gaze remained fixed on him. The driver, observing through the rearview mirror, thought to himself how foolish this man was, ignoring such a beautiful woman. Noticing the driver's gaze, Gu Hanxing remarked, Let's discuss this later. Xiao Hanjin understood the awkwardness of their situation in the car, thus refrained from further conversation. Upon arriving at the airport, they settled in the waiting lounge, where Xiao Hanjin could not help but inquire, You still haven't answered my question. I'm not ready for marriage, and if your current demeanor continues, I may not be able to endure it. Xiao Hanjin chuckled, asserting that with such a stunning woman by his side, he couldn't possibly remain indifferent. All right, let us behave like a couple. That should suffice, right? Xiao Hanjin, this is quite perilous, Gu Hanxing replied. Are you truly so afraid of being responsible for me? I have no intention of marrying at the moment. Fine, I will wait for you. Whenever you decide to marry, we shall do so. Do you have any objections? Xiao Hanjin warned, Just don't regret it. Her tone was resolute as she stated, I certainly will not regret it. She firmly believed that Gu Hanxing would take responsibility. Chapter 45. No way to become a father. Observing Xiao Hanjin's demeanor, Gu Hanxing felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, he also harbored some unwillingness for her to marry another man. His thoughts began to shift. He aspired to elevate himself to a higher position to attain everything he desired. Gu Hanxing, what are you contemplating? You wouldn't be scheming against me, would you? Would you fall for my tricks? That depends on whether you can deceive me. If you possess that ability, then deceive me for a lifetime, he replied with a slight smile. Gu Hanxing, you truly are plotting against me. Just then, the boarding announcement rang out. Xiao Hanjin intertwined her arm with Gu Hanxing's. He devised a plan, allowing him to leave Yunfeng Group without having to share a roof with Xiao Hanjin. Once seated on the plane, in first class once again, something he had only experienced twice, Gu Hanxing indeed enjoyed the luxuries of wealth. He promptly fell asleep as soon as he boarded. Xiao Hanjin pondered over Gu Hanxing's earlier words, particularly his assertion that she should not regret her decisions. What could he possibly mean by that? Despite her contemplation, she remained somewhat perplexed. In the office of the president of Fengxin Group, He Xinyu held a detailed investigative report concerning Gu Hanxing. To her surprise, she discovered that Gu Hanxing was, in fact, Xiao Hanjin's ex-husband, having recently divorced. It appeared that he had intended to leave Yunfeng Group even before their separation, presumably motivated by the divorce itself. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. Had he been married, the situation would have been considerably more complicated. Now, as a single man, he could potentially step into the role of Xinxin's father without much resistance. She resolved to choose an opportune moment to converse with Gu Hanxing, perhaps inviting him to dinner at her home under the pretext of Xinxin's name. She contemplated making a phone call, but hesitated, deciding instead to wait until the evening when Xinxin would be present to speak with Gu Hanxing. That night, Gu Hanxing intended to reach out to Li Qiya to inquire about her mother's condition, only to realize he had no contact information for her. Uncertain whether she had been admitted to the hospital, he thought it might be considerate to visit. After all, she could potentially become his future mother-in-law. As Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hanxing lost in thought on the sofa, she approached him and asked, Gu Hanxing, what occupies your mind? He replied curtly, Nothing. I'm just about to sleep, and retreated to his room. Xiao Hanjin contemplated following, but he barred her entry, locking the door behind him. No sooner had Gu Hanxing settled down than his phone rang. It was He Xinyu. Intrigued, he wondered why she consistently reached out to him. Once he answered, a bright, youthful voice chimed, "Daddy, when are you coming home?" Gu Hanxing found himself momentarily baffled. It seemed he had inadvertently assumed the role of a father, and now he was being embraced by them. "Xinxin, why are you still awake?" he asked. "I'm waiting for you to come home," she replied. "Where did your father go?" Xinxin quickly responded, "You are my daddy." "Daddy, do you not want Xinxin anymore?" "Xinxin, your mother must be nearby. Let her speak," Gu Hanxing suggested. Finally, He Xinyu took over the conversation. "Have you returned to Zhonghai?" she inquired. "Yes, I'm back. What is the matter? Shall we arrange a time tomorrow afternoon to discuss something privately?" "Miss He, may I ask what we are to discuss?" he replied. "A potential collaboration," she responded. Gu Hanxing contemplated for a moment before drawing a direct conclusion. "Miss He, you can't possibly be suggesting I take on the role of a father to your daughter, can you?" He Xinyu was taken aback by his astuteness, realizing he had guessed correctly. "Yes, what are your thoughts?" "Miss He, I must apologize, but I have no intention or desire for such a role. Please feel free to express any requests or conditions you might have. I shall accommodate them as best as I can." Although Gu Hanxing was aware that He Xinyu's home lacked the presence of her husband, he had just finished attending to Xiao Hanjin and was now expected to cater to a little girl. He was certainly not a servant. Gu Hanxing resolutely declined, stating, "Miss He, I'm afraid I cannot assist with this matter. Perhaps you should seek someone more suitable." "Gu Hanxing, Xinxin only recognizes you as her father. I hope you will give this careful consideration. Tomorrow is the weekend, and Xinxin wishes to meet you. Could you visit my home?" "Miss He, I truly cannot help with this." Gu Hanxing had no intention of entertaining this request. He had never even had a romantic relationship, so becoming a father out of the blue was simply out of the question. He was well aware that He Xinyu was merely offering financial compensation. Earning money only to end up entangled in such a situation was not something he was willing to accept. Having just finished attending to Xiao Hanjin and now being asked to serve both He Xinyu and her daughter. "Miss He, is there anything else? If not, I will hang up." "Wait, Gu Hanxing, are you really so unwilling?" "Miss He, as an unmarried young man, I still need to find a wife. Do you think it is appropriate to ask me to be Xinxin's father?" He Xinyu was rendered speechless by Gu Hanxing's inquiry. His logical reasoning was indeed formidable. "But what if Xinxin considers you her real father?" "Even if she does, I am not in a position to assume that role." Listening to Gu Hanxing's words, He Xinyu felt her heart sink. He was completely unyielding. "Then let us discuss this in person tomorrow. Xinxin is truly eager to see you, otherwise she will continue to fuss." Gu Hanxing found himself at a loss for words. He had no idea who his biological father was, so why should he assume such a role for someone else's child? He had expressed his stance clearly, yet she remained obstinate. "Let us talk tomorrow," he said, directly ending the call. He Xinyu felt a sense of helplessness. Were it not for her daughter, she would not have to lower herself so much. She feared that Xinxin's constant yearning for her father would adversely affect her development. As He Xinyu entered the room, she was met with her daughter's eager gaze. "Mom, will Dad come tomorrow?" "Yes, tomorrow we will go to see Dad." Xinxin immediately brightened up, longing for her father to be by her side every day and never leave again. Observing her daughter's joy, He Xinyu felt uncertain. Gu Hanxing had rejected her so decisively without a second thought. She was unsure whether Gu Fuxing would actually come to meet Xinxin, and she genuinely worried that her daughter would return disappointed. Gu Hanxing lay in bed, reflecting on the entire situation. This was clearly a trap set by He Xinyu. How could a household like hers possibly lack a nanny or someone to care for the child? It was absurd that he should be the one chosen to play the father figure. Wealthy women certainly knew how to manipulate circumstances. He had nearly fallen into her scheme. No wonder she had been so courteous. Gu Hanxing felt anger rising within him. He had approached her with goodwill, only to find himself ensnared in her machinations. Cursing under his breath, Gu Hanxing thought about meeting her daughter the next day. What a ridiculous notion. Whoever fathered that child should fulfill that role, not him. Chapter 46. The one and only sister-in-law. The following morning, He Xinxin rose early with great anticipation, for she was to seek out her father that day. She deliberately donned her favorite dress and a pair of charming little shoes. Observing her daughter, He Xinyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She was unaware of Gu Hanxing's whereabouts. Her mind was busy contemplating a plan, and given Gu Hanxing's demeanor the night before, it was clear that a phone call would not yield results. To spare Xin from disappointment, she reluctantly decided to have her perform. Taking out her phone, she said, Xin, your father will not be coming to see you today. Upon hearing this, Xin's tears immediately flowed, and she wailed, Mommy, does Daddy not like Xin? Why doesn't he want Xin anymore? Daddy promised he would return to see me. Xin replied, I called him, and he said he wouldn't come. But there's nothing I can do. I don't care. I want to see Daddy. Xin cried, feeling aggrieved as she sat on the floor. Xin then sent the recorded video to Gu Hanxing. At that moment, he was still lounging in bed when his phone rang. Curious, he opened the message to find Xin's daughter sobbing and lamenting that her father did not want her. Gu Hanxing was at a loss, thinking, why are you sending this to me? I'm not her father. He set his phone aside and continued with his morning routine. As Gu Hanxing was grooming himself, Xiao Hanjin stood at the doorway and inquired, Gu Hanxing, do you have any plans for today? Nothing in particular. You should move back to your own home. You are here every day, monitoring me more than my own mother does, he replied. Xiao Hanjin was displeased by his words and prepared to confront him. Gu Hanxing, I just moved in and you want me to leave? How naive you are. I intend to stay here and keep an eye on you. Just then, the phone rang again. If you don't move out, I might just leave myself. How about that? You won't see me anymore. And you can't escape this easily, she said with determination. Gu Hanxing, sensing her resolve, guessed that she had been contemplating this since her flight. Once is not enough. At least 3 times, she insisted. That's unacceptable. 2 times at most. I have my own matters to attend to, he countered. Xiao Hanjin pondered for a moment. If she were to oversee him every day, he might indeed escape, which would complicate matters. We need at least 2 dates, not just a brief encounter. We should engage in activities that other couples do, she declared. It's settled then. Return home now. Are you so eager to drive me away? Gu Hanxing retorted. Shouted, Jia, I need my space. I'm a grown man. Is it appropriate for you to oversee me daily? We aren't even married yet. Can you imagine how I'd feel if we were? Xiao Hanjin, not lacking in intelligence, understood his point. She realized that she couldn't be overly controlling, especially given their current ambiguous status. If you want me to leave, there must be at least 2 dates each week, and you must answer all video calls. Also, I need a key to this place so I can come and go as I please. Xiao Hanjin pondered for a moment, realizing that if she were to spend every day with him, she would inevitably want to oversee everything, primarily out of fear that he might seek companionship with other women. After Gu Hanxing finished his morning routine, he glanced at his phone and saw a message from Xin. Xin's father has passed away. You are the only one she cares for. Xin sat on her sofa at home, feeling that she had already expressed herself kindly, blaming Gu Hanxing for being unyielding. As he read the message, Gu Hanxing sensed that she had become rather attached to him. Nevertheless, he found the young girl somewhat pitiable and decided to call Xin. Xin, have you become dependent on me? We are waiting for you at home. It's up to you whether you come or not. Remember, you promised Xin that you would visit her. Xin's tone was rather irritable, and she hung up the phone abruptly. Gu Hanxing glanced at his phone. Xin had tossed it onto the sofa, uncertain if he would actually come. She returned to her daughter's room. Xin, your father should be coming soon. Shall we wait for him at home? Really? Will Dad truly come? Xin found it hard to believe, as she felt abandoned by him. Yes, he will come. Gu Hanxing was also troubled. He had yet to sort out his own affairs, debating whether to go or not. But the sight of the little girl's sorrowful expression and their previous conversations weighed heavily on his mind. Ultimately, he decided to go, thinking it was better to make an appearance. After all, he could not deceive a child. He changed into a different outfit. Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hanxing as he seemed ready to leave. Where are you going? I have matters to attend to at a friend's house. You should return home. I'm going too. Xiao Hanjin, are you out of your mind? Wherever I go, you seem determined to follow. Hurry back home. Gu Hanxing turned and walked away. Xiao Hanjin watched him leave, hesitant to follow. If he noticed her, she feared it would backfire, leading to a complete loss of hope. Gu Hanxing had begun to resent her constant interference. After their divorce, he seemed to have liberated himself, making friends of all sorts. A stark contrast to his previous solitary existence. She wondered what he was up to now. Contemplating this, she decided to inquire about Gu Hanxing's social circle from Zhou Yunhao. Zhou Yunhao, this is Xiao Hanjin. Sister-in-law, what instructions do you have? Hearing the term sister-in-law brought him joy. Does Gu Hanxing have any friends in Zhonghai? Zhou Yunhao immediately surmised that he might be visiting that junior from elementary school. Sister-in-law? Gu Hanxing is a graduate of Zhongda. He must have some classmates and acquaintances. Did he date anyone during university? No, I can assure you of that with my integrity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin chose to believe him. Knowing that she could trust only half of what these two said, they were both quite astute, and when they collaborated, their precision was impeccable. Zhou Yunhao, do you genuinely wish for me to become your sister-in-law? It is undoubtedly sincere. To marry you. Shengzi must have accumulated great virtue in his past life. Now, tell me honestly, has Gu Hanxing ever been involved with other women? Sister-in-law, to be frank, in my experience, you are the only beauty I have seen by his side. I have been his brother for 8 years, and no one knows him better than I do. Has he ever mentioned liking anyone? No, he hasn't. Zhou Yunhao replied immediately. Zhou Yunhao was now speaking untruths, as his brother was indeed treading two boats, and it remained to be seen whether he could maintain his balance. Gu Hanxing, when he chooses to speak, makes a remarkable impact. Truly not. No, if there were, I would certainly inform you. Zhou Yunhao, I shall tentatively believe you. Sister-in-law, you are my only recognized sister-in-law. None other will do. Xiao Hanjin chuckled softly. These two are indeed cut from the same cloth, with the only consolation being that Gu Hanxing's feelings remain as yet untainted. However, she intends to fill that blank slate. Chapter 47. As if family, Zhou Yunhao hung up the phone and immediately called Gu Hanxing, relaying the previous conversation. Shengzi, you wouldn't truly be straddling two boats, would you? Is that elementary school girl truly so captivating that you would forsake beauty and wealth? Come on, is that even possible? Zhou Yunhao burst into laughter upon hearing this, saying, Shengzi, you really are quite the scoundrel. Can't you just engage in some playful banter? Shengzi, Xiao Hanjin is genuinely invested in you. When will that schoolgirl introduce me to her? Let's discuss it when the opportunity arises. Shengzi, straddling two boats can lead to capsizing on both sides. Don't let small gains lead to significant losses. However, I would prefer to see you embraced by both. Enough with your nonsense. Gu Hanxing ended the call, feeling the need to deal with He Xinyu. Just thinking about it was rather bothersome. As this woman was not easily managed, she had already begun to scheme against him, and his intention was to give her a stern warning. At the entrance of the Yunding Villa district, Gu Hanxing called He Xinyu to inform her of his arrival. He Xinyu, upon hearing this, was delighted and said, I will immediately notify the security to let you in. Gu Hanxing acknowledged with a sound and hung up. As he walked along the asphalt road of the villa, the environment was indeed pleasant. He envisioned that once he became successful, he would purchase a villa of his own to reside in. Halfway through, He Xinyu approached with He Xinxin. Gu Hanxing thought this seemed a bit too warm. He Xinxin ran directly towards him, arms wide open to embrace Gu Hanxing. He could hardly refuse such an adorable little girl. He quickened his pace, scooping He Xinxin into his arms. With a look of grievance, she said, Daddy, do you not like Xinxin? You never come to see me. Gu Hanxing could only comfort her. Daddy has been a bit busy. I forgot to buy Xinxin a gift. Would you like a doll? Next time, Uncle will get you one. He Xinxin joyfully kissed Gu Hanxing's face, filled with delight. Gu Hanxing cast a glance at He Xinyu, his expression far from amiable. He Xinyu was naturally aware of Gu Hanxing's anger, yet she remained indifferent. Her primary concern was her daughter's feelings. Daddy, let us make a promise. Gu Hanxing, unable to resist his daughter's charm, found himself ensnared in this situation. Daddy, let us go home. Gu Hanxing embraced He Xinxin, while He Xinyu stood beside him. And to an unknowing observer, they appeared to be a happy family of 3. Upon arriving home, Gu Hanxing noted the absence of any servants, which struck him as odd. How could someone so affluent lack a housekeeper? He Xinyu had already prepared slippers for him, surprising him with her foresight about his visit. He gently set He Xinxin down, who clung to him, fearful of his sudden departure. You play with Xinxin. I will go prepare dinner. Xinxin, you can play by yourself for a bit, all right? I need to speak with Mommy. He Xinyu, well aware of Gu Hanxing's intentions, led him to the music room. If you have something to say, then speak. He Xinyu, are you out of your mind? You set a trap for me, and now you expect me to explain things to your daughter? I'm leaving. Can you really bear to see Xinxin sad and upset? This is your doing. It has nothing to do with me. I simply want her to experience paternal love. Then why involve me? I have no desire to become a father. But didn't you once say that Xinxin is adorable? Don't you want a daughter? Gu Hanxing was at a loss for words. He had merely made a passing compliment. Of course, he wanted his own daughter. But the idea of someone else's was unappealing. Xinxin is very attached to you. She sees you as her father, and I am equally helpless. He Xinyu, I cannot partake in this matter. You will have to handle it as you see fit. I make no demands. I hope you can fulfill what you promised, Xinxin. Gu Hanxing felt truly ensnared, having always been the one to outmaneuver others. Now he found himself caught in He Xinyu's scheme, which was quite disconcerting. He Xinyu exited, heading straight for the kitchen, while Gu Hanxing contemplated leaving, only to be thwarted by He Xinxin's persistent grip. Her eyes were filled with adoration for him as her father, making escape impossible. Thus, he led He Xinxin into the music room. Gu Hanxing played a melodious piece, the notes resonating with ethereal depth. He Xinxin sat beside him, listening intently. Upon hearing the music, He Xinyu quietly approached the doorway, observing her daughter's joy as she watched her father play. A subtle smile graced her lips before she quietly withdrew. As Gu Hanxing concluded the piece, He Xinxin clapped enthusiastically. Daddy, you play beautifully, just like Mommy. Xinxin, Daddy has some matters to attend to and may not be able to see you again for a while. Upon hearing Gu Hanxing's words, He Xinxin grasped his hand tightly. Daddy, do you not want Xinxin anymore? All the other children have fathers, but I do not have one. Tears welled up in her eyes. Gu Hanxing gazed at her, holding He Xinxin close, gently wiping her tears away. Daddy doesn't want to leave you, Xinxin. It's just that I have many responsibilities that prevent me from being with you. I promise to visit as soon as I can, all right? But it's unfair. Other daddies come home, and you're the only one who isn't here. I don't want you to leave me. Upon hearing her words, Gu Hanxing found himself at a loss for words, marveling at how a child so young could articulate such sentiments with affection. What would you like your daddy to do? I want you to be like Mommy, busy with work, picking me up from school, spending time with me in the evenings and on weekends. But other children have their fathers to pick them up, and mine has never come for me. Gu Hanxing was rendered speechless. He found himself utterly helpless against his daughter. He Xinyu, Daddy, can you please come and pick me up in the future? Her innocent gaze was filled with hope, and it was truly a difficult request to fulfill. Please, Daddy, will you? Her pleading was so heartfelt it nearly melted his resolve. All right, when the opportunity arises, I will come to pick you up from school. Gu Hanxing felt utterly ensnared, as his daughter's requests seemed endless. It was a challenge to deny her. He Xinxin, eager for affection, leaned in to kiss his cheek. And he obliged. She showered him with kisses, bringing him joy. For a daughter like her truly brought happiness. Daddy, I want to hear you play the piano. Gu Hanxing complied, performing several pieces, while Xinxin listened intently. Upon finishing, she lavished him with praise, demonstrating her emotional depth at such a tender age. He Xinyu was indeed adept at fulfilling her daughter's wishes, her requests seemingly unending, a lifetime's worth of promises. Gu Hanxing, a man of his word, felt a headache coming on just as He Xinyu entered the room. Xinxin, please step outside for a moment. Mommy needs to have a word with Daddy. Gu Hanxing, please consider the matter of our collaboration. Impossible. Don't even think about it. He responded without hesitation. Chapter 48, I want you. There's nothing impossible here. State your terms. Gu Hanxing looked at He Xinyu, who appeared to be in control of the situation, and it only fueled his anger, especially when she resorted to using their child as leverage. He Xinyu, I want you. That's my condition. He stated firmly, confident that she would never agree. He Xinyu was taken aback by his outrageous demand and quickly retorted, no way. Then we have nothing to discuss. I will not be joining the Fengxin group. Gu Hanxing declared, preparing to leave. Gu Hanxing, aside from that, you may propose other requests. I want nothing else. All you offer is money. Truth be told, acquiring money is easy for me. I simply do not wish to engage in it. I am aware of your past marriage with Xiao Hanjin, and while you may not be lacking in wealth, I assure you that I can offer you more than she ever could, a higher position and a broader platform. However, I do not wish for my life to be confined by you. I will create my own wealth and social standing. Perhaps I may not achieve billions, but I am free, truly free. Do you understand? Hearing these words, He Xinyu felt that Gu Hanxing would indeed decline her proposition. There is no rush. Let us take our time to consider this matter, and later we can dine together. Upon finishing her statement, she prepared to leave. I will not stay. I shall take my leave, Gu Hanxing declared. He Xinyu grasped his arm, saying, you must not leave. Xinxin would be heartbroken. Moreover, you promised to join Fengxin group. You cannot go back on your word. Gu Hanxing glanced at He Xinyu. What if I choose not to? A man of honor always keeps his word. You would not renege, would you? He Xinyu retorted, it is you who has schemed against me, compelling my promise. Isn't that rather absurd? It is not a scheme. It is Xinxin's affection for you that necessitates this, she replied. Can you truly bear to see Xinshin distressed? He Xinyu, I am but an outsider. Why should this concern me? I have just emerged from one cage and shall not willingly leap into another. He Xinyu, clearly understanding Gu Hanqing's intention, spoke gently. Let us first have our meal. Her tone softened, contrasting with her earlier demeanor. Gu Hanqing followed her out of the room. At that moment, He Xinshin rushed forward, embracing Gu Hanqing's leg. Daddy, are you leaving? She looked up at him with innocent eyes, initially intent on departing. Gu Hanqing's resolve wavered at the sight of He Xinshin's pitiable expression. Daddy still needs to eat, he said. Mommy's cooking is delicious. He Xinshin exclaimed eagerly. Gu Hanqing cast a glance at the busy He Xinyu in the kitchen, baffled as to why she sought him to be her daughter's father, when there were countless men willing to assume that role. Turning to He Xinshin, he asked, Have you met your father before? She shook her head. Then how do you know I am your father? Because you are my daddy, He Xinshin replied, puzzled. Gu Hanqing found it perplexing. How could she recognize him as her father without having met him? There must be some hidden truth. Moreover, he had no interaction with He Xinyu. She was 5 or 6 years his senior. With a 4-year-old daughter and the circumstances of her pregnancy, he had been merely 21 at the time and had no girlfriend, let alone any connection to He Xinyu. The notion of her being his biological daughter was utterly unfathomable. Daddy, can you take mommy and me out this afternoon? This daughter was astute, capable of laughter, tears, and coaxing affection. She truly knew how to tug at one's heartstrings. Daddy cannot. For I have work to attend to this afternoon, and sadly, I may not be able to visit you for quite some time. Upon hearing this, He Xinshin's expression turned to one of distress, tears streaming down her cheeks. You're lying, Daddy. You were supposed to pick me up from school. The world is indeed fraught with pitfalls, and one cannot help but feel exasperated by the cunning of others. Xin. Where would you like to go for a day of fun? I wish to visit the zoo, the amusement park, and indulge in some ice cream. Gu Hanqing is quite the talkative one. This precocious young lady is truly something else. Next time indeed. Gu Hanqing longs to make an early escape. If this continues, he may find himself ensnared in this predicament, truly at the service of this little darling. Tears come quickly, but they dry just as fast. Father is always deceiving. Father never deceives. Next time will certainly be next time. Father is indeed a trickster, a grand deceiver. Such a young age yet so astute. Gu Hanqing truly admires this little girl. Had he known, he wouldn't have come. Now, extricating himself will require a steely resolve. Xin. How did you recognize your father at first glance? I don't know. Gu Hanqing is indeed perplexed. Why engage in such discussions with a 4-year-old? After dinner, he plans to slip away, letting things unfold as they may. Xin clings closely to Gu Hanqing, never straying far from his side. Observing Xin, Gu Hanqing notices how much she resembles Xin, yet not at all like himself. Xin seems to have accepted her role as a father figure for Xin, which he truly cannot comprehend. Father, will you be able to live with Xin in the future? Other parents are all together. Xin, why not ask your mother to find you another father? Shall we? No, I only like you. You are my father. Father, do you not want Xin? Gu Hanqing immediately fell silent. Why engage in such conversations with a little girl? Indeed, if this continues, Xin will surely cry again. Fortunately, at that moment, Xin called out, Xin, Gu Hanqing, it's time to eat. Gu Hanqing took Xin to wash her hands. Watching Xin tie on her apron, he remarked with a smile, that apron suits you quite well. Xin chose not to respond. Gu Hanqing lifted Xin onto the dining table, where she had a special high chair perfectly suited for her. He seated himself, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite, promptly exclaiming, Xin, your cooking is truly remarkable. I never imagined that a corporate executive like you would possess such culinary prowess. Xin smiled at Gu Hanqing. Father, Xin wasn't he lying, was she? Xin remained silent, untied her apron, and sat opposite Gu Hanqing. He observed Xin. She truly embodies the qualities of a virtuous wife and devoted mother, capable in both the parlor and the kitchen. One must say her husband was unfortunate, passing away so early and leaving behind a widow and orphan. Gu Hanqing savored the meal, exquisitely prepared and delicious, even surpassing his own culinary efforts. Xin even served him some dishes, truly a thoughtful little companion. Observing this scene, Xin felt increasingly resolute in having Gu Hanqing take on the role of father for Xin. Noticing the expression on He Xin's face, Gu Hanxing suspected she had ulterior motives, devising plans for him to become her daughter's father. She truly was meticulous in her scheming. He wondered what other surprises awaited him. After dinner, he would seize the opportunity to make a swift exit. Chapter 49. The goddaughter He Xinxin persistently served dishes to Gu Hanxing, which stirred a hint of jealousy in He Xinyu. Yet, she remained silent. Gu Hanxing remarked, "Xinxin, serve your mother." Obediently, He Xinxin began to serve dishes to He Xinyu. It was Gu Hanxing's first time dining in such an environment, and he truly felt out of place. Eating rather quickly, he set down his utensils and said, "Xinxin, take your time, Daddy is full." Seated on the living room sofa, Gu Hanxing scrutinized the villa, which was even larger than Xiao Hanjin's. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge. He Xinyu occasionally cast glances at Gu Hanxing, anxious that he might suddenly depart. She intended to have a proper conversation with him. As long as she offered enough, she was convinced Gu Hanxing would agree. After finishing her meal and tidying up, she instructed He Xinxin to take a nap. "Papa, will you accompany Xinxin to sleep?" "Xinxin, you go on your own. Mommy needs to chat with Daddy for a while." He Xinxin looked at Gu Hanxing and said, "Daddy, you mustn't sneak away." "All right." He Xinxin extended her finger to seal a promise, and Gu Hanxing complied. She recited, "A pinky promise, bound for 100 years without change." Watching the girl's retreating figure, Gu Hanxing seemed to waver in his decision. Although not his biological daughter, being a godfather to her was not so bad, especially since it could be lucrative. Reluctantly, she headed upstairs to sleep. He Xinyu proposed, "I will give you 50 million. Come here every night. Once Xinxin is asleep, you may either stay or leave. What do you say?" Although the sum tempted Gu Hanxing, he was dissatisfied with the time commitment. Every day? That's not feasible. 5 days a week. Impossible. He dismissed without hesitation. 4 days a week. At most, 2 days. Gu Hanxing, can you not invest more time with Xinxin? He Xinyu, I'm inexplicably stepping into the role of a father for your daughter. My presence is already a generous concession. I have many obligations: dating, work, and rest. He Xinyu was speechless, yet 2 days were better than none. 5 years, 2 days a week. I can pay you 50 million in advance. For how long? That is not acceptable. It must end when I start dating. And if you leave suddenly, what about Xinxin? Sister, my willingness to assist is solely for He Xinxin's sake, and yet you impose so many demands. Ordinarily, I would have outright declined. Just as the words left his mouth, Gu Hanxing's phone rang. Xiao Hanjin was calling. He stood up and took a few steps before answering. Gu Hanxing, where are you? You haven't returned home for so long. Xiao, do I need to report my whereabouts to you? You're being overly intrusive. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. Gu Hanxing, who are you with? After ending the call, Gu Hanxing thought to himself that Xiao Hanjin's strong desire for control was troubling. Marrying her would hardly promise a peaceful life. Xiao Hanjin felt a sense of unease as she observed Gu Hanxing in the call. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. She couldn't shake the thought that Gu Hanxing might be entangled with another woman, which fueled her desire to track his every move. She was acutely aware that Gu Hanxing found such behavior distasteful, and if this continued, he might very well choose to escape altogether. As Gu Hanxing settled onto the sofa, He Xinyu seemed to sense that he was poised to raise his demands, anticipating a significant financial burden on her part. Indeed, he was quite the shrewd negotiator. Gu Hanxing declared that his terms were non-negotiable: 3 days, and at least 3 years. If that was unacceptable, she could seek alternatives. He expressed his reluctance to engage in further pointless discussions, asserting his need for absolute control over the situation. He could not bear the thought of reverting to his previous life, a reality he deemed intolerable. Can the schedule be fixed? She inquired. That is not feasible. What if I have commitments? My availability is unpredictable. I will come twice a week. He insisted that he would retain the authority to terminate the contract, leaving the decision to sign solely in her hands. To be fair, I will charge based on my visits, 100,000 per session, which is quite reasonable. Wait, if you come every day, that would amount to over 30 million a year. Gu Hanxing, aren't you being a tad greedy? He Xinyu interjected. Do you think I desire to come daily? I hardly have that luxury. 5,000 per session, he countered. Then find someone else. I'm out. You must not breach the contract. A single violation will incur a penalty of 200,000. Let us proceed with this arrangement, then. Consider me your goddaughter. He Xinyu, upon hearing this, realized that Gu Hanxing seemed to harbor feelings for Xinxin, which alleviated her anxiety slightly. Nevertheless, Gu Hanshin was indeed remarkable. A young man from humble beginnings who had married Xiao Hanjin, served as her assistant, and wielded considerable influence within the Yunfeng group. Now, he was artfully maneuvering to elevate his leverage, asserting absolute control over the timeline and financial terms, ultimately designating her as his goddaughter. She felt completely ensnared by his tactics. Gu Hanshin, you are truly impressive. Flattery aside, I have a modest request. What is it? He Sinu's culinary skills are commendable. I hope to savor her dishes each time I visit. I will do my best. Thus, their negotiations concluded amicably. By the way, have you considered the Fengxin Group? He inquired. I don't anticipate remaining at Yunfeng for long, perhaps just 1 to 2 months. I need to evaluate the offers from other companies. You can negotiate any terms you desire. Assistant to the president or vice president at Fengxin Group, your choice, with an annual salary of 20 million. He Sinu. Are you attempting to entice me with monetary rewards? Primarily, because you are worth that amount. I must contemplate this. It isn't merely about the highest bidder. Sometimes, I need to assess the suitability of the employer. He Sinu smiled. Gu Hanshin truly impressed her. It seemed rather foolish for the Yunfeng Group to let someone of his caliber slip away, especially with the exceptional Xiao Hanjin as her husband. If he were granted more authority, Yunfeng Group could potentially ascend to new heights. General He, may I be so bold as to inquire, has Xinxin's father truly passed away? He Sinu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Gu Hanshin, uncertain of how to respond to such a question. Her earlier words had been spoken in anger. Well, sort of, she finally managed. Gu Hanshin pondered the implications of her response. Did this mean they were divorced, or was there a deeper reason for his demise? Why do you ask? Naturally, I am concerned for my personal safety. What if her biological father returns and decides to confront me? Gu Hanshin spread his hands in exasperation. You needn't worry about that. And your parents, they won't cause any trouble, will they? To be clear, I am not inclined to accommodate any unexpected complications. They are no longer with us. Gu Hanshin felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing this. I apologize, General He. I am unfamiliar with the situation and spoke thoughtlessly. It's quite all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Please, have some fruit. Gu Hanshin, feeling a touch awkward, took some fruit and began to eat. Chapter 50. Something seems different. He Sinu noticed a hint of guilt in Gu Hanshin's demeanor. She smiled faintly, and Gu Hanshin found himself mesmerized by her beauty, which radiated poise, nonchalance, and an air of intellectual elegance. Since you have inquired about my personal matters, may I pose a question to you? What would you like to ask? Why did you divorce Xiao Hanjin? There was no affection left, hence the divorce. You must not be lacking in wealth. Considering you are the son-in-law of Yunfeng Group, how could this be? General He, that is an additional inquiry that warrants a separate fee. He Sinu smiled, and Gu Hanshin tilted his head to regard her, sensing an inscrutable quality about her. There was even a feeling of being ensnared by her, a competence that seemed far beyond what one would expect at his age. His abilities surpassed those of his peers significantly. One might mistakenly assume he was a scion groomed by a prominent family. His looks, talents, and musical prowess, evident from his earlier piano performance, were decidedly extraordinary. Truth be told, to let go of such a son-in-law would likely lead the Xiao family to regret it in due course. General He, why do you stare at me? I am a person who believes in conducting business for remuneration. Matters of the heart are a different affair. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Are you preoccupied with other matters? Quite busy. A bit. I am aware of what you wish for me to do, but I must take my leave. I have other obligations. As Gu Hanshin stood to depart, He Xinxin called out loudly from above, Daddy, where are you going? He looked up to see her staring intently from the upper floor. Daddy is just going for a stroll, he replied, and He Sinu observed without interrupting their father-daughter exchange. He Xinxin hurried down the stairs, fearing that her father might slip away unnoticed. Gu Hanshin approached and lifted He Xinxin into his arms, speaking gently, Daddy isn't going anywhere. I'll take you to the zoo this afternoon, all right? He Xinxin immediately beamed with joy, eagerly planting several kisses on Gu Hanshin's face. Witnessing this scene, He Sinu couldn't help but smile as well. Her daughter hadn't been this happy in a long time, perhaps not since she had begun to understand the world. Gu Hanshin, cradling He Xinxin, turned to He Sinu and said, You drive, we're heading to the zoo. Just a moment, I need to change into something more suitable. He Sinu quickly changed out of her loose-fitting attire into a sporty outfit, carrying a modest bag. In the back seat, Gu Hanshin held He Xinxin, who was bubbling with excitement as He Sinu took the wheel. They arrived at Zhonghai Zoo, where Gu Hanxing hoisted He Xinxin onto his shoulders. She was elated, shining like the brightest star in the entire zoo as she perceived it. He Xinyu stood beside Gu Hanxing, realizing she had never spent time alone with a man in this manner before. With He Xinxin present, it felt entirely natural, given that he was the child's father. However, she noted how effortlessly he seemed to manage the responsibilities of parenthood. Gu Hanxing, having risen from humble beginnings to attend Zhonghai University, had undoubtedly exerted more effort than she could imagine. His business acumen surpassed her expectations, and his adeptness at understanding people was particularly remarkable. She had just experienced this firsthand. Typically, she was the one who held sway over others, but today she found herself thoroughly impressed by him, even agreeing to adopt his suggestions, which showcased his brilliance. As they explored the zoo together, it was actually Gu Hanxing's first visit as well. He was unfamiliar with some of the peculiar animals, and when He Xinxin inquired about their names, he found himself at a loss. He Xinyu stepped in to provide answers, and Gu Hanxing chuckled awkwardly. Xinxin, your father has never been to the zoo either. Daddy, have you really never been to the zoo? She asked in disbelief. Indeed, when I was young, my family was poor. I always focused on studying and working hard to earn money for the family, leaving no time for leisure. Daddy, that's so sad, He Xinxin said, offering a comforting remark that nearly broke Gu Hanxing's composure. It struck him that he had scarcely indulged in any form of entertainment, his life consumed by study and work. Reflecting on it felt rather pitiful. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Gu Hanxing's forehead, He Xinyu suggested, you should set Xinxin down, as long as she's happy. I'm not weary. She then took a wet wipe from her bag and, without hesitation, began to wipe the sweat from his brow. Gu Hanxing was taken aback by this unexpected gesture. Looking at this gentle woman, he felt a flicker of emotion. Yet he still reached for the wet wipe from her hand and began to wipe his own forehead. In an unexpected turn of events, He Xinyu found herself instinctively wiping the sweat from Gu Hanxing, perhaps simply because he was He Xinxin's father. The three of them strolled for an entire afternoon, and He Xinxin's face was slightly flushed from the sun. Gu Hanxing purchased 3 ice creams, one for each of them. He Xinyu typically refrained from indulging in such treats, yet she did not decline when Gu Hanxing bought them. Today, He Xinxin was exceptionally cheerful, experiencing a joy unmatched since her birth. He Xinyu observed this with keen eyes. Xinxin, are you happy today? Father has some matters to attend to tonight, and he might not be able to see you for a few days. You mustn't cry. Upon hearing these words, He Xinxin's expression fell. When will Daddy come to see me? Next Tuesday, Daddy will pick you up from school after class, all right? Okay. He Xinxin's spirits lifted instantly. He Xinyu watched as Gu Hanxing comforted their daughter, noting his adeptness in handling the situation. His emotional intelligence was remarkable. It left her pondering how he could have ended up divorced. Looking at Gu Hanxing before her, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of emotion. After finishing the ice cream, Gu Hanxing glanced at the time and escorted them to the car. Where are you going? Let me drive you. No need. I can take a cab. You two head back. Xinxin, remember to listen to your mother. Next time, when Daddy has time, I will take you to the amusement park. All right, goodbye, Daddy. He Xinxin waved farewell to Gu Hanxing, her eyes filled with reluctance. Checking the time, Gu Hanxing realized it was still early. He decided to make a brief stop at the office to finalize the promotional plan for Shushu Company, a task of utmost importance for enhancing the visibility and recognition of Yinfeng Group. The promotion needed to be subtle, avoiding overt displays of Yinfeng Group, while instead emphasizing the grand vision of Shushu Company. However, upon arriving at the office, he was surprised to find Li Qiuyue there. Li Qiuyue, it's the weekend. What brings you to the office? Is your mother hospitalized? Mr. Gu, I took leave a couple of days ago. I have some unfinished work. Yes. My mother is in the hospital, and she has surgery scheduled for Monday. Gu Hanxing took out his phone and said, let me add you on WeChat. When are you going to the hospital? I can accompany you to visit your mother. Li Qiuyue's phone appeared quite old, seemingly having been used for many years. They exchanged WeChat contacts and phone numbers. Li Qiuyue bowed in gratitude, saying, thank you, Mr. Gu. Gu Hanxing quickly helped her up, saying, no need to be so formal. Take care of yourself. Don't overexert. Avoid part-time work and focus on your role at Yinfeng. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll assist you. As Gu Hanxing prepared to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Li Qiuyue, wait, I'll help you find an apartment closer to the office. So you won't have to travel far for work. Take good care of your mother. No, that's unnecessary. Just trust me. Gu Hanxing replied before returning to his office. Li Qiuyue stood there, profoundly moved. Unsure of why she was so inclined to heed his words and reluctant to refuse his offer. In Chapter 51, titled Don't Go Too Far, Gu Hanxing was in his office, drafting a promotional plan for Shushu Company. By the time he finished, it was nearly 7 o'clock. He had lost track of time in his endeavors. Gu Hanxing hurriedly rose and approached the door. A glance revealed that Li Qiuya was still present. He sent the proposal via email to Xiao Hanjin, then made his way to Li Qiuya's side, stating, "Shall we go?" "All right," she replied, standing next to Gu Hanxing. They appeared somewhat mismatched, evoking a sense of a CEO and a Cinderella. "Your sister wishes to change schools. I will arrange that for her shortly." Li Qiuya understood that her words would bear no weight. He was merely informing her that refusal was not an option. "What does your mother enjoy eating?" "Nothing specific, really." Gu Hanxing chose not to press further. He found a clean restaurant and ordered takeout. They hailed a cab and headed for the hospital, where he purchased a large bag of fruit before entering. Li Qiuya remained silent, standing beside him, aware of his intentions. Gu Hanxing handed the takeout to Li Qiuya while carrying the fruit into her mother's hospital room. He observed Li's mother in bed and his younger sister, Li Qiu, diligently working on her homework. Li's mother looked at Gu Hanxing with a hint of surprise. "Auntie, have you had your meal?" "Yes, I have. Thank you, Xiaogu. Qiuya has already expressed her gratitude, so there's no need for you to be formal." Gu Hanxing placed the fruit on the bedside table and turned to Li Qiuya, inquiring, "Sister, my name is Gu Hanxing. What is yours?" "Li Qiuya," she replied. He smiled. "What grade are you in?" "Second year of junior high. Study hard. And you too shall gain admission to Zhongda." It was evident that Li Qiuya was somewhat reserved. In a bustling metropolis like Zhonghai, the abundance of well-off individuals could naturally induce feelings of inferiority. Li Qiuya set the food on a chair and handed a portion to Gu Hanxing. "Auntie, Qiuya, would you care for another meal? We've already eaten. You two should go ahead." Li Qiuya glanced at Gu Hanxing, who then encouraged, "Qiuya, come join us. I ordered enough for 4, and if you don't eat, we won't finish it all." Looking to Li Qiuya for confirmation, she received a nod. "Qiuya, you should come eat." The food had grown slightly cold, but Gu Hanxing began eating without concern. Li Qiuya pondered that there was no way to reheat it in the hospital. Observing Gu Hanxing's indifference, she too began to eat quietly. "Auntie, your surgery is in a couple of days. Don't be anxious. I will pull some strings to have an expert perform it. That is too much trouble." "Not at all. It's no big deal." Gu Hanxing soon finished his meal, engaging in light conversation with Qiuya, inquiring about her studies and her thoughts on changing schools. Li Qiuya regarded Gu Hanxing, contemplating the idea, though she knew that without her mother and sister's consent, her wishes were futile. Yet, Gu Hanxing quietly reassured her. "Your sister has already agreed. Just await my news." At this, Li Qiuya's spirits lifted, her heart brimming with joy. Gu Hanxing exchanged a few words with Li Mu before preparing to take his leave. Li Qiuya accompanied him to the hospital entrance, saying, "Take care on your way." "What is your mother's name?" "Wu Xiujuan." "All right, head back now. Rest well, and do not dwell too much on work or overtime. Take a few days off." "It's perfectly fine. Go on, I'll watch you leave." There was a hint of timidity in Li Qiuya's voice. "Li Qiuya, feel free to express whatever is on your mind when speaking with me. If you face any grievances or difficulties, you must share them with me, understood?" "I got it. Go back now and take good care of your mother." As Li Qiuya turned to walk back, Gu Hanxing also made his way towards the hospital entrance. She watched him leave, and he seemed like a ray of light, illuminating her entire life. At the entrance, Gu Hanxing called Zhou Yunhao. "How's he? Do you know anyone at Zhonghai People's Hospital? What is up? Who is sick?" "My friend's mother. Can you arrange a private room and have a renowned specialist as the lead surgeon?" "Sure, I'll take care of it." The patient's name is Wu Xiujuan. In orthopedics, Zhou Yunhao agreed, noting that his uncle was the deputy director of the hospital. "Also, do you have connections at any junior high school?" "There's a second-year student I need help transferring." "Shengzi, what are you up to? Are you assigning me tasks now?" "I'll ask around." "Which school do you need?" "A decent junior high or high school near Yinfeng Group." "All right, but seriously, who is this person that you're so concerned about?" "She wouldn't happen to be related to that younger girl, would she? I need to sneak a peek someday." "Get lost, don't cause trouble. You'll meet her when the time is right." "Shengzi, is this how you're asking for favors? Be careful, or I might just tell my sister-in-law." "Who is your sister-in-law?" "Who else could it be?" "Naturally, it's Xiao Hanjin, the only sister-in-law I acknowledge, unless you find someone better." "Get lost. You're up to no good." Just handle the matters at hand, and I'll treat you to a drink later. By the way, how are things with you and Yun Mingxi? Just as they are. Prepare to celebrate when the time comes. All right, but if you're having second thoughts, reconsider. Shengzi, you sure talk a lot. Why are you so concerned? I'm marrying a well-matched young lady. What is wrong with listening to my parents? Besides, I've seen all kinds of women. It's all the same when stripped bare. Gu Hanxing quickly interjected, enough. I genuinely hope you find a girl you love to marry. Zhou Yunhao fell silent upon hearing this. Shengzi, she is gone. How can I find someone I like again? You should at least seek someone who will wholeheartedly treat you well. Zhou Yunhao composed himself. Let us not talk about me. Both families have already made arrangements. So just prepare for the celebration. Gu Hanxing refrained from further comment. Please expedite those two matters. I await your news. Understood. You pursue women, while I toil and bear offspring. Your ego is quite substantial. Do not let it lead you astray. I am single. I am not anyone's boyfriend. Regarding progeny, you appear to be more reckless than I. Nevertheless, I am quite eager to witness your performance. Begone. If I were to marry, it would be to a woman of my own choosing. Very well, I shall await the unfolding drama. Zhou Yunhao observed his brother ensnared by love. Such dilemmas are indeed arduous. Yet, regardless of the choice made, may they remain steadfastly devoted. Gu Hanxing contemplated Li Qiuya. Given Xia Hanjin's current assertiveness, if he were entirely unmoved, he would truly be a sage. However, he dared not pursue Xia Hanjin, opting instead to take things one step at a time. Chapter 52. A Forceful Kiss Upon Returning Home. Gu Hanxing found it nearly 10 o'clock, and there sat Xia Hanjin in the living room, awaiting his arrival. Noticing her demeanor, he anticipated another interrogation. I went to prepare a promotional proposal. I have sent it to your company email. When did you finish? About 7 o'clock. I had to eat something. That seems reasonable for this hour. But I haven't eaten, Xia Hanjin remarked, gazing at Gu Hanxing. Miss Xiao, can't you return to your parents' house? Must you stay here? If I go back, they will ask me questions every day. What am I to do? You are not coming with me. Then go stay at Mingyuan Villa. That place is so large. What would I do alone? If a storm arises, I would be at a loss. Gu Hanxing regarded Xia Hanjin thoughtfully. He headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal for her, feeling as if he owed her from a past life. Xia Hanjin stood at the kitchen entrance, observing him boil noodles. Gu Hanxing, what have you been so busy with all day? Xia Hanjin, you are not my wife. Is this incessant questioning truly appropriate? Is it wrong for me to desire to be your wife? If you dare to marry, I fear I cannot. Your constant inquiries feel akin to imprisonment. Once married, I would be free of it. Gu Hanxing harbored doubts about Xia Hanjin's intentions. Should he fall under her influence, his fate would likely involve servitude. The grievances she bore now would surely be repaid in due time. Noticing his silence, Xia Hanjin realized she ought not to pester him so relentlessly. Yet she could not help herself. Her genuine concern lay in the fear that Gu Hanxing might seek companionship elsewhere. Gu Hanxing, what if we brought your parents here? What do you think? Not a chance. Even if they came, they would not adapt. I have no intention of doing so at present. Gu Hanxing understood that his parents, originating from the countryside and now in their 50s, would find it difficult to adjust to life in the city. Bringing them here would mean they would be confined to the house, reluctant to spend money. They were accustomed to their rural lifestyle, and once he marries and has children, they could assist with childcare. However, at this moment, it was entirely unnecessary. They would fare much better in their hometown. Xia Hanjin realized she was unable to extract much from him. She was perplexed regarding Gu Hanxing's thoughts and actions. Hanxing, are you truly planning to leave Yinfeng Group? Yes. Why do you ask? The noodles are ready. You should eat quickly. Gu Hanxing gazed at Xiao Hanjin, reflecting on the days when he catered to her every whim. Even now, within the confines of his own home, he found himself in servitude to her. It was imperative she depart swiftly. Her presence lingered too long, leading him to contemplate inappropriate thoughts. He feared that should he lose control one day, he might find himself trapped in a lifetime of regret. The very idea of being governed by her was unbearable. What business do you have leaving Yinfeng Group? He questioned. And which other company would offer you such generous treatment? That is none of your concern. I am off to wash up and retire for the night, Gu Hanxing declared, rising to his feet. Xiao Hanjin watched him enter the bathroom, then promptly made her way to his bedroom, determined to share his bed that night. Whether he liked it or not, they were destined to be together. This would resolve all dilemmas. As Xiao Hanjin lay upon Gu Hanxing's bed, a flicker of anxiety coursed through her. What if he approached her? Would she reject him or yield? She had yet to decide. Upon finishing his ablutions, Gu Hansheng emerged to find the living room empty, paying no heed to it as he retreated to his room, locking the door behind him to safeguard against Xiao Hanjin's advances. When he turned on the light, he was taken aback to find Xiao Hanjin sprawled across his bed. "Xiao Hanjin, what are you doing here? Aren't you eager for a son?" he exclaimed. "What son? I haven't even been in a relationship yet. Get out," she retorted. "Are you even a man? You see me and feel nothing?" she challenged. Gu Hansheng, too weary to engage in further dialogue, seized her and pulled her from the bed. Xiao Hanjin, ever astute, fell into his embrace, both clad in sleepwear, the air thick with unspoken tension. As she gazed into his eyes, inching closer to his lips, their heartbeats quickened in tandem. Yet, Gu Hansheng ultimately pushed her away, leaving her momentarily stunned, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She retaliated with a swift kick. "Everything was perfectly aligned, and yet you rejected me. You scoundrel," she exclaimed. "How am I not a man?" He feigned ignorance. He then took her by the hand, leading her toward the exit. "What are you doing?" she protested as he thrust her outside, leaving her standing at the threshold. Xiao Hanjin felt a surge of frustration. Despite her advances, he remained resolute. Gu Hansheng lay on his bed, contemplating the inevitable. If she persisted, he would undoubtedly succumb. After all, what would become of his freedom? He was married. What of Li Qiuya? Xiao Hanjin, undeterred by his resistance, had cast aside her previous haughty demeanor. Now, she was relentless in her pursuit of him. She knocked on the door, declaring, "Gu Hansheng, you are a coward, not a man." Her words were a deliberate provocation, for she believed that if one attempt failed, another would surely succeed. So long as they shared the same roof, it was only a matter of time before she would claim him. Xiao Hanjin called out several times, but Gu Hansheng paid her no mind. Lying on the bed, he reflected on the earlier scene, questioning whether he had acted foolishly. Was it unwise to kiss first and think later? As long as they hadn't shared a bed, what harm could it do? After all, she was destined to be his woman eventually. He felt a tad foolish. Hearing Xiao Hanjin still provoking him at the door, he rose and opened it. "Xiao Hanjin, what are you yelling about? Am I useless?" He pulled her close and kissed her, leaving Xiao Hanjin momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the suddenness of Gu Hansheng's boldness. After a brief kiss, he released her. Xiao Hanjin gazed at him. "Gu Hansheng, are you taking advantage of me? You came to me. Now go to sleep," he retorted, shutting the door behind him, leaving her standing there, flustered that her first kiss had been seized by this rogue. She felt a surge of indignation. "Gu Hansheng, come out." Reclining on the bed, Gu Hansheng savored the softness of her lips. The sensation was quite pleasant. Xiao Hanjin shouted a few more times before retreating to her room, replaying the moment he had kissed her. She was bewildered, entirely at a loss for how to feel. Cursing under her breath, she thought, "Gu Hansheng, how dare you take advantage of me? Just wait until tomorrow. I will deal with you." Yet, women often say one thing and mean another. She mused that when she wanted him to kiss her, he hadn't and now that she didn't want him to, he had forced the issue. Touching her lips, a hint of a shy smile graced her face. Chapter 53. The Cohabitation Agreement. The following morning, Xiao Hanjin rose early, sitting in the living room, awaiting Gu Hansheng's awakening. She demanded an explanation from him. As the clock approached 9 and he still hadn't stirred, she dashed to knock on his door. Gu Hansheng glanced at the time. It was still before 9, and with no pressing matters, he decided to indulge in a lazy morning. Yet, Xiao Hanjin continued to knock insistently. Annoyed, he walked over and opened the door. "What are you knocking for so early? Hurry up and move out today," Xiao Hanjin exclaimed. "Not a chance. You took advantage of me last night. How do you plan to account for that?" He replied. "That was because you insulted me first. I had no choice but to retaliate. Now pack your bags and return to your parents' house." "But that was my first kiss." "Truly, it was my first kiss. I didn't take advantage." Xiao Hanjin, hearing his words, felt a mix of anger and delight, but couldn't help but want to strike him. "What are you going to do about it? I never asked you to take responsibility. Why should I?" Xiao Hanjin wasted no time and kicked Gu Hansheng, who fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. "What is wrong with you? Why would you kick me? That's the consequence of taking advantage of me. Now hurry up and move out. We should avoid each other." "Not happening. Now, go make breakfast." Gu Hansheng swiftly devised a plan. Even if Xiao Hanjin were to drive her away, she would undoubtedly know where to reside if she so desired. She could easily become her neighbor again. "Xiao Hanjin, this is the house I am renting. Oh, what if I were to become your landlord? Forget I mentioned it. If you wish to stay here, we must establish some ground rules. Should you breach them, you must vacate the premises. Xiao Hanjin listened intently to Gu Hanqing's words. Go on. First, neither party shall interfere with the other's private life or demand information about their whereabouts without consent. Second, during our cohabitation, neither shall dress provocatively or engage in seduction. Third, both parties must share the responsibility for household chores, such as cooking, washing dishes, cleaning, and laundry. Fourth, bringing friends to engage in inappropriate conduct within this residence is strictly prohibited. Fifth, neither shall enter the other's room without permission. Sixth, rent, utilities, internet fees, and food expenses shall be shared equally. Gu Hanqing recited the 6 clauses in one breath. Xiao Hanjin chuckled at her words, finding them amusing yet inconsequential. At least living under the same roof would facilitate matters in the future. We can forego the 6th clause. I will cover all these expenses. Xiao Hanjin remained generous, but insisted on clarifying that she was indeed the tenant and the head of the household. Very well. You may go out and buy breakfast. I will draft the contract by hand, and once it is signed, you may reside here with peace of mind. Wait a moment, Gu Hanqing. I have an additional clause. If I do not return home for the night, I must inform you of my whereabouts. This stipulation added pressure to the agreement. As the head of the household, I set the rules, and you have no say in the matter. Otherwise, you can either move out, or I shall. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Hanjin ultimately acquiesced. Living here meant she could observe his every move. Fine, we shall proceed as you suggest. Gu Hanqing anticipated Xiao Hanjin's agreement, believing this arrangement would be permanent, allowing her to do as she pleased without attending to her needs or answering her incessant queries. Should she inquire, this agreement would serve to silence her. Gu Hanqing took pen and paper and drafted the cohabitation agreement. Thus, it was created in duplicate. Xiao Hanjin. This agreement must be strictly adhered to. Violators will be required to vacate the premises. Xiao Hanjin understood that Gu Hanqing sought freedom, and these terms were meant to constrain her. However, she also recognized that feelings could develop over time, and this agreement would eventually become meaningless. Moreover, even if Gu Hanqing did not reside with her, he would undoubtedly purchase a property of his own. Hence, she found the arrangement acceptable. Gu Hanqing's cunning was undeniable, and their situation was entirely of his making. With the agreement in hand, Gu Hanqing returned to his room, only to be interrupted by a video call from He Xinyu. He felt a twinge of annoyance, but answered nonetheless. On the screen appeared He Xinxin. Daddy, have you not yet risen? I just got up, Xinxin. Did you miss your father? MHM. Daddy, will you come home today? I have some matters to attend to and cannot come. I need to go car shopping and visit your mother's sister. He Xinxin hung her head, feeling somewhat dejected. Xinxin, listen to your mother at home. If you miss your father, have her video call me, all right? Okay. Gu Hanqing ended the call and then sent a WeChat message to He Xinyu, stating that she should message him before initiating a video call, as there were times when it was inconvenient to answer. He Xinyu glanced at the message, her brow furrowing. It was evident that Gu Hanqing was a bit displeased. Nevertheless, she merely replied with a simple okay. Gu Hanqing tidied himself up and prepared to head out. Xiao Hanjin. Seeing you in such a hurry, are you going out? What are you up to? Mr. Xiao, your concern is a bit excessive. If you don't say, I'll just follow you. I want to buy a car for convenience and travel. With so many cars at your disposal, can't you just take one? Forget it. With my status, I can't drive those luxury cars. Then I'll accompany you to the dealership. How about a Panamera? Don't tag along just for the sake of it. I can only afford something like a Volkswagen right now. I'll buy it for you. Mr. Xiao, you are indeed quite affluent, but there's no need for that. Please don't follow me. As Gu Hanqing stepped outside, Xiao Hanjin, of course, did not heed his words and followed him out with her bag. However, upon reaching the entrance, she discovered that Gu Hanqing was nowhere to be found, which only fueled her frustration. What a jerk Gu Hanqing is. Nevertheless, she decided to take the elevator down to the first floor to wait for him. He surely hadn't gone far and must be hiding somewhere. As Gu Hanqing descended, he immediately spotted Xiao Hanjin standing at the doorway. Gu Hanqing, come out. If you don't take me with you, neither of us is going out. I want to see my sister. What is your reason for following me? I want to meet her too. Why do you want to see my sister? I am her sister-in-law. Why shouldn't I? What are you thinking? We are merely friends. Don't say such nonsense. Isn't an ex-sister-in-law still a sister-in-law? If you don't take me, I'll go alone, and then I might say something inappropriate, which you can't control. Xiao Hanjin, are you trying to threaten me? Then take me with you. Stop talking nonsense. I'll take you. All right. Xiao Hanjin readily agreed. She drove Gu Hanxing straight to Zhongsha University. It was her first time meeting his family, and she wanted to make a good impression, as she aspired to be his sister-in-law. On their first encounter, she felt it was essential to present a gift. Xiao Hanjin, are you buying a gift for my sister? Of course, I can't just show up empty-handed. There's no need. Just seeing her is enough, and besides, you're merely my friend. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring a gift. If that's the case, then don't go. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hanjin replied, I'll buy some fruit or something. You can't refuse that. She was particularly eager for this meeting. If she were to hear her call her sister-in-law, it would certainly make the trip worthwhile. Chapter 54. The benefactor as your wife. Xiao Hanjin drove Gu Hanxing to the entrance of Zhonghai Financial University. Yesterday, he messaged Sun Lirong, informing her that he would visit today. As they entered the campus, Xiao Hanjin inquired, Gu Hanxing, it's been 4 years since your graduation, hasn't it? Yes, for years indeed. When I first met you, you were still a junior, he replied. Time has flown. We have known each other for 5 years now. Have you ever felt fortunate to have met me? Of course, you are indeed a benefactor in my life. A benefactor can be a wife. Why would you refuse? Xiao Hanjin posed a provocative question. One can cherish a benefactor in their heart. There's no need for such intimacy. That would be ungrateful, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin couldn't help but glare at Gu Hanxing, who was filled with nonsensical reasoning. Is it not acceptable for a benefactor to wish for you to marry her? To love her for a lifetime? To cherish and care for her? There are many ways to express gratitude. Marriage is not the sole option. Friends can show care and affection as well. Xiao Hanjin playfully kicked Gu Hanxing's thigh. Xiao Hanjin, are you unwell? You are the one who is unwell. Your head is filled with nonsense, Xiao Hanjin retorted angrily. Gu Hanxing, what has become of you? After our divorce, do you still resemble the person who was once with me? All your schemes were directed towards me. That was then. You were the boss, the client. The client is always right. Fulfilling their demands is entirely reasonable. Is this how you treat your benefactor? I believe I have done quite well. How many can claim to be as grateful as I? Xiao Hanjin couldn't help but laugh at Gu Hanxing's audacity. As they strolled through the campus, students couldn't help but glance at the pair upon seeing Xiao Hanjin. She attempted to link arms with Gu Hanxing, but he sidestepped her. Her expression immediately turned frosty, and she grasped his arm instead. Let go in public. Why should I? Gu Hanxing found a pavilion to sit in, and Xiao Hanjin took a seat beside him. Why are you sitting here? My sister is in training. I'll wait for her to finish. I've sent her a location. She'll find us when she is done. Gu Hanxing, what is your sister's name? Sun Lirong. What is she like? Xiao Hanjin, are you trying to win my sister over? And what if I am? As her sister-in-law, I ought to care for her. Did I ever agree to let you be her sister-in-law? Do I need your consent? I am, after all, her former sister-in-law. Does that not count? As they spoke, Sun Lirong came running over. Brother, you really came. I brought you some fruit and milk. Have a good military training. We'll be on our way. Before Xiao Hanjin could respond, Gu Hanxing was already getting ready to leave. Brother, who is this beautiful sister? My name is Xiao Hanjin, a friend of your brother. I would be delighted if you referred to me as sister-in-law. Sun Lirong's face beamed with a smile as she turned to Gu Hanxing and asked, Brother, is this truly my sister-in-law? She is stunning and possesses such grace. No, Gu Hanxing replied directly. Xiao Hanjin, upon hearing his words, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Lirong, let us connect on WeChat. If you need anything, just message or call me. No need to involve your brother. After adding Xiao Hanjin on WeChat, Sun Lirong promptly exclaimed, Sister-in-law. This instantly brought joy to Xiao Hanjin. Lirong, do you have any gifts you desire? Sister-in-law will send you something. Really? Of course. Also, feel free to visit my home anytime. Sun Lirong glanced at Gu Hanxing, who stated bluntly, she is just a student, as long as she has food and clothing. It suffices. She should focus on her studies. We shall take our leave now. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister-in-law. What sister-in-law? Don't say such things frivolously, Gu Hanxing admonished. As Sun Lirong watched them depart, she marveled at her brother's prowess. This sister-in-law was not only beautiful, but also possessed an extraordinary aura. It was evident she hailed from a wealthy family. Her brother was indeed impressive, Sun Lirong thought, with sincere admiration. However, she felt a tinge of regret, as she had hoped to introduce her classmate's cousin, Li Qiui, who was undoubtedly a beauty in her own right. Xiao Hanjin, do not buy my sister any frivolous items, nor provide her with living expenses, Gu Hanxing instructed. Are you not going to take care of your sister? I will provide her with a reasonable allowance, but I do not wish for her to develop extravagant habits. Her current means do not support a high-cost lifestyle. Do you understand? Got it. Xiao Hanjin accompanied Gu Hansheng to a car dealership, where he purchased an Audi, costing over 300,000. Xiao Hanjin looked down upon the vehicle. Gu Hansheng, allow me to buy you a better car. This one is rather lackluster. Dear sister, you are a tycoon, while I am but a humble worker. Owning an Audi is a dream for many ordinary individuals. Are you truly ordinary? I am quite ordinary indeed. Emerging from a rural background and achieving this at such a young age is already remarkable. Returning home now feels like a triumphant return. Then marry me, and you will truly bring glory to your family. Why are you hesitant? Xiao Hanjin, you are being a bit excessive. Am I mistaken? You are gentle, kind, beautiful, wealthy. And most importantly, you love him, Xiao Hanjin said with a smile. Take out the mirror from your bag and look at yourself. I am just as I am. As the two bantered in the dealership, Xiao Hanjin felt that this was the essence of life. She had previously held herself aloof, but it had been a struggle. In truth, she had always cared for him deeply. She believed that her wealth could earn his devotion and ensure he treated her well. However, without the binding contract of marriage, he no longer catered to her every whim or offered constant care and concern. In recent days, she had reassessed her feelings. She still had a strong affection for him. Initially, she had refused to admit it, thinking it was merely a desire to keep him close. Even the thought of her potentially seeking the company of other women instilled a sense of dread within him, particularly when she caught a whiff of another woman's perfume lingering on him. The pang of jealousy surged, and she could not afford to dwell on it. If he were truly with another woman, she felt she would undoubtedly regret it. Gu Hansheng refrained from further teasing, swiftly completing the paperwork with a swipe of his card. The car would be ready for collection in 2 days, along with the registration, marking the acquisition of his first vehicle. Previously, he had only driven the luxury cars of Xiao Hanjin. Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hansheng's demeanor and remarked, Shouldn't you celebrate? You ought to cook tonight. Don't you need to buy groceries? I have prior commitments this evening. You'll have to manage on your own, Gu Hansheng replied, intending to visit Wu Xiujuan, his beloved's mother, who may one day become his mother-in-law. This was indeed the opportune moment to cultivate goodwill. Should Xiao Hanjin discover his intentions, she would likely be infuriated. Chapter 55. The desire to embrace her. Where are you headed? I have something to attend to. You should return to your parents' house. You've been here every day, and your grandfather must be quite concerned. Indeed, my grandfather is furious, insisting that you've been deceiving him. Isn't that you're doing? You should clarify things yourself. I'm leaving now. Do not follow me. Then tell me where you are going. Xiao Hanjin, who would dare marry you under these circumstances? Am I a prisoner? I must report every action to you. You've always kept things from me. Dear sister, I deserve a modicum of freedom. If this continues, I cannot accept you. Gu Hansheng, are you asking for a beating? Gu Hansheng dashed away, fully aware that Xiao Hanjin's controlling nature would incite resentment. Yet her curiosity was insatiable. What if he truly betrayed her? Nevertheless, she preferred to believe in his fidelity. After Gu Hansheng departed, she sat in the car, pondering her own behavior, feeling somewhat ungracious. Was she indeed straddling the line between multiple affections? Contemplating her feelings, she wondered if Xiao Hanjin truly wished to relinquish him. Although their relationship had merits, her current level of control was excessive. Remaining at Yinfeng Group, earning a substantial salary under Xiao Hanjin while aiding Li Qiuya seemed untenable. Once the affairs at Shushu Company concluded, he resolved to leave Yinfeng quickly. Given his current predicament, a lucrative position at Fengxin Group might be a viable alternative. However, Yixinyu of Fengxin Group was no pushover. The sudden emergence of a daughter complicated matters beyond comprehension, compelling Gu Hansheng to reassess these intricate relationships. Joining Fengxin Group was not out of the question, but serving as an assistant would be untenable after attending to Xiao Hanjin. He could not bear the thought of catering to Yixinyu and her daughter. Thus, Gu Hansheng contemplated seeking opportunities elsewhere, for entrepreneurship was not in his immediate plans. Considering the substantial risks involved, he had merely a few million, the fruits of 3 years of labor. One must first accumulate a measure of capital before embarking on the venture of establishing an advertising agency to secure clients and foster connections within the esteemed Fengxin Group. Once the company is founded, a plethora of potential clients will emerge. However, personal growth requires time, and for Xiao Hanjin, the situation is particularly vexing. Can she truly afford to grant herself 2 years amidst this daily turmoil? Li Qiuya, being still youthful, is certainly not in haste to marry. Should he take any rash actions towards Xiao Hanjin, she would undoubtedly feel compelled to hasten the wedding, compounded by familial pressures. This indeed presents a considerable challenge. Without Xiao Hanjin, he would find it utterly unfeasible. Lost in contemplation, Gu Hanxing arrived at the hospital entrance. He purchased a few items and glanced around, hoping to catch sight of Xiao Hanjin following behind. It would be disheartening to end things before they had even begun. The more he pondered, the more he felt somewhat callous, prompting him to discuss his feelings with his friend. After acquiring some food, he felt less inclined to buy fruit so frequently. Earlier that morning, Li Qias had sent him a WeChat message informing him that the hospital had upgraded their room to a private one. Gu Hanxing entered the ward with some prepared meals in hand. Upon seeing Gu Hanxing, Li Qias felt a wave of uncontainable joy. Li's mother, noticing Gu Hanxing's arrival, remarked, "Young Gu, changing rooms incurs considerable expense. It is truly unnecessary." He replied, "Auntie, during your hospitalization, both Qias and Qiuyue will be by your side. A private room allows for better rest, and I assure you, it will not be a significant financial burden. Please focus on your recovery and leave the rest to us." "Thank you, young Gu," Li's mother said. "But please, do not feel the need to be so formal with your gratitude." As someone with experience, she understood Gu Hanxing's intentions. Having discussed with Qias, she recognized her daughter's affection for him and chose not to intervene. While she appreciated Gu Hanxing's attentiveness, she harbored concerns about her daughter's well-being. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Hanxing decided it was time to take his leave, as his prolonged presence might cause discomfort. Li Qias accompanied him to the door. "There's no need to see me off. Have you arranged for the caregiver?" "I have already done so. She will arrive tomorrow," she assured him. "Do not worry. After the surgery, Annie will be able to walk like anyone else. I shall return tomorrow evening to check on her." "Very well," Gu Hanxing observed Li Qias, her black-rimmed glasses accentuating her beauty, which was not merely skin-deep, but also reflected a resilience that captivated him. "I must take my leave now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call, and I will come immediately." "All right." As Gu Hanxing gazed at her, he felt a surge of desire to invite her to be his girlfriend. Yet he knew that the moment was not right. Seated in the hospital room, Li Qias occasionally found herself longing to send a message to Gu Hanxing, yet she hesitated. Uncertain of what to say, the thought of whether he was busy loomed over her, filling her with apprehension and causing her to refrain from sending excessive messages. Ultimately, she only informed him about their room change and provided details regarding the ward's floor. When she beheld Gu Hanxing returning home in the evening, a radiant joy illuminated her face, accompanied by an eager anticipation in her heart. "I shall take my leave now. Allow me to escort you to the door," she offered. Gu Hanxing nodded, and they walked side by side, their unspoken sentiments palpable in the silence. A mere glance exchanged between them seemed to convey their mutual feelings. "Please, do enter. I shall go in after you," she suggested. Gu Hanxing turned slightly, wishing to embrace Li Qiuya, yet reason prevailed over emotion. Even as the car halted before him, he refrained from any gesture towards her. Returned safely, Li Qiuya waved her hand, watching as the vehicle faded from her sight before she finally went inside. She too sensed his desire to hold her, and while a part of her had hoped for it, his restraint left her feeling a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, the mere prospect of seeing him each day filled her with joy. Seated in the car, Gu Hanxing suppressed his impulses, concerned that Li Qiuya might misinterpret his intentions. With her mother's surgery imminent, it was hardly the time for romantic entanglements. In the car, he messaged her mother, inquiring about the surgery schedule. "It is set for tomorrow at 9:30, came the reply. Gu Hanxing considered his own schedule. If he completed his tasks by 8:30, he might be able to make it in time. Upon returning home, he found Xiao Hanjin dining at the table. He leaned closer, curious about the meal laid before them, which appeared to be enough for two. Grabbing the chopsticks, he prepared to dig in. "Gu Hanxing, did I grant you permission to eat? Can you even finish this much?" "It would be a shameful waste," she admonished. "Where have you been?" She continued. "The first rule of our cohabitation agreement, Xiao Hanjin, is one you must adhere to." "Xiao Zong, I need to discuss a serious matter with you," Gu Hanxing began. Upon hearing the formal address, Xiao Hanjin immediately recognized the gravity of the conversation. "Are you planning to leave after Shu Shu's situation is resolved? Where will you go next?" "You will find out in due time," he replied. "What was the financial incentive offered to lure you away?" "An annual salary of 20 million. Xiao Hanjin was taken aback by this figure. It was indeed remarkable among executives. "Does that entice you?" "How could it not?" he responded. My mother has offered you shares in Yunfeng Group worth billions. How could one not be swayed by such an offer? Only a fool would remain unmoved. Yet as a man, if I were to rise to prominence through marriage, it would ultimately be through the influence of the Xiao family. How then could I forge my own path? If I were to marry you, I must first establish my own foundation. At this, Xiao Hanjin laughed, recognizing the very trait she admired in him. Is this truly how you feel? She asked, her face aglow with delight. Dear ones, I humbly request a 5-star review to fuel my passion. Thank you. Chapter 56. A promise to Xiao Hanjin indeed. That is my intention. Hence, I must depart from Yunfeng Group. Otherwise, I shall never be able to truly flourish. And how long will this take? At least 2 years. Possibly 3 or 4. That is unacceptable. I cannot wait that long. If I wait 2 or 3 years, I shall become an old maid. What shall we do? First, marry me, and then you can pursue your entrepreneurial endeavors. I will support you wholeheartedly. It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Gu Hanxing nodded in agreement. However, that would require at least a year. I need to earn some capital. I cannot rely on you entirely, or I would seem like a parasite. Besides, my parents would never approve. Gu Hanxing, why do I feel as though you are digging a pit for me? What does our marriage have to do with money? We could marry even if you rent a place. Am I not already living with you here? And if you need startup funds for your business, I can lend you some. Once you earn, you can repay me, can't you? The nature of the matter is different. As a man, how could I accept money from a woman? What is mine is yours. Xiao Hanjin seemed to realize that Gu Hansheng was indeed trying to escape, hoping to leave Yunfeng Group without any burden. Gu Hansheng, while chewing, pondered his options. Xiao, that is not the same. If I switch jobs to earn my first fortune, it will be through my own efforts. If you lend me money, what does that signify? Why, you possess such charisma that I am willing to support you. That is also a testament to your ability. I do not require your support. I have my own methods. I must go out and prove myself. Gu Hanxing, you are truly determined to leave Yunfeng. If you wish to prove yourself, there is a time frame. In 2 years, I will be 30. I must marry before then. At most in a year and a half, you must wed me. Can you not agree to that? If there are feelings involved, as long as you are willing, I will take responsibility for you for a lifetime. Will you marry me? If we love each other deeply, I would certainly marry you. I hope to have you by my side forever. Listening to Gu Hanxing's words filled Xiao Hanjin with delight. Gu Hanxing, if you dare to deceive me, I shall not hold back. I would never, certainly not, Gu Hanxing replied, though internally he felt uneasy. Which company will you go to? Let us eat first. I have not yet made up my mind. Xiao Hanjin gazed intently at Gu Hanxing, refraining from pressing him further, as long as she did not agree. He could not leave. Seeing her unwavering gaze, Gu Hanxing remarked, Xiao Hanjin, why are you staring at me? I am curious about what you are thinking. I am thinking of making money, building a thriving career, and then marrying you. Though the words comforted Xiao Hanjin, they bore a hint of insincerity. It seemed Gu Hanxing was genuinely intent on departing from Yunfeng Group. Gu Hanxing, are you merely painting an extravagant picture? I am a man of my word. Xiao Hanjin knew she could not retain him. He would certainly leave soon. Yet, his honesty and the promise he made to her indicated that he was beginning to care. This change brought her joy, and she proactively served him more food. Eat more. Gu Hanxing observed Xiao Hanjin, recognizing her cleverness. He would need to invest more effort in her, or he would truly be unable to continue. Gu Hanxing, have I treated you well? You have always treated me well. What is the matter? I have a request, and you wouldn't refuse, would you? What request? To pursue me romantically. My dear, I am focused on entrepreneurship and hard work. I hardly have the luxury of such distractions. Gu Hanxing, are you merely painting a grand picture for me? Will you cast me aside once you leave Yunfeng? How could that be? Our Xiao Zong is beautiful, wise, gentle, and virtuous. Only a fool would let such a treasure slip away. Xiao Hanjin is well aware of herself. And Gu Hanxing's lofty praise surely harbors ulterior motives. Then pursue me. We are like an old married couple. What is there to pursue? This remark made Xiao Hanjin chuckle, and she couldn't help but laugh. Gu Hanxing, we must have a sense of ceremony. Certain things between couples are essential. Really? Then let us proceed directly to the bridal chamber. Gu Hanxing quipped. Xiao Hanjin immediately perked up and pulled Gu Hanxing toward the room. Xiao Hanjin, what are you doing? Did you not just have your period? How do you know? I understand you more than you realize, thus let us dine. Xiao Hanjin glanced at Gu Hanxing, playfully scheming against him. Although she often lost, this feeling brought her a peculiar delight. They continued to sit down for dinner, and Gu Hanxing acquiesced to Xiao Hanjin's request. Yet it seemed as though he had agreed to nothing at all. In truth, when Xiao Hanjin heard Gu Hanxing say he would marry her, she was already quite elated. As for pursuing, if he does not approach me, I shall approach him instead. Xiao Hanjin did not care about the means, as long as the outcome was delightful. Everything else was trivial. After finishing his meal, Gu Hanxing prepared brown sugar ginger tea for Xiao Hanjin. Observing this, she recalled how he used to do so, which she had taken for granted, but today felt distinctly warm. Do not get too sentimental. Wash up and sleep. Gu Hanxing, why are you so disheartening? I used to make this for you often, yet you never seemed moved. Did I perhaps add too much sugar and sweeten your heart? Indeed. My heart has been sweetened by you, Xiao Hanjin replied candidly. Such words from her left Gu Hanxing a bit flustered. Hurry and drink, then off to bed. Gu Hanxing turned and retreated to his room. Xiao Hanjin, seated in the living room, felt quite joyful this evening. Gu Hanxing had made a promise, and she understood that he was a man of his word. After Gu Hanxing locked himself in his room and brewed the brown sugar ginger tea, Xinyu sent him a message inquiring if he was available. When he called back, Xinxin's little face appeared on the screen. Daddy, are you still busy? Yes. I just finished. I'm now video calling Xinxin. Why are you still awake? I miss you, Daddy, came her straightforward reply. In 2 days. I will pick you up from school, all right? Yes. But Xinxin wants Daddy to be with her every day, to eat with her, play with her, and sleep with her. Other daddies can do it. Daddy, why don't you live at home? Gu Hanxing remarked. Father is busy with work. When he is less occupied, he will occasionally return home. Mother also has her job, so she comes home every day. Father, you are deceiving me. You cannot come home in the evening because you have to work. Xin, you should go to bed early. Father has work to do. Xinxin drooped her head and said, Goodbye, Father. Xinyu, standing nearby, could not help but chuckle at Gu Hanxing's nonsensical banter. When Gu Hanxing hung up, he noticed this scene. Her unadorned face still radiated an enchanting beauty. Chapter 57. You must support me for a lifetime. Gu Hanxing lay on the bed, pondering the current situation. 3 women around him, yet he must ensure they remain oblivious to one another. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Hanjin knocked on the door. Upon entering, Xiao Hanjin's first words were, Gu Hanxing, why do you keep locking the door? I fear you might plot against me if I suddenly intrude. From now on, no more locking the door, understood? Am I not entitled to any personal space? Must I report everything to you? Surely. One does not manage their child this way. Xiao Hanjin burst into laughter. Indeed, that was a bit excessive. All right then, I shall grant you this little freedom. The cohabitation agreement must be adhered to. What brings you here? Nothing much. I just wanted to express my gratitude for the brown sugar ginger tea. You truly have too much time on your hands, Gu Hanxing replied, promptly closing the door to resume her rest. However, Xiao Hanjin was genuinely curious about what Gu Hanxing was doing in her room. Upon waking, Gu Hanxing prepared breakfast, intending to arrange work early, needing to finish within half an hour. At the dining table, she inquired, Xiao, have you reviewed the promotional plan? I have. Is there any issue? No issues. Then proceed according to the plan. At the start of the workday, arrange it under the name of the CEO's office and expedite the funds. Quality inspection, advertising planning department, and technical personnel. Hurry and arrange for Shushu. Understood. What will you do at work? Drink tea and lounge about. I am merely waiting for the market response before gracefully withdrawing. She simply adored watching his confident demeanor. After finishing breakfast, Gu Hanxing naturally moved to the driver's seat. However, Xiao Hanjin declined, stating, I will drive. You are the hero of the day. I am unworthy of such praise. It is all due to your capable leadership, Xiao. I am merely the executor. Xiao Hanjin smiled, recognizing that Gu Hanxing was indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, his abundant talents could not be overlooked, something Xiao Hanjin was well aware of. She understood his intentions to leave Yunfeng. Yet, she was reluctant to see him go, as it would be a tremendous loss for Yunfeng Group. However, he had his own aspirations. He wished to start his own venture, and she had no reason not to support him. In the office, Gu Hanxing changed her mind and called Laozi, saying, Laozi, could you check the nearby middle schools around Zhongda? You want me to act as your subordinate now? Just a word from you, and I am to comply? This is troublesome. I will treat you to a grand feast, a truly splendid banquet. Little junior sister, I long to see you, to witness the beauty that compels such admiration. Leave. When the time is right, you shall meet. Hurry and attend to the matter at hand. Gu Hanxing has had a change of heart. Work can wait. During his university days, he truly had no time to relish the joys of campus life. consumed as he was by studies and work. He wishes for Li Qiuyue to savor her final year of university. Inside Zhonghai People's Hospital, Li Qiuyue accompanies her mother, her heart fluttering with unease. Though there is no imminent danger to life, the outcome will determine her mother's future mobility. At 9 in the morning, after signing the necessary documents, she watches her mother being wheeled into the operating room. She paces nervously outside, time dragging painfully slow. Seated, she keeps her head down, glancing up intermittently at the door of the surgery. Li Qiuyue. A familiar voice pierces her thoughts. Startled, she looks up to find Gu Hanxing standing beside her. Her heart stirred profoundly. "Why are you here?" She breathes, astonished. "I came to keep you company, to alleviate your worries." He replies gently, "Drink some water." There is no need for concern. The lead surgeon is a renowned expert. After a moment of silence, Gu Hanxing inquires, "Qiuyue, your grades must be excellent. Have you secured a spot for graduate studies?" "My grades are indeed good enough for that," she responds. "Do you wish to pursue a master's?" I have my mother and my sister to think of. I need to work to support us." "I understand, but I want to know your true desires." Gu Hanxing perceives her hesitation. "Pursue what you wish to achieve. I will support you in all else. But I do not wish to burden you." He recognizes her strong spirit, replying, "Some opportunities, once missed, are lost forever. The pursuit of wealth can wait. I hope you return to school, continue your studies, and fulfill your dreams, not just for yourself, but for me as well." With those words, she gazes intently at him, puzzled by their meaning. "In time, I will explain. For now, just promise me you will follow my guidance. Do not feel burdened. It brings me joy." Li Qiuyue comprehends Gu Hanxing's sentiments, yet finds herself at a loss for words. She has relinquished her plans for graduate studies, yet he has provided her with courage and conditions to continue. Tears well in her eyes, and she struggles to articulate her feelings. "Why are you crying again? Here, you must always smile." Gu Hanxing tenderly wipes away her tears, his gentleness overwhelming. Love is not spoken but manifested in every action, capturing Li Qiuyue's truest emotions. She smiles at him, and he returns her smile. "Everything will be fine. Focus on your studies. I will take care of you now, and in the future, you can take care of me, all right? Once I begin working, I will support you for life." Her voice is resolute. A radiant smile adorned Gu Hanxing's face, emanating from the depths of his heart. He too had once aspired to traverse the same path, yet, like her, he found himself compelled to make compromises in the name of survival. Gu Hanxing yearned for the woman he cherished to realize her dreams. In doing so, was he not also fulfilling his own aspirations? "Li Qiuyue, I shall remember this. You are to support me for a lifetime. Indeed, I shall care for you eternally." They stood merely a fist's distance apart, yet their hearts were intricately intertwined. As the minutes of the surgery ticked by, Li Qiuyue felt less anxious with Gu Hanxing by her side. Previously, she had always prided herself on her independence and strength, but his presence offered her a newfound sense of reliance. She longed to lean on him, and not just for a fleeting moment, but for a lifetime, vowing to nurture him in return. She envisioned bearing his children, preparing his meals, and tending to his needs, ensuring his well-being throughout their lives together. The surgery was protracted, and Li Qiuyue contemplated fetching a meal for Gu Hanxing. He, however, intercepted her with the assurance that he had already ordered takeout, which would arrive shortly. Just as he spoke, his phone rang, an incoming call from Xiao Hanjin. He stepped away to take the call. "Gu Hanxing, where have you wandered off to?" "I went out to eat." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin's irritation flared. "You went out for a meal without me? It's not like it was anything exquisite, which is why I didn't invite you. Next time, I'll take you out for a lavish feast. Does that suffice?" Xiao Hanjin's tone softened at this. "When will you return?" "I want to be back this afternoon. I still need to pick up a car." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Hanjin deemed this acceptable, though she noted that Gu Hanxing rarely shirked his responsibilities and seemed to revel in his newfound freedom. "But who did you dine with?" she queried. "Gu Hanxing. What did you eat? Send me a photo later, I want to see. Are you really going to monitor my meals?" Gu Hanxing abruptly ended the call. Chapter 58. "You hold great significance in my heart." Xiao Hanjin glared at her phone, fuming at Gu Hanxing for his mysterious antics throughout the day. Yet, she had made a promise to herself the previous day: he would marry her within a year. She held firm in her belief that Gu Hanxing would not go back on his word. However, the question lingered: at which company would he secure an executive position with an annual salary of 20 million? Such a sum was not typically afforded by ordinary enterprises. Last night, she had compiled a list of several companies, Fengxin Group, Chuangshi Group, Hanhai Group, among others, 5 or 6 in total. Large state-owned enterprises seemed unlikely. That morning, she had researched the leadership of these groups, discovering that Fengxin Group was particularly enigmatic, its leader never having made a public appearance. The other companies' heads were of her father's generation. Individuals with such audacity were indeed discerning and remarkably formidable. Gu Hanxing set his phone down. Upon hearing the name Xiao Hanjin, Li Qiya hesitated, torn between curiosity and trepidation. Noticing her apprehension, Gu Hanxing took the initiative to explain. Xiao Hanjin called. I've already taken leave. By the way, I will soon be departing from Yinfeng Group. Ah, why must you leave? I heard from Sister Mei that you are quite favored in front of Mr. Xiao. Someone has offered me a lucrative position. Do you think I should accept it? Li Qiya remained silent, while Gu Hanxing chuckled. An annual salary of 20 million. I have no reason to decline. Upon hearing this figure, Li Qiya felt a jolt of shock within her. She realized she might never earn such a sum in her lifetime. Observing the expression on Li Qiya's face, Gu Hanxing continued with a smile. This is just the beginning. In the future, I shall earn even more, all for you. I don't want it. If you don't want it, then who will I spend my earnings on? Gu Hanxing grinned. Li Qiya's face flushed slightly, feeling bashful from his straightforward words. Qiya, pursue your dreams and do what you wish. As for everything else, I will take care of it. Li Qiya understood that he said this for her sake, to alleviate any burdens she might feel. How could she not admire such an exceptional Gu Hanxing? He had already considered everything for her and was attentive to her feelings. Gu Hanxing felt like a savior sent by heaven, and she could not shake off that sentiment. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. Gu Hanxing wished to express his thoughts as well, but today was not the right time. He would wait for an opportunity after her mother's surgery was successful. Hanxing, thank you. Then you shall be grateful to me for a lifetime. Indeed, the lights in the operating room remained illuminated. The surgery was expected to last over 5 hours, and they had already waited for more than 2. After finishing their takeout, they awaited her mother's emergence. Gu Hanxing stayed by her side, saying little. As time passed, Li Qiya grew increasingly anxious, her gaze fixed on the operating room door, eager for it to open. As the clock approached 3, the lights in the operating room dimmed, prompting Li Qiya to spring to her feet and rush towards the door. Gu Hanxing stood beside her, equally anticipating the moment. The doctor emerged first, and Li Qiya hurried over to inquire, Doctor, how is my mother? The surgery was very successful. The chances of her walking normally again are quite high. She must take good care of herself. Li Qiya, overwhelmed with excitement, repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Subsequently, she embraced Gu Hanxing, exclaiming, Hanxing, my mother will be all right. All right. Do not be overly excited. Your mother will definitely recover. In her moment of exhilaration, Li Qiya momentarily forgot herself and quickly released Gu Hanxing, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Gu Hanxing observed her reaction with a gentle smile, choosing not to comment further. Their relationship was on the precipice of a deeper connection. At that moment, Li's mother emerged. Li Qiya looked at her, saying, Mom, the surgery was successful. Soon you will be able to walk like everyone else. Qiya, that's wonderful. Do not be overly excited. Gu Hanxing accompanied the mother and daughter back to the hospital room, while Li Qiya struggled to contain her joy. She had always wished to heal her mother's leg, and now that dream had been realized. Countless times she had witnessed her mother endure excruciating pain, feeling utterly helpless. Thus, when it came to Gu Hanxing's assistance, she initially thought to refuse, but seeing his determination, she found herself unable to do so. Gu Hanxing observed the scene before him and quietly stepped out of the hospital room, believing it best to allow the mother and daughter to share this moment alone. By the time Li Qiya realized his departure, Gu Hanxing had already left the hospital. She took out her phone and called him. Hanxing, why did you leave? I had a matter to attend to, so I took my leave. Please take good care of your mother. I will visit her again when I have the time. Please drive safely, she replied. Seeing you happy brings me joy as well. Do not overthink things. You hold a significant place in my heart. Gu Fuxing understood that she might be concerned about his abrupt exit. Hearing his words, a warm sensation enveloped Li Qiya. You are also very important to me, truly important, she firmly declared. I understand. Please take good care of your mother, Gu Hanxing said before ending the call. He then proceeded to the dealership to pick up his car. This was the first vehicle he had ever owned. As he drove through the streets of Zhonghai, he glanced at the time, noting that it was still early. He decided to return to the company for a moment, eager to see if the plans had been set in motion. Upon reaching the top floor of Yunfeng Group, He Qian spotted Gu Hanxing. "Mr. Gu, you've come up?" "Qian, your words carry a deeper meaning," he teased. "Isn't Yunfeng Group entirely yours now?" "What do you mean?" "Yunfeng Group belongs to President Xiao. What connection do I have to it? I am merely a humble employee. President Xiao belongs to you as well, does he not? Therefore, isn't the company also yours?" "Do not speak nonsense. Am I the type to rely on others?" "Is that so? You are indeed adept at hiding your true self, Mr. Gu," she remarked with a knowing smile. "What are you saying?" "I do not comprehend." Gu Hanxing feigned ignorance, though a smile played on his lips. "Mr. Gu, please go in. President Xiao is waiting for you," He Qian teased. Gu Hanxing chuckled at her gossiping nature. "Perhaps I should ask President Xiao to regale you with tales of romance." Upon hearing this, He Qian immediately recoiled, exclaiming, "Mr. Gu Hanxing, please do not mention this in front of President Xiao." "Qian, since you enjoy gossip so much, wouldn't it be more delightful to have President Xiao confirm it for you?" He Qian considered this, but dared not. If she were to expose herself, it could jeopardize her position. "Mr. Gu, please do not mention this to President Xiao, otherwise I may lose my job. Let your boyfriend support you," he joked. "He cannot even support himself. How could he take care of me? I'm at my wit's end with him. If he has been hesitant about marrying me for 8 years, it may be time to move on." "Qian, do not blame me for the warning. The one who truly loves you will be willing to give everything. Clearly, your boyfriend is lacking." He Qian pondered this thoughtfully as Xiao Hanjin emerged from her office, preparing to leave. She was somewhat surprised to see Gu Hanxing. "Aren't you supposed to be away?" Chapter 59. Your kissing skills are lacking. Gu Hanxing entered her office. "President Xiao, has the promotional plan been set in motion? Arrangements have been made, and the funds have been transferred to Shu Shu. What further plans does General Gu have? Once the promotional video is completed, I wish to review it. We must not lose sight of our objectives. This promotional piece requires careful attention to avoid excessive promotion, which could lead to counterproductive outcomes." Observing Gu Hanxing's earnestness, Xiao Hanjin contemplated before stating, "Gu Hanxing, this endeavor could significantly elevate Yunfeng Group to new heights. And you have played a crucial role. I would like you to step into the limelight." "No need for that. All credit goes to your remarkable leadership, Xiao. In the business realm of Zhonghai, we undeniably stand out." "Gu Hanxing, I pondered an issue. When you assisted me, you remained discreet. If you were to leave, it would be a loss for me. Stay, and I shall offer you an annual salary of 30 million. What do you say?" "Xiao Hanjin, you are somewhat naive. If I depart from Yunfeng, it is to pursue profit, not to withhold counsel from the group. Should you have any inquiries, I am at your service. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Do you not see the logic in that?" Xiao Hanjin found merit in his words, yet something felt amiss. The more reasonable Gu Hanxing's arguments appeared, the more suspicious she became. Gu Hanxing reiterated, "Xiao, consider this. If I earn a living at another company, I can return home and strategize for Yunfeng Group without any conflict. Is that not reasonable?" While his reasoning held truth, his departure to another firm would merely create a formidable rival, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. "How can you be so certain that I would not be diligent in my endeavors? Besides, Yunfeng Group is tied to both my past and future. Surely, I must remain invested, mustn't I?" Xiao Hanjin, unable to suppress her smile, was clearly charmed by his words. Moreover, Gu Hanxing felt no guilt whatsoever. He was in a position of wanting it all, embodying a quintessential playboy mentality. With a beaming smile, Xiao Hanjin gazed at Gu Hanxing, asking where he had been. "Did you have a meal, picked up a car, and took my new vehicle for a spin? What is the matter?" "Gu Hanxing, I sense you have been rather secretive of late. Are you concealing something from me?" "Oh, Xiao, with your keen intellect, what could I possibly hide from you?" Flattered by his compliments, Xiao Hanjin's smile grew even wider. "Gu Hanxing, we are dining at the old residence tonight. That seems somewhat inappropriate. How can I face them? We have met in the past, and there is no reason to change that. Will you attend?" If he were to go, he would undoubtedly be subjected to a barrage of persuasion and emotional appeals, thus necessitating a well-crafted excuse. At that moment, Gu Hanxing's phone rang. Upon seeing it was his mother calling, he took a few steps to answer the video call. "Mom, little rascal, I heard you found a girlfriend? Who told you that? Was it Lirong?" "Yes, the one named Xiao Hanjin. I want to meet her. Your sister has sung her praises to the heavens. I must see her." "Mom, I'm at work. Besides, that's not. Please don't encourage this nonsense. Lirong is just talking nonsense." Upon hearing Gu Hanxing call her mom, Xiao Hanjin leaned closer. Fortunately, Gu Hanxing promptly noticed and hung up the phone. Xiao Hanjin immediately felt displeased. Gu Hanxing, what's wrong with me meeting your mother? What is there to meet? We haven't even established our relationship yet. Let us put that aside. From this very moment, you shall be my boyfriend, Xiao Hanjin. I disagree, Gu Hanxing firmly rejected. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin, taken aback by his audacity, lifted her foot to kick him. Gu Hanxing swiftly embraced her leg, causing her to lose her balance. Before he could even secure his phone, he caught her waist, their eyes locking in a moment of intensity. Xiao Hanjin showed no hesitation as she wrapped her arms around Gu Hanxing's neck, a palpable tension filling the air. She awaited his next move, but after a brief pause, he did not lean in. Thus, she took the initiative, their lips meeting, both inexperienced and frozen in the moment. Just as Gu Hanxing was about to deepen the kiss, his phone rang, shattering the romantic atmosphere. He released Xiao Hanjin, who, instead of feeling shy, radiated joy and excitement. Gu Hanxing ignored the call, and with a playful smile, Xiao Hanjin teased, Gu Hanxing, your kissing skills are rather lacking. You need more practice. Gu Hanxing retorted, come on. Let us continue. I could use you for practice. You can leave now, she shot back. You want the horse to run, but 1 feet at grass. If you're unwilling, I suppose I must find someone else. Once I'm skilled, I'll return for you. You wouldn't dare. Look at you. You don't want to kiss me, yet you criticize my technique. You're no better, standing there like a statue. I, Gu Hanxing. Enough, work is over. As Xiao Hanjin watched Gu Hanxing walk away, a mix of anger and amusement filled her. He Qian, observing Gu Hanxing's departure and the unmistakable connection with Xiao, could hardly suppress her smile. It was evident they were a couple, especially after such an extended time together, with Xiao chasing after him. Even a fool could see it. Following Gu Hanxing to the underground parking garage, Xiao Hanjin settled into his Audi, immediately noticing an unpleasant odor. She retrieved a bottle of perfume from her bag and began to spray it liberally in the car. What are you doing? He inquired. I'm masking this awful smell with perfume, she replied, her actions driven by intent, beyond merely eliminating the odor. She aimed to declare that this vehicle had a female owner. Gu Hanxing recognized her subtle motive. From today onwards, this seat is exclusively for me, Xiao Hanjin asserted. Whatever you say goes. Now, come home with me. To your old place? Where else? My family treats you so well. How could you refuse? Xiao Hanjin glanced at her phone and noticed a new WeChat friend request, labeled as Gu Hanxing's mother. Xiao Hanjin cast a glance at Gu Hanxing, unable to suppress the smile that adorned her face. This was hardly her concern. It was your mother who took the initiative to add me. Just after the addition was confirmed, Gu's mother sent a voice message, which Xiao Hanjin converted into text. Dear girl, are you truly my son's girlfriend? Xiao Hanjin replied, Auntie. Indeed I am. Subsequently, she sent a red envelope containing 500 yuan to son Lirong. Lirong, if you need pocket money, just let your sister-in-law know. With a beaming smile, Xiao Hanjin looked at Gu Hanxing, who, upon witnessing her expression, understood that she was up to some mischief again. Xiao Hanjin, are you not digging a pit for me again? Impossible. But yes, your mother added me on WeChat. She chuckled. Chapter 60. Have you two kissed? Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxing realized it was the little traitor, Sun Lirong. He would deal with her during their next encounter. What did my mother say? Xiao Hanjin played the voice message for Gu Hanxing. Dear girl, are you really Hanxing's girlfriend? What did you reply? I said yes. What else could I have said? Gu's parents, upon receiving this news, were elated. Their son was 26 and had finally found a girlfriend. Dear girl, could you send us a photo to see? They requested it so openly. Without hesitation, Xiao Hanjin initiated a video call. Gu Hanxing, seeing this, immediately intervened. Xiao Hanjin, what are you doing? I'm calling my future mother-in-law to let her see what kind of daughter-in-law I am. As soon as the words left her lips, the video connected, and Gu's mother, looking at Xiao Hanjin, was beaming with delight. Her Mandarin was slightly unrefined as she inquired, Dear girl, are you truly that rascal Hanxing's girlfriend? Auntie, I wish to be his girlfriend, but he doesn't want me. Gu's mother gazed at Xiao Hanjin, struck by her beauty. Indeed, city girls possessed a certain charm. Dear girl, you are truly lovely. Do you genuinely like our Hanxing? Auntie, shall I call you mother now? Upon hearing this, Gu's mother's eyes crinkled with joy. Of course, I would love that. But it all depends on that rascal Hanxing. Mom. The way she called out Mom was so sweet and straightforward. Ah, dear girl, when the new year comes, you and Hanxing should return together. All right, but I fear Hanxing may not want to take me back. Dear girl, you need not worry. He wouldn't dare. Gu Hanxing listened to the exchange between the two, knowing he would inevitably face his mother's reprimand later. Mom, Hanxing is driving. He just bought a new car. The video shifted to Gu Hanxing. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. I'll explain later. Mom, look at your son. He finds me repulsive and won't let me be his girlfriend. This outright complaint left Gu's mother somewhat at a loss. Dear girl, there's no need to rush. Once you both confirm your relationship, you are always welcome. I really like you. Xiao Hanjin felt quite pleased after hearing this. Thank you, Mom. My parents are also very satisfied with Hanxing. Gu's mother, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback. It seemed this relationship had been ongoing for quite some time, long enough for the parents to have met. She thought to herself that she must inquire further later. Dear daughter, rest assured, when I return, I shall thoroughly question that rascal. If you have suffered any grievances, I will assist you in giving him a lesson. Thank you, Mom. I must hang up now. We shall continue our conversation later. Goodbye, Mom. Once the call ended, Gu Hanxing remarked, Xiao Hanjin, is that your mother? How can you address her so casually? What audacity you have. Did you think about what I would say when you called my mother Mom? Regardless of her status as your former mother-in-law. What is wrong with my calling her Mom? Your boldness is truly remarkable. At this moment, Xiao Hanjin was unconcerned about appearances. All she desired was to win over Gu Hanxing. And she believed she could reclaim her dignity later. After marriage, she would ensure he faced the same trials he had inflicted upon her. All would be repaid in kind. Gu Hanxing glanced at Xiao Hanjin's smiling face and knew she was concocting some scheme. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Zhao's family residence. I shall not accompany you. You may go in alone. What do you mean, Gu Hanxing? You won't go in? I will face your parents and your grandparents in succession. I cannot endure that. How shall I explain? Xiao Hanjin looked at Gu Hanxing and chuckled. What? Are you afraid? I am a bit intimidated. You should go in alone. I will remain here. If you do not go in, how shall I return? If they inquire, what shall I say? Just say you fear they will pressure you into marriage. Be direct about it. Xiao Hanjin regarded Gu Hanxing. Then, shall we not return? How about we go for Western cuisine instead? Not a chance. I would prefer a street vendor. Hurry and exit the car. Your parents await good news from you. Gu Hanxing, you are truly a coward. You want me to endure this pressure, and you feel no shame? Besides, all this is your doing. Otherwise, I would be quite happy. Simply say that you are dating, and once the relationship is confirmed, you shall come. That should silence them. Xiao Hanjin looked at Gu Hanxing and asked, You really want to go in? Indeed, I want tea. I still need to explain to my mother. And you have caused me this trouble. If you wish for me to exit the car, then you must grant me one request. What request? Confess your feelings for me. Xiao Hanjin smiled. Xiao Hanjin, I like you, Gu Hanxing promptly declared. Xiao Hanjin had already activated her phone's recording function. In front of Gu Hanxing, she played the recording, her face radiating with joy. She then exited the vehicle, revealing her true cunning. Let us go. Drive carefully. Nevertheless, this was acceptable. It required some strategy to elicit a confession of love from him. Otherwise, who knows when it would happen. Moreover, dealing with her parents should not pose much of a problem. Gu Hanxing's mother added her on WeChat, an action she orchestrated through Sun Lijuan. Everything was under her meticulous control. Capturing Gu Hanxing was merely a matter of time. As Gu Hanxing drove, he directly called Sun Lirong. Upon glancing at the call, Sun Lirong promptly hung up, aware that this was certainly a summons for reprimand. This sister-in-law was quite agreeable, even more so than Gu Hanxing himself. She had accepted that. While Gu Hanxing could act as he pleased, Gu Fuxing muttered in disdain, What a little traitor. What benefits has Xiao Hanjin bestowed upon her to incite such betrayal? As Xiao Hanjin returned home, Zhao's mother glanced back and inquired, Where's Hanxing? Why are you the only one here? He had to leave early. Primarily, he feared your pressure for marriage. He couldn't withstand it. But he should have stayed for dinner. Why let him go? Xiao Hanjin played the recording, and upon hearing it, Zhao's mother beamed with delight. So what did Hanxing say? When will you two remarry? About a year from now, I suppose. He said that? Yes. He promised me in person, and now that we are living together, he certainly won't escape. Mom, you can rest assured. All right, I'm not old-fashioned. Things will naturally progress. If a pregnancy occurs, that would be even better. That's still a bit early. Be a bit more proactive. Men are like that. Xiao Hanjin nodded. I understand, Mom. Is there any progress? Have you kissed yet? Xiao Hanjin felt a flush of embarrassment at this inquiry. Mom, is that how you ask? You are nearly 30, yet still inexperienced. I truly don't know how to address your situation. You need to take charge. Dear ones, I humbly request 5-star reviews, energizing love. And I thank you in advance. Chapter 61. The scoundrel brother. She had thought herself sufficiently proactive, yet little did she expect her mother to desire even more boldness. Mom, I am a woman. I cannot remain reserved forever. You held back for 3 years, and now you expect me to maintain that reserve for a lifetime? I know. I have been proactive enough. Then be even more so. I understand. Xiao Hanjin now felt somewhat devalued by this conversation, which left her feeling rather uncomfortable. After Gu Hanxing departed, he drove off to grab a bite to eat, unwilling to cook for himself. He found a bustling roadside stall. Just as he settled down, a message from He Xinyu arrived, her daily greeting. Is it convenient? He found the situation rather vexing. It was indeed quite troublesome. Not convenient, He Xinyu. This has become your daily greeting. Upon seeing Gu Hanxing's response, He Xinyu sensed his irritation. However, she felt powerless. As Xian persistently asked if she could video call her father. Xian wishes to video chat. She wants to see you. Gu Hanxing now bore this burden that he could not shake off. He simply lacked the energy for it. With Xiao Hanjin alone, he had to tread carefully, leaving him with little strength for anything else. Indeed, he called for the rat to join him. At that moment, Zhou Yunhao was at a bar. Gu Hanxing, feeling somewhat bored, hastily sought out Zhou Yunhao after having a light meal at a street stall. The situation had become rather vexing, leaving him somewhat irritable. Upon entering the bar named Drunken Moments, Gu Hanxing noticed the rat engaged in flirtatious banter with several beautiful women. Finding a seat, he recalled that it had been several years since his last visit to such an establishment. The bar boasted an elegant and minimalist European design, exuding a sense of refined taste, tranquility, and soothing music. Gu Hanxing ordered a cocktail and observed Zhou Yunhao, who was embracing a woman and animatedly conversing with others. However, Zhou Yunhao glanced at the time, realizing that Shengzi should be arriving soon. Turning back, he spotted Shengzi already seated and drinking. Zhou Yunhao, still with the woman, introduced her, saying, Shengzi, this is my new girlfriend, Siyu. Beautiful lady, would you kindly grant us a bit of space? He released her, allowing Siyu to withdraw, though she cast a displeased look at Gu Hanxing as she left. With impending nuptials, one must question the sincerity of the women in such a bar. Shengzi, my affairs are none of your concern. I fear you may contract syphilis. Should I laugh at you or pity you? Just leave. Having arrived at the bar, he remarked, let us discuss our escapades as charming philanderers. Is it unethical of me, rat? Ethics, what purpose do they serve? Do you aspire to be a saint? Isn't this deception? Do you believe that men pursue women without deceit, relying solely on charm? Most love in this world is intertwined with interests, though your affection, Shengzi, is likely more genuine. There is no need for turmoil. Once love reaches a certain depth, other matters become trivial, especially with a child involved. What value does a piece of paper hold once the die is cast? This is such a simple question. Why pose it to me? Xiao Hanjin is quite astute. Her desire to marry you indicates genuine affection. Otherwise, she wouldn't pursue you so fervently. As for that junior, if you are fond of her, simply cherish her sincerely. What is there to be conflicted about? A formidable man often has several women. But if you hurt them, are you truly willing to see the woman you adore married to another man? What difference is there from wearing a green hat? What we desire is to have it all. Why not embrace the role of a scoundrel openly? It's rather delightful. Zhou Yunhao spoke at length, and Gu Hanxing, well aware, harbored a desire to be a scoundrel himself, yet felt a twinge of guilt. Shengzi, it's not that you lack the capability. I see you intend to have the junior return to Zhongda for further studies. That seems quite sensible. Two individuals from different worlds will have no intersection. And as for the lovely Xiaomei, she is fierce. You are likely to marry her. Moreover, she must never learn about the junior. Let us drink. Shengzi, you have likely contemplated this long ago. You wish for me to alleviate that flicker of guilt within you. Relax, you've invested your genuine feelings as well. Haven't you? It's not about deceiving emotions. You, my friend, are truly insincere. The feeling is mutual. The two scoundrels exchanged knowing smiles and began to drink. Gu Hanxing was determined to swiftly empower himself. After all, he was still a fledgling, grappling with many uncertainties. Do you think what I'm doing is truly appropriate? He asked, as a man. It is undoubtedly fitting, his companion replied. Being a scoundrel is the most joyous state, carefree and unburdened. They both burst into laughter once more. As for you, I cannot say much about Xiao Hanjin, but what is it about that junior that has captured your heart? I am genuinely curious about her enchanting allure. There exists a profound desire for connection, a soul-level affinity. Zhou Yunhao chuckled at this. If you desire her, then pursue her relentlessly. Even if they eventually discover the truth, it will only bring momentary anguish. If you treat them sincerely, they will sense it in their hearts, and thus, they will weigh their options between leaving and staying. Gu Hanxing remarked, that's quite scoundrel-like. Indeed. It seems we are two of a kind. Zhou Yunhao replied with a grin. You must possess the power to control these situations, which, to be frank, equates to wealth. Currently, you are too weak. When the true moment arrives, you must maintain your grip on the situation. I am aware of that, Gu Hanxing affirmed. Now, let us drink a toast to scoundrels. However, I must admit, I did not expect you to have such rotten luck with romance. Enough of that. Let us drink, Zhou Yunhao said. Sharing some tips with Gu Hanxing on how to please women, who listened intently, amused by the variety of techniques. Before long, they had nearly finished their drinks, and it was time to leave. Gu Hanxing glanced at his phone, noticing numerous messages from He Xinyu inquiring about when he could video call. After enjoying drinks with friends, He Xinyu frowned upon reading his message. You read drinking with friends and neglecting your daughter. I had to soothe 2 children to sleep. Xinxin has been clamoring for a video call, asserting that you don't miss her and don't love her. After Gu Hanxing called for a designated driver, he dialed He Xinyu. He Zong, your daily video calls feel like a check-in with a partner. It's unbearable not to check in daily. He Xinyu found his analogy rather amusing. How much have you drunk? She asked. I am not intoxicated. I have far too many responsibilities daily. When would I have the time to be available constantly? Your daughter longs to see you. He Xinyu responded directly. Then you should comfort her a bit. You have time to drink and fool around, yet no time to spend with your daughter? He Xinyu's irritation was palpable. Gu Hanxing was taken aback by her tone. He Xinyu, please speak more courteously. This is how I speak. She hung up abruptly. Chapter 62. A familiar kiss. Gu Hanxing was left speechless, pondering who was truly seeking whom. He Xinyu sent him a WeChat message, insisting he dedicate an hour each day to accompany Xinxin. I am unavailable, Gu Hanxing replied curtly. Truly, managing Xiao Hanjin was already quite a challenge for her. She treated him as if he were her own son, and one careless moment could lead her into a pitfall. Everything else was manageable, but this particular aspect was unbearable for Gu Hanxing, who had been tirelessly seeking a way to overcome it. Otherwise, he would have no freedom at all. He Xinyu gazed at those 2 characters, feeling a surge of anger. She was not usually one to lose her temper. Gu Hanxing, could you at least act like a proper father to Xinxin? Do you have any sense of responsibility? Gu Hanxing looked at the WeChat message, exasperated. Do I lack responsibility? I have to appease both of you daily. He thought to himself, well, the contract hasn't been signed yet. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. You, Gu Hanxing, are nothing but a scoundrel. Enraged, He Xinyu tossed her phone aside and glanced at her peacefully sleeping daughter. If it weren't for her, she would never have to lower herself like this. Gu Hanxing had a knack for manipulating people. She was beginning to regret her decisions, realizing she had no control over him. As the child grew older, this situation would inevitably expose itself. Noticing He Xinyu's silence, Gu Hanxing couldn't help but smile. Her attitude made it seem as if he were her own father. They had never even shared a bed, and at that time, he was still a college student. How could that be possible? He had pondered this matter repeatedly and concluded that it was indeed implausible. Upon returning home, Gu Hanxing sat on the sofa, feeling significantly lighter with Xiao Hanjin absent, allowing him to relax his mind. After years of serving as her assistant, living under the same roof required constant vigilance. He needed to attend to the messages on his phone. Scanning through his WeChat contacts, he spotted Li Qia's name and felt compelled to message her. Are you asleep? I was just about to sleep. Why are you still awake? I was out drinking with friends and just got home. You didn't drink too much, did you? Not at all. How is your mother? She's doing well. With a couple of months of rehabilitation, she should be able to walk like a normal person. Good, get some rest. You too. Don't drink too much in the future. Good night. Good night. Gu Hanxing opened Li Qia's WeChat moments, only to find a blank page. It struck him that someone as diligent as her likely had no personal life to speak of. He set his phone down, preparing to take a shower when the door swung open. Xiao Hanjin returned. Xiao Hanjin, why are you back? This is my home. Where else would I go? Xiao Hanjin approached Gu Hanxing, reeking of alcohol. Who did you drink with? No comment, Gu Hanxing replied before heading to wash up. Xiao Hanjin grabbed Gu Hanxing, leaned in closer, and sniffed, ensuring there was no trace of a woman's perfume. What are you doing? I want to see if you were drinking with a woman. You're really something else. Satisfied, Xiao Hanjin chuckled. Drinking was fine, but it was unacceptable to drink with women. After washing up, Gu Hanqing headed straight to his room. Lying on his bed, he contemplated the nature of his relationship with Xiao Hanjin. He wasn't devoid of feelings. There was indeed a flicker of affection. However, Xiao Hanjin had not provided him with the sense of security he craved. It seemed necessary for him to take the initiative to report to her daily. Otherwise, given her character, she would undoubtedly check in on him incessantly. First, he must depart from Yunfeng. Career came first, and he would temporarily set aside these matters. Gu Hanqing pondered this and realized he needed to have a serious conversation with Xiao Hanjin. Rising, he approached her door and knocked gently. Xiao Hanjin was somewhat taken aback that Gu Hanqing would seek her out. She stood up to open the door, and both were clad in their sleepwear. Xiao Hanjin, we need to talk. What is there to discuss at this late hour? Step outside, let us sit down and converse. Observing Gu Hanqing's demeanor, Xiao Hanjin had already surmised his intentions. Are you considering leaving Yunfeng Group earlier than planned? Indeed, it is as you suspect. Provide me with a reason. I wish to achieve success sooner, which would enable me to marry you sooner as well. It is merely a matter of shortening the timeline. My current role at Yunfeng Group is of little use. I intend to earn some capital first, then venture into entrepreneurship to bridge our gap. Xiao Hanjin reflected on Gu Hanqing's words. He was not entirely mistaken. Where do you plan to go? Fengxing Group. Ah, that company. What position do you seek? Vice President. Quite fitting. Have you met their boss? I encountered her during the interview. Is she a man or a woman? A woman. Is she beautiful? Not as beautiful as you. She is older than you and married. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin smiled contentedly. Gu Hanqing's candor was precisely what she desired. Gu Hanqing, well done. Keep it up. Does this mean you agree? My man is striving for success and self-sufficiency. How could I not support him? Would I oppose him? Indeed, you are reasonable. Embodying both beauty and intelligence. Develop yourself well. I will grant you a maximum of 1.5 years. Regardless of success or failure, we shall marry. As you have promised me. Understood. Tomorrow, I will initiate the resignation process at the company. Please approve it. Very well, noted. Gu Hanqing stood to prepare for sleep when Xiao Hanjin called after him. Gu Hanqing, was your declaration of affection for me in the car genuine? Of course. It is entirely true, Gu Hanqing replied without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Hanjin gazed at his face, and a wave of joy surged through her. She stepped forward, embraced him, and said, Gu Hanqing, I hope we can be together for a lifetime. As long as you do not leave me, I shall never leave you. Is this truly so? Absolutely. Then why have you never taken the initiative? Were you merely waiting for me? Were you testing me? Well, it seems you have captured my heart quite effortlessly. Xiao Hanjin chuckled softly, playfully gazing at Gu Hanqing. The outcome was delightful, and regarding everything else, it mattered not. Xiao Hanjin remained in the embrace of Gu Hanqing, gazing up at him. Unable to resist, Gu Hanqing leaned in for a kiss, awkward as ever, their teeth clashing together. They both erupted in laughter, recognizing their inexperience. Let us retire for the night, they said, retreating to their respective rooms. Lying in bed, Xiao Hanjin felt a surge of excitement. Progress had finally been made, and Gu Hanqing had shown initiative. After 3 years of close companionship, it was inconceivable that he harbored no feelings for her. Yet, she understood Gu Hanqing well. His aspirations were focused on his career and in Yunfeng. He would merely be labeled as Xiao Hanjin's husband. It was a reality he struggled with, which was understandable. Once he achieved success, such matters would fade into insignificance. Perhaps one day she would be known as Gu Hanqing's wife, a prospect she eagerly anticipated. Chapter 63, Aspiring to Dominate Zhonghai. A vision to conquer the world at Yunfeng Group. Gu Hanqing arrived at the marketing department to tidy up a few belongings. After a brief exchange with Director Zhou, Gu Hanqing realized he had done little during his short visit before departing. This piqued Zhou's curiosity. How could President Xiao so easily allow him to resign? Considering Gu Hanqing's talent, Li Qiya observed Gu Hanqing as he left. Their eyes met briefly, yet no words were exchanged. She understood that he was destined for greater heights and a brighter future. Meeting Gu Hanqing had been a stroke of luck for her. Yuan Mei noticed the expression on Li Qiya's face and surmised that there must be some connection between them, as Li Qiya had been unexpectedly promoted to the finance department, undoubtedly with someone's backing. However, the news of Gu Hanqing's impending departure was circulating widely within the company. Gu Hanqing ascended to the top floor. Arriving at Xiao Hanjin's office, where she had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Hansheng, you have worked at Yunfeng Group since your graduation. Do you not feel any lingering attachment as you prepare to leave?" "The only thing I am attached to is you," he replied. Xiao Hanjin could not suppress her smile upon hearing those words. "Where on earth did you learn to say such things?" "It is a natural talent of mine, self-taught," he answered playfully. "Then why did you not apply it to me sooner? Would we still have divorced? I feared you would accuse me of ulterior motives and dismiss me, leaving me utterly destitute without my benefactor," he jested. "Where is your spirit of adventure? If you had taken risks, then I would be yours, and Yunfeng would also be yours. Had I known you were so easily won over, I would not have to toil so hard at work. I could have simply put in some effort to pursue you," he mused. "Your thoughts are quite fanciful once you join Fengxin Group. Do not get too close to the boss," she warned. "How could a married woman with children possibly entertain such notions? What do you think about all day? Have some confidence in yourself. Are men not all inclined to feast on what is in front of them while gazing at what lies beyond? Gu Hansheng, are you not the same?" "It is hard to say. I simply have not encountered anyone more exceptional than you. Should that happen, would I not have to pursue them as well? You, Gu Hansheng, are deliberately trying to provoke me. In all of Zhonghai, is there truly anyone more outstanding than you? With your lineage, appearance, physique, and character, you are unparalleled. There are no rivals." Gu Hansheng's flattery greatly pleased Xiao Hanjin. "I'll book a restaurant for dinner tonight," he said. "Just as I was about to inform you that I might not be home for dinner due to prior commitments and would return late, you asked, 'Who are you with? A friend, or perhaps a lady?' You are the most exceptional woman in my life. You should have more confidence." "Fine, I want tea pry further, but no drinking," he replied. "All right." Gu Hansheng took his leave, and although Xiao Hanjin wished to escort him downstairs, he politely declined. "We see each other every day. There is no need for that." He Qian observed Gu Hansheng exiting the office of General Manager Xiao and approached him, astonished. "Gu Hansheng, are you really leaving? Your future at Yunfeng Group is promising. You've already won over General Manager Xiao. Why would you leave? Are you out of your mind? What do you know? Your boyfriend must have dumped you. He is utterly useless. What do you need him for? I've already initiated a breakup. That is the right attitude. There are plenty of men out there. I wish you well in finding someone like me next time." "Gu Hansheng, you're really leaving?" "Yes, I am." He Qian watched his departing figure, utterly perplexed by his decision to resign. Gu Hansheng drove to Fengxin Group and called He Xinyu. Upon seeing his call, she felt a bit surprised. "He Xinyu, is my office ready? I'm downstairs now. Please hold on. I'll have my secretary come down to escort you." "Aren't you coming down yourself?" "I'll wait for you upstairs." As Gu Hansheng parked at the entrance, the security attempted to usher him away. But soon a lady in a business suit emerged. "Mr. Gu, please come this way." The security personnel, drenched in sweat, sighed in relief upon seeing Secretary Wang come to receive him. They narrowly avoided a potential mishap at work. Gu Hansheng tossed the car keys to the security guard. "Once the car is parked, just leave the keys at the front desk. There is no need to rush." He did not scold the security. After all, life and work are challenging, and they were merely doing their jobs. "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Gu Hansheng, carrying his personal belongings, took the VIP elevator directly to the top floor. "Secretary Wang, is He Xinyu really that formidable?" Hearing this, Wang Yutong began to sweat nervously. "Mr. Gu, it's best to speak less in the office, especially around General Manager He." "Oh, is she very authoritative in the company?" He remembered that during the interview, she was the only one present. It hadn't seemed significant at the time, as it was just for an assistant position, but now she appeared somewhat enigmatic. Wang Yutong led Gu Hansheng to He Xinyu's office. This was his first visit, and he found the office quite spacious, estimated at 200 to 300 square meters. Complete with a treadmill and a coffee table, decorated in a simple yet elegant style with a hint of traditional Chinese aesthetics. Secretary Wang discreetly excused herself. "Gu Hansheng, how is it that you started so quickly? Have you wrapped up everything at Yunfeng?" "Pretty much. The remaining tasks they should be able to handle on their own." "What will my specific responsibilities be?" "My assistant, manage the Fengxin Group on my behalf. You shall be the public representative of the Fengxin Group." Gu Hansheng listened to these words, feeling somewhat perplexed. "He Xinyu, what do you mean? I do not quite understand. My company's affairs are generally handled discreetly, primarily through Yutong conveying my directives. Now, you will represent me in managing the Fengxin Group, accountable solely to me." Gu Hansheng grasped her intent. He Xinyu was indeed operating from behind the scenes. "Do you trust me so completely? You possess the capability, and I am no fool." Gu Hansheng smiled faintly. "Where's my office?" "Next door." Allow me to escort you there. He Xinyu led Gu Hansheng to his office. Upon entering, he found it to be a spacious office, slightly smaller than He Xinyu's, yet similarly adorned. Is there anything you find unsatisfactory? The administrative department can arrange for a change. No need, it is quite satisfactory. Then take some time to acclimate. Should you require anything, seek Yutong. All right, you may return to your duties. Once He Xinyu departed, Gu Hansheng approached the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the entirety of Donghai below. This view was even more magnificent than that from Yinfeng Group. He felt a sense of dominance over the world. At just over 20 years of age, occupying such a lofty position, he couldn't help but reflect on the fruits of his labor after years of effort. He was finally witnessing a glimmer of success. Gu Hansheng merely indulged in the moment, for he remained a high-salaried employee. He envisioned the day when he would stand atop his own enterprise, surveying the world. That would be the true embodiment of a king. He had never contemplated these aspirations before, but now, with a heart full of ambition, he set his sights on conquering Zhonghai as his next goal. Dear readers, I humbly request 5-star reviews to elevate the book's prominence, urging for updates, and for love's sake, please support me. Thank you immensely. Chapter 64. Is He Xinxin my biological child? After organizing his belongings, Gu Hansheng requested Wang Yutong to provide him with detailed information about the company, including financial reports. Wang Yutong deliberately sought approval from He Xinyu, who responded that all company matters were to be disclosed to him. Wang Yutong was taken aback. Gu Hansheng was evidently held in high regard by the general manager, which was no ordinary circumstance. She promptly compiled the necessary documents for Gu Hansheng. He spent the morning thoroughly reviewing the information on Fengxin Group. The scale of Fengxin Group was twice that of Yinfeng Group, with company assets nearing 400 billion, and a debt-to-asset ratio of merely 21%. It must be said that He Xinyu was indeed a significant figure of wealth, holding 62% of the shares in Fengxin Group, thereby wielding absolute influence within the corporation. Gu Hansheng couldn't help but marvel at the disparity between individuals. He was well aware of Fengxin Group's business scope, which primarily encompassed real estate, apparel, and some venture capital activities. The clothing brands were mainly positioned in the mid-range market, targeting office workers and students. The real estate developments were exclusively within Zhonghai, focusing on high-quality property projects. It must be said that He Xinyu's management of her company mirrors her composed demeanor. This task is far easier than anticipated. It merely involves handling the daily affairs of the group. I find myself here in a leisurely capacity, earning tens of thousands each day with remarkable ease. Gu Hansheng rose to stand before the floor-to-ceiling window, and before long, He Xinyu entered with a meal. It's time to eat, she announced. He Xinyu, this role seems rather simplistic. Is it truly necessary to pay me such a substantial sum? I require an agent to manage the company on my behalf, and you seem quite suitable. He Xinyu, we have only known each other for a brief period, and our encounters have been minimal. Are you truly considering me for such a responsibility? The company runs smoothly. Handling some daily tasks is all that is required. Let us dine first and refrain from discussing work. The meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, seemingly prepared at home and packed for convenience. Gu Hansheng regarded He Xinyu and picked up the utensils laid before him. The food is quite well prepared and flavorful. The two sat together, and Gu Hansheng felt as though he had just escaped a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. He Xinyu took the initiative to serve him food, leaving Gu Hansheng pleasantly surprised, as he was uncertain of her intentions. Throughout this entire affair, it seemed to him that He Xinyu was treating him as if he were the father of He Xinxin. Could it be that He Xinyu is indeed my daughter? He found himself at a loss. He decided to probe further. He Xinyu, is He Xinxin truly my daughter? He Xinyu looked at him, her inner turmoil concealed beneath a calm facade. She is the goddaughter you acknowledged, is she not? I meant to inquire whether she is my biological daughter. Do you believe that is possible? He Xinyu countered directly. Gu Hansheng remained uncertain, contemplating the prospect of a paternity test. I ask you, and I wish for a straightforward answer. Do you hope she is, or is not? Gu Hansheng fell into silence, unprepared for the prospect of fatherhood. He Xinyu observed him, recognizing that he seemed uncertain, yet she understood he was an astute individual. The truth of this matter would inevitably come to light. When Gu Hansheng went to fetch He Xinxin, it would be simple enough to obtain a hair sample for testing, thus clarifying the situation. Regardless of my thoughts, is she not my daughter now? Gu Hansheng responded candidly. He Xinyu smiled, choosing not to dwell further on the matter, and continued to eat in silence. Outside, Wang Yutong watched as He Xinyu carried a lunchbox into Gu Hanxing's office. Her understanding of the situation surpassed by the scene before her. How could General Manager He be so familiar with Gu Hanxing, who addressed her by her name? Could they possibly be married? This seemed highly improbable. General Manager He's daughter was only 4 years old, while Gu Hanxing was merely 26. When General Manager He was pregnant, Gu Hanxing was still a university student. Yet, her demeanor suggested an extraordinary level of trust. Such a relationship could not exist without deeper connections. He Xinyu, do you truly believe that spending such a significant sum to bring me to Fengxin Group merely amounts to having me guard the entrance? Don't you consider this expenditure to be unjustifiable? I find it quite worthwhile, and it's not merely anyone who has earned my trust. He Xinyu spoke with clarity. Within the group, the official appointment of Gu Hanxing had been disseminated, and everyone was curious about this newly appointed vice president, particularly intrigued by what He Xinyu looked like. The general manager had never been seen in a public setting, and few in the group were aware of her appearance. I suppose I should feel quite honored then. Gu Hanxing understood well that trust does not arise from thin air. There must be a foundation for it. Acting as a father figure to He Xinxin could hardly be considered genuine, as it felt more like a transaction. He Xinyu, this woman capable of managing such a large enterprise, must be extraordinary. Why are you staring at me instead of eating? At around 4. You'll accompany me to pick up Xinxin, won't you? Of course, I will fulfill my promise. As Gu Hanxing gazed at this woman he had encountered only a few times, he felt as though he were ensnared within her intricate web. However, as long as He Xinxin was not his biological daughter, he would treat it as a business arrangement, for there was no reason to burden himself unnecessarily. With financial rewards at stake, the tasks became lighter, and there was no reason not to indulge, even contemplating starting his own venture. With 3 million in hand, he could establish a small advertising firm, leveraging available resources to secure advertising investments from major corporations, thereby rapidly growing into a leading entity in the advertising sector. Gu Hanxing needed to plan this meticulously. He Xinyu observed Gu Hanxing, confident that as long as he fulfilled his role as Xinxin's father, she would support him in ascending further in his career. If you have any lunch preferences in the future, let me know in advance, and I will arrange for it. Gu Hanxing regarded He Xinyu, recognizing the plight of a single mother and her daughter, both of whom could only seek solace in one another during the quiet of the night, lacking anyone else to rely on. Since his arrival at that grand villa, he had distinctly sensed a chill in the air. All right, He Xinyu began to clear the table, and Gu Hanxing felt a twinge of embarrassment. He quickly interjected, I can handle this, you may go back. Yet she persisted in tidying up, ensuring the table was clean before departing. Gu Hanxing sat in his chair, a pang of guilt washing over him. He shouldn't have spoken to her in such a tone the previous night. Accepting her hospitality, yet exhibiting poor manners was indeed unbecoming. He couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling somewhat contrite. Seated in this spacious office, Gu Hanxing suddenly felt an uncomfortable heat beneath him. He was taking advantage of a vulnerable single mother and her daughter, especially since He Xinyu had been so kind to him. Chapter 65. This is my father Xiao Hanjin video called Gu Hanxing. Hanxing, have you eaten yet? Just finished. Where are you? At work? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin immediately became displeased. As soon as you departed from the Yunfeng Group, you immediately commenced your employment at the Fengxin Group? What other choice do I have? I cannot simply remain idle. Look at my office. It is even more spacious than yours. Gu Hanxing switched the camera to allow Xiao Hanjin a clearer view. Indeed, Xiao Hanjin observed that this office surpassed hers in many ways. Gu Hanxing, what position do you hold? Second only to one, above 10,000, executive vice president. This He Xinyu seems to possess quite a discerning eye. I wonder what she looks like. She found herself genuinely curious, as there was scarcely any information available online regarding He Xinyu's appearance. Gu Hanxing, could you please take a photograph of He Xinyu for me? I would like to see her. You want me, a grown man, to sneak a photo? What if I get caught, and they think I'm a pervert? I would find myself unemployed in an instant. Xiao Hanjin chuckled. If that happens, I shall ensure you receive a salary from your wife. That would mean living off someone else, which is unacceptable. Nevertheless, Gu Hanxing did feel a tad like a kept man. Truly, a remarkable individual can thrive anywhere. Yet, this sentiment was somewhat disheartening. You are impressive, but enough of that. Take a short break at noon and return home early tonight. Do you understand? This was the crux of Xiao Hanjin's message. Understood. After ending the call, Gu Hanxing snapped a few photos of his new office environment to send to Li Qiui, declaring, My new office. Li Qiui beheld the spacious office and its surroundings, unable to suppress a smile. Yuan Mei, noticing Li Qiui's glee, felt a twinge of curiosity. Stealing a glance at her phone, she saw that Li Qiui was viewing photos, seemingly of the office. The WeChat nickname was he. Qiui, who is he? Li Qiui hastily concealed her phone, a hint of panic in her demeanor. Oh, it's nobody, just a classmate. Yuan Mei regarded Li Qiui with an amused expression, saying, Qiui, you should ditch those black-rimmed glasses and make a little effort with your appearance. You are undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women in the entire group, rivaling even CEO Xiao. You're joking, Mei Jie, I am not that attractive. Li Qiui was aware of her own beauty, which she purposely downplayed, fearing the attention it might attract. Her allure was reserved solely for the one she cherished in her heart. I absolutely won't be mistaken. If you dress up a bit, you'll shine. Mei Jie, please stop teasing me. I need to rest. Yuan Mei recognized that Qiui was indeed smitten. However, her curiosity about he persisted. Li Qiui secretly replied, the office is wonderful. Gu Hanxing caught a glimpse of this message, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the afternoon, Wang Yutong escorted Gu Hanxing on a tour of the group. The employees, upon seeing the young and handsome Gu Hanxing, erupted in excitement. Various rumors began to circulate. Gu Hanxing was well aware of this. Being new and so youthful, it was inevitable that whispers would arise. Yet, he was accustomed to such scrutiny. Knowing they would soon acclimate, Gu Hanxing toured every department within the group, where the leaders treated him with utmost respect. However, he was not naive. He understood that these outward displays often masked true sentiments. However, they had all received notifications and earnestly presented the details of their respective departments to Gu Hanxing. Throughout the process, he remained silent, observing the myriad expressions of those around him. Gu Hanxing, however, was particularly intrigued by the management of Fengxin Group. The company had only 2 vice presidents, primarily responsible for external affairs, while He Xinyu directly oversaw various departments, placing her trusted individuals in key positions. This effectively consolidated control over the entire Fengxin Group, making her the true spokesperson in external matters. Yet, Gu Hanxing found He Xinyu's motives somewhat perplexing. Was this arrangement truly advantageous for her, merely to ensure that he could fulfill his role as a father to her daughter? It seemed rather extravagant. After touring the entire group, they returned to the office, and it was nearly 4 o'clock. Just as He Xinyu entered, Gu Hanxing followed suit. How was the tour? She inquired. It was acceptable. Your subordinates were quite cooperative, he replied, taking a sip of water and glancing at the time, sensing it was nearly time to leave. Let us go pick up Xinxin. The two descended the stairs, with Gu Hanxing settling into He Xinyu's car. They headed to Yujing International Kindergarten, where they stood at the entrance awaiting He Xinxin's dismissal. Previously, He Xinyu would come alone, often surrounded by parents picking up their children. Your presence today will surely delight Xinxin, He Xinyu remarked. Gu Hanxing then said, I apologize for last night. He Xinyu was somewhat taken aback by his unexpected apology. From now on, I will make time for video calls before 9 every day. Really? She asked. Of course. I will honor my commitments, he assured her. His words brought her joy, evident in the smile that graced her face, though she remained uncertain about the reason behind his change of heart. Had he learned something? From his demeanor, it seemed he was still oblivious. Otherwise, his attitude would be different. Gu Hanxing was still a mystery to her. Yet as long as he treated Xinxin well, the rest was inconsequential. At that moment, He Xinxin emerged, her eyes lighting up upon spotting her parents. She opened her arms and ran towards Gu Hanxing, who smiled as he lifted her into his embrace. Xinxin, do you miss Daddy? Yes, she pouted. I think of you every day. His heart was stirred by her words. Come, let us go home. Daddy will cook for you, all right? He Xinyu interjected. I have made a reservation. We won't be dining at home. That is fine. Let us eat out. Next time, Daddy will cook for Xinxin, he replied, eliciting another kiss from her, which brought a smile to his face. As He Xinxin spotted her classmates exiting, she joyfully exclaimed, Zheng Jiai, this is my daddy. Zheng Jiai looked at Gu Hanxing with curiosity and asked, Uncle, are you really He Xinxin's daddy? Indeed, I was busy with work before, but little Jiai, please play nicely with Xinxin from now on. Okay, she responded. Gu Hanxing, holding He Xinxin, settled into the back seat and inquired, Xinxin, have they been treating you well? Zheng Jiai often remarks that I have no father, which is why Gu Hanxing has now come to understand. No wonder He Xinxin wishes for him to pick her up from school. Xinxin, your father will come to collect you whenever he can. Okay, today, Zheng Jiai has seen you, so she will no longer say that I lack a father. Your father will always be here. He Xinxin clung to Gu Hanxing, reluctant to part ways. He Xinyu observed the father-daughter duo through the rearview mirror, a smile gracing her face. It would indeed be wonderful if Gu Hanxing remained by their side. Taking the initiative to keep him close would provide both mother and daughter with a sense of security, which would benefit Xinxin's growth as well. Chapter 66. Not considering himself an outsider in Qingfeng Garden. Gu Hanxing held He Xinxin in his arms as He Xinyu walked beside him. She had already reserved a private room. Walking together, they truly resembled a family, and He Xinyu felt a sense of belonging. Upon entering the room, He Xinyu ordered several dishes. Would you like to drink? No more drinking. Just as they settled down, a call came from Haizi. Shengzi, the school matter is settled. The best school near Zhongda is available. You can arrange for the transfer now. All right, let us drink together next time. Is a single meal enough to settle this? What do you want then? Surely I must meet your sister-in-law after exerting so much effort. I'm quite busy here. He Xinyu and He Xinxin overheard Gu Fuxing mention drinking. Daddy, are you going to drink? Daddy one tea drink today. A friend of mine wants to drink with me, so I'll accompany him. Daddy, please drink less. Understood. Gu Hanxing stood up to use the restroom. As the door opened, he caught sight of a familiar figure and promptly closed the door. It was fortunate it was just a silhouette. Had Xiao Hanjin seen him, he would have been at a loss for words. Aren't you going to the restroom? Why not? It's nothing, no rush. Gu Hanxing was feeling quite apprehensive. Once seated again, a chill crept up his spine, akin to the sensation of being caught in an illicit act. He wondered how Haizi could remain so at ease. Noticing Gu Hanxing's unusual demeanor, He Xinyu inquired, "What is wrong with you?" Nothing. Gu Hanxing shifted to a position where he would not be seen from outside. He would need to eat slowly. He could not leave until Xiao Hanjin departed, as arriving by car would likely lead to discovery. Fortunately, he remained slightly optimistic. During the meal, Gu Hanxing maintained an air of nonchalance while his mind raced with thoughts of what to do. He tended to He Xinxin, serving her food, and it appeared she relished every dish without needing to be choosy. Xinxin, is it delicious? It's not as good as what Mom makes. Such flattery made He Xinyu beam with joy. It was truly captivating, and the longer one looked, the more one could become enamored. The mature and gentle beauty was simply irresistible. He Xinxin also received a WeChat message from Gu Hanxing before the meal concluded. Have you eaten? He inquired. I packed some food, just got home. Then heated up, he replied. Understood. By then, Xiao Hanjin had already departed, and Gu Hanxing left without hesitation. This truly highlights the necessity of reducing visits to such upscale dining establishments. After all, Xiao Hanjin does not cook, which inevitably leads to dining out in the evenings. He Xinyu seemed to perceive something amiss, but chose to remain silent, perhaps due to the presence of his ex-wife earlier, which elicited such a reaction. They had divorced, and he had departed from Yinfeng Group. Logically, there should be no lingering ties. A 3-year marriage ending so abruptly suggests some underlying conflict. Otherwise, Gu Hanxing would not have acted so decisively. His demeanor implied an intention to avoid suspicion. He Xinyu understood but opted not to voice her insights. Upon returning, Gu Hanxing initially intended to drive, yet He Xinyu insisted that he sit in the back with Xinxin. Gu Hanxing felt somewhat embarrassed. Arriving home, Gu Fuxing carried He Xinxin inside, and a chill enveloped him immediately. The house was entirely empty. He gently set He Xinxin down, urging her to entertain herself. Eventually, he approached He Xinyu. With such a large house, have you considered moving to a smaller one? He asked. No, we usually have a maid, and when you come, I give her time off. Gu Hanxing nodded, saying nothing further, yet the house felt excessively desolate. Gu Hanxing, would you consider moving in here? Xinxin could see you every day. Do you trust me so readily? I have faith in my judgment. Just as Gu Hanxing was about to respond, He Xinxin tugged at him. Daddy, will you give Xinxin a bath? Xinxin, you're a girl. You should let mommy bathe you. But I want daddy to bathe me. And daddy, you're not leaving tonight, right? I want you to sleep with me. Gu Hanxing found himself in a bit of a quandary. But He Xinxin pulled him toward the bathroom, with He Xinyu following since the bathroom was adjacent to their bedroom. He Xinyu held He Xinxin's little nightgown, while Gu Hanxing filled the bathtub, occasionally testing the water temperature as He Xinxin waited nearby. Gu Hanxing had little experience with such matters. Bathing a child and washing her hair proved to be quite a challenge. I'll handle it, He Xinyu offered. Gu Hanxing attempted to step away, but He Xinxin clung to him. Daddy, you can't leave. Daddy one tea leave. Let mommy wash you, and I'll wait outside. All right. No, Daddy, you stay here with me. All right. Daughters can be more demanding than women. Gu Hanxing watched as He Xinyu bathed Xinxin, and one might easily mistake them for a complete family. Once the bath was finished, Gu Hanxing dried Xinxin's hair, tucking a strand into his pocket. He then carried her to bed. Daddy, you should shower too. I'll wait for you here, and we can all sleep together. Gu Hanxing felt a hint of awkwardness upon hearing those words. He glanced at He Xinyu, only to discover that she had prepared not only clothes, but also undergarments. Gu Hanxing accepted the garments, noting their completeness. These are new. You should freshen up. If you do not lie beside Xinxin until she falls asleep, you may find it difficult to leave tonight. Observing He Xinyu, he marveled at her meticulousness, attending to every detail. Reluctantly, he proceeded to take a shower, unprepared for the notion of sharing a bed with her. It was not excitement that stirred within him, but rather a sense of unease. He hurried through his shower, finishing in less than 5 minutes, to find He Xinyu watching him with an expression of calm. She said nothing and took her own sleepwear to the bathroom. Gu Hanxing regarded He Xinyu's composure. After all, he was a man, vigorous and alive with youthful energy. He coaxed He Xinxin to prepare for bed. As it was nearing 9 o'clock, he was wary of returning home too late, lest he face another round of inquiries. Daddy, tell me a story, Xinxin requested. Daddy doesn't tell stories. We'll wait for Mommy to do it. Before long, He Xinyu emerged from the bath, clad in a delicate nightgown, the straps thin and revealing her fair skin, accentuating her décolletage. Gu Hanxing swallowed hard. She truly did not regard him as a stranger. He Xinyu nonchalantly lay down on the other side of He Xinxin, presenting a storybook to Gu Hanxing. You tell Xinxin a story. I wouldn't know where to start. You should do it. I want to hear Daddy tell it. Just read with some emotion, He Xinyu suggested. Gu Hanxing, feeling somewhat at a loss, casually flipped through the pages. Once upon a time, he began, recounting tale after tale. He Xinxin listened with rapt attention, showing no signs of wanting to sleep. He Xinyu observed Gu Hanxing as he earnestly narrated the stories, realizing he could indeed be a suitable father. Daddy is tired from telling stories. Shall we sleep now? Gu Hanxing asked. Daddy, before sleeping, I must kiss Mommy, and Daddy must too. Gu Hanxing was momentarily taken aback by this. He wondered if He Xinyu would be willing. Xinxin, come here and kiss Mommy, He Xinyu encouraged, adhering to the habit they had formed over the years. He Xinxin turned to Gu Hanxing, saying Daddy won't kiss? Hurry and sleep. Xinxin, Daddy, do you not love Mommy? How was he to respond? His daughter truly had him cornered. Just as he contemplated his reply, He Xinyu leaned in closer. Gu Hanxing was baffled. Did she truly not mind? Or was it something else? Seeing that her father remained still, He Xinxin prompted, Daddy, hurry and kiss her. Noticing that He Xinyu was unperturbed, Gu Hanxing, a grown man, thought to himself, why should he hesitate? He leaned in and kissed her, her skin soft and cool to the touch. Xinxin, that's enough. Time for bed, He Xinyu said calmly. While she remained composed, Gu Hanxing felt a lingering sense of apprehension. He Xinxin, filled with joy, closed her eyes and drifted into slumber, her hand clasped around Gu Hanxing's arm. Gu Hanxing lay beside her, while He Xinyu switched off the light and settled down as well. The three of them were tucked under the blanket. And in the enveloping darkness, He Xinyu and Gu Hanxing exchanged glances. Gu Hanxing's phone illuminated intermittently, but fortunately, he had already silenced it. Before long, He Xinxin succumbed to sleep, prompting Gu Hanxing to gently move her small hand aside as he prepared to leave. He Xinyu watched him, and she followed him out of the room, inquiring, It's rather late. Why not stay here? The adjacent room is ready for you. You can rest there. I have matters to attend to. Gu Hanxing cast a glance at He Xinyu, her beauty momentarily captivating him, causing him to hastily avert his gaze. He understood that if he lingered, he might not be able to maintain his composure. He needed to depart swiftly, as turning his boss into his lover on the very first day of work would indeed be unprecedented. Yet, he remained indecisive. He could sense He Xinyu's subtle advances, but perhaps she simply wished to remain in this household. This was her most genuine desire, yet Gu Hanxing needed to ascertain whether He Xinxin was truly his child. He harbored a vague suspicion, yet he required confirmation. Gu Hanxing changed into different clothes in the adjacent room, and He Xinyu naturally accepted the nightwear from him. Here are the car keys. You should drive back, she suggested. I will take a taxi. Gu Hanxing hesitated, fearing that driving back might lead to unforeseen complications. Making the effort futile, He Xinyu insisted, pushing the car keys into his hands. Drive it back. She accompanied him to the door, advising, "Return to your room. And be cautious about opening the door tonight. All right, drive safely," she added, watching as Gu Hanqing departed. She had intentionally dressed this way today, eager to observe his true nature. She had taken note of his every action, mustering her courage to do so, despite the turmoil beneath her calm exterior. Internally, she felt quite anxious, worried that Gu Hanqing might indeed make a bold move. She understood the likelihood was low, yet the tension was palpable. Nevertheless, she was satisfied with his demeanor. It was evident that Gu Hanqing was a rational individual. Despite his challenging background, his diligence and ambition had brought him to this point. She was uncertain about the nature of his relationship with Xiao Hanjin, but since they were divorced, there seemed to be no lingering ties. She wished for Gu Hanqing to remain here, especially considering he was Xinxin's father. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanjin was at home, having made numerous calls. As Gu Hanqing drove, he returned her call. "Hanjin, I apologize, I'm on the road," he explained. "Why haven't you answered your phone? My battery died. I just charged it and called you. Please don't be upset. I'm on my way back." Xiao Hanjin was sulking, frustrated by his lack of response and curious about what he was doing. Gu Hanqing had purchased a bouquet of roses. Before ascending the stairs, Gu Hanqing took a moment to ascertain whether he bore any unpleasant scent. Aside from a few strands of Xinxin's hair, he had meticulously inspected himself and confirmed that all was well. Upon seeing Gu Hanqing return, Xiao Hanjin remarked, "So you do remember to come back? What kind of statement is that? This is my home. If I don't return, where else would I reside? Perhaps you've been cozied up in another woman's bed. What do you mean by that? I brought you flowers. Aren't you hungry? Let me prepare something for you. I see that you've completely forgotten about me, having gallivanted around. You are my fiancé. I can forget anyone but you. Do not be angry. It is time for you to rest." Xiao Hanjin detected no scent lingering on Gu Hanqing. "Where have you been?" "I went out to dinner with colleagues." "Really?" "Of course. It's truer than gold. I dined at that restaurant called King Fengjiwen. How come I didn't see you there?" "You went too? When?" "You asked me if I had eaten just half an hour prior. I was indeed at King Fengjiwen, in a private room, dining with colleagues." "Why didn't you drink?" "Most of those present were women. They don't drink, so what would I?" "How did you return so late then?" "I dropped a colleague off at home and lingered for a bit before coming back. That's all there is to it." Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hanqing, noting that he did not avert his gaze, indicating his honesty. "Xiao Hanjin, do you not trust me?" "I do trust you. However, with your phone being unreachable, it is difficult for me not to indulge in flights of fancy." "What are you implying? Are there women in Zhonghai more alluring than you?" "You and I maintain our integrity. Could I be swayed by other women?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin felt somewhat reassured. It was true that if he did not pursue her, he would be disinterested in any other woman, and Gu Hanqing possessed considerable willpower. "Given your candor, I shall let you off the hook today. Should you continue in this manner, I would not be so lenient." Gu Hanqing recognized Xiao Hanjin's strong desire for control. Accustomed to her role as president, her assertive nature was only to be expected. He had always indulged her, but this could not persist without eventually leading to complications. If she discovered the two women outside, it could very well shatter his heart. As Gu Hanqing retreated to his room, he realized he needed to devise a new plan. He had to accelerate his career. Otherwise, things could spiral out of control. With this thought in mind, he dialed a number. "Mouse, are you busy?" "Yes, I am." "Speak if you have something to say." "Do you take me for a servant?" "Not at all. I have something important to share. I have resigned from Yinfeng Group and just started at Fengxin Group today." "You left Xiao Hanjin's company? What do you mean by that? Are you breaking up with her?" "Fengxin Group offered me a lucrative salary, 20 million annually. Wouldn't it be foolish not to accept? Additionally, I am planning to start my own company. Would you like to invest a little, perhaps buy some shares?" "All right, you are starting a company. What type of company will it be?" "An advertising planning agency. Look at us. Our company's operations, along with those of Yinfeng Group and Fengxin Group, are all contracted. By the end of the year, we could easily make a profit of 1 or 200 million, a lucrative and risk-free venture." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunhao burst into hearty laughter. "My friend, are you trying to take advantage of the situation? I will invest 10 million. However, I will not be involved in the company's management. I'll hold a 40% stake while you take the majority." "You are indeed generous, young Master Zhou. But I intend to engage in competition and let my capabilities speak for themselves. This is not merely a free ride." "That is true, but are you truly confident? Besides, your studies did not focus on this area. How can you be so certain?" "In case of inadequacy, we can rely on connections. The two shared a laugh, acknowledging that advertising expenses from the group are essentially a given. Chapter 68. Reluctance to let go. Gu Hanxing contemplated that the company's initial phase would require proper management to get off the ground. He realized he needed assistance, considering leveraging the resources of Fengxin Group or perhaps those of Xiao Hanjin. Establishing the company in Fengxin Building would be convenient for him. But the employees from Fengxin Group might just be spectators, which could have some impact. Furthermore, he wasn't particularly close with He Xinyu. If he sought Xiao Hanjin's help, her personality would likely dictate that the company be situated in Yunfeng Building, demanding both financial and human investment, all while being under her watchful eye, an outcome that Gu Hanxing wished to avoid. Aside from financial support, he could not rely on the opportunistic mouse. So he had only one path left, to have a serious conversation with He Xinyu. However, he decided to wait until the paternity test with He Xinxin was concluded. This matter was of great significance, and he found it hard to believe it would be so coincidental. If it were true, it would be as if a daughter had unexpectedly fallen from the sky, especially one so intimately connected to him. Nonetheless, he needed to consider how to navigate this relationship carefully. He resolved to wait for the results and planned to undergo the DNA test the following day. Gu Hanxing deliberately rose a bit later, allowing Xiao Hanjin to leave first. He parked his car at a distance, as He Xinyu's vehicle was rather conspicuous. Xiao Hanjin called out to Gu Hanxing to wake him, maintaining her usual professional demeanor. Gu Hanxing got up and allowed Xiao Hanjin to depart first. This daily routine had become quite unbearable. He needed to devise a solution for a permanent escape from Xiao Hanjin. Upon arriving at the company, he truly timed it perfectly. Wang Yutong had already placed the day's tasks on Gu Hanxing's desk, responsibilities that originally belonged to he but had been entrusted to Gu. Gu Hanxing first headed to He Xinyu's office to return her car keys. However, Wang Yutong stopped him, saying, "President Gu, entry into President He's office is generally prohibited." Gu Hanxing glanced at Wang Yutong but did not press her. "Then please, Secretary Wang, inquire on my behalf." Gu Hanxing waited at the door, and Wang Yutong emerged, visibly anxious. "President Gu, I apologize. It's all right. You may continue with your tasks." Gu Hanxing entered He Xinyu's office directly, returning the car keys to her. "You keep it. Your vehicle is rather ordinary." "I cannot drive your car," he stated, preparing to leave. "Gu Hanxing, consider moving in with me," He Xinu urged. He gazed at her, harboring a strong conviction that He Xin was indeed his daughter. Otherwise, there would be no reason for He Xinu to make such a request. However, everything would hinge on the forthcoming DNA results. "I will think it over thoroughly." "All right." Gu Hanxing departed from He Xinyu's office. Subsequently, he diligently attended to the affairs of the group, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. By yesterday, he had already familiarized himself with Fengxin Group. The tasks at hand posed no significant challenge for him. In merely 2 hours, Gu Hanxing completed his work and personally delivered the documents to Wang Yutong. "Secretary Wang, please instruct the team to proceed as per my directives." Wang Yutong received the files, which constituted nearly a day's workload. Once Gu Hanxing set them down, he returned to his office. Wang Yutong meticulously reviewed the documents, her attention to detail impeccable, and her recommendations beyond reproach. It was astonishing that she had only been at the company for a day, which explained why he placed such unwavering trust in her. She indeed possessed genuine talent. Gu Hanxing then descended to attend to more pressing matters at the DNA testing center, where he submitted samples of his hair and that of He Xin for expedited testing, expecting results by the following day. After finalizing this task, he returned to the company. Upon finishing work, he needed to find accommodation near Zhongda, one matter at a time. Only once everything was arranged could he hope for tranquility and focus solely on his career. Upon returning to his office, he found He Xinu waiting for him. "You're back?" "Yes. Let us have dinner." Gu Hanxing naturally took a seat to eat. She was in tears this morning, looking for you. You must explain and comfort her. She wanted to see you, and I could do nothing. Gu Hanxing regarded He Xinu, fully aware of her intention. She wished for him to remain close to them both. Yet, he found himself stretched thin, juggling the demands of Xiao Hanjin, Li Qiuya, and the two women. A feat even the most adept time manager would struggle to accomplish. Li Qiuya was manageable. Perhaps seeing her twice a week would suffice, and future encounters might be frequent. However, Xiao Hanjin was rigorously controlling, and staying out late was a serious transgression, sure to invite severe repercussions. These thoughts weighed heavily on Gu Hanxing. In truth, If he and she were indeed his daughter, he had yet to contemplate how to navigate that reality. He and you served him food, a gesture he had grown accustomed to, yet it felt as intimate as that of a true couple. Having always cared for others and never receiving such attention from another woman, he found the experience immensely gratifying. He and you, too, felt a stirring within her. Throughout the years, no man had ever stirred her heart in such a manner. Uncertain whether it was due to her feelings for Shinshin or her genuine affection for him, Hisinu found herself repeatedly questioning her emotions. Yet, upon encountering Gu Hansheng, an irresistible urge to care for and nurture him overwhelmed her. When dining together, Gu Hansheng felt a restless energy, an impulse to quench his thirst, as if to cool the fervor within. Hisinu's captivating presence surpassed even that of Xiao Hanjin. While many spoke of the formidable allure of a pure love, the gentle and considerate charm of a beautiful woman proved even more potent. In their shared moments, it felt as though a delicate veil separated them. Gu Hansheng fought to suppress his impulses, aware that he was still uncertain and that the timing was not yet right. In the brightness of the office, under the watchful eyes of day, he lacked the experience for such matters. This was something better suited for the night. As he hastily consumed his meal, he yearned to escape the charged atmosphere. Hisinu, observing his behavior, sensed that he was indeed smitten with her, and patiently, she decided to wait. However, Gu Hansheng's thoughts were consumed by the complexities of managing his relationships with several women. Even if his true feelings could not remain hidden, he resolved to be a responsible rogue, if that was to be his fate. He believed that if one felt affection, one should embrace it without hesitation. Xiao Hanjin embodied a domineering yet caring persona. Hisinu was gentle and virtuous, while Li Qiya was resilient and kind, resonating with him on a spiritual level. In Gu Hansheng's eyes, he was reluctant to relinquish any of them. Yet, he was acutely aware of their intelligence. Concealing the truth from them would be a Herculean task. Being a rogue was indeed a challenging endeavor, and mastering time management proved even more daunting. This was precisely why Gu Hansheng hesitated to make a move. Once he did, it would lead to marriage. What then would become of the other two? This was the crux of his true concerns. Moreover, he found himself living under the auspices of the women in his life, lacking an independent career. He understood the importance of a career. It would provide him the confidence to maintain all that he desired, ensuring that even if they wished to leave, he would not permit it. Chapter 69. The Brazen Gu Hansheng. With this in mind, Gu Hansheng resolved to leverage the resources at their disposal to expand his business. After all, the resources of a spouse should not be squandered. Ultimately, all earnings would belong to them. As he contemplated these matters, he felt little psychological burden. Hisinu watched him, engrossed in thought. "What are you pondering, Gu Hansheng?" she inquired. "Nothing much. I am planning to start my own company," he replied. "You intend to start a company? Why? What other reason could there be?" "Naturally, it is to earn money and develop my career." "Can you manage Wind Letter Group and still have the energy to venture into entrepreneurship?" "Maintaining Wind Letter Group is sufficient. It does not require excessive energy. I truly feel undeserving of such a high salary you provide. Starting a business is challenging. What do you intend to do?" "I plan to establish an advertising planning company. It merely requires talent, creativity, and resources." Gu Hansheng's words resonated with Hisinu. "And what are your plans?" "I will rent an office space and hire personnel. The funds should be adequate, and initially, I do not need many employees. As business expands, it will naturally grow. The Fengshin building can provide you with office space and assist with preliminary preparations, allowing the group's personnel to help you manage things. What do you think? Does this seem a bit like abusing public resources for personal gain? If you wish to pursue this, I shall support you. Besides, as the deputy general manager of the group, as long as I remain silent, the other employees will likely refrain from voicing any objections." Gu Hansheng smiled. After careful consideration, he realized he would indeed remain with Fengshin Group for a while, utilizing its resources during this transitional phase. He Hanyu, possessing both talent and virtue, readily offered assistance upon hearing his suggestion. He intended to discuss the entrepreneurial venture with Xiao Hanjin later that evening. As it would be inappropriate to keep such matters from her, it would be difficult to explain if she were to find out later. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to General Manager He. "By the way, I am open to investing." "No need for that. I have already brought in a benefactor who is investing 10 million. He Hanyu was somewhat surprised and inquired about the identity of this benefactor. "Your ex-wife?" "No. It's a university classmate of mine." Upon hearing this, He Hanyu chose not to comment further. His actions stemmed from a desire to keep her from becoming too financially involved. After all, he was still a man with his own pride. Once she finished tidying up, He Hanyu left Gu Hanxing's office. In the afternoon, Gu Hanxing contemplated naming the company's singularity planning, with plans for company registration and personnel recruitment, all of which required delegation to others. He summoned Wang Yutong to arrange for the registration of the company, with Gu Hanxing as the legal representative. Additionally, he requested a separate area within the group for the company's office. Wang Yutong listened in disbelief. General Manager Gu, what are you doing? Are you using the group's resources to establish your own company? Isn't that a bit excessive? Use my name to arrange it. Does General Manager He know about this? Of course, she is aware. Just proceed with it. Wang Yutong was utterly unwilling to take on this task, feeling a surge of anger at the audacity of such behavior. The most troubling aspect was that General Manager He had agreed to it. What kind of person is Gu Hanxing? General Manager, you have just assumed your position, and you are already engaging in personal business. Do you think this is appropriate? It is somewhat inappropriate, but leveraging resources is necessary. Handling these matters alone would be overly cumbersome. Moreover, the two companies will need to collaborate in the future, so it would be beneficial to establish goodwill. Wang Yutong was not naive. She understood Gu Hanxing's intentions immediately. General Manager, do you not care about your own reputation at all? Furthermore, if I arrange this, the entire group will know about it. Then let them keep it confidential. Such matters are hardly ever kept secret. Gu Hanxing pondered for a moment, recognizing that it might indeed be too conspicuous. Yet, this information would eventually come to light. If it is deemed an abuse of power, so be it. Wang Yutong noticed Gu Hanxing's hesitation, suggesting that perhaps this course of action was ill-advised. Just arrange it directly. Have them complete it as soon as possible. Wang Yutong had expected Gu Hanxing to show some restraint, but instead, he seemed entirely unconcerned about his reputation. How could General Manager He permit him to manage the company? She departed from Gu Hanxing's office, wavering on whether to seek further counsel from General Manager He. However, after contemplation, she deemed it unnecessary. After all, it was Gu Hanxing's arrangement, and he was capable of executing it. The news of Gu Hanxing's intention to establish his own company within Fengxin Group circulated throughout the afternoon, and he was well aware that it was only a matter of time. The company would be situated within the Fengxin building, facilitating easier management. Placing it elsewhere would be cumbersome. Moreover, when the advertising firm significantly boosts Fengxin Group's sales in the future, though it might bear a semblance of self-serving intent, what of it? It is merely a transfer of resources from one pocket to another, and only through this means can notoriety be swiftly achieved. It is a mutually beneficial endeavor, initially leveraging the resources of three major companies to accumulate capital and recognition. Seated in his office, Gu Hanxing pondered the apparel of Fengxin Group, intending to scrutinize the designs, styles, and pricing. He sought an astute advertising strategy that would yield a win-win outcome. Gu Hanxing proceeded directly to the product design department. Upon his arrival, the director immediately approached him. Mr. Gu, what brings you to the design department? Ms. Qin, please provide me with the mass-produced styles you have designed over the past year. I wish to review them. Mr. Gu, do you have any directives for our design department? Not at all. I merely wish to understand your design philosophy, he replied. Qin Shiyun studied Gu Hanxing, pondering if this newly appointed leader intended to scrutinize their department. Mr. Gu, if you have any directives, please feel free to express them. Ms. Qin, you need not worry. I am not here to critique your department. I simply wish to observe your designs. Please submit them before the end of the workday. With that, Gu Hanxing departed. Qin Shiyun felt a twinge of anxiety. This assistant to General Manager, he was essentially the decision-maker at Fengxin Group. She had never even met General Manager He, yet Mr. Gu undoubtedly interacted with him daily. What capabilities did this young Gu Hanxing possess that had the entire group's personnel observing him closely? Qin Shiyun accompanied Gu Hanxing out of the design department, and soon he arrived at the marketing department. The atmosphere there was also fraught with tension. Director Xiao rushed over immediately. Mr. Gu, do you have any instructions? I require the sales data for the marketing department over the past 3 years, as well as the top 10 best-selling items for both men and women. Could you have that organized and delivered to my office before the end of the day? Certainly, it will be delivered to your office before the end of the workday. Director Xiao felt a trickle of sweat. He was uncertain of Mr. Gu's intentions and felt a sense of trepidation. After all, new leaders often come in with fervor, and it seemed that this fervor had directly reached the marketing department. He Xinu was aware of Gu Hanxing's movements. She too felt a curiosity about his intentions. The group's sales were relatively stable and grew at a sluggish pace. Perhaps Gu Hansheng aimed to enhance the sales of the company's apparel. This notion sparked a sense of anticipation for Gu Hansheng's forthcoming actions. However, as the end of the workday approached, news of Gu Hansheng utilizing group resources to establish his own company spread throughout the organization. Everyone is criticizing Gu Hansheng for his shamelessness, and He-Zone will certainly take action against him. Dear friends, please urge for updates, rate 5 stars, and express your heartfelt support. Chapter 70. I love listening to your nonsense. As the workday drew to a close, He-Zon arrived at Gu Hansheng's office. Gu Hansheng, the entire group is criticizing you. Let them criticize. Perhaps I am a bit shameless, he replied, but hiring a scoundrel as an assistant is another matter. He-Zon smiled. Her curiosity piqued regarding Gu Hansheng's subsequent actions. Do you have plans after work? Indeed, I cannot accompany Xinxin today. When will you next be available? It depends. I have some matters to attend to in the coming days. Once I am finished, I will visit. Gu Hansheng was also awaiting the results of tomorrow's DNA test. I will head home now. You should return early as well. By the way, who is picking up Xinxin? I have arranged for the nanny to pick her up. Oh, very well. I shall take my leave now. Gu Hansheng departed, wary that He-Zon might insist on dragging him home. Watching Gu Hansheng attempt to sneak away, He-Zon couldn't help but smile at his evident apprehension towards her. Her interest in him seemed to be growing. Upon returning home, Xiao Hanjin saw Gu Hansheng cooking. She quietly approached from behind and embraced him. Why are you home so early? Not too early. I came to prepare a meal for my future wife. That sounds more like it. Xiao Hanjin pondered whether to assist, but Gu Hansheng knew her well enough. Her help would only create chaos. Thus, she lingered at the doorway. By the way, I have begun implementing my business plan, she said, somewhat surprised. So soon? Where did you acquire the funds? From Laozi's investment. He put in 10 million, while I invested 2 million. We share the profits, with him taking 6 and me 4. He doesn't interfere. The office is located in Fengxin Building, and I have also enlisted help from Fengxin Group to recruit personnel. Gu Hansheng, you made this decision without consulting me? And He-Zon just allowed you to proceed? What is your relationship that she would facilitate this for you? We agreed on the terms. Besides, with my talents, this is a win-win collaboration. The advertising planning will not only serve Fengxin Group, but also Yunfeng Group. If the strength is lacking, one must maintain appearances. Listening to this, Xiao Hanjin felt somewhat reassured. You are so brazenly using the resources of Fengxin Group to start your venture. How will you manage it later? As long as the performance improves, it will be fine. Besides, it is all about mutual benefit. There are no issues. As for my reputation at Fengxin Group, that is inconsequential. I plan to work there for just a year. Gu Hansheng, you are willing to sacrifice your dignity for profit. You might as well marry me. Everything I have would be yours. Wouldn't that be quicker? If we are speaking in such terms, let me see which family has an unmarried heiress. I could marry her, and upon divorce, split the assets. Wouldn't that be faster and more direct? Xiao Hanjin laughed heartily. Gu Hansheng, do you think you are a coveted prize? Only I, the beauty, am willing to take you in. This handsome gentleman is undoubtedly talented and charming. Surely, the daughters of wealthy families cannot be so oblivious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin burst into laughter. Why not move your small company to the Yunfeng Building office instead? Then I'd be running back and forth. Isn't that a bit shameless on both sides? It wouldn't be appropriate. Despite the jest, a smile remained on Xiao Hanjin's face, yet her curiosity about He-Zon deepened. How could she possibly agree to Gu Hansheng's actions? She resolved to meet her at the earliest opportunity. Gu Hansheng, when shall I visit your office? Xiao Hanjin, I suspect your desire to visit my office is merely a pretext. You truly wish to meet He-Zon, don't you? Is it forbidden to meet her? Only a handful of people in the entire group have met He-Zon, and you won't have that chance. So, you see her every day? Not quite. Her secretary sees her daily, but I rarely have the opportunity. Xiao Hanjin pondered this. He-Zon was indeed shrouded in mystery. After an evening video call with Xinxin, Gu Hansheng's feelings took a different turn. He increasingly felt that Xinxin was his daughter. Only this realization made He-Zon's actions logical. This was rather wonderful, having a daughter in his early 20s. Although he understood how she came to be, that detail seemed trivial, especially when he recalled her innocent little face saying, "Daddy, why are you never home? Last night, Xinxin dreamt you left, and didn't he want me anymore?" Hearing those words deeply touched Gu Hansheng. After ending the video call, he found it hard to regain his composure. Yet, He pondered his next steps, moving in with Xinxin. What about Xiao Hanjin? He had not thought that through. As he lay in bed, countless thoughts raced through his mind, but they felt overwhelmingly complex. Outside, a torrential rain poured, accompanied by thunder. Xiao Hanjin entered Gu Hanxing's room. Despite her domineering nature, there was an air of apprehension about her. She nestled into his embrace, seeking warmth. Gu Hanxing, may I sleep here tonight? Gu Hanxing sensed her tension. Aren't you taking advantage of me, rather than the other way around? You are truly shameless, she retorted. Isn't there a saying? What saying? If a man is not bad, a woman won't love him. Do you fancy a man like me, who is just the right amount of bad? With a smile, Xiao Hanjin replied. Then can you be bad only to me? Absolutely. I shall only be bad to you. As they gazed into each other's eyes, the atmosphere thickened with intensity. Gu Hanxing leaned in for a kiss, and Xiao Hanjin did not refuse. Rather, she embraced him tightly. His heart raced with excitement, yet Xiao Hanjin gasped, Hanxing, I wish to stay here until our wedding day. Is that all right? Gu Hanxing gazed at the flushed face of Xiao Hanjin and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. In truth, he hesitated to take things further. Crossing that final threshold would hasten their journey towards marriage. Gu Hanxing finds himself in a predicament. Hanxing, are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. I will assist you. Gu Hanxing embraces Xiao Hanjin, cautioning her to remain still, or he would take drastic measures. Xiao Hanjin smiles. Not intending to tease Gu Hanxing, she merely senses his troubled heart. Hanxing, shall we travel abroad during the 11-day holiday? Let us see how things unfold. I might return to my hometown. May I accompany you? That depends on my parents' approval. With such a remarkable daughter-in-law as you, do you think they would disapprove? Your figure may not suffice. Having a son could be challenging. Enough, Gu Hanxing, your nonsense is endless. My figure is perfectly fine, thank you very much. Am I not pleasing to the eye? In my view, you are absolutely splendid, especially with those abs. But my mother might not approve, fearing you would mistreat me. Xiao Hanjin knows Gu Hanxing is jesting, yet finds joy in his words. Chapter 71. The excited Gu Hanxing. Gu Hanxing, aren't you taking me home? Do you truly wish to go? I want to meet them. It is only right. Very well. If I return, I shall take you with me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin feels a surge of excitement. Perhaps she ought to prepare thoughtful gifts. Time for bed. This marks the first occasion Gu Hanxing and Xiao Hanjin share a bed. The shift is astonishing. Gu Hanxing had not anticipated Xiao Hanjin lying beside him, leaving him both elated and anxious. The next day, rumors about Gu Hanxing circulate within the Fengxin group, met with derision. Wang Yutong shares the sentiment, yet the administrative, human resources, and legal departments remain diligent. Recognizing the absurdity of the situation, but acknowledging it as their superior's directive, Gu Hanxing sits in his office attending to work when a phone call interrupts. Mr. Gu, your DNA test results are ready. And the outcome? It confirms a biological father-daughter relationship. Gu Hanxing swiftly rises, his tone tinged with excitement. He hangs up and strides directly to He Sinyu's office, fixing his gaze upon her. Gu Hanxing, what troubles you? Gu Hanxing embraces He Sinyu, leaving her momentarily bewildered until realization dawns. You have discovered the truth? Did you think you could conceal it from me, He Sinyu? I never imagined we shared such a bond. I owe you my gratitude. Please release me. Realizing he still holds her, Gu Hanxing, flustered, loosens his grip. He Sinyu adjusts her attire, showing no signs of reproach. Now that you are aware, what do you intend to do? Naturally, I shall fulfill my responsibilities as a father. After all, He Sinyu, did you not seek me for this very purpose? I did not intend to seek you out. It was you who suddenly intruded upon my life. I had no idea that I had a daughter, and fate has indeed been kind to me. This afternoon, I shall take a break from work to fetch Xine, and we shall dine together before heading to the amusement park. So, will you be moving in with us? That is quite the conundrum. He has yet to determine what to do. I shall ponder it. He Sinyu felt a tinge of disappointment, but chose to remain silent. Gu Hanxing contemplated for a moment and inquired about the volume of her current responsibilities. Once I finish my tasks, I shall go and pick up Xine, and we will spend the afternoon at the amusement park. Observing Gu Hanxing's unabashed joy brought a sense of comfort to He Sinyu. Initially, she had worried that he might not recognize their daughter, which is why she had painstakingly arranged for Xine to bond with him. I will await your completion of tasks. Gu Hanxing was genuinely elated, his heart brimming with joy that surpassed all else. Despite being somewhat prepared for this revelation, he could not contain his excitement. At 22, I have a daughter, such a delightful and spirited child. The smile upon Gu Hanqing's lips remained unyielding, and his work progressed at an accelerated pace. As the clock approached 11, having completed his duties, Gu Hanqing called for He Xinyu and took his place at the driver's seat. It was evident that his happiness emanated from the depths of his being. He Xinyu observed this with delight in her heart. Previously, he had been solely focused on financial matters. Now, it seemed he had become a devoted father. However, there was one aspect she found perplexing. Why did he not wish to move in together? Could it be that he had feelings for someone else? At the kindergarten, Gu Hanqing cradled He Xinchen in his arms. Xian, call out Daddy a few times for me to hear. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Gu Hanqing's joy was palpable. Xian. Daddy will take you out for a meal, and then this afternoon, we shall visit the amusement park. Daddy is so nice. After planting kisses on both cheeks, He Xinchen, the affectionate little darling, brought immense joy to Gu Hanqing. He Xinyu watched, her smile unwavering. Gu Hanqing drove, allowing the two of them to occupy the back seat, occasionally glancing at them through the rearview mirror. Looking at his daughter, it was no wonder she had recognized him as her father upon their first meeting. The bond of blood truly is a wondrous thing. Xian, what would you like to eat? I want KFC. He Xinchen cast a wary glance at He Xinyu, who typically prohibited her from indulging in such junk food. All right, since Xian desires it, we shall go. Although He Xinyu was reluctant, she stated, just this once. You are not permitted to have it again. Upon hearing this, He Xinchen's spirits lifted, and Gu Hanqing understood that He Xinyu was yielding for his sake. Otherwise, she would not have agreed. He was well aware that her usual diet was quite refined, and thus such indulgences were typically off limits. Gu Hanqing carried He Xinchen into the KFC establishment, with He Xinyu following closely behind. He ordered a plethora of items that He Xinchen wished to enjoy. He Xinyu frowned slightly as she observed the scene, yet she refrained from voicing any discontent, seeing the joy shared between father and daughter. Mom, are you unhappy? Just this once, can I have it? She asked. I'm not unhappy. If you wish to eat, then indulge, but only this once. No more in the future, came the reply. Gu Hanqing remained silent. After all, it was better to minimize consumption of such junk food. Burgers, fries, chicken legs, chicken wings, and cola. He Xinqing delighted in her meal, occasionally feeding Gu Hanqing and He Xinyu. Xinqing, are you enjoying kindergarten? She inquired. I wasn't happy before, but now I am, because I have a dad, and they dare not say anything to me. Gu Hanqing, upon hearing this, cast a glance at He Xinyu. She understood the unspoken communication in his gaze, yet felt unable to articulate her thoughts. Xinqing, how about if I pick you up from school often in the future? He proposed. Sure, Dad. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? I thought you didn't like me. What nonsense. My dearest is none other than you. Xinqing. Really? Is there any doubt? Your father will love you forever. He Xinqing pouted, her lips smeared with grease, and leaned in to kiss Gu Hanqing. He Xinyu admonished gently, Xinqing, wipe your mouth before kissing your father. Following her mother's advice, Xinqing complied and said, Xinqing loves Daddy too. Gu Hanqing's heart swelled with joy as he witnessed this affectionate exchange. It was indeed true that nothing could be more delightful than a daughter's love for her father. He diligently cared for He Xinqing, and He Xinyu observed it all, her heart stirring with thoughts of togetherness. To provide He Xinqing with a complete family, perhaps even to consider having another child. The very notion startled her. Yet, her gaze towards Gu Hanqing shimmered with admiration and fondness. She recognized the hardships he had endured, for he would not have sought assistance from the hospital if it weren't for their daughter. Initially, she had presumed their paths would never cross. Yet fate had led him to submit his resume to Fengxin Group. Everything unfolded so unexpectedly. Chapter 72. Harmonious resonance. Though he had experienced a prior marriage, she felt compelled to inquire about it someday. Marrying so young appeared rather unusual. Gu Hanqing continued to care for He Xinqing, harboring gratitude for He Xinyu. Even if she conceived through artificial insemination, she was still his daughter. Gu Hanqing was aware that He Xinyu did not enjoy such fare. So after He Xinqing finished her meal, he lifted her up and took He Xinyu to a nearby restaurant. He Xinyu regarded Gu Hanqing, realizing that true thoughtfulness often manifests in subtle ways. How could Xiao Hanjin have divorced him? A man like him was indeed a stroke of fortune to encounter. Gu Hanqing presented He Xinyu with the menu, and she gladly accepted it, selecting several dishes. Xinqing, do you know why Dad wanted to come here for a meal? He asked. Mom didn't eat KFC, so she must be hungry, Xinqing replied, demonstrating her cleverness. Gu Hanxing contemplated the remarkable feat that He Xinyu had accomplished over the years, skillfully balancing the responsibilities of raising a child while managing a company, excelling in both endeavors with grace. Both Gu Hanxing and He Xinyu donned professional attire, exuding an aura of elite sophistication. Yet the familial bond they shared with their child was unmistakable. The onlookers, captivated by this enchanting scene, could not help but steal glances at the trio. At the amusement park, Gu Hanxing accompanied He Xinyu and He Xinxin as they enjoyed the carousel, bumper cars, Ferris wheel, and children's playground. Laughter adorned their faces at every moment, though eventually, He Xinxin grew weary from the excitement. Gu Hanxing cradled her in his arms, and she soon fell asleep resting on his shoulder. It's time to head home, Gu Hanxing remarked naturally. He Xinyu nodded in agreement. With the housekeeper absent, He Xinyu granted her a day off whenever Gu Hanxing was present. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, He Xinyu instructed Gu Hanxing to lay He Xinxin on the sofa, allowing her to slumber peacefully. Let us wait until after dinner before we leave, Gu Hanxing suggested, to which He Xinyu consented. While she went to change clothes, Gu Hanxing sent a message to Xiao Hanjin, informing him that he would be home later than usual. Xiao Hanjin, indifferent to the details, simply acknowledged the message. Seated on the sofa, Gu Hanxing pondered the complexities of the evening ahead, realizing he would need to consult with Ha Wang Haozi, who always seemed to possess unconventional ideas. He dialed Haozi's number. Haozi, I'm inviting you out for drinks tonight. Are you free? Zai Zi, what is the occasion this time? Another request for drinks? Will you join me or not? Tonight is impossible. Both families are discussing wedding arrangements. You should prepare to celebrate. Are you serious? Of course. The wedding is happening. And you've met her. She is quite presentable. All right. But think it over carefully. Yun Mingxi harbors no feelings for you. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. We'll manage. Do you have something to discuss or not? Of course I do. Let us talk in person later. Very well. As Gu Hanxing ended the call, he noticed He Xinyu busily engaged in the kitchen and approached her. Allow me to take over. You should rest. I'll prepare dinner tonight. You're going to cook? He Xinyu appeared pleasantly surprised. Why? Do you doubt my culinary skills? He Xinyu indeed entertained such thoughts and nodded slightly. Gu Hanxing untied her apron and donned it himself. Though He Xinyu felt a twinge of concern, she remained at the doorway, watching him intently. Gu Hanxing said nothing, merely offering a reassuring smile. In merely a moment, she recognized his cooking prowess, yet she lingered, silently observing him. Throughout the years, no man had ever prepared a meal for her, and her heartstrings were profoundly stirred. Go relax in the living room. Why are you standing there? Are you worried I'll set the kitchen ablaze? He Xinyu chuckled and returned to the living room. At that moment, He Xinxin awoke and immediately inquired, Where's Daddy? Has he left? Daddy hasn't gone anywhere. He's in the kitchen cooking, she was told. Elated, He Xinxin rushed to the kitchen, comforted to see Gu Hanxing at work. Father, do you also cook? Indeed, I possess a multitude of skills. Gu Hanxing replied with a smile. He Xinxin's face radiated both admiration and pride. Once Gu Hanxing finished his tasks, he emerged with a spread of 4 dishes and a soup. Come, taste my culinary creations. He Xinyu sampled a bite and found the flavor quite commendable. Although it lacked the finesse of her own cooking, it was undeniably delightful. Gu Hanxing, you truly excel in this aspect. Compared to you, I fall a bit short. But it is still quite palatable, she expressed, her actions serving as a testament to her acknowledgement of Gu Hanxing's culinary prowess. He Xinxin joined in with sincere praise, contributing to the emotional value of the moment, which brought a gleeful smile to Gu Hanxing's face. After the meal, Gu Hanxing led He Xinxin to the music room, where he picked up the violin and began to play. He Xinyu entered, astonished to discover that Gu Hanxing was adept at the violin. He truly did not resemble a person who could emerge from a rural background. She settled at the piano and inquired, Gu Hanxing, can you play Butterfly Lovers? Let us give it a try, he replied. In an instant, the melodic strains of the piece resonated through the room, the music weaving a tapestry of sorrow and fervor. Though Gu Hanxing made a few mistakes, their synergy was remarkably harmonious. As the performance concluded, He Xinxin clapped enthusiastically. He Xinyu smiled and asked, What other instruments do you play? I've only learned the piano and violin, he responded. Your skill is impressive, yet you still have room to explore other instruments. I learned alongside Xiao Hanjin. She often plays as well. In that moment, He Xinyu understood that all these years, he had been diligently honing his craft, while Xiao Hanjin remained stagnant, failing to recognize his brilliance. It was no surprise, Proud individuals seldom humble themselves, and once they reach a certain height, they tend to move on without a backward glance. At that moment, Xin chimed in, "Mommy and Daddy, will you perform a piece? I want to listen." Gu Hansheng looked at Xinyu, waiting for her to choose the piece. Mozart's Serenade, she suggested. They began to play again, and the harmony between them materialized in that instant. They exchanged glances frequently, and the chemistry between them felt akin to that of a perfectly attuned couple. Xin sat nearby, her chin resting on her small hands, listening intently and watching her parents with a face full of bliss. Xinyu's feelings for Gu Hansheng deepened. He was the one who had pulled her from the depths of solitude. As the final notes faded, they gazed at each other for an extended moment, smiles gracing their lips. They leaned closer, their lips nearly touching. Xin covered her eyes, too shy to look. Suddenly, Xinyu remembered that Xin was still present. Xin is still here. Gu Hansheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, struggled to contain his emotions. Xin, would you like Daddy to carry you upstairs for a bath? Sure. Gu Hansheng lifted Xin and ascended the stairs. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen to see that it was a call from Xiao Hanjin. It was nearly 9 o'clock. It seems I am once again urging myself to return home, with Xinyu right beside me. I take a phone call, and Gu Hansheng exits the room. When will you be home? What on earth are you doing? I'll explain when I return. I'll video call you. I want to see where you are and what you're doing. Gu Hansheng, upon hearing this, begins to perspire. Chapter 73. An uncontrollable emotion, he exchanges a brief word with Xinyu, stating that he needs to step outside for a video call. She nods in understanding. Gu Hansheng dashes down the stairs, swiftly exiting the villa, as Xiao Hanjin's video call has been ringing incessantly. Once outside, he answers the call. Gu Hansheng, why are you taking so long to answer? What kind of nonsense are you up to? Nothing much. I'm on my way back. What's the matter? Where are you? Are you walking? Send me your location. I'm on the road, and there's no one around. Xiao Hanjin, what's with your attitude? There's absolutely no trust here. I'm considering moving out. Gu Hansheng, don't you dare. It's settled then. I'm moving out. Gu Hansheng had been pondering how to justify moving out, and this opportunity presented itself quite conveniently. Xiao Hanjin suddenly seemed a bit flustered. I won't be back tonight. With that, Gu Hansheng ended the call and proceeded to dial Li Qiuya. Qiuya, how is your mother doing? She's fine, quite well actually. How is your new job? It's certainly splendid. One person beneath me, countless above. Just look at my grand office, and you'll understand. Li Qiuya seemed pleased to hear this. Qiuya, you should cease working at Yinfeng Group. I've already sorted out the enrollment for Qiuya. I'll find a place near the school for you when I have the time. All right, I'll resign in a couple of days. Make sure to take good care of your mother while I get everything settled. Of course. Li Qiuya felt a surge of joy. Yet she couldn't shake off the disappointment of Gu Hansheng not contacting her all day. Get some rest early. Sure. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanjin sat in her room, feeling a twinge of anxiety as Gu Hansheng ignored her calls, refusing to respond no matter how many times she tried. Gu Hansheng had chosen to silence his phone. He was uncertain whether to return home or to leave altogether. Standing still, he was certain Xiao Hanjin would come to the office to find him the next day. He was confident that Xinyu would not be there, and he would see her downstairs. At that moment, Xiao Hanjin composed herself in her room, pondering whether Gu Hansheng genuinely wished for her to relinquish her control over him or if there was indeed someone else in his life. It had only been a few days since their divorce. It seemed implausible that he could have moved on so quickly unless he had been involved with someone prior to their separation. A flurry of doubts occupied her mind. Yet she recognized that during their marriage, she had barely had the opportunity to meet other women. They had spent nearly every day together. This thought led her to dismiss the notion that he simply did not want her to manage him so stringently. Could it be that she had indeed been too overbearing? Since the divorce, I find myself pondering what he occupies his evenings with. He doesn't return home promptly after work, often has engagements, and returns late at night. Tomorrow, I must have a conversation with him. Gu Hansheng is undoubtedly entangled in something, and I know him well. I first called Zhou Yunhao. How's he? Is Hansheng with you? Not at the moment, but we have plans to drink later. Really? Of course, he called me around 6, mentioning that his elders wanted to meet. So we arranged for a later time. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I know what kind of person Xingzi is. At this point, I doubt he has even had any romantic encounters. What could he possibly be up to? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin couldn't help but chuckle. There seemed to be some truth in his words. All right, I understand. How's he? You mustn't misreport the situation. I wouldn't dream of it. I've always supported you, but sister-in-law, Allow me to offer a small piece of advice. Xiao Hanjin was well aware of what Haozi was hinting at. You mean to suggest that I am too strict with him? Sister-in-law, you are indeed astute. Yet, if he is constantly shrouded in mystery, keeping everything from me, how can I lower my guard? What if someone else sweeps him away? Zhou Yunhao conceded that she had a valid point. A certain level of oversight is indeed necessary. Haozi, I cannot simply stand by and watch Hanxing run off with someone else. Zhou Yunhao was now wiping his brow. It seemed that Shengzi had met his match with Xiao Hanjin. Sister-in-law, you're right. It is essential to maintain a firm grip. However, one must be careful with the balance. Being overly strict may yield adverse effects. Zhou Yunhao could only agree. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Xiao Hanjin pondered Zhou Yunhao's words, finding them somewhat reasonable. How to strike that balance? Moreover, Gu Hanxing's behavior was a form of protest against her. She muttered to herself, that scoundrel Gu Hanxing. All those schemes have come back to haunt him. Just as Gu Hanxing was about to enter, Haozi called him. Shengzi, where are you? I'm at a friend's place. What's up? Xiao Hanjin called me, and I told her we were going out for drinks later, so don't let anything slip. Understood. Wait, are you with that junior from your school? Absolutely not. Seriously? Have you gotten involved with another woman? Can you handle that? This is a long story. Suffice it to say, it's a good thing, a very good thing. Get to the point. I have a daughter, she's 4 years old. Gu Hanxing's admission was met with laughter. Zhou Yunhao was momentarily taken aback. Wait, where did you get a daughter? 4 years old? At that time, you were still in college, busy juggling part-time jobs. Did you even have a girlfriend? Never mind, we'll discuss it when we meet next. I need to spend time with my daughter now. Zhou Yunhao hung up, utterly bewildered by the notion that Gu Hanxing could have a daughter. How could that even be possible? Did the child simply fall from the sky? Upon returning home, Gu Hanxing found Xinxin had already finished her bath. Xinyu had laid out his pajamas in the bathroom and prepared all his toiletries. You should go take a shower now. Gu Hanxing naturally understood that he would spend the night here and discuss matters tomorrow. After completing his evening routine, the three of them lay on the bed. Gu Hanxing soothed his daughter to sleep while Xinyu looked on, her heart filled with the desire for such moments to become a daily occurrence. She envisioned Gu Hanxing moving in, facilitating the daily routine of taking their child to school, managing household chores, playing the piano. Everything seemed so idyllic. After planting a gentle kiss on his daughter's cheek, Gu Hanxing prepared to rise from the bed. Are you leaving? Xinyu inquired. I will sleep in the next room tonight, he replied. Xinyu followed him to the adjacent room, their proximity igniting an unspoken tension. Gu Hanxing gazed at Xinyu's exquisite and gentle features, struggling to contain his impulses, while she noticed the fervor in his eyes. It was as if a flame flickered between them, yearning to be ignited. Xinyu took the initiative and kissed Gu Hanxing, their connection ablaze with passion. Though Gu Hanxing had kissed a few times before, Xinyu was inexperienced, her kiss tentative and unrefined. As clothing fell away, her porcelain skin and alluring figure revealed themselves to Gu Hanxing. He turned off the light, fumbling in the darkness, uncertain in his actions. Xinyu felt a rush of warmth, watching Gu Hanxing's clumsiness, realizing the gap between theory and practice. Unable to hold back, she asked, Hanxing, weren't you married before? How do you have no experience? Yet, Xinyu felt joy, knowing he was her first man, just as she was his first woman. Chapter 74. The inevitable Gu Hanxing's face flushed crimson at her words. Indeed, it was true. However, Xinyu wrapped her arms around him, whispering, You are my first and only man. Let us take it slow. I lack experience too. Her declaration astonished Gu Hanxing. As they navigated their exploration together, sounds of their intimacy began to fill the room. He never anticipated that within just a few days of knowing Xinyu, they would find themselves truly together. Xinyu relished this newfound joy, experiencing it 3 times in a row, both of them glistening with perspiration. Nestled in Gu Hanxing's embrace, she felt undeniably happy. Sensing a predestined connection, despite the 5-year age difference between them, what did it matter? In the darkness, they exchanged glances, feeling each other's breaths, smiles illuminating their faces. Gu Hanxing held her close, feeling their bodies entwined, and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Sleep now, he murmured. She replied. They embraced and drifted into slumber, their daughter still in the next room. The following day, Xinxin awoke early to find her parents missing. She descended the stairs in search of them, but found no trace. Sitting alone in the living room, she waited quietly without a fuss. Xinyu, awakening at that moment, glanced at the time and suddenly sprang from bed. She gently nudged Gu Hansheng awake, dressing nonchalantly in front of him. Gu Hansheng, observing her relaxed demeanor, felt a twinge of guilt wash over him. He rose and decided to take a shower first. In He Sinyu's room, clothes had been prepared for him, which he promptly took. Upon seeing He Xinshin downstairs, He Sinyu hurriedly descended. Xinshin, Mom and Dad overslept. I'm so sorry. I thought they had abandoned me. Not at all. Mom and Dad love you the most. How could they ever leave you behind? He Xinshin felt a bit wronged, having woken up to find no one around. After Gu Hansheng finished washing up, he went downstairs and embraced He Xinshin, saying, Xinshin, I apologize. It won't happen again. How about I make you breakfast? He Sinyu glanced at the time and replied, There's no time left. You take Xinshin to wash up while I take a quick shower. All right. He Sinyu stripped the bed linens from last night and tossed them into the washing machine. Once she was properly dressed, she walked out, checking her reflection in the mirror. Her fair skin appeared rosy and radiant, and a smile crept onto her face. This was the essence of life. Descending the stairs, Gu Hansheng drove them, having bought breakfast. As they sent He Xinshin off to school, a scene reminiscent of a family. In the car, He Sinyu inquired, Hansheng, when shall we take Xinshin back to meet her grandparents? Upon hearing this, Gu Hansheng felt uneasy, wondering if she intended to visit their hometown during the National Day holiday. Sinyu, I'll mention it to my parents later and suggest they come to Zhonghai. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Gu Hansheng felt as though he had entangled himself in a predicament. Approaching the Fengxin group, he spotted Xiao Hanjin's car from afar, realizing she had come to find him early in the morning. Fortunately, the vehicle had come from the underground parking lot. Otherwise, they might have collided. Just as Gu Hansheng and He Sinyu exited the elevator, Wang Yutong remarked, General Manager He, General Manager Gu, President Xiao of Yunfeng Group wishes to meet you. What do you think? Please let her come up, Gu Hansheng quickly replied. I can meet her myself. There's no need for her to come up. He Sinyu, upon hearing this, said nothing. There was no necessity for her to meet Xiao Hanjin, an ex-wife of nominal status, who should have no relevance to her life. She simply allowed Gu Hansheng to handle it. Then go meet her, she said. Gu Hansheng sighed in relief. He directly descended to the reception area and found Xiao Hanjin waiting there. What brings you here? You did not return home last night. How could I not come looking for you? Where did you stay? I stayed at a friend's house. Where else would I sleep? Gu Hansheng had already prepared a response. After work, I will come to the company to pick you up. You will come to pick me up? I have my own car. What is the need for that? Because I want to and I enjoy it. From now on, I will pick you up every day for work. Wherever you go, I will accompany you. Just look at how good I am to you. What nonsense. I am a dignified man, and being managed by you like this is quite ridiculous. Gu Hansheng felt that was unacceptable. Gu Hansheng, do you have someone else outside? Are you not aware of whether there is someone? Gu Hansheng feigned anger, determined to rein in Xiao Hanjin. Otherwise, this matter would drag on indefinitely. I have resolved to move out. Is this how you, Gu Hansheng, treat me? I believe we need to maintain some distance. I cannot continue in this manner forever, as I require my own time and space. As Gu Hansheng uttered these words, his heart was heavy with guilt, yet he felt compelled to speak. He noticed the tears brimming in Xiao Hanjin's eyes, though he felt a pang of compassion. He steeled himself. Xiao Hanjin gazed at Gu Hansheng, realizing he had made up his mind. She could not comprehend why everything had seemed fine just 2 days prior, and now it had come to this. Gu Hansheng, were your previous words merely a deception? Did you lie when you said you would marry me? Gu Hansheng cast a glance around. The eyes of those nearby were fixed upon them. He pulled Xiao Hanjin aside and into the car. What I said was true, Xiao Hanjin. I cannot fulfill your wishes. If you want to leave me now, I shall let you go. However, if you insist on marrying me, I will not let you walk away. Gu Hansheng, what do you mean by this? Xiao Hanjin stared at him, incredulity etched in her gaze. What I desire now is freedom. I have my own pursuits and cannot remain cooped up at home every day. If you can endure, wait for me for a while, and I will marry you. Gu Hansheng spoke plainly. Xiao Hanjin looked at him, acutely aware of her feelings for Gu Hansheng. She now regretted the divorce and lamented allowing him to leave Yunfeng Group. I can grant you freedom, but I yearn to see you every day. I do not know what you are doing. As you know, I worry. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Gu Hansheng, observing her mix of hurt and determination, gently wiped away her tears. In a soft voice, he reassured her, once I achieve success, I will fulfill my promises to you. What can I do now? Lingering with you daily? Gu Hansheng had pondered deeply. In recent times, emotions had run high, and he felt he possessed nothing. His priority was to utilize the resources at his disposal to ascend swiftly to the heights of success, lest they all drift away from him. Do not cry. Wait for me, will you? Surely, you do not wish for me to wallow in the comforts of a complacent existence. Xiao Hanjin nodded in response. Han Sheng, you must not consort with other women. If you seek companionship, it can only be with me. Very well, let us return. By the way, how is the promotional work for Shushu Company progressing? It is still in the filming and production phase. Once the sample is ready, you can review it before making a decision. Good. Take care on the road. Gu Hansheng kissed Xiao Hanjin on the forehead before exiting the car. As he watched her depart, a profound sense of guilt washed over him, yet his resolve grew ever stronger. Chapter 75. Entrusting the group, Gu Hansheng ascended the stairs, first visiting the administrative department to inspect the new office area, and then the human resources department, where recruitment processes were underway. The legal department was in the midst of registering the company. Gu Hansheng diligently oversaw each matter, leaving the department heads perplexed. Surely, they wondered, was there no sense of propriety left? Within the group, there was a tumult of whispers, yet Gu Hansheng remained impervious to it all. He chose to disregard such trivialities. For when both parties reaped substantial benefits, the idle chatter and curious glances would hold no significance for him. His foremost concern was time, as well as the fact that this was his partner's company. For now, he could only toil away for her without compensation. Once Gu Fuxing had arranged matters concerning the new company, he ascended the stairs, burdened with an array of tasks. Mouse, I expressed my gratitude last night. But there's a minor issue. I cannot spare the time to rent a 3-bedroom apartment near Zhonghai University. Could you send someone to assist me? I truly must commend you for seeking my help with such trivial matters. Why not simply ask someone else? I am alone, occupied with work, and I am not free in the evenings to handle such arrangements. Pray tell, what transpired with your daughter last night? I am utterly perplexed as to which woman you have been involved with, and now she has come seeking you? Let us not delve into that now. I will explain when we meet. Just help me secure the apartment. Fine, I understand. I have now become your little errand boy. Thank you. I am currently overwhelmed with worries. Your affairs with women seem exceedingly troublesome. Be cautious. Xiao Hanjin is no fool. She is quite astute. Do tread carefully, or you may find yourself caught unawares. She was already waiting for me at the company entrance this morning. Just look at this sudden influx of women. How do you intend to manage 3? Offer me some advice, would you? Even I, a scoundrel, can only juggle one at a time. You are attempting to handle several simultaneously. How will you manage to be a master of time? Moreover, is Xiao Hanjin someone easily dealt with? Good luck with that. If you desire peace of mind, there is but one solution. Seduce her and ensure she bears your child. Preposterous. Leave me be. That is impossible. You already have a daughter. If she discovers this, what chance will you have? Only by making her reliant on you is there hope. Besides, managing 3 women in 2 days will certainly drain you. Your vitality will surely be depleted. Enough. I will devise my own solutions. What use are you to me if you prove worthless in critical moments, yet you brandish the title of Sea King, a cad? That title now belongs to you. You are formidable. Even the boss has been captivated. Leave me be. By the way, the company is about to be established, so transfer the funds promptly. Such haste, utilizing the resources of the Fengxin Group, has expedited the process. Gu Hansheng, you are rather impressive. It has only been a few days. You haven't managed to ensnare the elusive He Xinyu, have you? If this comes to fruition, I shall truly consider you my superior. Is this true? No way. Could it be? Enough of this banter. I am preoccupied. Please finalize the housing arrangements, as I am busily working to generate profits for us both. Understood. As Zhou Yunhao ended the call, he found himself mulling over the situation. Shengzi was a quiet force, but when he acted, it was nothing short of remarkable. 3 women. He was curious to see how he would navigate this, as the elementary schoolmate would likely be the easiest to manage. While both Xiao Hanjin and the mother of his daughter appeared to be formidable adversaries, both shrewd and discerning, the thought alone is both exhilarating and worrisome. Should things go awry, one might find themselves single. Gu Hansheng sat in his office, examining the design and sales trends in the clothing market. As he endeavored to devise an advertising strategy aimed at elevating the Win Messenger Group's apparel business to new heights. Upon assessing the group's performance, he noted that the annual sales for clothing reached 50 billion, yet the profit margin lingered at a mere 8%. Furthermore, the growth of these sales was sluggish. with an annual advertising expenditure of $30 million that scarcely exceeded the profit gained from it. In contrast, the Wynn Messenger Group's real estate sector thrived, yielding nearly $5 billion in net profit each year. Thus, the group's business remained robust, and any substantial breakthrough could only be achieved through a significant increase in apparel sales. This was the crux of the matter. If they were to recoup the advertising investment, they might as well reduce it by $20 million. He might even forego his annual salary, considering it as voluntary labor. While Gu Hanxing pondered over his proposal, He Xinyu entered the room, carrying a meal. Upon seeing him standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, she inquired, "Hanxing, it's time to eat. What are you contemplating?" "I'm devising a plan," he replied. "What sort of plan?" "The group's primary business, clothing sales, is growing slowly. I'm contemplating how we might significantly boost sales." "You've just arrived. There's no need to rush, Hanxing. I'm contemplating handing the group over to you to manage, as I wish to pursue my passions." "You wish to entrust it to me? What do you intend to do?" "I studied music previously, and I wish to return to it." "Are you aspiring to become a singer?" "Not at all. I could teach music at a university while also engaging in musical composition." "Do you have any original pieces?" "I would love to hear them." "Indeed. I'll play them for you when I return home." Gu Hanxing felt a flicker of anticipation. However, the prospect of taking over the Wynn Messenger Group left him somewhat hesitant. He too aspired to forge his own path, yet here he was, shouldering this formidable responsibility. "Xinyu, are you truly ready to hand over the Wynn Messenger Group to me? Do you have such unwavering faith in me? You are my partner and the father of my child. If I cannot trust you, whom else can I trust? I have never had much interest in business. This has always been my father's legacy, which I have merely safeguarded." Her words struck a chord within Gu Hanxing. Noticing the slight melancholy on He Xinyu's exquisitely flushed face, he embraced her tenderly and jested, "I might just take advantage of this situation for personal gain." He Xinyu stepped away from his embrace and said, "If I pass it to you, I shall no longer concern myself with it. You may proceed as you see fit." As Gu Hanxing absorbed her words, he realized she was entrusting her entire fortune to him, which naturally made him hesitate. Moreover, the future belonged to their child, and he, as a father, needed to manage it diligently. "I need to think this over. It's quite sudden, and I am unprepared. Well, whether I am in the group or not, the decision rests with you." "I will not interfere," He Xinyu stated, passing her chopsticks to Gu Hanxing, fully aware that he would need time to contemplate. However, she was certain that Gu Hanxing would agree. Once he arrived at Fengxin Group and discovered that Xin was his daughter, he would undoubtedly comply. "Let us dine first. You have ample time to ponder." Gu Hanxing served He Xinyu with food, their bond akin to that of family, inseparable and intimate. Entrusting this responsibility to him implied that he would continuously oversee the knowledge that Xin could bear such a burden. How to communicate this to Xiao Hanjin was a matter for the future. Gu Hanxing found himself in a moment of indecision, especially considering that Xinyu would eventually learn of these significant matters. Observing Gu Hanxing's troubled demeanor, He Xinyu sat beside him, skillfully peeling shrimp, her delicate fingers glistening with oil. She placed the peeled shrimp into his bowl and gently called out, "Hanxing, stop overthinking and eat." As Gu Hanxing gazed at the shrimp in his bowl and the graceful, intelligent, and virtuous He Xinyu, he began to doubt his own actions. With such a remarkable woman before him, how could he bear to disappoint her? Dear friends, let us bestow a wave of 5-star reviews, elevating this book to a score of 7. I am deeply grateful. Chapter 76. The beginning of taking over Fengxin Group. He Xinyu wiped her face with the back of her hand. "Is there something on my face?" "No. You are simply exquisite, exceptionally so." Upon receiving this unexpected compliment, He Xinyu felt a blush rise to her cheeks. "Let us eat." Gu Hanxing, noting the oil on her hands, took several paper towels to help her clean them. He also served her a few pieces of shrimp from his bowl. Their eyes met in a shared smile. He Xinyu was confident that her decision was wise. Gu Hanxing was someone she could depend on for a lifetime, which explained her impulsiveness the previous night. It was indeed an overwhelming surge of emotion. As the atmosphere shifted naturally, their connection solidified. She had felt immense happiness the night before. In him, she recognized sincerity, leading her to believe that Gu Hanxing would not betray the trust of both mother and daughter. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that due to her absence from the company, they could not share lunch together daily. He Xinyu relished these moments, and even experienced a fleeting sensation of being a wife. After lunch, once He Xinyu departed, Gu Hanxing sank into the sofa. initially considering embracing a reckless lifestyle. Yet, he found himself unable to face his own reflection in such a light. His previous intention had been to achieve success before asserting control, but He Sinyu's kindness made it difficult for him to confront her. This was the source of Gu Hanqing's inner turmoil. He arranged to meet Zhou Yunhao for drinks. What better remedy for sorrow than fine wine? His heart was wavering. At that moment, Gu's mother called. Hanqing, will you be returning for National Day? I should be back. Why do you ask? Hanjin mentioned she would return with you for the holiday. I need to prepare the room in advance. How much red envelope money should I prepare? I haven't decided yet. There is still plenty of time before National Day. I will call you before I return. You rascal, is Hanjin your girlfriend? Gu Hanqing found himself at a loss for words in response to the question. On the phone, Gu's mother awaited a reply that never came. You little rascal. Did you even hear me? Mom, just wait for my news. In just a few short days, a multitude of events had transpired. The transformation of Xiao Hanjin, the unexpected appearance of He Xianyu, and Li Qiuya. Each development caused him considerable distress. He feared that if he continued down this path, they would all suffer harm, which was his utmost concern. Sighing, he shook his head. Contemplating these matters only added to his headache. The situation with Fengxin Group, whether he liked it or not, had already materialized, leaving him no avenue for evasion. As for Xiao Hanjin, he had promised to marry her. But could she truly accept the matter concerning her daughter? A sense of trepidation crept in when they met. He imagined he might very well end up at the receiving end of Xiao Hanjin's wrath. He decided to take it step by step. When the boat reached the bridge, it would naturally find its way across. Gu Hanqing turned his thoughts towards advertising strategy. He aimed to elevate the advertising agency's reputation, establish a firm foothold in the industry, and swiftly gain client recognition. The inaugural advertising campaign needed to be a classic, one that wielded significant influence over the industry, especially given Fengxin Group's stature as a comprehensive design, manufacturing, and sales conglomerate. A sales figure of 5 billion indeed seemed rather modest. He aspired to quadruple that amount, a benchmark that must be achieved to make a remarkable impact. In the afternoon, Wang Yutong entered the room. He Zhong had briefed her, instructing her to heed Gu Hanqing's guidance, as he would represent her in all company affairs. Upon hearing this news, Wang Yutong was visibly taken aback. How could someone younger than her, albeit capable, command respect as a manager who employed the corporation for personal gain? Manager Gu, here are the documents that require your attention. Gu Hanqing regarded Wang Yutong and inquired. He Zhong has directed you to follow my lead from now on, correct? Yes. Secretary Wang. Do you believe I am leveraging this for personal gain? Indeed. And why do you think I would do such a thing? Naturally, it is to further your own interests. Gu Hanqing chuckled softly. While her assertion was not incorrect, it was a mutual benefit. He required Fengxin Group as a launching pad to elevate Qidian Planning's profile in the industry. Moreover, he wondered how he could manage the initial tasks alone. The company has a publicity department. You could simply let them handle the advertising. If they were competent, would the group's apparel sales be so dismal? Yet, you cannot so brazenly pursue such actions. How would the group's employees perceive you? Secretary Wang, simply follow my directives without concern for the rest. In my view, results are all that matter. Irrespective of the effort expended, if the outcome is lacking, it is all in vain. Furthermore, obedience is paramount. Should anyone dare to undermine my decisions or act in defiance, they will be dismissed immediately. Wang Yutong listened, sensing a palpable intensity in his tone. Secretary Wang, please relay my directives to the directors of each department. Understood, Manager Gu. Also, ensure that the tasks I assigned are completed promptly. Certainly. Wang Yutong was indeed feeling somewhat anxious. Gu Hanqing and President He represented two entirely different styles. President He's management of the company was primarily characterized by stability, while Gu Hanqing appeared intent on leading the Fengxin Group towards exploration and advancement. Initially, Gu Hanqing had no grand plans, as he had just arrived and intended to simply fulfill the role of a gatekeeper, managing daily affairs. However, his mindset had since shifted. He now felt compelled to strategize for the development of the Fengxin Group, especially considering that the future of the company would ultimately belong to his daughter. Additionally, he could not neglect his own career, which demanded a significant investment of his time in corporate management. In the future, he might find himself overseeing even more companies with larger scales. Within the group, news of President Gu's comprehensive management of the company had spread rapidly, and leaders from various departments had already received warnings from Gu Hanqing. Consequently, they dared not voice any dissent. No one spoke of Gu Hanqing's endeavors with smaller companies, with President He remaining silent. They were even less inclined to express their opinions. Upon hearing Wang Yutong's report, He Xinyu could not help but smile. She would finally be able to pursue her own aspirations. She had faith in Gu Hanqing's capabilities, believing him to possess superior management skills compared to herself. Moreover, he was not only her partner, but also the father of her child. Entrusting matters to him filled her with absolute confidence. Secretary Wang, by following President Gu, you will undoubtedly experience rapid growth. He is not like me, who believes stability is sufficient for the company. Under his leadership, the group is destined for greater achievements. President He, I have something to say, though I am unsure if it is appropriate. After all these years with me, feel free to speak your mind. President Gu is too young, and it seems unreasonable for him to utilize company resources to establish his own enterprise. Yutong, this may very well turn out to be a loss for him. The greatest beneficiaries will undoubtedly be the Fengxin Group. Just wait and see. Wang Yutong found it difficult to comprehend how an outsider could take over the Fengxin Group in less than a week. The entire atmosphere of the group had transformed abruptly. Everything felt so sudden that she struggled to adjust. Chapter 77, Regarding Women. Men should be a bit selfish. Gu Hanqing had begun to formulate a preliminary concept for the advertising campaign. Once unveiled, it would undoubtedly set a benchmark in the advertising industry, propelling the Fengxin Group to even greater heights. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Gu Hanqing felt a complex mix of emotions. He had not truly prepared for this sudden elevation in position. Originally, he had planned to leave the Fengxin Group in about a year to pursue his own ventures. Yet here he was, having labored for 3 years for his wife. And now he was committed to working a lifetime for the woman and child he cherished. It truly felt like a lifetime of servitude. At that moment, Xiao Hanjin called. Hanqing, the promotional video is ready. Please take a look. All right, did the marketing and publicity departments execute it according to my plan? I reviewed it. And it looks quite good. You should take another look. Very well, I will watch it right away and provide you with feedback. As Gu Hanqing watched the short film, it showcased the joyful moments of the company's employees, capturing various beautiful scenes. In the end, the slogan of Shushu Cosmetics Company emphasizes the transmission of love through responsibility. While Yunfeng Group's Bolamai brand contributes to this love, paying tribute to every diligent worker. Gu Hanqing felt quite satisfied after reading it. Han Jin responded positively, acknowledging there were no issues, as this advertisement was intended for widespread dissemination to evoke societal discourse and resonance. All right, I understand. Will you be back from work? Xiao Hanjin timidly inquired. I have matters to discuss with Haozi tonight. I'll return early to prepare dinner for you before heading out. Are you really going to move out? Let us discuss it during dinner tonight. Xiao Hanjin felt a wave of anxiety. Her mood had been quite poor throughout the day in the office, plagued by uncertainty. Okay, just as Gu Hanqing hung up, He Xinyu entered. Do you have plans later? Shall we go pick up Xinxin from school? I have an appointment and won't be back tonight. Tell Xinxin that her father will pick her up tomorrow. He Xinyu nodded, refraining from questioning who he was meeting, but suspected it involved drinking. Drink less tonight. Gu Hanqing looked at He Xinyu, puzzled. How did you know I was going to drink? He Xinyu smiled charmingly, suddenly having a daughter and managing the group. You must have matters you prefer not to discuss with me, so you only confide in your friends. Gu Hanqing chuckled. You truly understand me. I've arranged to meet my best friend. I hope to introduce you to him someday. He Xinyu felt a surge of happiness. This indicated he held her in his heart, enough to want her to meet his friend. All right, I'll head out to pick up Xinxin from school. Drive safely. Gu Hanqing also finished work and bought groceries. Upon returning home, he found Xiao Hanjin already there. It was evident she was in a bad mood, her spirit somewhat diminished. Hanjin, have you been worrying about my moving out all day? Gu Hanqing, do you not want to be with me anymore? Gu Hanqing embraced Xiao Hanjin, gently stroking her hair, struggling to find the right words. He felt a pang of guilt, realizing he was somewhat unworthy of such an exceptional woman. Hanjin, please give me some time, all right? But I fear you might be taken by another woman. There's no need for such concerns. Do you wish to keep me confined to your side as your boy toy? What boy toy? Xiao Hanjin knew Gu Hanqing's temperament well. He would never remain in a subordinate position for long. All right, I'll go prepare dinner. Just give me an hour. The two sat facing each other, and Xiao Hanjin felt a twinge of nervousness, uncertain of what Gu Hanqing would say. Hanjin, dinner is ready. However, Xiao Hanjin was too preoccupied to eat. eagerly awaiting Gu Hanqing's words. He noticed her anticipation and finally spoke. Hanjin, wait for me. Once I achieve success, I will never let you down. However, I am indifferent to those matters. My sole desire is to be with you. You pursue your endeavors, and I shall assist you. Yet we seldom have the chance to meet. I am concerned, Xiao Hanjin. When did you become so lacking in confidence? It is not like you. You keep secrets from me, and I remain oblivious to your activities. The last time, I detected the scent of another woman's perfume on you. How could I not worry? Gu Hanqing, observing Xiao Hanjin's demeanor, could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? I laugh at you. In all of Zhonghai, you are unparalleled. Why would I look at other women unless they surpass you? Even then, I would hesitate. Besides, would anyone even consider me? Only you would do. Xiao Hanjin responded with a light laugh. You know just how to handle me. This is a skill honed through prolonged struggle, you know. Are you going out for drinks with the rat again tonight? I need to discuss company matters with him regarding the Zhou family's Hongxing Group. I intend to present an advertising proposal that will make Qijian Planning Company renowned within the industry. What about Yunfeng Group? Yunfeng Group is not a priority at the moment. The matters concerning Shushu Company are sufficient to elevate the reputation of the Berlane brand. Short-term advertising is unwarranted. Very well. Now let us eat quickly. Xiao Hanjin picked up her chopsticks, and the two finished their meal. Will you return tonight? It depends. I do not know how late we will drink. If I become inebriated, I shall not return. You must not engage in reckless behavior with the rat. I certainly will not. All right, take care on the way. Xiao Hanjin felt a pang of reluctance as she saw Gu Hanqing off, yet she understood that if she were to constantly monitor him, he would indeed run away. She could only yield, for she held confidence in herself and trusted Gu Hanqing's promises to her. Gu Hanqing purchased a variety of grilled skewers and went to Zhou Yunhao's residence. Zhou Yunhao was home alone in a luxurious flat within an upscale community. Decorated in a modern style, simply magnificent. The two sat on the living room floor, and Zhou Yunhao had already prepared the drinks. Gu, the notorious playboy. I am all ears. Let us see how our Gu manages to navigate between three women. Get lost. Gu Hanqing shared his circumstances. Zhou Yunhao raised his thumb in approval, saying, Brother, you have truly struck gold. What good fortune. By the way, how is he Sinyu? Have you made any substantial progress? Why do you ask so much? What should I do now? What should you do? Abandon that moral compass of yours. If you desire a woman, take her. Do you intend to send them away? Right now, you have but two tasks. Cultivate deep affection so that they cannot part from you, thus providing room for negotiation later, even accepting your flirtations. Additionally, you must possess formidable strength. If you are penniless, you are nothing. Gu Hanqing listened intently, but I do not have the energy to engage in romantic pursuits with them. Are you asking me? How can I know? It ultimately depends on your own artistry. At most, I can offer you some assistance, and the rest is up to your own initiative. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling of guilt towards them. What? Do you wish to have it all? Such selfishness. You desire their companionship, but wish to forsake everything else. Your future will belong to them. That makes sense, indeed, my friend. It must be you. Let us drink. Gu Hanqing seemed as if he had unlocked a new doorway. If I were in your position, I'd consider he Sinyu, and then Xiao Hanjin, resting on Sundays. As for that junior sister, she is still quite young. You can afford to wait. Leave me be. Indeed, even you cannot endure it. Zhou Yunhao chuckled. Chapter 78. I fear you may regret it. Gu Hanqing and Zhou Yunhao drank into the late hours of the night. Fatherhood, what does it feel like? Gu Hanqing pulled out his phone to show Zhou Yunhao a photo of Xinxin, who gazed at it with a face full of envy. My daughter. Every day she calls out daddy, kissing me on both cheeks. Truly, she is a darling little bundle. Observing Gu Hanqing's delight, Zhou Yunhao could not resist kicking him playfully. What kind of luck is this? You encounter such fortune. Is he Sinyu beautiful? Indeed she is. Goodness. You are truly fortunate. It breeds envy and resentment. Truly, comparing people can be a source of misery. Too much can be a burden. Do not be ungrateful for your blessings. 2 sisters and a younger sister. You certainly know how to play the game. Gu Hanqing, may I interview you? What does it feel like to be supported by your sisters? Is it particularly comforting? Do they dote on you? Leave me be. Zhou Yunhao burst into laughter, the skewers on the table now cold. He then offered reassurance. Just follow the 2 points I mentioned, you won't go wrong. As for the trials ahead, you must find a way to navigate them. I am powerless in that regard. Gu Hanqing sought Zhou Yunhao's wisdom, grappling with an internal conflict. Understood. Is your heart more at ease now? Be a little selfish. As a man, having several women is quite normal. That is simply how society operates. Wealthy men change partners as easily as changing clothes, while poorer men remain faithful. You will come to realize this in time. Gu Hanxing glanced at the time, preparing to depart. Where are you going? Home, of course. Where else could I go? Xiao Hanjin is probably still awake. Here are the keys. This is a rented apartment, 6,000 a month, 3 bedrooms, and a living room. I've paid a year's rent. All right, I'll transfer the money to you later. Drive safely. Gu Hanxing called for a designated driver to take him home. Upon arriving, he found Xiao Hanjin indeed sitting in the living room. Why are you still awake? Were you waiting for me? Yes. Do not always wait for me. I will be quite busy in the future with matters concerning the Fengxin Group and the Qidian Planning Company. Perhaps there will be social engagements later. Why not return to your parents' home? Living here, you often feel the need to oversee me. When you see me returning home late, or not at all, you become uneasy and let your imagination run wild. So, will you video call me every day? Of course, unless there are exceptional circumstances. Will you be able to accompany me this weekend? I will do my utmost to be with you. Now, hurry and take a shower. I shall sleep with you tonight. In 10 minutes, Gu Hanxing returned to the room, where Xiao Hanjin lay on the bed. He joined her, and as she nestled in his embrace, she boldly spoke, Hanxing, let us be true spouses. Gu Hanxing gazed at Xiao Hanjin in his arms, replying, aren't we supposed to wait for the wedding night? I do not wish to wait any longer. Let us begin now. A blush adorned Xiao Hanjin's delicate face, a testament to her immense courage. Gu Hanxing placed a gentle kiss on her lips. I fear you might regret this. My greatest regret was agreeing to divorce. You merely sought to manipulate me. Why do you always fall for it? Xiao Hanjin pinched Gu Hanxing's thigh, saying, you still dare to speak? Gu Hanxing grimaced in pain, and Xiao Hanjin, reflecting on the situation, felt anger rise within her. He had truly outwitted himself. Holding her close, Gu Hanxing asked, Hanjin, if I make a mistake in the future, will you forgive me? Xiao Hanjin immediately sat up, her eyes filled with caution. What have you done? Gu Hanxing embraced her again. What could I possibly do? You and I are steadfast. I shall keep my distance from other women. I merely mean that as long as you are not involved with someone else. Nothing else should be a concern. And what if that were to happen? I would give you a proper beating. Xiao Hanjin looked at Gu Hanxing intently. All right, I must not err. It is time for sleep. Gu Hanxing held Xiao Hanjin tightly. As she felt his warmth, a sense of disappointment washed over her. Gazing at his strikingly handsome face, she could not fathom why he would turn away from her. She had been so proactive. What more could she do? Hanxing, why do you not want me? Xiao Hanjin found herself unable to suppress the question. I am indeed worried and fearful. I understand my own worth. Once we take this step, your parents will surely pressure us to remarry, and I would lose my independence entirely. Our circumstances are our own. My parents need not know. Once my career flourishes, I shall claim you rightfully and ask for you to bear me a son. Ah, so you are so keen on having a son? What if I were to give birth to a daughter? Then we shall have another until a son is born. Do you take me for a mere sow, destined to produce children endlessly? At least 2, Gu Hanxing chuckled. Xiao Hanjin finally understood Gu Hanxing's concerns. He felt inadequate due to his lack of achievements, and indeed, their union and marriage would change everything. He may indeed be trapped in his circumstances, yet his abundant talent and commercial acumen will undoubtedly shine brightly in the future. Xia Hanjin harbors no doubts about Gu Hanxing. The two embraced and fell asleep. The following afternoon, Gu Hanxing brought fruits to the hospital to visit Li's mother. Noticing her nearly complete recovery, Gu Hanxing exchanged pleasantries, and Li Muge decided not to go to work at Yinfeng Group. Before departing, Gu Hanxing entrusted the keys and the address to Li Qiya. This was a rental near Zhonghai University, ready for immediate occupation, and he had already made arrangements with Zhonghai University-affiliated high school, so she could simply take Qiuyue to enroll. Hanxing, thank you. No need for thanks. Just focus on your studies, pursue your research, and engage in what you love. Once your mother is well, see what she wishes to do, and I will find a way to assist. Li Qiya, at a loss for words, mustered her courage, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a kiss on Gu Hanxing's cheek before dashing away, her face visibly flushed. She hurried to the restroom, gazing at her crimson cheeks, unable to suppress her laughter. This was her first kiss. Ever since Gu Hanxing left Yinfeng Group, she awaited his messages daily. Without his calls or texts, her heart felt heavy. Yet, she dared not reach out to him, opting instead to wait. Li Qiya removed her glasses. Her dancing eyes and elegantly arched brows framed her rosy, heart-shaped face. enhancing her beauty. Gu Hanxing touched the spot where she had kissed him, a smile illuminating his face. This little girl, so bashful after just one kiss. Dear readers, let us have a moment of reflection. Do you think the romance is overly abundant and bland? I intend to introduce some new elements. Perhaps an antagonist and some competitive business scenarios. Chapter 79. True couple. At the entrance of Yujing Kindergarten, Gu Hanxing and He Xinyu awaited He Xinxin. What are your thoughts? I'll take charge for now. If things don't go well, you mustn't nitpick. This afternoon, I saw the promotional video for Yunfeng Group. It was excellently produced. Berlame sales are bound to surge, and this plan was crafted by you, correct? How did you know? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to give back to Yunfeng Group? This is the strategy you devised for them. Moreover, acquiring such a small company will significantly elevate its visibility and brand image, even garnering attention from official media. I merely suggested it and facilitated the negotiations for this collaboration. That is all. He Xinyu turned to Gu Hanxing. The advertising proposal wasn't crafted by you? Gu Hanxing chuckled. It seems it was indeed my creation. He Xinyu regarded Gu Hanxing and remarked, in terms of business acumen, you surpass me. I can manage the fort, but I struggle with expansion. You've done remarkably well. You will excel even further. Have you finalized your advertising strategy? Almost. Once the company is established, we will bid under the company's name to earn some revenue and enhance our visibility. He Xinyu smiled knowingly, aware of Gu Hanxing's thoughts. I understand. You can rest assured to proceed. If the funding for the Singularity Project falls short, I can lend a hand. Just then, He Xinxin emerged, leaping into Gu Hanxing's embrace. Observing the father-daughter duo filled He Xinyu's heart with joy. After picking up Xinxin, Gu Hanxing drove them home. He felt completely at ease, treating the place as his own abode. With the nanny absent, He Xinyu busied herself in the kitchen, while he engaged in playful antics with his daughter. Xinxin, is it all right if Daddy stays with you tonight? Daddy, why don't you live here? Then you could be with Xinxin every day. Sometimes Daddy is busy, but I will often stay at home. Really? Does that mean I can see you more often? Of course, Daddy loves Xinxin the most. Xinxin beamed with delight. And as He Xinyu presented a platter of fruit, she felt assured that her choice had been the right one upon witnessing their affectionate bond. Gu Hanxing watched He Xinyu bustling in the kitchen, captivated by the warmth of their loving home. After dinner, it was natural for him to head to the bedroom for a shower. As he opened the wardrobe, he noted that a third of it was filled with his clothes, meticulously chosen by He Xinyu, who had carefully considered his sizes. Surprised, he glanced at her, and she simply smiled, handing him a set of pajamas. Go ahead. Once the three had finished bathing, they gathered in the piano room. Gu Hanxing sat nearby, listening to He Xinyu play a piece of her own composition. The melody flowing like a gentle stream, yet imbued with a hint of solitude and melancholy. He could distinctly sense the emotions woven into her music. It was evident that her journey had not been easy over the years as she juggled her passions with motherhood. When she finished, Gu Hanxing embraced her. Pursue what you desire. I am here by your side. He lifted his gaze to meet He Xinyu's, his eyes brimming with joy and emotion. Watching her parents embrace, He Xinxin clapped happily from the side. He Xinyu continued to play a few more of her own pieces, and Gu Hanxing listened intently, applauding her talent. He could discern the depth of her musical education and inquired, Xinyu, how many years have you studied music? I have been immersed in music since childhood. I hold a master's degree in classical music and have pursued a doctoral program. Gu Hanxing sensed the weight of her past, but chose not to dwell on it. Those days were behind her. Indeed, with such extensive training and an array of instruments surrounding them, it would be a disservice to her talent to not embrace it. I support you in pursuing your passions. Thank you. He Xinyu's gratitude was heartfelt as she gazed at Gu Hanxing, feeling as though his presence was a serendipitous arrangement of fate. Gu Hanxing held He Xinxin in one arm while cradling He Xinyu in the other, capturing the essence of a family moment. After lulling their daughter to sleep, Gu Hanxing exchanged glances with He Xinyu. He then turned, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry, and made his way to the adjacent room. He Xinyu, adorned in a delicate camisole nightgown, flaunted her exquisite collarbone and stunning natural beauty. Igniting a spark of desire in Gu Hanxing's eyes, she wrapped her arms around his neck, their lips mingling as their garments fell away, bearing their souls to one another. He Xinyu resembled a work of art, her figure perfectly sculpted. You are truly beautiful, Xinyu, Gu Hanxing declared before leaning in for another kiss. This time, the kiss felt more familiar, as if they were in perfect harmony, their whispers echoing in the air. After nearly 2 hours, their passionate encounter came to a close, leaving them both breathless and exhausted on the bed. Xinyu lay on her side, gazing at Gu Hanxing's well-defined physique and abs, a smile of pure happiness gracing her lips. "Hanxing, shall we take a bath?" she suggested. Gu Hanxing dashed to the bathroom, filling the tub with warm water. Once prepared, he lifted Xinyu, and they reclined together in the tub, the heat rising between them. Xinyu was in perfect sync with Gu Hanxing. They shed any pretense as their voices rose once more, repeating their passionate exchanges throughout the night. Exhausted, they hurriedly washed and dried each other, their honesty evident. "Hanxing, a bit of restraint, please," Xinyu advised. "But I simply cannot help myself. You are too beautiful," he replied, eliciting an eye roll from her, though inside she felt immense joy. Dressed, they returned to the bedroom. Gu Hanxing placed Xinxin beside them, ensuring she had ample space, while he embraced Xinyu as they drifted off to sleep. Xinyu chuckled at the scene but did not resist their closeness as they succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Xinxin awoke, her eyes fixated on her sleeping parents. Choosing not to disturb them, she lay quietly by their side, observing them intently. Eventually, Xinyu stirred and saw Gu Hanxing and their daughter. "Xinxin, you're awake? The sun is already high. Your parents are two lazybones," she exclaimed. Gu Hanxing, roused by the sound, blinked sleepily. "Xinxin, you're up so early? Daddy is the biggest lazybones." "Well, we Xinxin are like industrious little bees," she replied. Xinyu got out of bed to change Xinxin's clothes, while Gu Hanxing nonchalantly changed as well. Noting his casual attire, Xinyu suggested, "Hanxing, why not try on a suit?" She picked out a set for him, and after he donned it, she selected a tie and effortlessly helped him fasten it. The scent of Xinyu enveloped Gu Hanxing, stirring a wave of impulse within him, which she could sense. "All set," she announced. Gu Hanxing swiftly pecked Xinyu on the lips, and they both chuckled in unison. Chapter 80. Comforting Xiao Hanjin. At the dining table, Xinyu spoke up. "Hanxing, I will take Xin to school. You should head directly to the company. I won't be going anymore." This was indeed rather abrupt. Gu Hanxing hesitated for a moment before replying. "All right, pursue what you wish to do. I will manage Feng Xin in your absence." Arriving alone at Feng Xin Group, Gu Hanxing was now truly in command. Wang Yutong was surprised by Xinyu's absence, as it was uncommon for her to miss work. While delivering documents to Gu Hanxing, she hesitated, wanting to voice something. "Secretary Wang, please feel free to express your thoughts," he encouraged. "Why hasn't the general manager come to the company? She won't be returning unless it's something urgent." At this moment, Wang Yutong was genuinely astonished. Within just a few days, the general manager had completely entrusted Feng Xin Group to Gu Hanxing. Soon after, Wang Yutong received news that the general manager had instructed her to issue a formal notice appointing Gu Hanxing as the president of Feng Xin Group, responsible for overseeing all matters of the organization. She gazed at the announcement, and although taken aback, she knew she had to comply. Once the notice was disseminated, the entire group was left in utter astonishment. This was indeed the general manager's intent. Who exactly was Gu Hanxing to garner such favor from her? Gu Hanxing, naturally, was aware of the news, yet he remained indifferent. However, it was unlikely that this information could be kept under wraps for long. The business community of Zhonghai would soon find out, and so would Xiao Hanjin. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, he decided it would be better to inform her sooner. Remembering, he dialed Xiao Hanjin's number. "President Xiao, you should now address me as President Gu." "What do you mean? I have been promoted." "Promoted? You've only been there a few days. Perhaps my performance was exceptional. Xinu has appointed me as president of Feng Xin Group, granting me full authority over its affairs." Xiao Hanjin felt not joy, but a sense of unease. "Gu Hanxing, are you not pleased?" "I'm all right. I informed you at the first opportunity, didn't I? I wish to meet Xinu. Could you arrange that? I've hardly seen her myself. Why do you want to meet her?" "Hanxing, don't you find your promotion rather peculiar? Feng Xin Group is even larger than Yunfeng Group, and it has been handed over to you just like that? What are you implying? I manage the company without holding shares. In essence, I am merely a senior employee. Besides, are you questioning the capabilities of your future husband? Not at all. I'm simply curious as to why Xinu places such trust in you. Charisma, perhaps. And if you ask me, who else should I inquire?" She mentioned her desire to pursue what she wishes to do and then entrusted this responsibility to me. What does she intend to pursue? I cannot say for certain. Gu Hanxing spoke half-truths, keeping some information to himself. Hansheng, congratulations. However, do not neglect Yunfeng Group. You must assist there as well. Yunfeng, I am certainly here to assist you. I have viewed the promotional video, and the comments from netizens are quite favorable. What are the online sales figures looking like? At this moment, Xiao Hanjin remarked with a smile, Hansheng, yesterday's sales reached 10 times the usual, and the growth continues unabated. Hanjin, there will be donations forthcoming. Yunfeng must take a proactive approach to establish Bailami as a national brand, affordable yet of high quality, swiftly capturing a significant share of the domestic market. I understand. However, I am curious about your advertising strategy for Fengxin Group. What do you have in mind? It will be revealed soon. The planning by Qi Dian will soon gain recognition. In the future, you shall truly be the general manager Gu. At that time, I hope Mr. Xiao will treat me to a meal. Xiao Hanjin was pleased to hear this. It was Friday, and my parents wanted us to return home. My grandparents have also expressed their wishes. Hansheng, you cannot keep postponing this indefinitely. After some contemplation, Gu Hansheng agreed. Then come pick me up after work. All right. It had indeed been half a month since he last visited them. It seemed inappropriate to be with Xiao Hanjin every day. He subsequently called He Xinyu, informing her that he had other commitments that evening and would not be returning home. He Xinyu replied affirmatively. Gu Hansheng was adept at navigating social situations. Yet he felt a hint of pressure. As the end of the workday approached, he completed his advertising proposal and now awaited the establishment of the company. Gu Hansheng drove to the entrance of Yunfeng Group, where the security guard, upon seeing him in a tailored suit, noted his impressive stature and striking appearance. As Xiao Hanjin descended the stairs and caught sight of Gu Hansheng in his formal attire, her eyes lit up. Once in the car, she gazed at him and remarked, Gu Hansheng, you clean up well. It's a transformation indeed. I thought you disliked wearing suits. I changed specifically to see you. He replied, you are just pulling my leg. She then scrutinized the passenger seat, finding nothing unusual. Gu Hansheng noticed her satisfaction. He had rarely driven this car, with only the two of them having occupied it. Xiao Hanjin seemed pleased. However, Gu Hansheng realized that she would need to prepare a convincing explanation for her family to avoid any potential slip-ups. Gu Hansheng took a turn, intending to purchase a small gift. Given his current status, arriving empty-handed would be inappropriate. Xiao Hanjin questioned, where are you going? To your home. I cannot arrive empty-handed. Can I? That would be quite unseemly. You are not allowed to buy anything. Xiao Hanjin pulled Gu Hansheng back toward the car. My status has changed. Arriving empty-handed would be terribly impolite. Bringing something would be even more impolite. My family still regards you as my husband. Are you truly not buying anything? If my grandparents, along with your parents, find fault with my gift, you will have to bear the consequences. Xiao Hanjin couldn't help but roll her eyes. On the way, she inquired, what do your parents enjoy? Why do you ask? Aren't we returning to your hometown for National Day? I need to buy gifts for your uncle and aunt. There's no need for such trouble. What they cherish most is money. Xiao Hanjin pinched Gu Hansheng with a hint of irritation, though without exerting much force. As he was driving, hurry up and speak. My parents are just ordinary middle-aged folks from the countryside. What could they possibly like? They would adore you the moment you arrive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin's heart bloomed with joy. What did they say about me? They said you are a celestial fairy, akin to the 7 fairies descending to our humble Gu family. Xiao Hanjin recognized that Gu Hansheng was merely spinning tales, yet she found delight in his words. Gu Hansheng, did you ever charm me like this before? Is divorce even an option for us now? We might already have children. Sister, I used to be so timid that I couldn't even breathe too loudly. Just think back to how you used to scold me. It was worse than how you would discipline a son. Was I really that fierce? Shall I jog your memory? When I first moved into your home, you directed me to do this and that. Do you remember? And when I was working, you reprimanded me for half an hour over a mere punctuation mark. Enough. Don't go on. That was merely me motivating you towards improvement. Without me, would you be the remarkable person you are today? Gu Hansheng shot her a look of exasperation, prompting Xiao Hanjin to chuckle. Chapter 81. The most radiant sister in the vicinity. Xiao Hanjin felt immensely happy being with Gu Hansheng. Sometimes, while seated in her office, her thoughts would drift to him, compelling her to visit his former office. At the Xiao family's old residence, Gu Hansheng entered clad in a suit, though his tie had been loosened. Upon entering, Zhao's mother observed him, handsome and resolute, standing tall, her satisfaction evident. Hansheng, you should dress like this more often. You look so dashing. Mom, I feel a bit uncomfortable in this attire. Come, sit down and talk. I heard from Hanjin that you are now the president of Fengxin Group, overseeing its affairs. Gu Hanxing called out to his grandparents before responding to Zhao's mother's inquiry. Mr. He appointed me. He Xinyu truly has an eye for talent. Hanxing, let us arrange a meeting with her to express our gratitude. I haven't seen her much lately. She seems to live a reclusive life, and those who have met her in the company are few and far between. I see. Perhaps you can inquire about her later. All right. Gu Hanxing understood his mother-in-law's intentions. It was better to avoid meeting her to prevent complications. Hanxing, have you established an advertising company? Yes, it's called Qidian Planning. Did Mr. He invest in it? Of course not. I have a rather unfortunate classmate who invested 10 million, while I personally invested 2 million. We're starting small for now, aiming to earn our first profit from Fengxin Group. Hanxing, pursuing personal gain through public means seems rather inappropriate. No worries, I'm not exploiting Fengxin Group. The rates I offer are naturally favorable. My priority is to enhance the visibility of Qidian Planning. We need to establish our reputation quickly, and Fengxin Group serves as a stepping stone. The others nodded in agreement. Be cautious of the rumors surrounding Fengxin Group. It is of no concern. I currently hold authority in the Fengxin Group, and any idle gossip shall be dealt with by me. Very well, as long as you are aware. Xiao Hanjin ascended the stairs, donning a stunning fitted blue dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Though not as voluptuous as He Xinyu, her physique was still remarkable, complemented by a subtle touch of makeup that rendered her exceptionally beautiful. She sat beside Gu Hanxing, a pair of striking individuals, and Zhao's mother observed this with satisfaction, a smile gracing her face. Just as grandfather was about to suggest that Gu Hanxing accompany him for a game of chess, Xiao Hanjin interjected, Grandfather, a simple chat would suffice. A game of chess takes an hour or two. Standing up, Xiao Hanjin asked, Hanxing, do I look good in this? You look wonderful. You look good in anything. Gu Hanxing praised her earnestly. The room erupted in laughter. Xiao Hanjin took Gu Hanxing upstairs, where she opened her wardrobe, trying on various outfits. Asking, is this one nice? Gu Hanxing replied with a smile, you look good in anything. You look even better without it. Hearing this, Xiao Hanjin chuckled, unperturbed by modesty. Do you truly wish to see? I do, but I cannot. Why not? I fear I might lose control. At this, Xiao Hanjin burst into laughter, wrapping her arms around Gu Hanxing's neck. Their eyes met, and Gu Hanxing leaned down to kiss Xiao Hanjin. She seemed unsatisfied, holding onto him tightly. He kissed her several times, and Xiao Hanjin realized that her attachment to Gu Hanxing was growing stronger. She wanted him by her side always. Gu Hanxing changed into casual attire before heading downstairs, while Xiao Hanjin scrutinized the suit he had worn. Hanxing, did you buy this suit yourself? Indeed, having been promoted. I thought it wise to dress more appropriately, Gu Hanxing replied. Then accompany me. I shall buy you several suits. All right, Gu Hanxing acquiesced. Xiao Hanjin linked her arm with his as they descended the stairs, where the others were in high spirits, envisioning their marriage and feeling even more joyful. The family gathered around the dinner table. Hanxing, your parents have met Hanjin. What is their impression of her? They were absolutely delighted, eager to bring Hanjin home immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother couldn't help but smile. As long as his parents have no objections, this matter should proceed smoothly. Hanjin, during the National Day holiday, make sure to impress your in-laws. Mother, rest assured, wherever Hanjin sits, she is the most beautiful in the vicinity. My parents will undoubtedly be thrilled, especially considering Hanjin's excellence. Gu Hanxing's response drew laughter from everyone, and Xiao Hanjin playfully hit him. Such was Gu Hanxing's charm. He had always endeared himself to the Xiao family, bringing joy and laughter whenever he visited. That night, Gu Hanxing and Xiao Hanjin lay in bed, the fragrance of the sheets enveloping them. He had often wished to be here, and now that he was, it felt surreal. Inhaling the delicate fragrance, he experienced a sensation akin to being transported to another world. Especially with Xiao Hanjin still by his side, he drew her into his embrace. Hanjin, I have longed to rest upon this bed, he mused. How does it feel now? It is fragrant and soft, yet you are even softer. Xiao Hanjin chuckled lightly. Really, what do your parents enjoy? No need to worry, your mere presence will suffice. Perhaps the villagers will come to see you, and you might find yourself the subject of their observations, much like a statue. Is that true? How awkward that would be. I am the most charming in 10 miles, while you are the most beautiful girl in the same distance. One must be confident. They will only commend me for finding such a lovely bride. Listening to Gu Hanxing's playful banter, Xiao Hanjin couldn't help but laugh, even though his words contained a grain of truth. Honestly, I cannot arrive empty-handed on my first visit. Please tell me quickly what your parents like. Nothing much. Your presence alone is the finest gift. Then I shall buy some jewelry for Annie and a mobile phone for Uncle, or something else. What about cigarettes and alcohol? Seeing Xiao Hanjin's anxious demeanor, Gu Hanxing couldn't suppress a smile. Just buy a few things. My father no longer drinks or smokes. Oh, what about supplements? Don't be too casual. Just get 2 phones and some tea. My father enjoys tea. All right, I understand. Let's sleep. Having had a bit to drink that night, and busy throughout the day, Gu Hanxing felt drowsy. As Xiao Hanjin contemplated what jewelry to purchase, he quickly fell asleep, his breathing steady. She initially intended to tease him, but chose to remain still, holding Gu Hanxing close, pondering the impending meeting with his parents. Despite his casual demeanor, Xiao Hanjin felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. Gu Hanxing, too, was not truly asleep. His mind was restless as he contemplated how to address his parents. Faced with them, he felt at a loss. Perhaps when the day arrived, he would find himself alone, yet he did not wish to surrender now. Dear ones, everyone urges for updates. Let love fuel our endeavors. I humbly request 5-star reviews, with heartfelt thanks. Chapter 82. To the hotel, Gu Hanxing glanced at the sleeping Xiao Hanjin, gently caressing her cheek. This face he had admired for 3 years was now so close. However, he could only bring Xiao Hanjin home during the National Day holiday, and afterward, allow them to visit Zhonghai to meet their granddaughter and He Xinyu, which would inevitably lead to a scolding. First, he needed to navigate through his parents' scrutiny. Just the thought of it made him weary. He planned to stay at home for 3 to 4 days, then let them visit Zhonghai every other day, all while keeping Xiao Hanjin in the dark. Gu Hanxing's actions were merely a means to buy himself time. Indeed, as the mouse had pointed out, he needed to focus on his career. He pressed a gentle kiss on Xiao Hanjin's forehead, then succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Gu Hanxing awoke with a start, having dreamt of their reunion, a vision that jolted him from his slumber. Xiao Hanjin, noticing Gu Hanxing's demeanor, inquired, Hanxing, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare? Yes, I dreamt that you were leaving me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin's heart swelled with joy, realizing her significance in his life. Hanxing, I would never leave you. Gu Hanxing enveloped Xiao Hanjin in a warm embrace, holding her tightly, and she surrendered to his affection, feeling the depth of his emotions. Xiao Hanjin was naturally elated. After rising and having breakfast, Gu Hanxing sought a pretext to depart, feeling increasingly stretched thin. The more intimate their moments, the longer he wished to linger. He decided to message He Xinyu, inquiring about her plans for the day. Xinxin wants to go out to play, but since you're not here, we'll stay at home. What about you? I will come to find you later. All right. Xiao Hanjin approached Gu Hanxing and said, Hanxing, let us go shopping this morning. I wish to buy you some clothes. Sounds good. Xiao Hanjin linked her arm with Gu Hanxing, and they settled in the living room. The grandfather smiled at Gu Hanxing. Teasing, you rascal, in just a few days, you've managed to train our Hanjin so obediently. You possess some skill. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Hanxing chuckled, Grandfather, I haven't trained her. It's quite the opposite. The bruises I bear are all from Hanjin's playful pinches. The old man, amused, remarked, You're turning the tables, aren't you? It's a mutual understanding. One is willing to strike while the other is willing to endure. Don't you enjoy it? Grandfather, how can one relish being pinched? You must speak to Hanjin. She shouldn't be so quick to pinch or hit me. The grandfather laughed, responding, That's a matter for you two to sort out. I can't interfere. Xiao Hanjin, having overheard Gu Hanxing's complaint, rolled her eyes at him, preparing to pinch him again. Xiao Hanjin, your grandfather is still here. Have I mistreated you? You come here only to complain, Gu Hanxing teased. Looking at Xiao Hanjin, he chuckled. How could it be mistreatment? You treat me so well. If only you would refrain from being so hands-on. It would be perfect. Xiao Hanjin, amused by his complaint, responded with a smile. All right, you've won this round. I'll try to refrain from being so physical in the future. That's more like it. The grandfather observed the couple and remarked, If you two had been like this before, how could there have been a divorce? Hanxing, when do you plan to remarry? Grandfather, once my career shows signs of improvement, I will remarry Hanjin. It won't exceed 2 years. Hanxing, wasn't it supposed to be a year? Xiao Hanjin whispered. One should not speak too definitively in front of elders. It's better to prepare for the unexpected. I will aim for a year. Xiao Hanjin felt reassured. Isn't 2 years a bit long? Hanjin is nearing 30. Grandfather, Hanxing will likely remarry sooner. Just give him some time. His career is just beginning, and once he is more established, We shall wed again. Well, as long as you have come to an agreement. That is sufficient. By the way, regarding the matter of having children, it might be prudent to bring it up sooner. We are not relics of the past. We are of a similar age. If one becomes pregnant, obtaining a marriage certificate is certainly feasible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin seemed to find some merit in the suggestion. At 28, she realized that marrying and conceiving, followed by childbirth by 30, indeed felt somewhat pressing. Gu Hanxing, upon hearing this, thought to himself, isn't this the solution? Xiao Hanjin's excuse has surfaced, and there is more drama to unfold. With both Xiao Hanjin and He Xinyu involved, he could easily find himself overwhelmed. At this age, driven by desires, if the floodgates were to open, he would truly be at a loss. Gu Hanxing felt a headache coming on. Why had the old man brought this up? However, there are benefits to pregnancy, primarily that she would forever be his woman. Caught in this dilemma, Gu Hanxing felt torn. In truth, He Xinyu's trust in him was a significant burden. If he were to marry Xiao Hanjin, her nature would not allow her to remain with him. He realized he was still too weak to hold on to them and needed to expedite his own development. Xiao Hanjin observed Gu Hanxing, eager to see how he would respond. With the grandfather's words weighing heavily, it was clear that effort was indispensable. Xiao Hanjin chuckled softly and whispered, Hanxing, let us take action tonight. When he replied that he had matters to attend to in the evening, Xiao Hanjin immediately sensed his intention to evade. Did he perceive her as a force to be reckoned with? Did he truly desire to distance himself from her? Xiao Hanjin linked her arm with Gu Hanxing's and declared, Grandfather, we are going shopping. Go ahead, he replied. The two then settled into Gu Hanxing's Audi. What did you mean by that earlier? She inquired. What do you mean? Gu Hanxing feigned ignorance. What do you mean by not being able to act tonight? Let us take action during the day, at the hotel. Gu Hanxing had not anticipated Xiao Hanjin's boldness. What business did they have at a hotel in broad daylight? Were they not supposed to be shopping? Gu Hanxing, why are you being evasive? Do you not desire me? Of course I want you. I dream of you. Then why do you refuse me? Gu Hanxing pulled over to the side of the road, observing the visibly agitated Xiao Hanjin. He understood her assertiveness was for his sake, and he yearned for her, but felt that the time was not yet ripe. Hanjin, please wait for me. Why should I wait? I am not worried. What are you hesitating for? Drive to the hotel. Xiao Hanjin was also frustrated. In her heart, Gu Hanxing was her man, and marriage was inevitable. She did not wish to wait for a traditional wedding night. Approaching 30, she felt she could not afford to delay. As for his career success, she was indifferent. While he desired compatibility and social standing, she cared not for wealth. Her concern lay solely with him as a person. As long as he remained by her side, that was all that mattered. As he contemplated leaving Yunfeng, she was filled with reluctance. The thought of not being able to see him at all times troubled her deeply. Each day in the office, she found herself somewhat distracted, accustomed as she was to Gu Hanxing coming to report on his work. She had grown used to him efficiently handling matters and simply informing her when all was resolved. However, as she tackled the mundane tasks of the day, a sense of irritation washed over her. Was he truly heading to a hotel? She urged him to hurry in the car. Chapter 83. Purchasing matching rings. Observing the irate expression on Xiao Hanjin's face, Gu Hanxing started the vehicle. They were not bound for a hotel, but rather a shopping mall. Xiao Hanjin, realizing they were not going to the hotel but the mall instead, refused to exit the car. Gu Hanxing unbuckled her seatbelt and pulled her out. Come on. I have a gift for you, he insisted. Xiao Hanjin remained obstinate, refusing to budge. With a playful yet determined embrace, Gu Hanxing lifted her and made his way towards the mall's elevator. Put me down, she protested. Not a chance. I'm wearing a short skirt, she retorted. Gu Hanxing glanced down, confirming she was wearing safety shorts. Then come with me. If you put me down, I will go with you, she replied. He set her down, wrapping an arm around her shoulders to guide her along. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Hanjin wondered what kind of gift Gu Hanxing had in store. If it were something ordinary, she would not accept it. They wandered through the mall, exploring 2 floors until Gu Hanxing found a jewelry store. Upon entering, Xiao Hanjin pondered what he might be gifting her, her heart secretly hoping for a ring. If it were a ring, she could forgive him. If not, she would demand a clear explanation. Gu Hanxing, embracing Xiao Hanjin, approached the sales associate directly. Do you have any rings? He inquired. The sales assistant promptly led them to the ring section. We would like matching rings, Xiao Hanjin stated. Gu Hanxing glanced at her, initially intending to present her with a ring while wearing one himself. But this new revelation sparked a fresh concern. He would need to tread carefully moving forward. And the thought alone made his head ache. The sales associate presented several pairs of rings, yet Xiao Hanjin found none to her liking. Do you have anything better? She asked. The associate quickly recognized their status as significant customers and hurriedly fetched the finest pieces. Gu Hanxing was taken aback upon discovering the price, over 1 million. With only a little over 1 million remaining to his name, he realized it was insufficient to cover the cost of the rings. Whispering to Xiao Hanjin, he admitted, I don't have that much money. Her face lit up with delight upon hearing this. What happened to your funds? Did you spend millions already? She teased. I only have a little over 1 million left, and this pair costs more than that. It's simply not enough. Purposefully, she teased Gu Hanxing. If you intend to gift me something, I have my eye on this. After trying on the rings, she found them beautiful and fitting. With her slender, fair hand before Gu Hanxing, she inquired, do they look good? Beautiful. Waiter, I will take this, please wrap it up. Gu Hanxing had no money anyway, so he had no intention of paying. Xiao Hanjin placed the item on Gu Hanxing and warned, do not take it off. If I catch you removing it, you shall face dire consequences. You are not to remove it in the future either. Should you dare to do so, I will ensure you regret it. You have your family rules, and the Gu family's rules are also dictated by me. Sir, I will give you a 10 discount, totaling 1,520,000. Hanjin, please settle the bill. Gu Hanxing made a gesture. This amused Xiao Hanjin greatly, yet she teased him further. You are giving me a gift, yet you expect me to pay? If you do not pay, from where shall I obtain the funds? All my money is with you. You only provide me with 5,000 a month, which hardly suffices for my smoking habit. Gu Hanxing could not care less about these matters. Xiao Hanjin laughed heartily, while the waiter's heart sank. Was this order about to fall through? Quickly, pay up. Gu Hanxing wrapped his arms around Xiao Hanjin and moved forward. Xiao Hanjin then took out her bank card and swiped it. Gu Hanxing, you gift me something and then expect me to foot the bill. How thick-skinned can you be? You chose such an expensive item. If you do not pay, how can I bear the embarrassment? Once I have more money, I will gift you something even better. Xiao Hanjin grasped Gu Hanxing's hand and placed it alongside her own. His palm was significantly larger, albeit darker, creating a stark contrast when their hands were together. This sight brought her joy, and she pulled Gu Hanxing into a menswear store, where they tried on over 10 suits from Dior and Versace. Gu Hanxing felt it was all too extravagant, resembling a kept man. Xiao Hanjin was preparing to purchase all the clothes she had tried on at Versace when he stopped her, saying, do not buy any more. You have already purchased 5 suits, and you cannot wear so many. 1 suit per day is sufficient. You are now the CEO of a multi-thousand-person conglomerate, so you cannot appear too shabby. This is too ostentatious. As a poor fellow, it feels inappropriate to wear such fine clothing. Xiao Hanjin smiled, replying, then let us buy 3 more. You can keep a few at your place and a few at mine. Gu Hanxing pondered briefly and did not object further, ultimately purchasing 8 suits for over 1 million. Watching the expenditure made his heart ache. After years of hard work, he had spent more in mere hours than he had earned. It was not that he lacked diligence. Achieving success was indeed a formidable challenge. The 2 exceptional women beside him made him shake his head in disbelief at the thought of being supported by them. Seeing the expression on Gu Hanxing's face, Xiao Hanjin understood what he was thinking. Is it painful to part with your money? Hanxing, you are destined to stand at the pinnacle. These expenditures are trivial in comparison. However, time will be the true test. I cannot guarantee anything. Without you, I would likely be just an ordinary employee, perhaps a department manager at best. You mean, besides me, who else is there? His sinew must be taken into account. Otherwise, how could I possibly ascend to the presidency of Fengxin Group? It is merely her good fortune that my husband works for her. If that is not luck, then what is? She certainly possesses discerning taste. Talented individuals are often plentiful, yet true connoisseurs are rare. To have encountered you all is indeed my fortune. Xiao Hanjin felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing these words. Having known He Sinew for only a few days, he was already elevating her to the same status as himself, which inevitably left her feeling unsettled. Gu Hanxing, I wish to meet this He Sinew. Can you inquire if that is possible? Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxing felt a sense of dread. It seemed that Xiao Hanjin had taken a keen interest in He Sinew, which likely meant he would not be able to meet her either, especially since she was not fond of meeting strangers. How do you usually communicate with her? Her secretary, of course. She has been with her for many years, unwaveringly loyal. Next time you see her, ask her what she thinks. All right. Gu Hanxing felt relieved that He Sinew maintained a low profile. Otherwise, should they meet, his true self would be immediately revealed. Remember, I must meet her. I doubt she will agree to meet you. Why not? She is too low-key. No one in the company knows her. She simply does not enjoy being in the limelight. In any case, convey my message. Very well. Let us return and refrain from any further purchases. With one hand carrying bags and the other wrapped around Xiao Hanjin, Gu Hansheng made his way to the car. Hansheng, we can head to the hotel now. In Chapter 84, Ensnared by Beauty, Xiao Hanjin urged Gu Fuxing to sit in the passenger seat as she took the wheel. She could no longer wait. She needed to act decisively, to take the initiative. Gu Hansheng had initially planned to drive her home and then make his escape. Gu Hansheng, hand me the keys and get in the car. Realizing he could not evade her, he acknowledged that a woman of such intelligence posed a challenge. It was easier to be somewhat naive. He stood still, contemplating how to extricate himself. Hurry and get in the car. Xiao Hanjin, seated in the driver's seat, searched for the nearest five-star hotel. The vehicle drove straight to the hotel parking lot, with Gu Hansheng being ushered by Xiao Hanjin to the entrance. Hanjin, let's go home. Upon seeing Gu Hansheng, Xiao Hanjin immediately sensed his desire to flee. Home? Then let's go to your place. That works too. Gu Hansheng drove, while Xiao Hanjin sat in the passenger seat, keeping a close watch on him, pondering what Gu Hansheng was thinking. She could not fathom why, despite her overtures, he seemed so resolute in his restraint. Gu Hansheng, are you incapable? Insensible? Xiao Hanjin, are you questioning me? Then I truly cannot understand your reasons for continually rejecting me. The excuses you offer about waiting for your career to flourish are nonsensical. A woman is right before you, and yet you remain unmoved? Gu Hansheng felt the weight of Xiao Hanjin's challenge. The car's speed increased as it sped homeward. Observing Gu Hansheng's frustrated demeanor, Xiao Hanjin realized her words had struck a chord. In a moment, she would embellish the tale, convinced that Gu Hansheng would fall for it. As Gu Hansheng drove, he found himself increasingly composed, casting a glance at Xiao Hanjin, nearly ensnared by her ploys. The car halted downstairs, and Gu Hansheng regarded Xiao Hanjin, pondering if she had employed every trick in the book against him. Would she fall for it? Upon exiting the vehicle, Gu Hansheng carried her belongings upstairs. Once inside, Xiao Hanjin wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him fervently. She was determined to take the initiative. Waiting for Gu Hansheng was not an option, lest she linger too long. Provoked by her advances, Gu Hansheng could no longer restrain himself. He seized her by the waist, carrying her toward the bedroom. As the curtains drew closed, they gazed into each other's eyes in the dim light. Xiao Hanjin fumbled with Gu Hansheng's belt, her movements awkward and uncoordinated. And after a lengthy struggle, she decided against it, opting instead to remove her own clothing. Gu Hansheng beheld her, clad only in lingerie, her ample bosom, fair skin, and sculpted abs presenting a breathtaking figure before him. Hanjin, you. Xiao Hanjin rose and embraced Gu Hansheng, pressing her lips to his without uttering a word, disregarding everything else. Though her movements were inexperienced, they carried an untamed beauty. Gu Hansheng, too, was beyond restraint, dismissing any notions of decorum, just as he began to unfasten his belt. His phone rang, a reminder of reality intruding upon their intimate moment. Do not answer it, he insisted, pulling out his phone. It's my mother calling. Hello, Mom. Are you coming back for the National Day holiday? Yes, I'll return, along with Hanjin. Seizing the opportunity to regain his composure, Gu Hansheng slipped out of the room. Xiao Hanjin, feeling a pang of insecurity, tapped the bed in frustration. At this juncture, could he truly be indifferent towards her? With her alluring figure, how could he possibly remain aloof? She lingered in the room, awaiting his return. After approximately 5 minutes, unable to bear the wait any longer, she donned a garment and stepped outside, only to discover Gu Hansheng had already left. This revelation infuriated Xiao Hanjin. She retrieved her phone, sending a message. Gu Hansheng, how dare you run away? Almost instantly, her sobs echoed into Gu Hansheng's ears as he sat in his car, compelled by her distress. He exited the vehicle and ascended the stairs once more. Finding Xiao Hanjin in the living room, tears streaming down her face, he approached and enveloped her in an embrace. I'm sorry, I was in the wrong. Hansheng, do you truly not want me? After all this, you still reject me? I have cast aside all reservations. And yet you treat me this way. Hanjin, I cherish you. I am well aware of your feelings, but then let us be true partners. Are you absolutely certain? From this moment forward, you will be my woman, Gu Hansheng's woman, for all eternity. In my heart, there exists only you. Regardless of how your career unfolds in the future, I shall remain by your side. As Gu Hansheng listened to these words, he realized that if he were to reject her again, it would truly sadden Xiao Hanjin. He embraced her and led her into the bedroom, gradually kissing her, eliciting soft sounds from her. Their garments fell away naturally, leaving them bare, gazing into each other's eyes. Hanjin, have you truly made up your mind? Xiao Hanjin wrapped her arms around Gu Hansheng's neck, kissing him in response, confirming her resolve. Gu Hansheng, disregarding any potential turmoil, recognized that all choices were inconsequential compared to the truth that Xiao Hanjin was his woman. He hesitated no longer. Soon, sounds of passion filled the air, rising and falling. As Xiao Hanjin endured the pain, synchronizing with Gu Hansheng, the sensations of agony and ecstasy intertwining. Thus, Xiao Hanjin underwent the metamorphosis of a woman. Having skipped lunch, the two reclined in bed. Observing the exhausted Gu Hansheng, she smiled and declared, "Hansheng, I am your woman, and you are my man." "Indeed," he replied, lying there, unaware that in the span of merely half a month, he had become a true husband to two women. Anxieties stirred within him. This inevitable turmoil loomed ahead, and all he could do was delay its arrival. "Hansheng, what are you pondering? Before your divorce, why didn't you allow me to share your bed?" she queried. "I hadn't yet decided if you were my man. How could I permit you to sleep in my bed? My bed is reserved solely for my man." Gu Hansheng chuckled, initially believing she harbored some obsessive cleanliness. "Hansheng, let us do it again. The first time, we must take it slow. If we go again, you won't be able to get out of bed." Gu Hansheng helped Xiao Hanjin with her hygiene, both standing beneath the same shower, bathing one another. He found it impossible to resist, his physiological reactions arising naturally. With a beautiful woman before him, he struggled to contain his instincts, while Xiao Hanjin laughed heartily. She then embraced Gu Hansheng, asserting, "There's no need to hold back. I'm perfectly fine." A new round of playful warfare ignited in the bathroom, both exclaiming, "Hansheng, you are quite impressive." Gu Hansheng, at a loss for words, pondered when he had ever been anything but impressive. They spent another hour in the bathroom, frolicking until the early hours. Considering Xiao Hanjin's state, he still needed to visit He Xinyu and think of an excuse. He couldn't simply leave her alone. The thought alone made his head ache. In the kitchen, Gu Hansheng boiled noodles, racking his brain for a justification, as 2 days without seeing his daughter was indefensible. He wondered if Xiao Hanjin would indeed end up living with him. These were pressing questions he had to confront. "Hanjin, I'll take you home shortly. I have matters to attend to tonight." "What matters? I live here now. Why would I go home? Wherever you are is where I belong." It dawned upon him that he had fallen victim to a series of clever manipulations, provocation, emotional tactics, and charms, all seamlessly intertwined. What shall be done regarding He Xinyu and He Xinxin? At this moment, possessing a couple of doppelgangers would be ideal, with all three present. It is imperative to devise a definitive excuse to extricate oneself from this predicament. Otherwise, being caught in the crossfire of two women will inevitably lead to exposure. How can the male protagonist escape this dilemma? Is there any sage advice on navigating between two women, skillfully balancing their affections? Seeking suggestions online. Chapter 85. He Xinyu's parents Gu Hansheng coaxed. "Of course, my home is naturally your home. After dining, let us rest." "Hansheng, what are you pondering? I believe I have fallen into your trap, and now you are pleased." Xiao Hanjin chuckled heartily, her face radiating satisfaction and joy. "Hansheng, if I were to become pregnant, would you be delighted?" "Certainly." Gu Hansheng was still contemplating how to escape later, discreetly messaging Haozi to concoct an excuse for his departure. Zhou Yunhao promptly grasped Gu Hansheng's intent. He called, saying, "Shengzi, there's a gathering with friends today. Don't forget, come early." "Understood, I will certainly attend. Taozi is returning to the country today. We must celebrate." Gu Hansheng answered the call in front of her. "Wife, I truly have matters to attend to tonight. I will see you home first. Rest well, as I must meet a friend, a prior engagement." "You want to accompany me, but you're off to meet friends?" "My friend is returning from abroad. We haven't seen each other in ages, and today was arranged." "Very well." Gu Hansheng sighed with relief. Otherwise, he would have been in a dire situation. After the meal, Gu Hansheng carried Xiao Hanjin downstairs, and her joy was evident as she gazed at him. At the Xiao family's ancestral home, Gu Hansheng ascended the stairs with Xiao Hanjin in his arms. The elders of the Xiao family observed this scene, their faces breaking into smiles in unison. "Hanjin, be sure to rest well. Do not speak too much. My mother can tell at a glance. Can it truly be concealed?" Gu Hansheng, fully aware, placed a gentle kiss on Xiao Hanjin's lips, saying, "Rest well at home. I may not return tonight. All right, enjoy your gathering." Gu Hanxing released Xiao Hanjin and proceeded downstairs, where the elderly gentleman regarded him with a beaming expression. "Grandfather, please refrain from ridiculing me. Impudent lad. Strive to give me a great-grandson." Gu Hanxing was at a loss for words and quickly made his escape. Impudent lad, quite the sly one. Glancing at the time, Gu Hanxing detoured home to change his attire. The intricacies of a woman's heart are far too delicate, and a ring was necessary. He needed to procure one for He as well. Thus, he took a detour, donned sunglasses and a mask, and purchased a ring at the mall. He intended to gift it to He, marking her as having someone special in her life, while he too would wear a ring. Gu Hanxing bought 2 bouquets of roses, one grand, the other petite, and headed directly to He residence. Upon seeing Gu Hanxing holding the roses, He smiled warmly and graciously accepted them. He witnessing her father's arrival, beamed with joy, embracing the roses with delight. He took his hand and sat down, yet she keenly noticed the ring in Gu Hanxing's grasp. A wave of emotion surged within her, somewhat beyond her control. Gu Hanxing wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said, "Xianyu, I have a gift for you." He then produced the ring he had purchased. As she gazed upon it, understanding dawned upon her. He was proposing. "Xianyu, extend your hand to me." She lifted her slender fingers, and Gu Hanxing gently slid the ring onto her hand. A surge of excitement coursed through her. She hadn't anticipated such a spontaneous gesture from him. Gu Hanxing remarked, "Xianyu, with this ring, you must never take it off." "All right," she replied, still tinged with exhilaration. Gu Hanxing then showcased the ring on his own hand, making his intentions clear. "Xianyu, in a while, my parents will come to Zhonghai, and I would like you and Xian to meet them." "When?" she asked. "At the end of the National Day holiday, I will return to bring them here." "Okay, I will prepare myself." Yet, a twinge of anxiety lingered in her heart. After all, she was 5 years his senior. What if his parents disapproved? "What would you like to eat tonight?" "I can prepare it." "No need, I'll take care of it later." "Xianyu, which school do you plan to teach at?" "Zhonghai Music Academy. A teacher is helping me with a recommendation, and I will go for an interview next week." "My Xianyu will surely succeed, right, Xian?" "Mom is the best." After pondering for a few days, Xianyu finally broached a topic. "Hanxing, should Xian change her surname to Gu?" "No need. Whether she is a he or a Gu, she is still my daughter. Besides, it is only right that she carries your surname." Gu Hanxing understood her concerns well. She had faced many challenges. He felt indebted to both her and Xian given the circumstances. In truth, Gu Hanxing was more apprehensive about the future. After all, the truth could not remain hidden forever. Fear gripped his heart, especially at the thought of how his parents would react. He urged Xianyu to rest while he cradled Xian in his arms. "Do you miss Daddy?" "Yes, but Daddy, why don't you live with us?" Xian. "Daddy has many responsibilities and will be quite busy." Not only did Xian miss him, but so did her mother. Gu Hanxing, hearing this, looked towards the bustling kitchen where Xianyu was occupied. He understood her feelings. He found himself torn, unable to reside fully in either world without risking an explosion of emotions. It was easier to move in than to find a way out. "Daddy misses you both too. In a few days, I will take you to meet your grandparents, all right?" "Really?" "Of course. Your grandparents will surely adore you." The sight of Xian dancing with joy warmed Gu Hanxing's heart. Yet amidst this tender haven, he felt a sense of disorientation. He was genuinely afraid that all of this might vanish. To achieve swift success, he knew he must focus intently. Moreover, one must extricate oneself from the current environment. For one cannot remain ensconced in this gentle haven, perpetually pondering how to evade the trials of life. This is not the vision he wishes to behold. It is far too draining. As the ancients once proclaimed, how can one consider home when the Huns have yet to be vanquished? Presently, being utterly unaccomplished. He cannot persist in this manner, otherwise it would culminate in a fruitless endeavor. This is a predicament that Gu Hanxing must not witness. Gu Hanxing embraced He. Xin, if Daddy has erred, will you forgive him?" "As long as Daddy acknowledges his mistakes, I will forgive him." Gu Hanxing smiled, fully aware that he was knowingly transgressing. Yet he felt he had no alternative. He ventured into the kitchen, wishing to assist He, but she gently ushered him away. Having visited this place numerous times, he had yet to scrutinize the house closely. Wandering alone, he entered a study, where he discovered a photograph, a graduation portrait of Hisinyu with her parents. He picked up the photo. His father exuded an air of refinement, embodying the classic image of a cultured merchant. His mother appeared gentle and elegant, reminiscent of a university professor. Particularly striking was the warm smile shared by the family. He had never witnessed such a smile from Hisinyu. Perhaps that was when she revealed her truest self, a smile that radiated from the heart. Observing the study, Gu Hanxing noted several calligraphic works, each exhibiting a disciplined style with vigorous brushwork, clearly the product of significant skill. There were also teacups and mahogany furniture, affirming that his father was indeed an erudite merchant. Gu Hanxing lingered there for a considerable time. Chapter 86. Encountering You. I am truly happy. Hisinyu stood at the doorway, gazing at Gu Hanxing. Hanxing, do you find this study appealing? Sinyu, is this not your father's study? Yes. If you like it, then it could be your study. Gu Hanxing felt unworthy. This study likely held countless memories of Sinyu with her parents, best left in its original state. Let us descend, Hisinyu remarked, recalling her father jokingly stating, Sinyu, when you have a sweetheart, bring him home for me to meet. Perhaps this too was a form of reunion. But father, are you satisfied with the man your daughter has chosen? Hisinyu and Gu Hanxing made their way downstairs. Hanxing, do you know how to write with a brush? I know a little. I practiced for a while, but I am not very proficient. Is there anything else you are not skilled at? You seem capable in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How do you manage it all? I merely possess a superficial understanding, hardly worthy of being called expertise. Hisinyu recognized Gu Hanxing's modesty. His piano skills likely reached level 10, and his proficiency with the violin was commendable. Noticing how intently he had examined her father's calligraphy, it was evident he possessed knowledge in that realm as well. It was clear that Gu Hanxing was brimming with talent. Truly astonishing. Hence, she found it difficult to comprehend the divorce between Xiao Hanjin and Gu Hanxing. Perhaps, at her core, she looked down upon Gu Hanxing. This man from the countryside, that was the only explanation. The dishes on the dining table remain exquisitely presented, and Gu Hanxing finds himself reluctant to pick up his chopsticks. Sinyu, your plating is truly exquisite, he remarks. With some leisure time on her hands, Sinyu has taken to learning the art of culinary presentation. As she serves vegetables to both Gu Hanxing and their daughter, a delightful warmth envelopes him. He wishes for this moment to last a lifetime. Yet, he cannot help but wonder how Xiao Hanjin would react if she were to discover this. Perhaps she would truly be furious. Nevertheless, a man must take responsibility. He has no intention of letting his woman slip away. Gu Hanxing is currently caught in a state of greed, enjoying both what is on his plate and what lies ahead. In the evening, Gu Hanxing takes Sinyu and their daughter, Xinxin, for a stroll in a nearby park. The September evenings in Zhonghai are pleasantly cool, and he and Sinyu each hold one of Xinxin's hands as they meander along the park's pathways. Surrounded by parents playing with their children, they find a patch of grass where they settle down, allowing Xinxin to join other children in play. Their gaze is fixed on her, an unusual outing for Sinyu, who had always felt that venturing out was unsafe, preferring to keep Xinxin at home. Sitting closely beside Gu Hanxing, Sinyu intertwines her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder. A sense of tranquility washing over her as she watches their daughter's joy, filling her heart with happiness. Gu Hanxing feels his phone vibrating in his pocket, but he chooses to ignore it, likely a call from Xiao Hanjin. He has no desire to explain his whereabouts or activities. He simply wishes to revel in this moment of warmth and happiness. Hanxing, when do you plan to move in? Sinyu inquires. Perhaps after some time. I will come to accompany you when I can, he replies. Sinyu remains silent, a hint of disappointment lingering in her heart. Gu Hanxing wraps his arm around her shoulder and gently kisses her cheek. Do you think your parents will dislike me? After all, I am 5 years older than you. She asks. They will surely adore you. You are a woman of grace, capable in both the parlor and the kitchen. They would be overjoyed to have you as a daughter-in-law, he reassures her. It's not as exaggerated as you say. You must have confidence. There is no one like you in all of Zhonghai, so gentle, beautiful, and wise. I wake up smiling just thinking of you. Sinyu chuckles at his words, feeling elated by his compliment. Before long, Xinxin tires from playing, and the family gathers together. Gu Hanxing retrieves fruit, juice, and water from his bag. Xinxin, would you prefer juice or water? He asks. Juice, she responds. Gu Hanxing pours her a glass and serves one to Sinyu as well, while he opts for water. Here, have a banana, he offers Xinxin, while Xinyu peels an orange to share with Gu Hanxing and Xinxin. The family basks in a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanjin sits on her bed, having made several unanswered calls, wondering if he has once again gone to a bar or karaoke. Zhou Yunhao gazed at Xiao Hanjin's call, choosing not to answer. Cunning as a rat, he understood that Gu Hanxing was undoubtedly engrossed in tender moments with He Xinyu, leaving no room for phone conversations. It was better not to respond. He could explain himself later when the time came. Gu Hanxing was indeed a hapless soul, burdened by two sisters who both sought to manage his life, likely exhausting him in the process. A twinge of sympathy arose within Zhou for Gu Hanxing. The blessings of harmonious relationships could hardly be savored. Navigating through such complexities was an arduous task, and with a woman as astute as Xiao Hanjin, it was only a matter of time before the truth surfaced. On his way back, Gu Hanxing glanced at his phone. Noticing a flurry of messages and calls from Xiao Hanjin, it was clear that things were not looking good. The rat had also messaged him, mentioning Xiao Hanjin's attempts to reach out, which he had ignored. Truly, Xiao Hanjin's desire for control was overwhelming. Reflecting on the situation, he mused that it might have been wiser to sever ties decisively from the beginning, allowing ample time for healing. Yet, the allure of beauty was a relentless game, one that even deities could hardly withstand. Gu Hanxing drove in silence, deciding to postpone these thoughts until the next day, silencing his phone. The three of them lay on the bed. He Xinxin quickly drifted off to sleep. Gu Hanxing shifted closer to He Xinyu, who whispered gently, urging him to rest well and take care of his health. I wish to hold you while I sleep, he confessed. He Xinyu, upon hearing this, embraced Gu Hanxing tightly, and together they succumbed to slumber, their hands restless yet tender, sharing warmth in the quiet of the night. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanjin, infuriated, flung her phone onto the bed. This scoundrel had taken advantage of her and then fled, offering not even a word of concern, lost in revelry instead. The scent of alcohol lingered in her thoughts as she recalled the knowing smiles of her elders, fully aware of the intimacy that had transpired between them. Yet, he had gone off to meet friends, neglecting to even send a message to check on her. The fact that she had called and he had not answered only fueled her anger. He and the rat were undoubtedly cut from the same cloth, partners in mischief, sharing a foul camaraderie. When he returned tomorrow, she vowed not to let him off easily. He Xinyu held the slumbering Gu Hanxing close, feeling an immense sense of security. With him, their home felt truly like a home. Previously, it had felt cold and devoid of vitality until Gu Hanxing arrived, infusing the space with life and purpose. Her unwavering conviction in his worthiness as a lifelong support solidified her resolve. She pressed a gentle kiss upon his cheek, whispering, Hanxing, meeting you has brought me great happiness. Chapter 87. Everything happened too quickly in the morning. Gu Hanxing awoke, his eyes fluttering open to behold He Xinyu nestled in his arms. Turning slightly, he noticed He Xinxin wide-eyed, observing him and He Xinyu. Daddy and Mommy are being shy, cuddling while sleeping, she remarked. Gu Hanxing gestured for silence, and she complied, her face lighting up with a smile. He Xinyu remained in slumber, and he cautiously attempted to shift her hand away, only to have her stir awake immediately. What time is it? She inquired. It was past 8, and as you decided to sleep a little longer, I ventured to prepare breakfast. The family rose together, 3 of us standing before the sink, gazing into the mirror, brushing our teeth in unison, our faces adorned with smiles. After freshening up, Gu Hanxing dressed Xinxin, changing into casual attire himself, while He Xinyu had already descended to prepare breakfast. Gu Hanxing urged Xinxin to head downstairs, taking the opportunity to call Xiao Hanjin from their room. The call was answered almost instantly. Gu Hanxing, do you think you can just disregard me once you've put on your pants? How could that be? I'll return by noon, all right? You should rest well. I'll bring you a gift. How about that? What kind of surprise could you possibly have? You'll find out at noon. Why didn't you answer my calls last night? I drank too much. I couldn't hear them. How could I answer? I can't be reckless. You've drained me dry. Xiao Hanjin, upon hearing this, replied irately, hurry back. If I'm not satisfied with the gift you prepared, you will regret it. You will absolutely be pleased. Just wait and see. Throughout the morning, Gu Hanxing remained at home, keeping company with the 2 ladies. As noon approached, he concocted an excuse to meet a friend returning from abroad, reflecting on how truly unfaithful he felt for using such a pretext. He noticed He Xinxin's discontent and offered her comfort. After embracing both He Xinyu and Xinxin, he departed. In the car, Gu Hanxing sent a voice message to his mother. Mom, what do you think of Xiao Hanjin? Are you satisfied with this daughter-in-law? Moments later, Gu's mother replied with a smile, Of course, I am satisfied. It's rare to find such a beautiful and graceful girl from the big city. I certainly like her. Hearing this, Gu Hanxing felt relieved. On his way back, he purchased a bouquet of roses. Holding the flowers, he entered the villa where the Shao family was gathered in the living room. They all noticed the flowers in his hands, and naturally, Shao Hanjin did as well. When Gu Hanxing presented the bouquet to her, she asked, Is this your way of dismissing me? Not at all. Wait and see. What is it? Don't try to pull a fast one. Show me quickly. Gu Hanxing retrieved his phone and played the voice message from his mother for Shao Hanjin. Upon hearing it, her face lit up with joy as she said, All right then, for Auntie's sake, I shall temporarily forgive you. Gu Hanxing knew she was swayed by such gestures. Material gifts were likely disregarded by her. Grandfather, grandmother, mom, dad, I intend to take Hanjin back to my hometown to meet my parents during the National Day holiday. That sounds wonderful. It's about time you introduced her. Hanxing, your parents are nearing 60. When do you plan to bring them to Zhonghai? My parents have lived in the countryside all their lives and find city life quite daunting. They are reluctant to come even if I invite them. In a few years, when they are unable to manage on their own, I'll bring them over, or perhaps once we have children. That sounds reasonable. After dinner, Shao Hanjin pulled Gu Hanxing upstairs. Upon entering the room, Gu Hanxing caught sight of the washboard. Shao Hanjin, how cruel of you. Do you intend for me to kneel on the washboard? This is because you ignored my calls last night. Are you feeling any better? Shao Hanjin asked, her face beaming with joy as she gazed at Gu Hanxing. What do you mean I was thinking? He retorted. Am I so impatient? This is merely concern for your well-being. Embracing Gu Hanxing, Shao Hanjin remarked, Currently, the company's sales have multiplied several times over. The inventory will be cleared in just a few days. That's only natural. Under the sagacious leadership of our general manager Shao, Yunfeng Group is bound to prosper. Gu Hanxing replied, You are quite the enigma, Gu Hanxing. One must find the right balance. I cannot handle everything alone. What intrigues me is the advertising strategy you devised for Fengxin Group, he continued. You'll find out in due time. For now, it's still a commercial secret. Do you not trust me? Truth be told, I have yet to finalize it. I hope to see a sales surge akin to that of Yunfeng Group. Gu Hanxing, you've only been at Fengxin Group for a few days, and you aspire to reach Yunfeng's level? Truly, this is a win-win situation where I shall reap both fame and fortune. There's no favoritism here. Shao Hanjin pondered this as well. Come, let us head downstairs. Our elders are waiting. It's unbecoming for us to linger in this room. Why don't we return to your home? That way, no one can interfere. Or we could go to our villa. What do you think? That would be inappropriate. Gu Hanxing was still contemplating how to navigate their relationship. He felt like a firefighter, utterly exhausted, and knew this situation had to change. He urged Shao Hanjin downstairs, but she was reluctant. Then I shall rest here. I am going downstairs. Ignoring her, Gu Hanxing proceeded downstairs. Hanxing, you finally won over our Hanjin. What were you doing all this time? A little effort would have sufficed, his grandfather remarked. Once you bring her home to meet your parents, we can set the wedding plans in motion. This time, let us do it right, his grandmother added in agreement. Gu Hanxing nodded with a smile, though feeling increasingly uneasy. He could foresee the future being quite tumultuous, and the thought alone made him apprehensive. For now, he could only take each step as it came. Gu Hanxing realized that he could not solely rely on Qidian planning for his career. Diversification was essential. However, he currently lacked the capital to expedite his ascent. Acquisition and merger were the only viable paths, yet they required substantial funding as a foundation. Given the short time frame, he was only adept at managing the company, and the pace of capital accumulation was excruciatingly slow. If he could leverage Shao Hanjin's strength, it might lead to explosive growth in the future, but that posed its own challenges. Thus, he recognized that the responsibility ultimately lay with him. The singularity planning must accelerate its pace, necessitating the acquisition of more business and the attraction of exceptional talents from the advertising industry. In truth, the annual profit may not exceed 50 million, which remains insufficient. Gu Hanxing is currently in a state of deep contemplation. The primary issue lies in the rapid development alongside He Xinyu and Shao Hanjin. His career has yet to commence, yet he finds himself ensnared, lacking any resolve. At this moment, he yearns for a sudden windfall, which would enable him to soar to new heights. Chapter 88. Banter and flirtation. Gu Hanxing now realizes that a steady approach can no longer keep pace with the current situation. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. He will establish an investment company, allowing He Xin Yu and Xiao Hanjin to take significant shares, ensuring that the profits primarily benefit them. He considers this decision not solely for his own gain but also for theirs. Although they may not be particularly concerned about money, Gu Hansheng is acutely aware of this. Thus, when he proposes the idea, they readily lend their support. However, once singularity planning finds its footing, he must contemplate investment matters to prepare for future endeavors, seeking to recruit professionals specializing in financial investments. After all, experts should handle specialized tasks. At this moment, Zhao's mother approaches with a plate of sliced fruit. Hansheng, now that you are with Hanjin, what are your future plans? Mom, I will work at Fengxing Group for a while. I have also established an advertising company, and I am about to take on new business. Both endeavors will run concurrently. Hansheng, what I mean is, you needn't overexert yourself. Just return to Yunfeng Group and continue managing it. Hanjin is not getting any younger. It's time to consider having children. You both should stop avoiding it and let nature take its course. Xiao's mother's candid remarks leave Gu Hansheng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Regarding having children, I respect Hanjin's wishes. However, in terms of my career, I would prefer to achieve some accomplishments before contemplating future developments. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother understands Gu Hansheng's intentions. To support you, Mom will invest 200 million to help you start your business. What do you think? Mom, you are too generous. You are my son-in-law. Of course I will support you. Just provide me with an account, and I will transfer the funds to you. Mom, you truly are like my own mother. How could I be fortunate enough to have such a wonderful mother-in-law? Gu Hansheng showers her with compliments. Wait a couple of years, and I will return you 400 million. You child, why speak of such things among family? Mom, you have raised a valid point. Your immense kindness towards me warrants my utmost filial respect. You must not refuse. At this juncture, Gu Hansheng finds it difficult to decline, and this also provides a legitimate delay for marriage. Thus, he creates a buffer for himself, and he does not intend to claim the money as his own. He merely considers it an investment from his mother-in-law. All right, I eagerly anticipate my investment yielding returns that double. Rest assured, this investment will undoubtedly become the most lucrative and rewarding endeavor in your life's portfolio. Hansheng, are you truly this confident? Certainly. I have been contemplating how to secure some angel investment, and to my surprise, you have graciously provided it, dear mother. You are undoubtedly the most exceptional angel investor in the realm of Zhonghai. Xiaomu was flattered by Gu Hansheng's flattery. Xiao Hanjin descended the stairs and was at a loss for words, observing how elated her mother appeared. Mother, what is the source of your amusement? Hanjin, you and Hansheng should strive to conceive a child soon, so that I may embrace my grandchild at the earliest opportunity. Mother, why are you suddenly bringing this up? This is my foremost concern. Since you two have already shared a room, it is time to take action. Xiao Hanjin glanced at Gu Hansheng, who appeared utterly unfazed. Hansheng, why do you not speak? All right, I shall endeavor to ensure that Hanjin becomes pregnant soon. That is the spirit. Xiaomu replied with satisfaction. Xiao Hanjin sat beside Gu Hansheng and playfully pinched him. Why are you pinching me? Are you spreading unfounded rumors in my absence? I am merely heeding Mother's earnest teachings. How can you call that nonsense? Mother, Hanjin claims you are speaking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu's expression soured immediately. Xiao Hanjin, it seems your wings have grown. Gu Hansheng whispered, I just praised Mother, yet you say I am speaking nonsense. He then prepared to watch the unfolding drama. Mother, you have no idea. She constantly pinches and hits me. You may not know this, but there is a washboard in the room. If I ever displease her, she makes me kneel on it. Hansheng, go fetch the washboard. Gu Hansheng promptly rose and retrieved the washboard from the room, placing it before Xiao Hanjin. Kneel, she instructed Gu Hansheng. Mother commands you to kneel. Xiao Hanjin reiterated. Mother commands you to kneel, she insisted again. Gu Hansheng, do you love me? In this moment, I dare not express such feelings. This remark elicited laughter from all present. Xiao Hanjin was momentarily taken aback. He was deviating from the expected script. She had intended for Gu Hansheng to kneel on her behalf. This is Mother's love for you. You should accept it gracefully, lest you be deemed unfilial. This retort earned Xiao Mu's admiration. Xiao Hanjin, why do you remain frozen in place? Experience for yourself the discomfort of kneeling on the washboard. Xiao Hanjin glared at Gu Hansheng, who seemed indifferent to her plight. Mother, a couple is one entity. Look at Gu Hansheng, reveling in my suffering. It is only fitting that he kneels in my stead. Mother, you refer to this as an expression of love, while Hanjin perceives it as suffering. How can this be appropriate? Xiao Hanjin, swiftly kneel and understand this sensation. Xiao Hanjin glared at Gu Hansheng and knelt on the washboard. The moment she knelt, pain coursed through her, causing her expression to contort. Gu Hansheng immediately helped her up. Mother, Hanjin has felt the effects. Everyone was smiling with satisfaction, except for Xiao Hanjin, who was quite unhappy. She had never emerged victorious every time she lost. How could she not be upset? Gu Hansheng, can you not give me a break? Can't you just not hit me? No, I intend to bully you for a lifetime. Gu Hansheng chuckled. Then I shall torment you for eternity. The elders, observing this playful banter between the couple, wore smiles of contentment. A young man like Gu Hansheng is truly rare to find. Neither servile nor arrogant, he never felt inferior despite his modest background. His wit was effortless, and he balanced humor with grace. His knack for playful teasing was unparalleled, catching one off guard. In any case, it was always Xiao Hanjin who found herself at a disadvantage, yet it was all in good fun. Her playful antics made life delightful. With him in the Xiao household, the atmosphere transformed entirely, which is why they all adored Gu Hansheng. You bully me, and I'll strike back, Xiao Hanjin declared. If you let me hit you, then so be it. Leaning into Gu Hansheng's ear, she whispered softly, Gu Hansheng, wait and see how I deal with you tonight. What do you intend to do? You will find out soon enough. Gu Hansheng gazed at Xiao Hanjin, pondering what she could possibly have in mind. Dear friends, please encourage more updates, share your thoughts in the comments, and support our love journey. Thank you. Chapter 89. I want to win. Once Gu Hansheng spent the afternoon at home with Xiao Hanjin, taking the opportunity to call Li Chuya. Chuya, how is your mother? The doctor found no significant issues. She just needs to recover well. I will help you move tomorrow, and we can also discuss Chiuyu's transfer. I was just preparing to handle that tomorrow, she replied. All right, we'll connect again tomorrow. I'll come to see you. Li Chuya eagerly awaited Gu Hansheng's calls and messages every day. She wanted to reach out, but was unsure of what to say, fearing she might disrupt his busy work schedule. After hanging up, Gu Hansheng reflected on his workweek from Monday to Friday, realizing evenings were manageable. But weekends were genuinely a struggle with Xiao Hanjin's possessiveness. He devised a plan to address this. That evening, after dinner, Xiao Hanjin pulled Gu Hansheng upstairs to their room. The old man watched the young couple with a smile, pleased that his granddaughter had finally come into her own. What are you doing, Xiao Hanjin? It's not even 8 yet, and you're dragging me back to the room. So what? Since you already know? Don't you have any thoughts? Sister Xiao, don't think you can always tempt me. If you exhaust me, you'll be left alone. Xiao Hanjin chuckled heartily. Gu Hansheng, you've only managed 3 times. Is that it? Do you have another woman outside? Confess. Not a chance. Just go to bed early. Gu Hansheng headed straight for the washroom, with Xiao Hanjin following closely behind. Xiao Hanjin, don't think I'm oblivious to your little schemes. What schemes? Pray tell. Using beauty to ensnare me, leaving me with no choice but to entertain you. I see right through you. As soon as I entered, I perceived your little schemes. Xiao Hanjin immediately began to feign innocence, declaring, I did not. If I did not, I would leave. If you dare to tempt me, I shall take action on the spot. Do you think you can overpower me? Xiao Hanjin, are you attempting to test the waters? She gazed at Gu Hansheng, who knew her too well, aware of her every thought. With a sense of defeat, she stepped outside. However, after some contemplation, she wrapped herself in a towel and re-entered. Mr. Gu, do I look good? Gu Hansheng looked at Xiao Hanjin, swiftly pulling her closer, the towel slipping away, leaving both of them bare. Their fair skin and alluring figures igniting a fervent response in Gu Hansheng. I'm still in pain, Xiao Hanjin coyly remarked. Gu Hansheng lifted Xiao Hanjin, declaring, there is no time. If I am left wanting, you shall live a life of solitude. He proceeded without hesitation, catching Xiao Hanjin off guard. Gu Hansheng, put me down. He paid no heed to her protests, their voices echoing in the bathroom as they engaged in mutual delight. Over an hour later, they finally ceased their fervor. Reclining in the bathtub, Gu Hansheng, you are insufferable. I'm still not well. Then why provoke me? How will I go to work tomorrow? Then don't go. Rest at home. It's all your fault. You have no compassion for me. Who was it that urged to hurry earlier? Xiao Hanjin playfully pinched Gu Hansheng's waist. He felt utterly spent. The rumors of a man's vigor at 30 and 40 were indeed true. Once they indulged, it became addictive, impossible to resist. Xiao Hanjin found herself enamored by this sensation, equally unable to restrain her desires. After their bath, Gu Hansheng dried her hair and held her as they lay in bed. Observing his weary demeanor, she could not help but chuckle. Hansheng, shall we do it again? Xiao Hanjin, Are you doing this on purpose? What do you think? Gu Hansheng, are you incapable? Enough jesting, it's time for sleep. Xiao Hanjin continued to tease and provoke Gu Hansheng, eager for him to plead for mercy, longing to secure a victory. Xiao Hanjin, aren't you aware of my capabilities? Here, you are at a disadvantage. Gu Hansheng remained unfazed, simply closing his eyes to sleep. Xiao Hanjin's playful touches rendered him restless. Xiao Hanjin, don't move. In response, Gu Hansheng captured her lips in a fervent kiss, leaving both breathless. With a flushed complexion, Xiao Hanjin gazed at him. Are you not aware of the ways to keep your husband wanting more? Can't you allow me one victory? In this regard, absolutely not. It concerns a man's dignity. Time for sleep. I have much to attend to tomorrow. Gu Hansheng embraced Xiao Hanjin, one hand caressing her silky hair. Gu Hansheng increasingly felt overwhelmed. After a week of such strain, he was beginning to feel utterly drained. Were it not for his years of diligent practice, he likely would have succumbed long ago. There are no fields that are ruined, but rather oxen that are exhausted. Both he and his partner are not easily subdued. Xianyu, however, was somewhat more prudent, aware of the need for moderation. While Xiao Hanjin seemed intent on extracting every last ounce of his strength. At this moment, Gu Hansheng could not afford to ponder deeply. He was indeed fatigued beyond measure, and he soon fell into a slumber upon closing his eyes. Xiao Hanjin was equally weary. In the early hours, around 2 or 3 in the morning, Gu Hansheng's phone rang. Groggy, he glanced at the screen to see it was Xianyu calling. He cast a fleeting look at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Hanjin before quietly rising to answer the call in the bathroom. Hello, Xianyu. Why are you still awake at this hour? Hansheng, Xian has a fever. I need to take her to the hospital. Which hospital should I go to? I'll come right away. Gu Hansheng hurriedly washed up, checked for any odor on himself, changed into fresh clothes, and took one last look at Xiao Hanjin before hastily departing. He drove with urgency to Zhonghai People's Hospital. Upon his arrival, he found Xianyu and Xian in the emergency room, consulting with the doctor. Xianyu, how is Xian? Gu Hansheng approached in a rush. Seeing the frail condition of Xian filled him with sorrow. He took her from Xianu's arms, cradling her as he carried her to receive and for drip. He held Xian close, gently wiping her brow. Xian, Daddy is here. You will feel better soon, he whispered soothingly. Xianyu stood beside them, her face etched with worry. Xianyu, don't fret, it's just a fever. Once the doctor administers the it will subside, Gu Hansheng reassured her softly. He continued to hold Xian, occasionally checking her forehead and comparing her condition with that of Xianyu. Hansheng, it's my fault for not taking better care of Xian. Don't say such things. Everyone falls ill at times. There's no need for self-blame. Now, rest your head on the chair for a while. I'll call you when the drip is finished. Xianyu found it difficult to relax. Her anxiety about Xian's well-being kept her on edge, fearing any unforeseen complications. Chapter 90. Overwhelmed Gu Hansheng gently consoled Xianyu. With him by her side, she felt considerably more at ease. As dawn broke, Xian's fever began to subside. Xianyu, the fever has receded. Shall we return home? Gu Hansheng suggested, allowing Xianyu to hold their child. By the time they arrived home, daylight had fully emerged. He ensured they were settled before preparing to head to the office. Hansheng, you should rest for a bit before going to work. It's fine. I can rest at the office just as well. You and Xian should take it easy at home. I have a lot to attend to at the company today. All right, I will bring you lunch at noon. Make sure to rest well at home. I'm fine. You endured quite a bit last night, so take care of yourself. I will check in on you after work. Take care on the road. Gu Hansheng embraced Xianyu, saying, make sure to rest. He did not drive Xianyu's car, as she insisted he take it to the office. No longer needed. My car is still at the hospital, and I must retrieve it. Well, take your time on the road. You should return and rest early. At Fengxin Group, Gu Hansheng sat on the sofa, his face etched with fatigue. A call from Xiao Hanjin came through. Gu Hansheng, why are you leaving so early? I fear you might tempt me again in the morning. I feel utterly drained by you, and I need to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanjin chuckled lightly. All right, this time I shall forgive you. Xiao Hanjin, I must impose a punishment upon you. Gu Hansheng, you wish to punish me? What kind of punishment? You shall not touch me for a week. Xiao Hanjin's laughter blossomed like a radiant flower. Agreed, but you must not touch me either. Fine, whoever touches first is a puppy, Gu Hansheng replied with a grin. Gu Hansheng, You truly cannot escape this. I have one, Xiao Hanjin declared before hanging up. She gazed at her phone, yearning for a victory at least once. Gu Hanxing merely shook his head and closed his eyes on the sofa. Such days had barely lasted a week, yet he felt utterly overwhelmed. He could cleverly evade Xiao Hanjin in this wager, but suddenly he pondered the freedom of solitude. Now, he felt ensnared in chains, weary to his core. Wang Yutong entered with documents to handle, and, upon seeing Gu Hanxing sleeping soundly, was taken aback. What had exhausted him so? Yet, she quietly set down the files and exited without a word. Gu Hanxing was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Shengzi, are you preparing to be my best man for the National Day? Best man? Are you getting married? Indeed. I cannot be your best man. I fear my charm would overshadow your groom. Besides, how could a divorced man stand by your side? What? Shengzi, you truly are a scoundrel. You've been married? Who is it? Xiao Hanjin. Gu Hanxing, you are truly unbelievable. You didn't even inform me. I only married for financial reasons and hadn't considered it until now that we are back together. I thought it best to tell you. Realizing that Gu Hanxing had already been captured by Xiao Hanjin, Zhou Yunhao mused, my wedding is on October 4th. You must attend. Bring Xiao Hanjin along. One to you? I will certainly come. As for her, that is uncertain. Shengzi, I find you even worse than I am. Laosi, I can't keep up with this. What should I do now? You ask me? I might as well consult a deity. One has a child, the other is an ex-wife. You've already been intimate with both. How can you endure this? Enough with your prattle. Just tell me what to do. I am utterly at my wit's end. Hiding for a day is still hiding. You might consider fleeing the country, or you will soon be exposed. When you are indulging with He Xinyu, a call from Xiao Hanjin will surely catch you off guard. Get lost. You are the one who will be caught off guard. My suggestion is to retreat for a while, to grant yourself some time for personal growth. Otherwise, how will you manage? With Xiao Hanjin exerting such control over you, she would relish having you by her side every day. And what if He Xinyu? As for that junior of yours, it would be best to let her go. What reason could you possibly concoct to justify your retreat? Can you devise a plan for me? Goodness, let me help you brainstorm. Where's your own intellect? Zhou Yunhao was utterly speechless. He exemplifies the type who falters in the presence of women. Having already crossed that threshold, this fool now seeks advice on his next steps. Zhou Yunhao could only laugh in frustration. I'll take my leave now. Gu Hanxing found himself amused by his own predicament. Indeed, the momentary pleasure of slumber leads to a veritable inferno thereafter. He pondered for quite some time, yet could not devise a suitable solution, primarily due to his lack of experience. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed so readily. Gu Hanxing struck his own face twice, then touched it, still feeling the sting. He first dialed He Xinyu. Xinyu, how are you feeling now? Much better, and you? I just woke up and am preparing to work. I'll have Annie bring you lunch. There's no need for that. I can manage with a little something from the company cafeteria. Please take care of yourself and rest well. All right. He Xinyu hung up, gazing at her lively daughter, her heart finally at ease. For Gu Hanxing provided her with safety and support. Thus, whenever an issue arose, her thoughts immediately turned to him. Gu Hanxing swiftly attended to his official duties. In the afternoon, he would assist Li Qiya with her move, as well as with Chiyua's enrollment matters. Even if he were to abandon Qiya, he would still help her with these tasks. At midday, Gu Hanxing arrived at the hospital bearing a fruit basket. He had even removed his ring. Borrowing a car from Wang Yutong adorned with pink embellishments, which gave it a youthful essence, Gu Hanxing could not resist teasing Wang Yutong a bit. The car, after all, had been doused in perfume by Xiao Hanjin after just one ride, leaving an overwhelming scent lingering within. He dared not let them ride in it, hence resorting to this alternative. Auntie, Qiya. Hanxing, you're here. Please, have a seat. Qiya, fetch Hanxing a bottle of water. Annie, are you feeling better? I'm recovering quite well. In another month or so, I should be fully healed. That is wonderful to hear. Before they could exchange further pleasantries, Li Qiya pulled Gu Hanxing outside and spoke softly. Hanxing, my mother is unaware of the move, and I fear she might disapprove. Then we shall keep it from her. I've arranged for the moving company, and we'll head over shortly. It will be quick. Have you sorted everything for Chiyue on your end? I'll take you both over, and you can handle the transfer procedure afterward. I'll inform my mother. As Li Qiya walked alongside Gu Hanxing, she removed her glasses, having donned her finest attire for the day. Gu Hanxing had long since discerned it when she removed her glasses. He paused to gaze at Li Qiya. Dressed in form-fitting jeans and a snug blouse, her figure was perfectly proportioned, though her face bore no makeup. Her skin resembled fine jade, truly a beauty in the making. His discerning eye for elegance in women was always impeccable. Yet, Li Qiuya's cheeks gradually flushed. You look lovely. In our future encounters, do feel free to remove your glasses. With me by your side, there is nothing to fear. Li Qiuya felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, softly murmuring in agreement as she closely followed Gu Hansheng. Their presence together attracted the attention of many passers-by. Indeed, a handsome man and a beautiful woman are always captivating. Dear friends, do urge for updates and share your thoughts. I appreciate it. Chapter 91. The tables turned. Li Qiuya settled into Gu Hansheng's car, which was evidently a vehicle suited for a woman. Qiuya, this is my female colleague's car. I borrowed it for the day. She had been puzzled earlier, but now her worries dissipated. Gu Hansheng had hired a moving company, yet there were not many belongings to transport, just some daily necessities, cooking utensils, and clothing. The moving truck seemed rather spacious and somewhat empty. Gu Hansheng assisted with the move, his outfit alone worth far more than everything being transported, though only those with an understanding could discern this. Leading the way, Gu Hansheng had only the address. He had yet to see the property. On the way, Qiuya, are you satisfied with the rented apartment? It's wonderful. I truly adore it. A 3-bedroom apartment with complete furnishings. Never have I imagined living in such a splendid place. In the future, once I earn enough, I will procure an even better home for you. Li Qiuya replied, shall we do it together? I wish to contribute as well. What are your aspirations? I aspire to work at one of the big 4 accounting firms, though their standards are quite high, and I am not yet qualified. With diligent effort, you will surely succeed. Upon arriving at the rented apartment, it indeed surpassed expectations. Situated on a high floor with an elevator, it boasted excellent lighting and ventilation, even better than the one she had previously rented. It was conveniently located near Zhonghai University, where Qiuya studied. Rat's arrangements proved reliable. After overseeing the unloading of their belongings, Gu Hansheng went to fetch Qiuya, assisting her with enrollment procedures. Li Qiuya was particularly delighted. Brother-in-law, am I really going to study here? This unexpected address caught Gu Hansheng off guard, causing Li Qiuya's face to flush anew. Qiuya, please refrain from such frivolity. Sister, how is that frivolous? Don't you adore your brother-in-law? From now on, in private, you may call me that. I find it delightful. Your allowance is on me. Thank you, brother-in-law. Li Qiuya's face turned crimson upon hearing this, yet she chose not to comment further. In her heart, Gu Hansheng was her very own moonlight, a truth she had firmly embraced. Once the formalities were completed, and Li Qiuya was escorted to her class, Gu Hansheng accompanied Li Qiuya back to the hospital. Hansheng, thank you. What is there to thank? You're doing just fine. I'm off to work. Li Qiuya stared blankly as Gu Hansheng departed, unaware that he had silently occupied her heart. He retrieved her glasses and donned them quietly, wishing only for Gu Hansheng to behold her at her most exquisite. Upon returning to the company, Wang Yutong observed Gu Hansheng with curiosity and inquired, Mr. Gu, you come to work daily, yet rarely remain in the office. Where do you keep wandering off to? Wang Yutong, who is the boss here, you or I? Mr. He is the boss. You are merely an agent. Gu Hansheng chuckled. Mr. He listens to me now, do you believe it? What kind of enchantment have you cast on Mr. He to entrust the Fengxin Group to your management? Why not ask Mr. He yourself? Wang Yutong was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how Mr. He could place such unwavering trust in Gu Hansheng. Xiao Hanjin spent the entire day in the office, barely moving, still not fully recovered. Gu Hansheng, that scoundrel, showed her no compassion. Not a single word of concern had been uttered. Whenever her phone chimed with a message, she would eagerly check, only to feel disheartened if it was not from Gu Hansheng. With no focus on work, documents lay neglected, and the thought made her irate. She could not resist calling Gu Hansheng. Gu Hansheng, has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Xiao Daybody, what are you doing? I'm busy. What are you busy with? Can't you even spare a moment to check on me? I'm still in pain. Then you should rest well. You always tempt me like this, but I'm no Lu Xiaohui. I cannot remain undisturbed. What do you mean? Are you blaming me? Am I to blame? Who told you to be so alluring? Xiao Hanjin felt a surge of delight at his words. What about your actions now? You show no concern for me, no care. What can I do? Have I not inquired about your well-being? What did you say this morning? You said I was incapable. To ensure you recover well, I intend to stay away for a week. You should rest at home. Gu Hansheng, you are such a scoundrel. I'm doing this for your sake. Once you recover, you'll see how I'll keep you from getting out of bed. Do you truly have that ability? I don't believe it. I see you propping yourself against the wall with one hand and clutching your waist with the other. Xiao Hanjin, are you challenging me? If you wish to concede, then so be it. Gu Hanxing merely smiled at her words. Let us discuss this when you're well. I have work to attend to now. Xiao Hanjin understood that Gu Hanxing was trying to backtrack, yet she too could not act recklessly. A steady approach was the wisest strategy. Gu Hanxing, will you return? Not for the time being. That won't do. You must stay by my side. We can sleep without engaging in any other activities. I trust you as far as I can throw you. I need to recuperate as well. Xiao Hanjin's smile grew brighter, and she acquiesced. Gu Hanxing felt a headache coming on at the thought of not returning for a week, yet he knew Xiao Hanjin would undoubtedly keep tabs on him. However, in the evening at He Sinyu's residence, it is inconvenient for her to answer calls, making it difficult to balance both sides. Having just arrived at Fengxin Group, it is not suitable for him to go out. With a little over half a month until the National Day holiday, and with both women needing to meet their parents, especially since his own parents will likely bear the brunt of the situation. Nonetheless, it is somewhat beneficial to be aware of this in advance, allowing them to prepare mentally. Once the holiday passes, he plans to go to Yinping to develop the company, a pretext that will temporarily allow him to evade both women, granting him a brief respite. Otherwise, the situation could become truly problematic. Gu Hanxing pondered these matters. As the workday drew to a close, he called He Sinyu. Sinyu, how is Xinxin? Is everything well? Will you be coming home tonight? Yes. I've been staying at home these past few days. He Sinyu felt a surge of happiness at his words. Though she could not comprehend why Gu Hanxing did not move in with her, which would allow them to be together every day, she was unaware of his considerations. And regarding marriage, He Sinyu also wished to wait until she had met his parents. If they opposed the union, she would remain silent. If they were agreeable, she would contemplate hastening the arrangements. She firmly believed that Gu Hanxing would consent. She could sense his profound affection for both her and Xinxin, a love that emanated from the depths of his heart. Gu Hanxing considered for a moment. He still had to drive He Sinyu's car. His own vehicle was permeated with a fragrance, and the moment He Sinyu opened the door, he would be in trouble. Especially since Xiao Hanjin's perfume was of a high grade, costing several thousand for a bottle, making it impossible for him to provide an explanation. Thus, he understood the necessity of being vigilant and prepared for any eventuality.